The semifinals have commenced. Gu Xing returned to his hotel room, meticulously comparing the charts. To his surprise, he indeed uncovered a flaw. Peanut, who harbors a distinct aversion to placing wards, is the player who has utilized least and the most among junglers. Logically, his average warding statistics should rank him among the top in his position. Yet, among all 16 teams, Peanut finds himself in the mid-range. In the segregated vision data, he ranks second to last, surpassing only the jungler from ANX, who is notoriously negligent in vision, with an average of merely 0.12 wards placed per minute. Peanut's statistics are over 50 points lower than those of the top-tier junglers. Averaging out, he places a single ward on the map every 8 minutes. For a jungler, such figures are exceedingly absurd. Furthermore, in terms of average ward placements, he ranks third from the bottom. In this vision-centric meta, Peanut's actions effectively transfer the responsibility of map control onto his teammates. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xing discerned that Peanut's approach is reminiscent of Bang's reluctance to purchase control wards. Both aim to maximize their economic potential in favor of acquiring items, consequently leading to a significant decline in their warding efficiency. Peanut is indeed the true linchpin of the Tigers, with the entire team revolving around him for their offensive and defensive transitions. Ensuring Peanut's comfort in gameplay is the foremost challenge for ROX. However, the repercussions of a jungler neglecting to purchase control wards are inevitably graver than those faced by an ADC. In the bot lane, the synergy is intact. If the marksman lacks vision, the support can readily compensate. The jungler's situation is markedly different. In the early to mid-game, failing to carry control wards can result in severe vision deficits in the jungle. Gu Xing planned to leverage this insight. Coupled with the earlier analysis by Hongmi regarding ROX's jungler laner coordination and wave management vulnerabilities, he felt emboldened to confront the Tigers. Moreover, he possessed an ace up his sleeve. Virtue, stand forward, position your body at a 45-degree angle to the camera, and gaze towards the photographer, commanded the director, his beard framing a wave of encouragement. Gu Xing complied, crossing his arms and turning sideways to the camera, his expression resolute and serious. Beside him, Peanut attempted to exude an air of aloofness, albeit his smaller stature made him appear rather diminutive. Subsequently, the director insisted that they face each other directly, adjusting the camera's angle. Peanut turned around, standing at roughly 1.7 meters tall. He had to look up to meet Gu Xing's gaze. Their eyes locked in silence. They remained motionless until the director called for a halt. Within mere seconds, Peanut's lips twitched uncontrollably, shattering his facade of indifference. The director, exasperated, requested a reshoot. Witnessing this spectacle, Smeb erupted into laughter from the corner, unreservedly amused. "Wang Hao, can you not look so fierce?" he jested, attempting to guide his jungler, observing how Virtue managed it. Peanut sheepishly scratched his head, apologizing, "Sorry, Xing Ge. I've taken up quite a bit of your time." "It is of no concern." Gu Xing remains unfazed, gulping down cola with abandon. "The past few days have been incredibly busy, and this outing serves as a perfect opportunity for relaxation and adjustment. Just days ago, the pressure of the impending semifinals had the entire VG team taut with tension, sequestered in their hotel, fervently training. Now, with various promotional videos to be filmed and rehearsals and interviews scheduled before the match, each afternoon offers a chance to step outside, breathe in the fresh air, and bask in the sunlight, which has helped to restore a sense of tranquility. The director has called for a brief respite for all present, while he himself ventures off to engage in discussions with Peanut. Gu Xing plops down next to the marquee and pulls out his phone to surf the web. After several days of build-up, discussions across online platforms such as forums and Weibo regarding the upcoming semifinals have reached unprecedented heights. The rapid growth of League of Legends has seen its player base soar to new heights in 2016. Moreover, the environment for esports has become increasingly fertile, as a growing number of pure gamers transition into the audience demographic for competitive events. Riot Games has even adorned the client's homepage with banners, aspiring to be the driving force behind the semifinals and attract more viewers. Furthermore, with the conclusion of the 5 major leagues, global audiences find themselves with limited alternative entertainment. Various factors have converged, resulting in a forum filled with posts related to the semifinals. SKT faces H2K, ROX battles VG, Even the mention of players generates excitement. Indeed. In the upper bracket, Faker confronts Yageo, marking their first encounter since the dual assassin showdown. Can Yankos breach the defenses of Kuro and Peanut? In the lower bracket, Kuro meets Easy Hoon, a reenactment of the S5 LCK Spring Finals, and one wonders if the Marquis will continue his teaching methods. Gu Xing against Peanut presents a peak confrontation of aggressive jungle play, while in the bot lane, Imp and Prey vie for the title of Mouse King. I feel VG has only a 37% chance. Their path to advancement seems rather bleak. Reaching the semifinals is already a success. VG is the sole representative of LPL. We can't place all our hopes on them. I agree. The finals may once again be an LCK showdown. Gu Xing schemes through several posts, noting that public opinion generally regards VG as strong, yet lacks optimism for their prospects. This sentiment is quite reasonable. As the number 1 seed from the Korean League, ROX is undoubtedly a favorite to win, although VG has demonstrated its strength by sweeping Samsung. The audience still perceives them as not yet ready to lift the trophy. However, this perspective starkly contrasts with the views held within the VG team. Coach Hongmi believes that reaching the semifinals affords them a commendable chance of victory. He asserts that VG has grasped the nuances of the current meta. Crucially, VG's playstyle aligns perfectly with the prevailing trends. Firstly, as the World Championship progresses, it is evident to any discerning observer that a powerful jungler is essential. The dominant champions across the lanes are primarily suited to the current meta, where junglers often engage in solitary battles. Utilizing champions like Lee Sin and Olaf that emphasize aggressive jungle combat, should there be an imbalance in jungle matchups, it could easily lead to a scenario reminiscent of the extreme matchup between Clearlove and Peanut in the quarterfinals. On this stage, where junglers are destined to shine, Gu Xing's role is particularly significant. He is the sharpest spear in VG's offensive arsenal, while also serving as the cerebral core of the team, shouldering a portion of the responsibilities. Furthermore, aside from the Dragon Knight, the mid lane comprises traditional mages primarily focused on farming, mainly banking on their performance in the mid to late game. It is truly a paradise for Li Zhixuan. He relishes the idea of lingering in the lane, farming to his heart's content. The title of mid-lane defensive tower is certainly not just an empty accolade. The third aspect of the World Championship meta emphasizes the necessity for a strong landing presence in the bot lane. The duo aims to wear down their opponents, with the objective of swiftly destroying the enemy's bot lane first tower to gain additional economic advantages and snowball their lead, thus accelerating the pace of tower demolitions. Xiao Duan excels in landing, though he is not particularly skilled at roaming. Gu Xing, having recovered, is undoubtedly at a world-class level in landing as well. When the two partner up, they are unmatched in terms of landing prowess against any bot lane duo. In the top lane, Zhu Xiaolong primarily bears the burden of withstanding pressure. While his skill may not rival that of Smeb, he compensates with his steadiness, rarely dragging the team down and providing substantial support during team fights. Overall, the World Championship places a strong emphasis on aggression in the lower quadrant of the map. The initial unprotected state of the bot lane tower makes it exceedingly easy to take down the first blood tower, coupled with the benefits from the dragon, allowing teams focusing on the lower half to reap significant rewards. Additionally, the increased teleport cooldown to 45 seconds has diminished the upper lane's influence on the map. Such changes align perfectly with VG's playstyle. The club initially brought an imp to focus on nurturing the team's core in the lower half. Gu Xing adapted throughout much of the summer split. Not to mention, he learned Clearlove's protective strategies from virtual matches, which is akin to having wings. While he may not speak for the other teams, among the 4 semifinalists, no jungler understands how to nurture the bot lane better than he does. It can be said that the current World Championship meta seamlessly integrates with VG's tactics. The players scarcely need to make substantial adjustments. They can simply go with the flow. Gu Xing aimlessly scrolled through his phone. When the now-finished conversation with Peanut drew near, he slyly inquired, "What will you say during the pre-match ceremony tomorrow?" "What do you mean?" Gu Xing shot him a glance. "Are you trying to stir things up?" Peanut muttered a few words under his breath. After a moment's consideration, Gu Xing realized this was not a decision he could make alone and needed to confer with his teammates. Peanut eagerly urged him on. prompting Gu Xing to put away his phone and seek out the other 14 members. After hearing Peanut's plan, the VG players readily agreed. During this year's LPL Summer Finals, they had already pulled off a similar stunt, and their acceptance level is remarkably high now. Seeing the proposal approved, Peanut's face lit up with a smile, and before leaving, he didn't forget to throw down a challenge. Be careful on stage, brother Xing. I won't hold back. You'd rather not end up like Clear Love, would you? Without hesitation, Gu Xing retorted, just don't cry if we lose tomorrow. I've heard him say that making the opponent cry is a delightful experience, and I haven't had the chance to try it yet. I want to give it a shot in the semifinals. The two bantered back and forth like children, each refusing to yield until they received notification to resume filming. At which point they ceased their playful sparring and approached the camera. The consequence of their verbal sparring was that, devoid of directorial guidance, they engaged in a battle of stares akin to the clash of sharp blades, yielding unexpectedly splendid results. Subsequently, the two teams proceeded to Madison Square Garden for their final opening rehearsal. The venue, though eerily empty, could not conceal its grand scale. Previously, the San Francisco City Hall and the Chicago Theater featured audience seating only on one side of the stage, accommodating approximately a few thousand spectators. In stark contrast, Madison Square Garden is a vast arena, with the stage positioned centrally and stands surrounding it on all sides. Throughout its decades-long history, numerous luminaries from the artistic and athletic realms have graced this hallowed ground, adding a layer of legendary allure to the garden. With a total of 350 seats available, Vincent animatedly described to his teammates how they would ascend to the stage via an elevator. Greeted by the resounding cheers from all directions, a truly magnificent thought that filled Gu Xing with yearning. As they concluded their rehearsal and gathered for dinner, Gu Xing remained lost in reverie until Hongmi interrupted his thoughts. This was the final collective meeting before the semifinals, with Wang Hao serving as the translator for the coach's words. All necessary preparations had been completed, and Hongmi encouraged a light-hearted chat to ease their nerves. Both Zhu Qingbin and I have participated in numerous global finals. Do you know the common thread that binds them? Lazily, lazy dog Jack barely stirred, turning his head in a physical manifestation of apathy. I don't know. Without further ado, Hongmi revealed. The commonality is that as long as one advances beyond the group stage, victory is assured. In his career alongside Imp, he had encountered only the options of reaching the World Championship top 16 or claiming the championship. No middle ground existed. Zhu Qingbin perked up, his words laden with implication. Do you all grasp the significance of this? Before anyone could respond, World Sister, with a perplexed expression, interjected. Doesn't that mean that if Faker and Benji simply enter the World Championship, victory is guaranteed? How outrageous. With a single sentence, World 6 caused the air in the room to thicken. Annoyed, Hongmi thumped his notebook against World Sister's back, exclaiming, I'm trying to lighten the mood here. Can you not be so serious? Have I been too lenient with you? Feeling unjustly accused, World Sister was aware that he had derailed the coach's plans and was now attempting to devise a strategy to redeem himself. World 6 cleared his throat twice, attempting to adopt a more flirtatious tone. You know, we once witnessed a reverse sunrise by the seaside in San Francisco. Could you all take me to see it again? A soft murmur of discussion arose in the lounge. Gu Xing understood the implication behind World Sister's words. Currently, the team was on the East Coast in New York. Seeing a reverse sunrise at the beach was utterly unfeasible. They would need to travel to the West Coast to achieve that goal. This year, however, the World Championship Finals were set to take place in another major metropolis on the West Coast, Los Angeles. Jack shook his head, offering a critique. Let us be honest. That is a bit awkward. Unyielding, World Sister retorted. If you think it's awkward, why don't you give it a try? With unwavering confidence, Yuanba asserted. I certainly lack that skill, which is precisely why I want to take on such a risky endeavor. A few individuals engaged in lighthearted banter, successfully enlivening the atmosphere. Do not be anxious tomorrow, Ding Jun reassured everyone. Reaching the top 4 is already a remarkable achievement. Let us unleash our full potential. And I believe we shall not fall short against ROX. Gu Xing timely added. The preparation of the Tigers pales in comparison to ours. They are undoubtedly more anxious. It is often said that the LCK holds a significant advantage over the LPL due to its mature and systematic training regimen, yet tomorrow's semifinals present a stark contrast. Upon hearing this, the members of the VG training department erupted in laughter. The South Korean esports industry has a long-standing history, tracing its rapid development back to the era of StarCraft, with substantial national support. This has led to the accumulation of vast experience and professionals in the field. Consequently, when the pathway to professionalization in League of Legends was established, many former StarCraft players transitioned, bringing with them operational strategies that propelled the Korean region's meteoric rise. They first graced the World Championship stage in Season 2, achieving a commendable second place, and subsequently dominated the championship for 3 consecutive years. The disparity between them and other regions is not solely rooted in the raw talent of the players, but is fundamentally tied to their training systems. In previous years, LPL clubs operated rather haphazardly, lacking even the basic knowledge for post-match reviews, let alone the execution of tactical operations. The inaction of the training departments allowed many gifted players to flourish in a vacuum, devoid of systematic professional training, thereby widening the chasm between them and the Korean scene. In recent years, LPL clubs have been striving to catch up, placing increasing emphasis on coaching, yet they still lag considerably behind Korea. However, each issue warrants specific analysis. In the semifinals between VG and ROX, the situation is quite the opposite. Aside from Peanut, ROX consists entirely of seasoned players. Yet, their financial constraints render them nearly on par with amateur teams. Their base is located in a remote area prone to power outages, leaving no budget for hiring analysts. The entire coaching staff comprises only NOF. To reduce costs, the club increased his girlfriend Shurjan's salary, enabling her to assume dual roles as both team leader and manager. One salary for 2 jobs has greatly benefited the Tigers. In stark contrast, VG is a formidable entity, following their collaboration with a data analysis team. Their training department is well-equipped and comprehensive. The interval from the quarterfinals to the semifinals spans merely 4 to 5 days, during which the various filming assignments arranged by Riot Games consume considerable time, making it implausible for ROX to thoroughly study VG. Armed with this advantage, VG exudes confidence. On October 21st, at 4 p.m., Madison Square Garden was filled to capacity. The local North American audience gathered purely to relish the clash of formidable teams. Just days prior, the lone representative TSM had been sent packing by SKT, enduring a somewhat humiliating 3-0 defeat. However, for many North American fans, this was perceived as an early Christmas surprise. Their anticipation for TSM was merely to advance from the group stage, and securing the top spot in Group D would be deemed a success. Now, as 2 teams of superior overall strength compete for victory in New York, the North American audience is eager to witness firsthand the caliber of elite teams. The lights of the Garden Arena's dome abruptly extinguished, plunging the venue into darkness. In this obscurity, the fluorescent sticks distributed freely to the audience illuminated the space in a striking dichotomy of red and blue, each color distinctly occupying half of the arena. Looking down from the summit of the stands, one could witness a magnificent clash of over 20,000 spectators, creating a breathtaking sea of colors. Above the stage, a colossal screen composed of 4 panels displayed a countdown, signaling the imminent commencement of the match. The audience, aware of the approaching event, fervently shook their glow sticks in anticipation, igniting an immediate surge of excitement. As the countdown reached 1, the fervor crescendoed. On the giant screen, a fist clenched tightly shattered a virtual glass barrier, transforming into a fist emblem before darkness enveloped the arena once more. To the grand melody of 2016, the screen unveiled a Summoner's Trophy. The initial footage showcased a promotional clip for the semifinals, gradually pulling back to reveal the towering Empire State Building at 443 meters. Beside the trophy, Imp raised his right index finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. In stark contrast, Prey, tall and robust, stood next to Gu Xing, exuding an imposing presence akin to a giant. The video featured a voiceover from the players during their interviews. The once opponents of OGN were now fated to meet again on the world stage, a testament to their shared journey. Prey, with a deep and resonant voice, remarked on the rarity of ADC players from the ancient era, noting that their presence on the semi-final stage was a testament to their strength. Imp, in his halting Mandarin, expressed a desire to prove themselves, reflecting on the past where OGN had never triumphed over Prey in a best-of-5 series. The accompanying subtitles ensured that the live audience comprehended the players' words. North American spectators exhibited a remarkable tolerance for Imp's pre-match bravado, responding with playful laughter. The screen then flickered, showcasing the Summoner's Trophy against the backdrop of various iconic landmarks in New York City, with the competing players shifting in and out of the frame. Ultimately, framed by the Statue of Liberty, Gu Xing and Xiao Huaxing stood face to face, clearly designated as the focal contenders. Their prominence was not only evident in their final appearance, but also in the concluding group photo, where they stood closest to the Summoner's Trophy. As the camera zoomed in, the shimmering trophy was the centerpiece, capturing the mutual gaze of the two junglers. The image froze in that moment. Suddenly, a dazzling beam of light pierced through the dome, illuminating the center stage. The tangible Summoner's Trophy materialized before the audience's eyes. To all present, both in the venue and on screens, this was Madison Garden. The elegantly attired host stepped into the spotlight. After nearly 3 weeks of intense competition, only 4 teams remained to grace this stage. And today marked the commencement of the first semifinal. Let the teams take the stage. The central light dramatically expanded, illuminating the entire stage and backstage area. Under the direction of the staff, Gu Xing ascended in the lift. He glanced back to see the ROX players, positioned methodically in formation, a little over 10 meters away. Their gazes locked, and for once, the ROX team wore serious expressions. Both sides understood the significance of this semi-final match for one another. "See you on the battlefield," shouted Little Peanut, his clumsy English cutting through the chaotic backstage noise. A smile crept onto Gu Xing's lips as the lift ascended slowly, causing the figures of the Tiger team to gradually fade from view. "Are you ready, my brothers?" Imp exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Determined to have the crowd chant their names today, Gu Xing listened intently to the increasingly clear cheers, his heart pounding fiercely within his chest, exhilarated and charged with adrenaline. He had already reached his optimal state. The host's resounding voice echoed through Madison Square Garden. "First, let us welcome the champions of the 2016 LCK Summer Split. The top seed, ROX Tigers." Beneath the dazzling spotlight, dry ice billowed at the stage's edge as the 5 members of the Tigers struck the pose they had adopted at their summer finals appearance. Little Peanut, with his silver-gray hair, along with his teammates, extended their arms skyward, the rock-solid tiger emblem on their jerseys gleaming brilliantly. The crowd erupted with continuous cheers, reverberating throughout the venue. Top laner Smeb, jungler Peanut, mid laner Corilla, and substitute Oaf. The applause thundered, drowning out the host's voice, until he finally managed to announce, "Next, let us welcome the champions of the 2016 LPL Summer Split, the top seed, VG." As the dry ice dissipated, the audience's fervor only intensified. The lift carried the VG team to the stage, with Zhu Xiaolong kneeling at the forefront, arms outstretched downward like an eagle preparing to take flight. Gu Xing, at the back, raised his arms parallel to his sides. The other players struck various poses, forming an oddly shaped configuration. The entrance stance inspired by the Jinyu Force from Dragon Ball had now been adopted by VG for their semi-final stage debut. Despite having only practiced a few times at Little Peanut's behest, the 5 members of VG executed it with remarkable precision. The North American audience, familiar with Dragon Ball, erupted in excitement at the scene. Jack stifled his laughter beside them, while Hongmi turned away, reluctant to acknowledge his role as the coach of this quirky team. Gu Xing, however, reveled in the moment. As long as he felt no embarrassment, it was others who would feel it. Top laner Long, jungler Virtue, mid laner Easyhoon, AD carry Imp, support, and substitute Jame. The host's voice soared. "There is only one seat available. The victor shall claim the ticket to the finals in Los Angeles. Let us await the outcome." The applause in Madison Square Garden was unending, a surging ocean of fervor creating towering waves of excitement. Aside, I have drafted some BP notes, but haven't completed them. They abruptly end and seem out of place. Today, let us delay some of the content and consolidate it for tomorrow. 6,200 words, 939 W. 200. an unexpected scheme, turning the tables and revealing the cards. In the early hours of the morning in China, Xing Ge sat in a corner of the cafeteria, wearing headphones and intently focused on the live broadcast of the tournament on her phone screen. "You've been watching for too long," Gu Pan urged from across the table. "Aren't you hungry?" Upon hearing this, Xing Ge quickly took a large bite of her meat bun, her originally slender cheeks puffing out like another bun. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the scene of the semi-final opening ceremony. After chewing a couple of times and swallowing her food, she finally spoke. "This bun isn't that great." Gu Pan shot her a sidelong glance, a look of disdain appearing on her fair complexion, reminiscent of Zhou Huimin, yet still strikingly beautiful. "Well, it's no wonder. You've been staring at your phone for so long that the bun has gone cold. How could it possibly taste good?" Xing Ge offered an embarrassed smile. Just moments ago, she had been taken aback by the posture of the Jinyut battle team displayed by Gu Xing and the others. However, the more awkward it became, the more she wanted to watch, completely drawing her attention away and making her forget to eat breakfast. With such an awkward fellow around. "I truly can't," Gu Pan sighed, then curiously asked Xing Ge, "Didn't you talk with Gucci the other night? Didn't he mention anything about stirring things up?" Xing Ge shook her head. "Gu Xing only said there would be surprises during the opening ceremony last night. I had no idea they would play it this way." Glancing at the time on her phone, Gu Pan inquired, "Aren't you going to self-study this morning? If you need help, I can accompany you." Xing Ge finished the cold bun, mixing it with her still warm millet porridge to warm her stomach, her eyes pleasantly squinting. "But I'm going just to watch the match." There were still traces of bloodshot in her eyes, clearly a sign of insufficient sleep. Xing Ge had mismanaged her schedule this week, leaving her with a considerable backlog of academic work, although her self-study pace far exceeded that of the classroom. The remaining assignments still consumed a significant amount of time. Yet, she was unwilling to miss this crucial semifinal and had to stay up late to finish her tasks, freeing up her morning to watch the match. Gu Pan hadn't originally planned to watch. However, after recalling her brother, who was battling in a foreign land, she pondered for a moment and rephrased, "I have a couple of calculus problems I need to consult you about. After our self-study, let us go to the spoon for lunch. It's on me." "Oh, what good fortune do you have today?" Xing Ge temporarily shifted her gaze from the phone screen to her friend's face, her tone filled with surprise. "The spoon, formerly known as the Peking University Spoon Garden Chinese restaurant, is not a cafeteria and tends to be quite pricey." Gu Pan, known for her frugality and resourcefulness, rarely indulged in such luxuries. Xing Ge was genuinely taken aback by the suggestion to dine there. "I have a pretty much guaranteed interview this afternoon," Gu Pan explained. "The employer is from the data team that Gu Qi introduced to me. Since early October, Gu Pan had been searching for a well-paying part-time job, ideally in a field that would pave the way for her future. Although tutoring as a Peking University student brought in a considerable income, Gu Pan was not keen on becoming a teacher after graduation, as it would offer limited assistance for her future endeavors. After navigating the chaotic month of September in college, she finally clarified what her goals for the next 4 years would be. The nascent data team aligns perfectly with Gu Pan's requirements, and she is acutely aware of their need for her expertise. As long as her interview performance is not excessively outlandish, she should be able to commence her part-time engagement and earn money by next week. Xing Ge cast a glance at her friend, intrigued by such confidence. There is a saying about popping champagne at halftime, a phrase she had only come to remember after listening to Gu Xing's musings. Gu Pan, slightly caught off guard, inquired whether Xin would join her for lunch. "If you're treating, then I shall certainly go," Xing Ge replied, shifting her focus back to the screen as the commentary from her headset began. "Welcome to the live broadcast of the semifinals of the 2016 Global Championship. I am your host, Wawa." The commentary for this crucial matchup featured the prominent LPL duo, the Higher brothers, both exuding vigor and enthusiasm. Today's contest is indeed a focal point. As Miller chimed in, VG faces off against ROX, with the top seeds from the Chinese and Korean leagues vying for a spot in the finals at Madison Square Garden. The production crew presented the pre-match statistics for both teams. In the first 15 minutes, ROX led the economy by 1757, while VG's figure was even more remarkable, reaching 2,200. Wawa provided a comparison, noting that both teams had only lost a single game prior to the semifinals, although VG had secured an additional victory in a tiebreaker, indicating that their mid-game offensive capabilities were quite comparable. In terms of aggression, both teams were equally matched, and Wawa's tone was animated, revealing the striking similarities in style between VG and ROX. Miller concurred with his partner, affirming that both teams directed their offensive strategies towards the jungle, with stable mid-lane tactics that emphasized utilizing minion waves and neutral resources to extend their lead, culminating in decisive team fights. The distinction lay in ROX's focus on the upper half of the map, while the duo of Xianming in the bot lane leaned towards defensive growth. In contrast, VG excelled in assaulting the lower half, with Long Gu favoring defensive landing. Thus, the primary focal points of the two teams diverged significantly. In essence, the two squads resembled a mirrored version of adversaries, he concluded. The outcome of this semifinal would hinge on whether VG could breach ROX's lower region first, or if the Tigers would successfully coordinate to penetrate the upper lane. The broadcast shifted to display the damage ratios of the 10 players. Xiao Gu's KDA soared to an impressive 69, likely the highest damage ratio recorded in this tournament, eliciting a chuckle from Wawa, who noted that, in terms of KDA, he bore a resemblance to the illustrious coach. Peanut's damage ratio stood at 43, creating a somewhat peculiar combined figure that left Miller momentarily speechless. The 43-96 damage inflicted by Ming Kai during the quarterfinals against the Tigers had since transformed into a meme, circulating widely across various esports forums. Miller, no stranger to the online scene, was well aware of this. "Are you hinting at someone?" Wawa provocatively inquired. The chat in the LPL livestream erupted with a chorus of 4,396. As a seasoned commentator, Wawa understood the importance of discretion and promptly redirected the conversation, highlighting Kuro's noteworthy use of the Dragon King during the previous BO5. "As I review the recent competitive records of Lord Ho, it appears he has not utilized the Dragon King in his matches, suggesting he does not intend to practice with him." The camera shifts to the players' seating areas. Gu Xing is casually swinging a heating pad, displaying an air of relaxation, with a slight smile gracing his lips as he occasionally strikes the keyboard. On the opposite side, Xiao Huasheng playfully touzles his hair, bouncing his leg on the chair, seemingly amused by something, revealing a radiant smile. The junglers from both teams share a cordial rapport. Miller engages in offstage chatter, and I notice they have taken numerous photos together. Reflecting on this, it evokes a sense of encountering another version of myself. They are adept in the pioneering wild core strategy, marked by an exceptionally aggressive style and an upbeat disposition. Wawa counts on his fingers, noting that both possess teammates eager for revenge and a return to the pinnacle of success. Miller adds, even the targets of their vengeance are the same, SKT. As the runners-up of last year's World Championship, ROX is undoubtedly determined to break through the lower bracket and seek retribution against SKE. VG, meanwhile, boasts S5 champion member Easyhoon, who similarly harbors unresolved grievances. He is acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding last year's semifinals, where Lee Ji-hoon was substituted out by Faker while leading 2-0. Despite Lee Ji-hoon's lack of expressed dissatisfaction with SKT in various interviews, Miller doubts Easyhoon is devoid of frustration. The two teams in this semifinal bear an intricate connection with SKT. They are contending not merely for a ticket to the finals, but also for a rare opportunity for vengeance. Consequently, Smeb feels quite displeased with the playful demeanor of Xiao Huasheng beside him. "Wang Hao, we are in a match. Could you not be so frivolous?" he critiques, expressing a desire to bond with Virtue, but requesting to postpone it until after the game. Xiao Huasheng holds his own theory. "Brother Jinghao, you don't understand. The game must be played with a spirited attitude, right, Rui Hong?" He glances at his mid laner, only to find Kuro, who typically has a genial demeanor, now wearing a serious expression, appearing deeply troubled. Kuro gazes at the ID of the opposing mid laner in the custom room, instantly recalling the scene from the S5 LCK Spring Finals where Easyhoon decisively outplayed him. Ironically, the current version of the game mirrors that of the past, which favored traditional mages in the mid lane. At that time, Lee Ji-hoon's performance with Cassiopeia and Gragas nearly left him with psychological scars. Kuro tugs at the emblem of the Rock Tigers on his chest, attempting to compose himself. He repeatedly reassures himself that the opposing mid laner is now a year and a half older, and his performance must surely have declined. The advantage is mine. The referee, equipped with a communication device and microphone, adjusts his earpiece, confirming everything is in order before announcing, both teams are ready. The blue side top laner may initiate the match. Smeb says little more, swiftly clicking his mouse. In the next moment, a crisp sound resonates in the air. Amidst the system's background music, the BP panel is unveiled before everyone. After a brief respite, the higher brothers are back with invigorated voices, and the BP for the first game officially commences. With the Tiger team securing the blue side, upon reaching the semifinals, the advantages gained in the group stages have dissipated. The decision regarding side selection was to be determined by the outcome of a coin toss, yet unexpectedly, today's coin toss proved ineffective. Jean won his guess of the blank side yielded no results, thereby relinquishing the side selection privilege to the Tigers. ROX promptly banned Syndra, while VG countered with a ban on Nidalee, both of which are standard prohibitions. The commentator, Wawa, appeared unfazed as the match progressed. The Tigers followed suit with a ban on Lee Sin, perhaps in a bid to anticipate their opponent, Gumi Lu. And they likely did not wish to replicate the first game of the quarterfinals where SSG had banned 3 junglers, but still fell victim to Gu Xing's spider. Recently, discussions on Korean forums have surfaced with critiques of Coach Edgar's first game ban strategy, suggesting that Samsung should not have invested too many bans on Gu Xing, as the returns would not meet expectations. However, the majority of netizens deemed this hindsight analysis as unwarranted, believing Edgar's initial attempt to suppress Gu Xing through the draft was sound. If VG's jungler could be curtailed, subsequent games would undoubtedly become more manageable. Mila sensed that the Tigers coach, Nof, seemed eager to try once more. Yet, he was mistaken. VG banned the Dragon King, preventing Kuro from accessing his favored champion. While ROX reserved their final ban for Xiao Duan's Zyra, the Tigers merely restricted Lee Sin. Hongmi paced behind VG's player bench, speculating that the opposing team might prioritize Olaf, which presented a perfect opportunity. He furrowed his brow at Gu Xing, questioning whether he intended to unveil his trump card immediately. The term trump card was deliberately expressed in Chinese by Hongmi, despite his less-than-adequate Mandarin skills. It was the peculiar accent that echoed the initial calls of Gu Xing by Ji Xingbin. Gu Xing had become somewhat immune to this moniker and responded to Hongmi's inquiry with composure. Let's use it. We're already in the semifinals. What if we hide it until S7? Prior to the match, he and Hongmi had debated whether to lay their cards on the table right from the start. Felt that a steady approach would be prudent, suggesting that if the match proceeded smoothly, they could even save it for the finals. Conversely, Gu Xing aimed to apply pressure from the outset, prompting ROX to reveal their vulnerabilities. Neither party managed to sway the other. Unexpectedly, ROX's draft strategy was perfectly countered by VG's concealed card. Hongmi was not one to shy away from adaptability, with the opponent's weaknesses glaringly exposed. It would be illogical not to capitalize on them. Upon receiving Gu Xing's affirmative response, Hongmi gladly consented and proceeded to ban Kennen. The broadcast captured Coach Nof, who shook his head with a smile. Dressed in a white shirt and a black thermal layer, paired with casual trousers and athletic shoes, he appeared lively, contrasting with the typical attire of a head coach. In comparison to Hongmi, who consistently donned a suit, there was an inherent discord, largely attributed to financial constraints. With a modest salary and no pay increase despite leading the team to second place last year, Nof needed to save for his upcoming wedding. For him, a decent suit was prohibitively expensive, and it would only be worn on stage, rendering it impractical. Regardless of wearing this casual outfit, it does not contravene the regulations of the tournament. Nof is reluctant to spend extra on a suit. Redmi exhibits remarkable intelligence, having anticipated Nof's strategy with Kennen. Just moments ago, Nof noticed the other 4 players, excluding Xia Washing, displaying overly serious expressions, prompting concerns that their tension might adversely affect their performance. Thus, he engages in casual conversation, attempting to ease their anxieties. His decision to ban Lee Sin is not solely aimed at restricting Gu Xing. Nof harbors intentions to seize Olaf. In the current meta, Lee Sin stands as one of the few champions capable of contending with the Berserker in the jungle. Although Lee Sin may not triumph in a direct 1v1 confrontation with Olaf, he can still exert pressure across the 3 lanes. Squishy champions without mobility are particularly susceptible to his Dragon's Rage kick. By banning Lee Sin, ROX can secure Olaf, leaving any other champion Gu Xing might select at a disadvantage in lane matchups. Another objective of this ban is to pave the way for Kennen. Smeb's proficiency with the Electric Rat is unparalleled. However, Lee Sin's ultimate, Dragon's Rage, effectively counters Kennen's aggressive initiation, capable of sending him flying. Considering these 2 factors, Nof decided to restrict Lee Sin. Consequently, the only formidable champion capable of stalling Kennen's ultimate initiation remains Nami, who relies on her ultimate, Tidal Wave, to hinder engagements. Yet, Nami's strength in the bottom lane is relatively mediocre. Should VG choose Nami to counter Kennen, the intensity of their duo's confrontation would undoubtedly diminish. This would render VG's efforts to gain an advantage through the bottom lane during the landing phase exceedingly challenging. Nof's calculations were astute. Ultimately, Redmi opted to ban Kennen outright, preventing Smeb from utilizing him and effectively dismantling the trap at its root. It is best to secure Olaf first. Nof steadies his mind and adheres to the original plan. Wang Hao, unleash your aggression, and the rest of the team will support you, he instructs. Xia Washing nods repeatedly, witnessing the Berserker's iconic beard appear in ROX's champion selection frame. Redmi suddenly grins. This moment is captured by the camera and projected onto the big screen, eliciting scattered laughter from the audience at Madison Square Garden. Miller, intrigued, wonders what Redmi's expression signifies. Just as he voices his curiosity, VG promptly reveals and locks in their champions, Karma and Jin in the bottom lane, both of which are currently strong, conventional single-target heroes. There's no issue there. Miller cannot comprehend the reason behind Redmi's laughter, leaving him with a multitude of questions as he continues to commentate. ROX secures Rise and Ashe, champions well suited to their respective roles, particularly praise Ashe, who has proven instrumental during the LCK Summer Split. Throughout the Summer Split, Prey played a total of 14 games with Ashe, his most frequently used champion, boasting an impressive win rate approaching 80%. Kuro's rise is also commendable. Following the ban of the Dragon King, he stands as one of the remaining roaming mid laners. He is reluctant to engage in a minion farming duel with Li Ji-sun in the mid lane. He is acutely aware that, in terms of late-game team fight carry potential, he falls short of Ho Yi. Identifying his areas of expertise is crucial. Selecting Rise allows him to push the minion wave in the mid lane, and when opportunities arise, he can activate his ultimate to coordinate with Xia Washing in the jungle. What a splendid prospect. Kuro has consistently demonstrated commendable skills in playing as a jungler. After all, the mid lane is the most affected lane in the jungle, and if the mid laner is a weak link, the jungler is bound to face dire consequences. Conversely, the opposite holds true. Hongmi slightly nodded, as though everything was under his command, instructing Li Jixuan to finalize the hero selection. Victor and Trundle were discussed, and the support position was assigned to Xiaogu, with the intention of allowing him to grasp the entirety of ROX's lineup before making a decision. Miller continued his playful banter. Regrettably, Trundle's pillar cooldown had been nerfed, or else the duo of Trundle and Jin from VG during the summer playoffs could have continued to shine. At that time, Xiaoduan's pillar positioning and Jin's cold gun crowd control strategy had astounded many viewers. Unfortunately, this strategy did not reach the World Championship, as the designer had increased the late-game cooldown of Trundle's E-Frozen domain by 3 seconds, clearly targeting VG's support Trundle. The top laner Longa used Trundle quite steadily. Although not as effective as the duo, he could still contribute during team fights, as noted by Wawa. Behind the ROX player bench, Nof was overjoyed. Jace. He quickly arranged for his team to lock in the Piltover captain. For a lumbering character like Trundle, there could be no better counter than Jace. Even if Trundle attempted to position himself with his pillar, Jace could use a thundering blow to knock him away. Moreover, Smeb had a high proficiency with the champion, ensuring ample pressure in the top lane. Additionally, securing Nami for Grilla would help stabilize the bottom lane. Upon seeing ROX select Jace, Hongmi could no longer conceal his delight, his grin nearly splitting his face. He approached Gu Xing from behind, offering a massage to his jungler, encouraging him to perform well. Nearby, Translator Wang Hao felt his role was being overshadowed. Hesitating for a moment, he joined Hou Yi, assisting with shoulder rubs to assert his presence. Xiaoduan sought his teammates' opinions. And upon unanimous agreement, he locked in the final hero of their lineup. The round-faced yordle with twin ponytails wielded a massive warhammer, his expression resolute. Poppy! Wawa exclaimed with wide eyes. Miller was left speechless, utterly bewildered. The cacophony within Madison Square Garden surged, resonating throughout the stands. Xiaohua frowned, sensing something amiss. The pressing question now was, who would take on the jungler role? Wawa began to vocally express his confusion, pondering whether it would be Trundle or Poppy. The red side VG finalized their selection, and the 10 players exchanged heroes. With Longa's assistance, Gu Xing joyfully swapped between Poppy and Trundle, his face glowing with delight. As time drew near, he hastily returned to his original choice. Zhu Xiaolong, noticing the impending deadline, quickly secured his signature champion. It turned out that players could continuously swap characters until just before entering the game, leaving their opponents in a state of confusion. However, in recent years, Riot Games deemed this practice unfair to the opposing team, as players could not timely adjust their runes and masteries in a transparent manner. Consequently, the current tournament rules stipulate that once the countdown to the loading screen reaches 20 seconds, players are prohibited from exchanging heroes, or they would face penalties and be compelled to redo the banpick phase. The true visage of the jungle role has finally emerged, the jungle troll. Miller furrows his brow, pondering if this strategy is viable, as he has no recollection of a troll in the jungle. The commentator provides timely statistics, noting that this marks the first appearance of a jungle troll in the 5 major leagues this year, and historically, it is only the 3rd instance of such a choice in the jungle position. A moment of astonishment ensues, raising the question of who the previous 2 players were. The commentator's information lacks comprehensiveness, leaving the audience in the LPL live broadcast room bewildered, with a barrage of comments reflecting their confusion. A jungle troll? You're truly remarkable. What kind of black technology is this? Is this a surprise attack at the start of the semifinals? Excuse my ignorance, but can this hero actually clear jungle camps? Can a hero without any area damage even jungle? Are you trying to prank us? A hefty reward for the names of the first 2 players to use troll in the jungle. Please enlighten us. Just arriving at the study room. Gupan notices the comments and lowers his voice to inquire with his friend Gu Qi, what is the story behind this jungle troll pick? Shen Guanshan, with a perplexed expression, wonders if something has gone awry. Not only the higher brothers in the audience are perplexed, the ROX team members are equally bewildered. What is going on? Xiao Huaxing grows increasingly anxious, questioning the unexpected turn of events that has caught Peanut off guard, leaving him somewhat flustered. Quiet down. The aptly nicknamed Nurse Grilara steps in as the big brother, emphasizing the importance of maintaining composure. Nof also attempts to stabilize their morale. Recalling that Hajin had previously selected Jungle Troll once, he strains to remember when that match took place. It must have been during last summer's competition against Emrakul. Smeb vaguely recalls. Yes. What was Hajin's playstyle like back then? Smeb blinks silently, the team engulfed in an awkward hush. I don't remember, Smeb eventually mutters softly. We aren't junglers. It would be great if Hajin were here, Prey interjects, wishing he could bring him in to assist Lu Jia. Nof extends a hand, jokingly asking if the extra salary would be deducted from Peanut's paycheck. Last year, when the team was still called KO Tigers, Hajin was the starting jungler. After finishing as a runner-up at the S5 World Championship, he retired from professional play, subsequently replaced by Peanut. Currently, Hajin is likely serving in the military near the 38th parallel, engaging in real-life CS with the North Korean comrades, undoubtedly too occupied to guide Peanut on countering the troll. Nof, as the coach, attempts to lighten the mood, advising Peanut not to let VG's unconventional strategy unsettle him, simply to focus on his own performance. Before removing his headphones to greet the audience on stage. However, this reassurance seems rather feeble to Peanut, who remains at a loss. Just as he feels despondent, a melodious voice breaks through the tension. I remember now. Kuro, who had been quietly observing, excitedly speaks up. Little Peanut arrived with renewed vigor, eager to elaborate. However, Kuro's next remark extinguished his hopes. Hajin, perceiving the opposing team as lacking skill, decided to play whimsically. Emrakul, during the 2015 LCK Summer Split, was a mere afterthought. As any playoff-caliber team could toy with them effortlessly, and Gu was no exception. Hajin haphazardly selected the troll champion, purely for amusement, and ultimately, the match concluded with the Tigers securing an easy victory. Upon hearing this, Little Peanut took a deep breath, contemplating whether Hajin's choice of the troll was a sign of disdain for him. How could that be possible? Lighten the mood, channel your pre-game jitters. Kuro consoled the young jungler. Go should be aiming to collaborate with Jean for a gank in the bot lane, while a mainly support troll is impractical. A jungler can certainly make it work. After all, the troll cannot contend with Jace, but Poppy fares much better. He recounted Hajin's previous performances with the troll, noting that Hajin opted for the purple jungle knife followed by the Eye of Ladin and the bird shield, primarily for their utility. The purple jungle knife? Little Peanut pursed his lips. That item has been removed this year. It had originally been intended for champions needing efficient jungle clears. But the purple smite's area damage and crowd control effects were deemed excessively outrageous, leading to a chaotic period where anything could be jungled. Riot, surprised by players' creativity with the purple jungle knife, decided to remove it based on their principle of teaching players how to play the game. Nevertheless, Little Peanut managed to discern the intricacies of jungling with the troll from the details. He must acquire the Tiamat, otherwise, clearing jungle camps would be impossible. Peanut communicated his strategy to his teammates, emphasizing that the primary focus would be the bot lane. Everyone, stay alert. I will do my utmost to delay his Tiamat completion. Prey, the most seasoned member of the team, asserted, we will certainly win today. Remain calm and proceed steadily. We must seek vengeance against SKT. The Tigers players solemnly agreed. They had compelling reasons to reach the finals. From the spectators' viewpoint, the camera focused on the center stage where Nof and Hongmi approached the Summoner's trophy and shook hands. After a brief exchange, they parted ways to return to the stage. The camera zoomed out, representing the lineups to the audience. In the blue corner, ROX, top Jace. Jungle Olaf, mid Rise, bot Ashe and Nami. In the red corner, VG, top Poppy, jungle Troll, mid Victor, bot Jean and Karma. From the lineup alone, both teams had secured champions that aligned with their respective playstyles. Miller suppressed his confusion regarding the troll jungle and concentrated on analyzing the compositions. VG aimed to dominate the lower half of the map, while allowing Long's Poppy to withstand pressure in the top lane. ROX, on the other hand, focused on the upper lane, striving for Smeb to establish an early advantage, leveraging Jace's strength for lane pushing and mid-game poke. Dahl interjected, notably, Xiao Gu's troll jungle is equipped with the currently potent Ghost, rather than Flash. As the competition commenced, the audience within the LPL event live stream swelled exponentially. Beyond the fierce contest between the top seeds from the Chinese and Korean leagues, the intricate rivalries among the players also captivated considerable attention. The resounding cheers from Madison Square Garden echoed incessantly, surging forth from every direction. The number of VG fans present was substantial, and aside from the group of international students, their aesthetically pleasing gameplay had already garnered a multitude of supporters since the group stage. The grand atmosphere thus created was a testament to their soaring popularity. However, when faced with ROX, they still found themselves at a disadvantage, thanks to the successful ventures of the Korean League abroad. Coupled with the familiarity of four well-known faces from last year's World Championship runner-up roster, along with ROX's legendary experiences and equally fierce style of play, the cheers for ROX soared to great heights. During the brief intermission while the director adjusted the live match delay, a snippet of a pre-match interview was aired. Peanut, sporting striking gray hair, remarked, I am well acquainted with Virtue and fully aware of his formidable strength. When he triumphed over SSG, I knew I was in for a challenging battle. He offered a high appraisal but swiftly added, however, I possess ample confidence to overcome him. The camera then shifted to the ever-smiling Gu Xing, seated confidently in his chair. Peanut and I are quite familiar friends, yet when it comes to the match, it heightens my desire to win, he stated, his voice warm and approachable. Only one team can reach the finals, and I aspire to behold the scenery from a higher vantage point. As the scene dimmed, the summoner's rift materialized before the audience. The signal resonated continuously, and the 10 players took their positions along the river. Peanut's Olaf, wielding a battle axe, stood opposite Gu Xing, who showcased the ROX emblem. Gu Xing reciprocated with a playful display, commanding his trundle to dance in place. The dance was quite impressive. Trundle swung his hefty club with clumsy grace. Reminiscent of the Desert Reaper. At the 1-minute 30-second mark, no conflicts had erupted between the two sides. Beneath the tranquil battlefield, however, tensions simmered. The opposing Ashe will likely push the lane. She will probably learn E at level 2. Cautioned Gu Xing. The bottom lane of the Tiger team comprised Ashe and Nami, and in terms of lane pushing and securing level 2, they were certainly outmatched by VG's duo. Imp sensed that the enemy might forego the initial skirmishes and opted to send an eagle spirit to scout the jungle's movements. Gu Xing was already prepared. Having chosen the unconventional Trundle as his jungler, it was only reasonable for ROX to be caught off guard by Ashe using the eagle spirit to observe their jungle path. In contrast, Peanut's route was quite predictable. The blue-starved Olaf was destined to commence from the upper blue buff, swiftly clearing his way down. Gu Xing opted to start from the upper rock beetle, mirroring Peanut's jungle route. One could only say that the lack of popularity for Trundle as a jungler in this version was indeed justified. Without a Tiamat, the efficiency of jungle clearing was notably low. Fortunately, the current iteration of the stone beetle does not yet possess the ability to split. With only a couple of individuals managing the establishment, rendering the troll's jungle clearing relatively uncomplicated. The sole piece of good news regarding jungle farming is the troll's remarkable sustain. By leveraging the passive ability, King's Tribute, he can voraciously consume the spoils, achieving substantial health regeneration upon slaying neutral monsters. Coupled with the Heavy Hand's blessing gained from the stone beetle, his health remains nearly at full after clearing the red buff. Without a glance at the F4, Gu Xing proceeds directly downward, briefly switching screens to monitor the mid lane situation. Lord Ho's Victor is exerting pressure on the lane. Among the formidable mid laners in the World Championship meta, there are few heroes capable of matching Victor in the early levels, especially with his Q, Siphon Power, which grants a shield and damage, making his trading prowess exceptional. At the very least, Ryze lacks this capability. The blue-skinned mage must wait until level 3, with access to all his abilities, to gain a slight edge over Victor in pushing the lane and skirmishing. Gu Xing marks a warning for Li Jixuan on the minimap, noting that Peanut might reach level 3 and venture into the lower half of the jungle to disrupt mid lane. Without cleanse, if Kuros Ryze catches him with a flash EW combo, Olaf could potentially secure a kill. I'll place a ward in the lower bush. You can ward the upper area. Gu Xing states, opting to secure vision in the river instead of farming. Li Jixuan complies, his objective being to keep Kuros Ryze immobilized in the mid lane. The team aims for steady development, knowing that Victor will undoubtedly outscale Ryze in the late game. Thus, surviving the landing phase becomes a success in itself. As Gu Xing completes the ward placement, an eagle spirit soars through the air, traversing the area above him. Prey, having dispatched the first 3 melee minions of the second wave, quickly probes for vision upon reaching level 2. His position is exposed, yet it poses little concern. Gu Xing relays this information to his teammates, returning to the jungle to consume a single camp of the swamp frog, successfully reaching level 3. He instructs his teammates via voice chat to push the lane when the cannon minion arrives, suggesting they set up a counter push afterwards. Okay, Xiao Duan responds, stepping into the nearest brush by the Tiger team's tower to apply pressure on the opposing side. Grella hesitates to advance, wary of being harassed by Duan Deliang's karma, using her RQ combo. Meanwhile, the Rox team engages in frequent and efficient communication. The troll must ascend to clear the remaining jungle monsters to reach level 4. Peanut, speaking rapidly, asserts, I am much quicker than him. As long as Olaf manages his health effectively, his jungle clearing speed will be astonishingly swift. As the match approaches the 3-minute mark, Peanut has completed the red buff and consumed 5 camps of jungle monsters. Their clearing efficiency is indeed fearsome. The minion wave in the bottom lane is nearing the tower, and they cannot clear it. The wave will soon push back. Grella is tasked with coordinating with Peanut. If you have time, you can come help defend. The Tiger team's bottom duo of Ashe and Nami possesses a severely limited range of skills for clearing minions in the early game. Additionally, Prey, in his eagerness to scout Gu Xing's movements, opted for the level 2 Eagle Strike, which results in one less skill available for wave clearing, making it impossible to contend with the formidable VG duo. Furthermore, they are ill-equipped to deal with the tanky cannon minion. The majority of the damage relies on the defensive tower, inevitably prolonging the duration significantly, as the fourth wave of minions approaches at 3 minutes and 18 seconds. They will engage under the ROX tower before advancing towards VG. Grella is apprehensive about Gu Xing's unpredictable tactics, having reviewed VG's gameplay during the LPL. He is acutely aware of the insidious synergy between the Troll, the Pillar, and Jin's Deadly Flourish. Both he and Prey are champions with limited mobility, and being caught would likely result in their demise. Thus, he has requested Peanut to assist in safeguarding them. Peanut readily agrees, confident that as long as he is present, the opposing Troll will hesitate to strike. Gu Xing reaches level 4 first, possessing both buffs and a numerical advantage in the minion wave, making victory seem inevitable. After clearing the final set of stone beetles, he arrives at the bottom lane just as the fourth wave of minions arrives at the ROX tower. The minion wave inches forward. Peanut conceals his position, opting not to share experience, instead lurking behind as a guardian. Should he detect any aggressive moves from VG, he will activate his ghost and rush into the fray. Tension mounts as each second ticks by. The ROX minions have crossed the mid lane, yet the Troll remains absent. Observing this, Peanut feels a slight relaxation in his muscles. After ensuring vision control near the bottom lane for subsequent safety, he returns to base. During the recall, he sips some ice water, preparing to replenish his equipment and control wards, and promptly begins clearing the next cycle of jungle camps. As an Olaf, his greatest advantage in the jungle lies in the timing of his clears. Peanut understands this principle well and cannot afford to squander such an opportunity. The two elder spirits hastily push the minion wave, still without sight of the Troll, finally finding the moment to signal the top and mid lane regarding their situation. Earlier, when the Eagle Spirit illuminated the Troll's position, they gathered information on his last hits and level. They deduced that Gu Xing has a group of F4 camps unclaimed in the upper quadrant. In their route analysis, the Troll should have finished clearing the lower jungle, either taking the river crab or returning to clear the F4, only returning to base to purchase a jungle item. With the bottom lane minion wave dealt with, the upper and mid lanes now pose the greatest risk. Miller at the commentary desk closely observes the rift, unwilling to overlook any detail. A brief segment of Karma's RQ reduces the tower minions to low health, and Imp's mantra-enhanced sonic wave, combined with his basic attacks, swiftly clears the minion wave. The formidable prowess of the VG duo is unmistakable, showcasing an absurdly rapid wave-clearing speed. Particularly, this wave reset lacks a cannon minion, comprising solely melee and ranged minions, which Imp and the brief segment can eliminate with just two abilities. The minion wave resets at the mid lane of the bottom. This time, Prey reaches level 3. Unwilling to passively let VG accumulate minions, he steps forward, leveraging Ash's range to poke at the brief segment with a shot. Using W, Enchanted Crystal Arrow, to deal area damage, preparing to maintain equilibrium in the minion wave with Grella's assistance. Yet, at this moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. Gu Xing's movement path is intriguingly peculiar. He remains in the bottom lane, suddenly dashing out from behind with Ghost activated, eliciting excitement from Miller as his speed is remarkably swift. Under the swift feet of the Troll King, a gust of wind surged forth, breaking the confines of his team's outer tower's protection and appearing before the ROX duo. Even the seasoned veterans, the Shining twins, who had battled in the professional arena for many years, were taken aback to find Gu Xing still lingering in the bot lane at nearly the 4-minute mark. The hero's vision range extended a mere 1,350 yards. By the time the duo caught sight of Gu Xing, it was already too late. With the aid of his sprint, the Troll closed the distance between them at an astonishing pace. The small segment of Karma then utilized her E ability to grant the Troll a surge of speed. Her voice, filled with excitement, becoming high-pitched. Little Gu summoned an ice pillar. The Troll's ice pillar had a maximum casting range of 1,000 yards. Thanks to the dual acceleration from the sprint and Karma's E ability, Inspire, Gu Xing effortlessly brought the enemy Nami within his hunting range. The ice pillar soared skyward, perfectly positioned behind Nami. Emitting a chilling aura, it obstructed Grella's retreat. Without hesitation, he decisively flashed through the ice pillar. However, he could not escape the slowing effect. His mobility significantly hampered. Prey cast a healing spell, hoping to assist his teammate's escape, while the small segment's flash was remarkably decisive. Karma's spirit flame struck true once again, further slowing Nami's escape. It was only then that Imp unleashed his W ability, Deadly Flourish. Grella twisted his body in an attempt to evade, yet the slowing debuff weighed heavily upon him. Nami's tail flailed desperately, but she still could not evade the lethal strike of Deadly Flourish. Splendid. Miller was beside himself with excitement as the binding hit. Karma secured the chain, executing a flawless combination of control. The audience in the stands anticipated the unfolding events and erupted in cheers and applause. Gu Xing, emboldened by his sprint, rushed over in a few strides, swinging his massive club to strike Nami. With Nami's frail physique, she lacked the means to resist, leaving Prey with no choice but to sacrifice his ally. Gu Xing was intent on claiming this kill. The bot lane duo understood the cost their jungler had incurred for this gank and had no thoughts of claiming first blood for themselves. Ultimately, the troll's basic attack sealed Nami's fate. Side note 10, 400 words, 1,043,000 characters. The troll's time has come. First blood is born. The excitement was palpable as the crowd erupted in deafening cheers within Madison Square Garden upon witnessing the troll jungler's presence. The North American audience was eager to see how Virtue would respond. Gu Xing did not disappoint. In just under 4 minutes into the game, he launched the first offensive with the support of his teammates, securing the initial kill. It must be noted that Gu Xing's jungle path was quite peculiar. The Tigers were wholly unprepared for his assault. Miller beamed with pride, having observed from a godlike perspective. After Gu Xing cleared the Merc Bear and reached level 3, he first tackled the 3 wolves in the upper lane before returning to secure the blue buff. Having accomplished all this, he then lay in wait within the VG's outer tower. His jungle route was convoluted, costing him considerable time. Yet, it was precisely this delay that allowed him to successfully gank the Tigers duo. Under normal circumstances, even the least efficient jungler would begin to clear the second round of camps as the 4-minute mark approaches. ROX was aware that Gu Xing commenced his journey from the upper Stone Beetle camp, leading them to reasonably conclude that the troll was currently in the top side. However, Gu Xing subverted their expectations, executing a surprise ambush that eliminated the Tiger team's support, just as Peanut had cleared the Frog Queen in his upper jungle. He was met with disheartening news from the bot lane. Confused by Gu Xing's strategy, he was left with a multitude of questions. Did he not fear my counter jungle? When the troll revealed his last hitting statistics upon ganking bot, Peanut realized that Gu Xing had not cleared the first round of F4. With the Feathered Bird and the Reset Stone Beetle in VG's upper jungle, 2 camps were ripe for the taking. Peanut knew that if he seized the moment while Gu Xing was returning to base and had yet to re-enter the jungle, he could completely negate VG's upper jungle. This exchange could yield 4 groups of monsters, effectively bridging the economic gap created by the first blood. Moreover, Peanut could also establish a substantial experience advantage. Having scrutinized Gu Xing's gameplay, particularly his match against SKT in the tiebreaker, Peanut had a firm grasp of Gu Xing's unconventional tactics, which bewildered opponents. Specifically, this involved appearing in unexpected locations to catch the enemy off guard, often sacrificing some jungle camps to achieve his objectives. Now, Gu Xing had employed this very strategy against him. Peanut was decidedly displeased. He was no fool. Gu Xing could afford to relinquish jungle resources and whimsically hunt for kills against SKT, as Benji's role was that of a utility player with a limited carry capability, rendering him unable to lead his team to victory despite clearing substantial jungle resources. In contrast, Peanut was a quintessential carry jungler. Achieving a lead over his counterpart meant he could dominate the game. Did Gu Xing dare to grant him resources? Peanut promptly resolved to clear all the jungle camps in VG's upper side. Olaf's jungle clear speed was rapid. By the time Gu finished clearing the bottom river crab, VG's Feathered Bird had already been taken. Miller closely monitored the itemization, and the good news was that Gu's first return to base yielded a Tiamat. With 5 jungle camps and 1 river crab, along with first blood and the automatic gold from the system. Gu not only amassed the required 1,200 gold for the Tiamat, but also secured a control ward. This was precisely why Gu Xing was willing to forego the upper jungle camps to secure the economic advantage from the kill. Without the Tiamat, the troll's jungle efficiency would be woefully inadequate. Crafting it as early as possible would allow Gu Xing to nullify Peanut's advantage in jungle clear time. Upon departure, he could surmise that Peanut was in his upper jungle. Nevertheless, Gu Xing was not inclined to clash with Peanut in the upper jungle, given the dire state of the minion waves. In the top lane, the Dragon Brothers' Poppy was forced to cower under the immense pressure exerted by Smeb's Jace, only daring to approach for experience when the passive shield presented itself. In the mid lane, Kuro's rise grew increasingly formidable as his level increased, while Li Jihun's Victor, prior to evolving his Hextech core, exhibited a stark reversal in both offensive and defensive postures during the landing phase. In the upper half of the map, neither VG's players possessed line control. Gu Xing feels that even if he ventures into the jungle to confront Xia Washing, he would inevitably be besieged. With his ghost still on cooldown, it would be prudent to avoid confrontation. Thus, heading straight to the lower half is the most judicious choice. Upon arriving at the bot lane, he suggests attempting to engage Nami, who lacks flash. Gu Xing aims to exploit Grella as a means to sever the wounds inflicted upon the Tiger team. However, just as he reaches the river entrance near the Dragon Pit, he hears Duan Doyang's warning. The Frost Archer has cast her E. He contemplates evading the Hawk Spirit's detection, but realizes that the drone from the Source Plan skin is already upon him. The troll's presence is now exposed within the Tiger team's sight. The two veterans of Xianyuan decisively abandon the minions approaching the tower, retreating to the secluded bush near the second tower. Gu Xing can only marvel at the opposing team's keen instincts. Prey sends the Hawk Spirit down the river, evidently on guard, anticipating a potential skirmish in the bot lane. Observing the unwavering determination of the ROX duo, he abstains from pressing the attack. With no neutral monsters remaining in the lower half, Gu Xing opts to linger in the bot lane as a threat, preventing the Xianyuan duo from retreating to the tower to continue their development. Consequently, Prey watches helplessly as his turret obliterates the minions that VG had pushed into the lane. A typical ADC might feel a surge of frustration upon witnessing such a scene. Ruler in the quarterfinals certainly felt tormented by Gu Xing's maneuvers. After all, an ADC regards minions as lifelines, and failing to secure them can feel akin to ants crawling upon one's skin. But Prey is different. As a seasoned veteran in his 5th year of professional play, he remains composed. Ruler, in his presence, can only be described as too young, too simple. Witnessing an entire wave of minions being eliminated by the turret, Prey maintains his equanimity, his tone unwavering. Wang Hao, can you assist in the top lane? I can hold my ground here. Xia Washing, whose name was called, shares this sentiment. Upon noticing Gu Xing illuminated in position, yet remaining in the bot lane, he promptly directs his attention to the top lane towards Zhu Xiaolong. Emerging from the brush behind VG's upper turret, he cuts off the enemy's retreat to the second tower. Long Gu, initially reluctant to withdraw, believes that as a Poppy with 23 health remaining, there's no reason to fear ROX's top jungle diving the tower. At 4 minutes and 34 seconds, Smeb gathers a wave of cannon minions within the tower. Xia Washing's Olaf advances, activating Ghost, clearly intent on making a decisive strike. Seeing this, Miller's tone grows anxious and tense. Jace first adopts hammer form to inflict damage on the tower, attempting to mitigate incoming damage with enhanced resistances. Smeb refrains from using Q skyward leap, as the motion is too conspicuous and could easily be interrupted by Long Gu's steadfast presence, resulting in substantial damage. After dealing the bonus damage from his passive, he activates W, Lightning Field, to inflict continuous burn damage, while skillfully positioning himself away from the wall to avoid Poppy's wall slam. Olaf closes the distance before throwing his axe, leaving Long Gu with no opportunity to react. Zhu Xiaolong adjusted his angle and unleashed Q, Hammer of Justice, simultaneously slowing and damaging 2 adversaries. He then launched a basic attack towards Jace, throwing out a round shield, preparing to retrieve it upon its descent. At that moment, a flash of golden light flickered by. Jace appeared at the shield's landing point, and promptly stomped it away. Smeb's flash evaded the secondary explosion of Poppy's Q, causing the doll to gasp lightly, her brows furrowing as she realized the gravity of the situation. With the shield trampled, Poppy lost her protective support, enduring the relentless assault of Olaf's axe, her health steadily dwindling. Gu sensed the impending disaster. Without a moment to ponder, he flashed to adjust his position, using heroic charge, to propel Smeb closer to the turret, hoping the tower would assist in dealing with Jace. Smeb, with a thunderous strike, knocked Poppy aside, hastily retreating beyond the turret's range. Peanut's Olaf became the primary source of damage from that moment onward. It was only then that he unleashed reckless swing. Poppy's steadfast presence, would grant her dual resistances, and when her health fell below 40, this bonus would double. Thus, Peanut deliberately withheld reckless swing until Zhu Xiaolon's health was critically low. As is well known, true damage is the most authentic form of damage. With a single axe swing, Poppy's health bar nearly hit rock bottom. After enduring the final shot from the turret, Smeb's Jace remained with approximately 100 health points. The turret switched its target to Olaf. However, Peanut was in remarkably good health, braving the turret's fire to whittle Poppy down to a sliver of health before retreating. With all his skills on cooldown, Zhu Xiaolong could only watch as his opponent escaped, propelled by the final acceleration effect of Ghost, reaching a safe position between VG's inner and outer turrets. Meanwhile, Smeb, having retreated to the brush, turned and fired a powerful shot. As the electrical energy surged from the brush, Gu instinctively attempted to evade. Yet, without a flash, it was exceedingly difficult to dodge the enhanced cannon shot piercing through the acceleration gate. With a thunderous boom, Zhu Xiaolong's health was instantly obliterated. The ROX supporters in the stands waved their glow sticks in excitement, cheering for the synchronized teamwork. This was true confidence. Miller, observing both junglers with critically low health, couldn't help but express his admiration, noting that the Tigers not only dared to dive the tower, but also allowed the enemy to secure kills, funneling gold to the pivotal Jace. The doll also praised the precision of ROX's damage calculations, as they took turns tanking the turret to its limits. Smeb not only flashed to stomp on Poppy's passive shield, but also cleverly ensured that Gu faced a level disadvantage. The sixth wave of minions at the solo lane coincided perfectly with his reaching level 5. Smeb finished off the minions and leveled up first. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaolong, caught under the tower with a wave of cannon minions, had not cleared them, and when the battle erupted, he was still only level 4. Had he managed to gain that level, with the tripartite increase in skills, health, and armor, he could at least have traded 1 for 1. Zhu Xiaolong felt a pang of regret, realizing he had underestimated his opponents. He thought the ROX jungler's burst damage insufficient, yet the Tigers delivered a lesson, proving their capability to dive and secure kills with unwavering confidence. Gu Xing cast a glance at the upper lane, surprised by ROX's audacity. However, he displayed no signs of panic, responding with composure and poise. It's fine, you can teleport to farm minions while the bottom lane holds a significant advantage. Zhu Xiaolong clutched his teleport. Moreover, the upper lane had recently been besieged by a wave of cannon minions, and during the turret dive, the structure had been focused on attacking champions, allowing the cannon minions to withstand several hits due to their nearly full health. After his resurrection, Gu would teleport back to the lane, and the other minions beneath the tower remained intact. He calculated that he wouldn't lose many minions. The situation in the lower lane for the Tiger team, however, was far from comfortable. The two elders of Xianming dared not return even under the tower, suffering the complete loss of an entire wave of cannon minions. Furthermore, due to the loss of the early game damage reduction mechanism, ROX's next turret had its health reduced by a third, courtesy of VG's jungle, aided by the cannon minion wave. Imp, you need not worry about pushing back this wave of minions. The opposing bottom lane is on the brink of collapse. Gu Xing observed that Zhu Shangbin was deliberately refraining from attacking the next wave of minions from the Tiger team, and quickly articulated his strategy. I will not venture into the upper half of the map for the next minute. You may push freely. The two camps in the upper jungle had been countered, and the 3 wolves and the frog would reset in the lower jungle soon. He had no plans to farm up top for the time being. With Gu Xing's promise, Gu Xing felt reassured to push the lane. After ensuring the loss of a significant wave of minions for ROX's bottom lane, Gu Xing did not remain idle. Instead, he headed towards the F4 camp near the Tiger team. This group of feathered birds had just respawned, yet he dared not counter it. Without his ghost ability, he could easily fall prey to ROX's mid-jungle duo. Gu Xing placed a ward in the nearby bush and returned to his jungle to farm. After Xiao Huaxing assisted his teammates in eliminating Zhu Xiaolong, he returned to base to replenish supplies and crafted cooldown reduction boots. He too arrived in the lower half of the map, but could only relieve pressure on his duo and could not initiate an offensive. ROX's lower jungle lacked sufficient and stable crowd control abilities. It was unreasonable to rely on Nami's bubble to initiate a fight. Xiao Huaxing's ghost was also on cooldown. And with merely cooldown reduction boots, it was difficult to catch up to the lower lane duo of VG's Jin and Karma. Additionally, the Tiger team was concerned about being ambushed by Gu Xing, who was still lurking in the lower half of the map. Peanut safeguarded his teammates as they farmed safely, pushing the minion wave towards VG's tower while he headed to the stone beetle camp to clear the jungle. The counter jungle and turret dives disrupted Xiao Huaxing's original jungle plan, forcing him to adopt an upward farming route. At the 5-minute and 25-second mark, Gu Xing, thanks to the vision he had previously established at ROX's feathered bird camp, detected Xiao Huaxing's movements. Remembering the enemy F4's respawn time, he proceeded to the mid lane to stir up some trouble. Kuro had just cleared the 6th wave of cannon minions in the mid lane and returned to base for supplies, with the goddess tier in hand. He unleashed his spells with reckless abandon, continually pushing minions past the midline. Gu Xing sensed that if he did not intervene, the enemy would likely take advantage of the weakened state of Lord Victor. Approaching from behind, he positioned himself to enable Lord to deploy the gravity field. Wawa's eyes lit up. On the minimap, Peanut was still some distance from the mid lane, and he believed there might still be an opportunity, at least to force a summoner spell. However, Kuro remained composed in the face of adversity. He understood that Victor, without the benefit of returning to base to replenish his equipment, posed a relatively low-damage threat. The troll was stationed a considerable distance away. Even if he found himself ensnared within Victor's gravitational field, by the time he regained his freedom, Gu Xing would only just be within striking distance, rendering any lethal threats quite implausible. Kuro refrained from using his sprint, instead walking nonchalantly towards the tower. As he traversed the area, he triggered the gravitational field stun. A single laser from Lord Ho, combined with the siphoning energy, merely reduced Rise's health by 30%. Gu Xing activated W, Frozen Domain, to accelerate forward, launching a basic attack followed by Q, Ravenous Bite, to cancel the animation, subsequently applying the active effect of Tiamat. However, before he could execute his next move, Kuro deftly maneuvered Rise to cast EW, immobilizing him in place and triggering an overload that detonated 2 layers of runes, granting him a shield and a burst of movement speed as he retreated towards the tower. Ultimately, Gu Xing's assault on the mid lane resulted in merely having Rise's health. Without a sprint, it was indeed challenging to catch the elusive Rise, leaving Gu Xing somewhat disheartened. His gank had failed. Yet he assisted in pushing the wave of cannon minions, allowing Lord Ho to safely return to base for replenishment. This marked the arrival of the 9th wave of cannon minions at the mid lane at 5 minutes and 38 seconds. Li Zhixuan, being an experienced player, demonstrated solid fundamentals in last hitting. Out of the 9 waves, he had missed only 2 minions. Coupled with the economic boost from the system, he had accumulated enough gold, 1250 to be precise, to upgrade his hex deck core upon returning to base. Observing Gu Xing linger in the mid lane for such an extended period, Kuro promptly urged Peanut over the voice channel. Wang Hao, go contest the enemy's stone beetles. The troll cannot reach them. The stone beetle camp was located at the topmost part of the map, and Gu Xing, lacking even a pair of boots, was moving at a sluggish pace. Peanut recognized this as a prime opportunity and decisively crossed the river towards the VG's upper jungle. There was no chance of Zhu Xiaolong interfering. The unflashed Poppy in the jungle was nearly as good as a death sentence against Olaf. He was certain he could secure this stone beetle camp. How about it, Kuro? Masterfully executing tower last hits while simultaneously taking time to bask in glory. Am I crucial to this endeavor? Indeed, brother Gu Xing, Peanut, having seized the opportunity, began exuberantly praising his own contributions, single-handedly disrupting the troll's rhythm. Nico is simply formidable. With swift precision, he claimed the stone beetle, marking the third camp he had successfully countered. Although Gu Xing had secured first blood, he had also assisted Smeb in a tower dive kill, thus not falling behind. Peanut's initial anxiety upon witnessing the troll in the jungle gradually subsided. Was the trump card a discounted water bottle? His mood lightened, and he began to sway and shake his legs. Brothers, I will carry this game. Peanut's voice boomed with confidence, brimming with satisfaction, as he prepared to deliver some reality to virtue. Meanwhile, the commentators, the higher brothers, sensed that the momentum was shifting unfavorably. In the 2 to 3 minutes following Gu Xing's acquisition of first blood, he seemed to lose his edge, not only failing to garner more benefits, but also being frequently invaded by Peanut, resulting in the loss of substantial jungle resources. Miller expressed concern. Did Gu Xing acquiring the troll imply a synergy with Jin? At present, the results are not particularly remarkable, yet Gu Xing remains unperturbed. He is orchestrating a grand strategy. The movements of the little Peanut, who infiltrated the stone beetles, were captured by Zhu Xiaolong. Consequently, Gu Xing assisted in clearing the mid-lane minions, eliminated his own F4, and returned to base to procure a green jungle knife and grass shoes. He then proceeded to the lower quadrant. However, midway through his journey, Praisehawk's spirit shot forth once more, striking with precision and revealing Gu Xing's position. The venue erupted with whispers as the audience marveled at the enigmatic hawk spirit cast by the Frost Archer. Once again, Prey discerned the location of the young Gu, and the caster could barely conceal the unease in his voice. From the beginning of the match until now, there had been 3 instances of the hawk spirit, each time perfectly spotting the troll. He began to suspect whether Prey was employing some form of vision hack. If Gu Xing intended to make a move in the bottom lane, it would likely prove challenging to secure a kill. Miller contemplated a solution for VG, suggesting they leverage their control over the mid and bottom lanes to capture the dragon. A fire dragon would immensely enhance the team's overall capabilities. Upon returning to the mid lane, the Lord relied on the evolved laser damage to gradually reclaim lane control. Additionally, Gu Xing's prior ambush on Kuro had already diminished his health by half, leaving the Rise incapable of contesting the lane. In the bottom lane, it goes without saying that the 2 elders of Xianming had missed out on an entire wave of cannon minion experience, rendering them no match for VG's duo, who were already at a disadvantage. In terms of lane control, Gu Xing was indeed poised to secure the fire dragon. The Tiger team likely would not intervene. However, Gu Xing's ambitions extended beyond that. After clearing the 2 sets of monsters that reset in the lower quadrant, he successfully elevated himself to level 6 by approximately the 7-minute mark. Although Gu Xing had lost several camps in the jungle, he compensated by soaking up experience. His frequent appearances in both the mid and bottom lanes allowed him to recover the experience deficit. Subsequently, he dashed across the river, heading towards ROX's lower jungle. Miller sensed something was amiss with the troll's movements. Was Gu Xing attempting to counter jungle? It could prove perilous. Currently, the little Peanut appeared to hold the upper hand. Miller felt that Gu Xing's bold incursion into ROX's jungle might not be prudent. However, just moments ago, Gu Xing had used his smite on his own raptor to gain the Hawk Eye vision buff, traversing without detecting any enemy wards. His pre-match data preparations bore fruit. He knew that the little Peanut was reluctant to purchase control wards, which would inevitably lead to gaps in their vision. Waiting for the support Grella to fill the void would require him to first acquire a sightstone. Yet, Grella was currently struggling to secure his own position. How could he afford the economy for a sightstone? At this moment, Gu Xing capitalized on the enemy's vision shortcomings, effortlessly infiltrating ROX's jungle, concealing himself in the brush beside the raptor camp, and began to lie in wait. In his estimation, the little Peanut would inevitably come. Olaf had been absent from the lane for nearly 2 minutes, indicating he was busy farming in the jungle. Thus, Peanut would surely make a point to clear the raptors. For any normal jungler, the temptation of F4 would be difficult to resist. The last time Gu Xing warded, he noted that ROX's raptors were slain at 5.5 minutes. This meant that F4 would reset around 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Thanks to Peanut's contribution, Gu Xing was able to arrive at the ambush point ahead of time. In the jungle, he had already cleared out all the monsters early on. Surprisingly, he outpaced Olaf in jungle clearing, finishing the camp first and setting up an ambush here with the advantage of time. Before long, a family of 4 feathered birds emerged, scanning their surroundings, and, upon finding no danger, settled quietly in the camp for a short rest. Meanwhile, a burly man wielding a battle axe appeared within Gu Xing's line of sight. It was Olaf. With the benefits from counter-jungling, Peanut had also reached level 6. Boasting formidable combat power, was Gu Xing truly about to engage in battle within the ROX jungle? Wawa leaned forward on the commentary desk, his gaze intensely fixed on the rift. Before he could utter another word, Peanut hurled his axe from a distance, grazing the feathered birds. In the grass, Gu Xing seized the opportunity. The troll activated his sprint and unleashed his ultimate. Trundles are subjugate, could absorb 20 of maximum health and provide 40 in both resistances at level 1. Olaf's defenses were instantly halved. Peanut was caught off guard by Gu Xing's audacity to ambush in the ROX jungle. Calling for allies, he prepared to encircle the troll. However, upon engagement, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Pain, excruciating pain. The troll's basic attacks, combined with his Q and the Tiamat combo, rapidly diminished his health bar by a significant margin. Trundle's Q, Chomp, could also steal attack power, supplemented by the continuous health and resistance from subjugate. Even with a slight equipment advantage, Olaf was no match for the troll. Gu Xing's damage was outrageous, and Wawa suddenly shouted as Peanut's health plummeted. Peanut understood that the troll was one of the few champions capable of defeating Olaf in a one-on-one confrontation. However, he believed such strength was limited. Ultimately, he had never encountered a jungle troll in actual combat before, and only now realized how formidable it truly was. The troll had acquired a Tiamat, which did not significantly enhance his attributes for dueling. Yet, this did not hinder Gu Xing from swinging his massive club at Olaf's head like a war god. Realizing he was outmatched, Peanut attempted to distance himself, hoping to regroup with his teammates before confronting Gu Xing. However, a more pressing issue loomed before him. How could he escape? His axe remained lodged in the feathered bird camp, and his skills were on cooldown. Peanut could not enter the camp to retrieve it. The terrain was shaped like a half circle, and without a flash, he would be trapped against the wall, vulnerable to his opponent's assault. Aside from his Q, barrage toss, he had no other deceleration skills. The crucial factor was that his sprint was still on cooldown. Activated less than 4 minutes in, Gu Xing's ghostly speed, aided by the insight mastery, had reduced its cooldown by 15 seconds, allowing it to be ready again by the 7-minute mark. Meanwhile, Peanut required another 20 seconds to regain his sprint. The time differential of summoner spells left him with no chance to fight back, and his escape speed was inferior. He could only steel himself and seek assistance from his mid laner, hoping Kuro could lend a hand. Gu Xing refrained from using the ice pillar, relying solely on his innate speed to pursue forward. His ability, Q, Razor Teeth, not only inflicted damage but also applied a slow effect, relentlessly assaulting the Peanut. Kuro arrived to assist, closely followed by the Lord, as the two synchronized their dashes almost perfectly. The foreshadowing of Gu Xing's earlier gank in the mid lane now became evident. He had indeed failed to force Kuro to expend his summoner spell at that moment. However, he had managed to reduce the opponent's health by nearly half. Having just acquired the tier of the goddess, Kuro found himself in a precarious situation with his health at half. Returning to base for supplies was out of the question, as he could afford nothing even at the fountain. Thus, he was compelled to linger in the mid lane. This predicament resulted in a stark disparity in combat intensity between the mid and jungle roles of both teams. Kuro realized that engaging in this skirmish was futile. He was acutely aware that Gu Xing still held the ice pillar in reserve, should he attempt to assist Peanut. The consequence of being caught by the troll's ice would not only jeopardize Peanut, but also leave him at a disadvantage. Rise hesitated to advance further, turning to immobilize Victor, preventing him from claiming any kills. Kuro could only leave Peanut to fend for himself, having accomplished all that was within his capability. Observing the enemy mid laner's reluctance to assist, Gu Xing finally unleashed the ice pillar, obstructing Olaf's retreat. Miller was ecstatic. Peanut had nowhere to escape. The immobile Olaf had to maneuver around the ice pillar to flee. Yet, the ongoing slow effect rendered Peanut unable to move. Recognizing the impossibility of survival, he refrained from using his ultimate ability. With a triumphant shout, Xiao Gu's final razor teeth claimed Peanut's life. Dansha, his fervor intensified. The sharpest spear of ROX lay defeated before Xiao Gu. Inside Madison Square Garden, the vibrant glow sticks created a tumultuous sea of red and blue as the crowd erupted. The audience could scarcely believe their eyes. Just moments ago, the seemingly dominant Peanut had been so effortlessly dispatched by the troll. The camera panned to Gu Xing at the player's bench. He wore a broad smile, brimming with exhilaration, animatedly conversing with his teammates. The LPL event's livestream was packed to capacity. Thanks to overwhelming promotion, the domestic viewership was astounding. After all, VG was the last LPL team remaining on the global championship stage, and many spectators had become casual fans for them, ensuring they would not miss this pivotal match. As they witnessed Peanut's Olaf fall to a solo kill by the troll, the barrage of comments flooded the screen with 666, and the chat channel momentarily lagged. Wow! Gu, what a play! Do you even recognize the significance of VG's sole powerhouse? Wasn't he their disdain for the troll jungler before the match? Speak up now. I admit I might have been a bit loud earlier. How did Olaf crumble like paper with just a touch? I just finished watching ROX's quarterfinals against EDG, where Peanut relentlessly chased down the factory manager. How has the tables turned? Peanut was just there laughing and shaking his legs. His face made me sick. Well done, Xiao Gu. Peanut stared blankly at the black and white screen, utterly at a loss. The laughter had long faded. Tears swirled within him. The intensity of the troll's one-on-one combat exceeds what he had ever envisioned. Gu Xing's combination maneuvers are marked by their simplicity and directness. Even a silver-ranked player could dispatch him in this exchange. The true challenge lies in the groundwork and preparations leading up to the kill. Gu Xing meticulously calculates every detail, crafting a flawless trap to eliminate him here. Peanut, biting his fingers, senses impending doom. This death will not only yield a bounty of 300 gold, but will also allow the enemy to seize the Falcon camp. Furthermore, ROX's red buff will reset in mere seconds, leaving Gu Xing with no reason to relent. The entire lower quadrant will fall under VG's dominion. Peanut dares not contemplate further. In the hushed team voice chat, Smev seizes the moment to speak. Wang Hao, come help me. Let us quickly push the top tower. At this juncture, no superior alternatives present themselves. Upon revival, Peanut can only ascend. The lower half is irrevocably lost, surrendered to Gu Xing's rule. First, they will topple the first blood tower. Then secure the dragon. Gu Xing calms his exhilaration from the solo kill, instructing Dragon Brother to take a few steps back to avoid being caught. And prepare to shift lanes to the bottom. Zhu Xiaolong, with instinctual foresight, knows Peanut will head to the upper quadrant. Having learned from past misfortunes, he retreats without hesitation to the secluded bush, returning to base to craft his cloth armor boots before setting off towards the bottom lane. The two elders of Xianming are disheartened. They had relied on Peanut to leverage his advantages to mitigate the bottom lane's disadvantages. Instead, Peanut falls first. The lower quadrant is engulfed in darkness. Prey's eagle spirit fails to activate properly, and they hesitate to tread into their own lower jungle. Reluctantly, the two elders concede the next tower to VG, retreating to the upper lane to initiate the transition phase. Karma reduces the first tower to a sliver of health before rushing to the dragon pit to assist in securing the fire dragon, granting the first blood tower's bounty solely to Imp. The doll breathes a sigh of relief, knowing that with economic support, Jin's umbral glaive is on the way. Peanut also provides cover for Smeb as they demolish the defensive tower. The two outer towers collapse in unison, with the economic disparity between both teams hovering around 1,000 gold. However, VG boasts an added fire dragon that significantly enhances damage output, and their late-game team-fighting prowess is evidently more formidable, granting them a substantial advantage. As the transition phase arrives, Gu Xing's first course of action is to stir trouble in the upper quadrant. The duo and he possess notable advantages in their matchups. Peanut dares not act recklessly, avoiding confrontation for fear of being caught in the jungle by Gu Xing again, thus relinquishing the entire upper quadrant. The two elders, resolute in seeking developmental space, show little desire to staunchly defend the upper defensive tower, offering minimal resistance before conceding it. With both upper and lower towers in ruins, only the mid tower remains. Defensible yet challenging to assault, ROX finally gains a moment to breathe. At the 12-minute mark, Prey launches the Eagle Spirit. The drone narrowly catches sight of Gu Xing, who has just cleared the magic swamp frog in ROX's upper jungle and is now recalling. Grella waits a few seconds before maneuvering Nami into their upper jungle. Eager to reclaim vision, what awaits him is a towering ice pillar. Little Gu has not returned to the fountain for supplies. Miller, filled with pride, decided against returning to base after the vision granted by the Ice Hawk spirit faded, opting instead to lie in wait within the bushes of ROX's blue zone. The unfortunate target was Grella. The jungle, already dense with walls and narrow spaces, left little room for Grella to maneuver, especially with the ice pillars blocking his path. Confronted by the approaching troll, Grella unleashed his ultimate and water prison, attempting to thwart the advance of the agile Gu Xing. However, Gu Xing was equally relentless, as his supremacy drained the scant resistances of Nami. A shot rang out from a distance, Jin's deadly flourish, which exemplified the intended synergy of the troll and Jin combination. The long-range sniper posed a significant threat under the troll's positioning. Grella, desperate, used flash to evade, but Imp activated his ultimate, ensnaring him within its range. The sniper's perfect finale trapped Nami, leaving Grella in despair. As a fragile Nami, escape was futile. The broadcast suddenly shifted to the mid lane, where Prey's eye shot was aimed at the intersection of the sniper's range, attempting to interrupt Jin's ultimate and aid his jungle allies in their escape. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers. The magical crystal arrow spiraled forth, seemingly destined to strike Jin, when a figure cloaked in a shield intervened. Karma arrived just in time, blocking the ice arrow. Miller clenched his fist tightly, creating long-range output opportunities for Imp. It was the short-legged Nami who got stunned. However, Zhu Chongbin remained unfazed, as his sniper rifle fired continuously, landing successive shots on Grella. The fragile Nami was reduced to a sliver of health after 2 shots. And Gu Xing swiftly pursued, biting with Q, Chomp, to slow her down. Displaying the VG tag, he remained motionless. In the next moment, a super bullet whizzed past, piercing through Nami's health bar. 202. Is there really such a pillar? Exclaimed Zhu Qingbin, ecstatic as he secured the kill and basked in the bounty. Thank you, Gu Xing. He perceived that Gu Xing had intentionally gifted him the kill. The usually introverted Duan Deliang, amidst the raucous cheers from the audience, felt his emotions swell. Raising his voice considerably, why is everyone praising Gu Xing? I helped block the ice ultimate. Doesn't he that matter? Zhu Chongbin echoed enthusiastically, absolutely. Let us split the spoils equally. Each taking 13 contributions, shall we? Gu Xing disregarded him, focusing intently on the next strategic arrangement. Duan go. I'll return to base to place wards. Let us secure vision over the dragon pit. In a minute, the next dragon would spawn, a fire dragon. Gu Xing was determined to claim it. He replenished wards at the fountain and additionally purchased a chain vest, deciding against the bird shield for this match. Apart from Rise and Nami, the rest of ROX's lineup consisted of physical damage heroes, making the magic resistance aura of the bird shield less valuable. It was better suited for Duan to craft. In contrast, the Deadman's Plate was a superior choice. Gu Xing bought 2 more control wards before making his way to the dragon pit, preparing for the impending skirmish. With himself and Long Gu positioned at the forefront, all while ensuring to provide vision and guidance to his teammates, Duan Deliang promptly agreed, I'll stay back to provide cover. Fear not, no harm shall come to you. The 2 successfully eliminated all vision around the dragon pit and positioned their wards near the river without facing any obstruction. This was largely due to Grella just having revived, as the vision controller for the entire ROX team. His absence from the dragon pit meant that the under-equipped members of the Tiger team dared not act recklessly. Once the wards were placed, the fire dragon was on the verge of respawning, prompting Gu Xing to judiciously manage the minion waves. In the mid lane, Chongbin was guarding, ensuring a swift clear of the waves, with overwhelming crowd traps paired with a dance grenade effortlessly dispatching all the minions. The challenge lay in the bottom lane. After the transition phase commenced, This lane had been under the purview of Zhu Xiaolong. Initially, he was killed under the tower by Peanut's aggressive play, and the first tower had been demolished by Smeb. In reality, he had not missed many minions, and thanks to the team's tower pushing, he had not suffered significant economic loss. His ice fist and armor boots were on par with the average level. However, Smeb's considerable advantage was undeniable. With the combination of his Yumu's and Black Cleaver, the ever-dominant Jace displayed unparalleled prowess, relentlessly pressuring Poppy in the bottom lane. Dragon Brother, allow me to push out the bottom lane. We shall time our entrance into the dragon pit, Gu Xing efficiently strategized. When the moment arises, do not hastily unleash your ultimate. We may yet engage in a team fight. Okay, Zhu Xiaolong readily replied. Upon seeing Gu Xing appear in the bottom lane, Smeb swiftly changed forms and retreated, denying the enemy any chance to seize him. In most scenarios, the top lane troll typically carries flash, rendering him rather cumbersome. However, the jungler's role is entirely different. Smeb understood that Gu Xing possessed Ghost. If he provoked him, a forced kill could ensue. His retreat allowed the bottom lane minion wave to fall under VG's control. The Tiger team seized the opportunity of Gu Xing's assistance in managing the minions to venture into the river, hastily attempting to reclaim vision. Grella's Nami had previously expended both flash and ultimate upon her last demise, leaving her defenseless and alone in this disadvantaged position. Wary of entering the river to place wards without Peanut's protection. Yet, clearing VG's recently established vision in the river in such a short time seemed implausible. They opted to concentrate their wards near the dragon pit, thus securing a foothold and preventing the entire river from being shrouded in the fog of war. The higher brothers observed from a godlike perspective, taking in the entirety of the situation in the lower half of the map. Currently, VG had pushed out the minion waves in both the mid and bottom lanes, and their vision in the river was quite sufficient. It appeared ROX was intent on engaging in this impending team fight. Just as Wawa finished speaking, Miller interjected, explaining that ROX had no choice. Their mid-game focused composition could not allow VG to secure double fire dragons. In the current version, Jace without the Muramana would find his damage output severely limited in the late game against VG's fully equipped frontline. The Tiger team would theoretically only have Ashe as a point of advantage in the late game. And that was under the condition of not allowing too many fire dragons to slip through. A single fire dragon bestows an impressive 8 units of ability power, while 2 dragons confer a formidable 16, resulting in an alarming increase in damage to the backline. ROX is reluctant to relinquish the dragon. They even intend to utilize this skirmish over the dragon to rectify their early game disadvantages entirely. The audacity of the Tigers stems from Smeb's exceptional development on Jace. Currently, both the mid and bot lanes are firmly under VG's control. It is only when the fire dragon respawns that Gu Xing and Zhu Xiaolong vacate the bot lane. With Imp transitioning from mid to join the assembly of 5, ROX clears the mid lane minions swiftly, foregoing the bot lane minions as they surge from the jungle towards the river. However, they still find themselves a step behind. The adept Wawa keeps a vigilant watch over the happenings within the canyon, while VG's dual frontliners effectively seal off the entrance to the dragon pit. The situation has evolved to VG's advantage, occupying the dragon pit and encroaching upon the bot lane area, leaving ROX to meander in the upper river area. Geographically speaking, VG unquestionably holds the upper hand. Their next tower remains steadfast. Even if they were to falter in the dragon skirmish, they could retreat safely to the tower. Despite ROX's efforts to engage through a back and forth of minion waves and vision control, they remain unable to position players at the entrance to the dragon pit. The only frontline presence comes from Peanut's Olaf, who must tread carefully. Otherwise, he risks becoming isolated and easily overwhelmed, compounding the challenge. VG has strategically placed numerous wards along the way, necessitating their removal, thus significantly slowing the Tigers' advance. Noticing the team's impediment, Meb seizes an opportunity to unleash a long-range enhanced cannon shot, aiming to ambush VG's backline. With his nearly 2-item development, a single shot could reduce the health of the squishier opponents by nearly 40%. Should he succeed in hitting, VG's backline would be severely weakened, compelling them to contract their formation and jeopardizing their position in the dragon pit. Meb's angle for the enhanced cannon shot is particularly cunning. Deliberately targeting Gu Xing as he enters the dragon pit to initiate the fire dragon. This strategy aims to circumvent VG's frontliners and maximize the threat to the backline. However, emerging from an unexpected angle is a double-tailed poppy, activating W, steadfast presence, in conjunction with Karma's inspire. Moving laterally with the dual speed enhancement to intercept the cannon shot. The hammer form of the little cannon, bolstered by substantial armor and Karma's protective shield, withstands the blow with minimal damage. Miller is filled with joy as the dragon begins to exert influence in the skirmish. His strategy with Poppy is remarkably clear. This is Zhu Xiaolong's signature champion, and in the LPL, where tanky top laners are celebrated, his Poppy stands among the finest. Furthermore, Gu Xing and Xiao Duan had provided prior warnings. As the jungler approaches the dragon pit, the dragon takes on the responsibility of safeguarding the backline. Little Gu denies Smeb the opportunity to reposition for a second cannon shot, engaging the fire dragon within the pit at a steady pace. VG maintains firm control over the vision at the entrance, preventing Peanut from ingress. Imp lays down the lotus trap at the forefront of the opposing formations, attempting to delay the Tiger's advance. ROX currently finds itself in a rather precarious situation, with the duo's ultimate ability failing to execute effectively, leaving the entire team devoid of any means to initiate a fight. Li Jixuan has strategically deployed W, gravitational field, to seal off the entrance to the dragon pit. The members of the Tigers, lacking mobility, are severely hampered by the gravitational field. Stepping into it would result in debilitating slowdowns and stuns. Moreover, Zhu Xiaolong's Poppy is persistently patrolling the side of the dragon pit, ready to wall opponents should anyone dare to intrude. For Peanut to enter the dragon pit, he would need to activate both his sprint and ultimate ability simultaneously. However, his teammates are unable to join him. After a moment of contemplation, Peanut realizes that venturing alone into the dragon pit would yield no favorable outcome, as he would be the target of concentrated fire from all of VG's players. His Olaf dragon continues to dwindle. Peanut's mind races, devising a counter-strategy. Rise, send me to the back. We shall encircle them and cut them off. He calls out to his mid laner. In the team fight, we must ensure that this dragon does not escape, and we need to retain as many of our members as possible. Kuro, possessing a keen sense for team fights, is nonetheless not as imaginative as Peanut. He hesitates for a moment, but urgency prevails, and he swiftly executes Rise's R, Realm Warp. In this patch, Rise's ultimate has only 2 levels, and with the increase in level, the range of the teleportation portal extends further. Fortunately, Kuro has just dealt with the mid-lane minions before arriving at the river, elevating himself to level 11. Otherwise, the level 1 Realm Warp would only allow a pitiful range of 1,500 yards, insufficient to transport teammates to the desired area. The Azure portal erupts with surging runic energy as Olaf steps onto it, landing right behind the VG formation near the bottom lane. Peanut aims to flank from behind and directly cut into VG's backline. Miller, sensing Peanut's intentions, feels a surge of concern. The landing point of the teleportation is indeed cunningly positioned. No one can defend VG's 3 heroes in the mid and bottom lanes. Gu Xing, while Zhu Xiaolong remains vigilant against any attempt from ROX to seize the dragon. The front line of VG is positioned at a considerable distance from their backline, unable to respond immediately. Olaf, utilizing Rise's teleportation, poses a significant threat to VG's backline. VG. The noise within the arena swells, as discerning spectators understand that the outcome of this team fight will dictate the course of the mid-game, if not the entire match. Gu Xing is acutely aware of the implications of a team fight. He forces himself to remain calm, instructing, "Do not rush. Eliminate Olaf in the backline first, Dragon Brother. Hold your ground up front." Gu Xing's primary objective remains to secure this dragon. When Peanut appears behind the VG formation, he unleashes a basic attack followed by Q, Bite, along with his smite, successfully claiming the dragon before swiftly moving outside the pit. Peanut activates both his sprint and ultimate, plunging into the fray with fervor. The front line has been fragmented, lacking sufficient resilience to support, leaving VG's mid and bottom unable to output comfortably. making it impossible to swiftly deal with Peanut. Consequently, Peanut is emboldened, wielding his axe with remarkable vigor, seemingly intent on avenging the earlier setbacks he faced at Gu Xing's hands upon VG's rear ranks. His primary target is none other than Imp. In comparison to Victor, who also activated his movement speed boost, Jin appears to be a far more manageable opponent. Furthermore, Zhu Changbin has amassed substantial economic resources, equipping himself with formidable damage gear. If he is not neutralized, he could inflict significant damage on ROX. Peanut traverses the battlefield as if it were unguarded, disregarding how VG's mid and support attempt to obstruct him, relentlessly targeting Jin. The lower Peanut's health, the faster his attack speed becomes. Even as he is battered, his output efficiency surges. The urgency is palpable in Wawa's demeanor, as Imp nears the brink of collapse. In a sense, VG's mid and support serve as unwitting accomplices to Zhu Qingbin's declining health. Peanut glances at the screen, noting Gu Xing's departure from the Dragon Pit. Unfazed by the situation, a minute and a half prior, the troll had expended his ultimate in slaying Gryla in the upper half, and it has yet to recharge. Gu Xing is quite distant, approximately 800 yards away. Can you eliminate me from that distance? Just as Peanut believes he is about to secure Jin's demise. A colossal pillar rises majestically, positioning itself between Olaf and Jin. The sudden appearance of the ice pillar forces Jin to shift forward, temporarily distancing Imp from Peanut. My goodness. That pillar is truly outrageous. Wawa exclaims from the stage, Peanut cannot reach Imp. During the activation of R. Ragnarok, Peanut remains unaffected by crowd control effects. However, as the ice pillar is considered a structure, without a means of displacing it, he must navigate around it. Thus, a simple mathematical question arises. With a pillar radius of 150 yards, how far must Olaf travel to circumvent and reach Jin on the opposite side? The answer is 471 yards. Yet, Zhu Changbin is no fool. If Peanut pursues, he will certainly not remain stationary. Clearly, even with the dual acceleration of his ultimate and movement speed boost, Olaf cannot catch up to Jin in a mere second. The ice pillar erected by Gu Xing has delayed Imp long enough. Finally, the fourth bullet is ready. Jin fires the last round from his sidearm, which he has named Extraordinary, simultaneously reducing Olaf's health and gaining explosive movement speed to circle around the ice pillar, taunting Peanut. Observing Olaf, bloodied and panting, yet unable to touch Jin, laughter erupts from the crowd. King Qin circles the pillar. Miller's voice soars. Now it is Peanut who finds himself in an awkward predicament. Initially, Peanut aimed to swiftly eliminate Jin and then contend with Victor at half health, ensuring a victorious outcome in the team fight, even if he were to fall. Yet now, he cannot even dispose of Jin. The cooldown on his E ability resets, granting Imp a shield and movement speed boost, once again widening the gap between him and Peanut. Upon confirming that Zhu Qingbin was no longer in mortal danger, the tone of the doll gradually steadied. Under the concentrated fire of VG, Peanut's health dwindled perilously. In a fit of rage, he launched a desperate final Q, reverse stream toss, only for Zhu Qingbin to deftly evade it with a slight sidestep. With grace, he followed up with a grenade and basic attack, ultimately vanquishing Olaf. Meanwhile, Peanut fell in the background, while the Tiger team continued to assault Boppy. Miller finally cast his gaze upon the battlefield above, only to discover that Zhu Xiaolong still had 14 health points remaining and had not perished. Could it be that Long Gu was remarkably resilient? The doll expressed astonishment and praise, as he had successfully held on until Xiao Gu arrived to provide aid. Amidst the chaos of battle, Miller gleaned a crucial piece of information. Was Nami absent because Boppy had knocked her away with a grand move? The answer was all too evident. At that moment, Gorilla's Nami was situated in the ROX red zone, attempting to rejoin the fray. He could not help but admire Zhu Xiaolong's perceptiveness in team fights. The Tiger team was lacking in control this match. Moreover, this skirmish presented not only VG with cooldown issues, but ROX as well. The duo had already expended their abilities when Gorilla was ambushed by Gu Xing during a feigned return to base, and they had not yet regained them. As Peanut infiltrated the backline of VG, the Tiger team faced Boppy with 4 players. Relying solely on Rise's W, Rune Prison, and Nami's Q, Abyssal Wave, for hard crowd control. The logical approach would dictate that Kuros Rise use EW to secure Zhu Xiaolong in place, with Gorilla following up with the water prison for further control. In the absence of sufficient tenacity on Boppi's part, the two could render the hammer-shaped cannon immobile for 3 seconds. However, before Gorilla could deploy the water prison, Zhu Xiaolong unleashed his Judgment of the Guardian, propelling him far away, with Nami's water prison control and damage lost. Boppi withstood the onslaught from the other 3 members of the Tiger team and remarkably survived. Praise Ash further activated Q, Focus Shot, unleashing a rain of arrows. Although Ash was not yet the master marksman, her poor development could not be overlooked. From the outset, Gu Xing had provided ample support to Prey, often positioning himself to assist in his endeavors. Prey's equipment was rather mediocre. Aside from a blue buff dagger, he possessed no offensive items, while his damage was mitigated by Zhu Xiaolong's armor boots and ice fist. This resulted in Ash's elegant shooting stance ultimately dealing paltry damage to Boppi. When Gu Xing finally arrived, Zhu Xiaolong retreated slightly under his protection. The doll presumed the battle had come to a close, only to realize that Gu Xing's troll was relentlessly pursuing with a hefty club, activating his sprint in a fervent chase. Xiao Gu pressed forward, seemingly intent on continuing the pursuit. Just as Miller began to relax, he took a deep breath, setting his sights on Ash. Prey, having positioned himself relatively forward to lower Boppi's health, became a prime target for Gu Xing, who favored soft targets. With Jace's form switching and acceleration gate enhancing his speed, and Rise possessing sprint, it was difficult to catch them. Conversely, Ash, with her relatively fragile frame and lack of escape mechanisms, was the epitome of a perfect hunting target. As his levels increased, Gu Xing's sprint speed boost grew ever more pronounced. He effortlessly closed the distance to Prey, enduring Ash's firepower. In a critical moment, ROX planned to aid their teammate, yet without any hard crowd control, mere damage output could not deter the formidable Gu. Following the slaying of the fire dragon, Gu, with the passive ability of King's Tribute, regained significant health, and as he activated his sprint to pursue, his health was nearly at its maximum. With the power of time and the smite of the molten giant jungle item, his health cap surpassed that of Zhu Xiaolong. To eliminate Gu, at least 3 players would require 4 to 5 seconds. By then, other members of VG would also join the fray. After a brief deliberation, Prey wisely decided to sacrifice himself to facilitate his teammates' retreat. Gu's vicious fangs slowed down the ice, while Imp delivered a lethal flourish from a distance. This time, Prey refrained from using his flash, reserving it for a later moment. He understood that even if he used his flash, the outcome would remain unchanged. He would still perish. As ROX's team fight strategy was utterly dismantled, in Square Garden, the cacophony of cheers reached a crescendo. Supporters of VG waved their flags and clashed their glow sticks. And from above, the sea of red and blue surged once more. The team fight prowess of VG was astonishing, almost unbelievable, despite being in ROX's dominant period. They managed to secure victory in this engagement. Due to his profession, he had not missed a single LPL international match. In recent years, encounters with LCK had yielded little success. Beyond the fundamental strategies and mechanics, a lack of solid teamfight foundation had contributed significantly to their defeats. Korean teams are adept at kiting and maintain clear objectives during team fights, with their core players positioned at the rear, leaving no opportunity to inflict damage recklessly. In contrast, LPL teams often exhibit rough edges, making them susceptible to exploitation. Occasionally, even with a gold lead of 4 or 5,000, they struggle to win team fights, making comebacks from seemingly dominant positions a frequent occurrence. However, today, Wawa observed VG's team fight execution with remarkable finesse. Each of the 5 players fulfilled their roles impeccably. VG had only suffered against SKT, the team renowned for their team fight capabilities, which attests to their strength. It was indeed Gu who altered the course of the entire engagement, Miller exclaimed with a voice tinged with excitement. The broadcast showcased a replay. Just as Olaf prepared to strike down with his axe, the freshly emerged troll from the dragon pit unleashed a mighty roar, erecting an ice pillar that interrupted the berserker's assault. Ji Qingbin's King Qin maneuvering around the pillar elicited laughter from the crowd. Not only did he survive, But he also provided VG with the means for a subsequent pursuit. One must admit, the troll is a true counter to Olaf. Miller articulated his perspective, asserting that Gu had unequivocally dominated the jungle duels. As long as the pillar and our ability were available, Olaf would be relentlessly pursued and battered. With Q, Vicious Bite, combined with the attack speed boost from Frozen Domain, granting the troll unparalleled dueling prowess. Why is Olaf featured in the World Championship? Miller pondered and answered himself, for he stood at the pinnacle of the jungle food chain. In an era where jungle confrontations were paramount, champions like Lee Sin, Rek'Sai, and Elise were no match for him. However, the emergence of the troll had completely altered the dynamics of the jungle. Furthermore, the pillars posed a veritable nightmare for the bulky, immobile Olaf. The atmosphere was jubilant as VG held a significant advantage, boasting 3,000 gold and 2 infernal dragons. If they continued to operate effectively, ROX had no chance of victory in the late game. The LPL live broadcast was inundated with messages of encouragement for VG, with viewers celebrating their performance. What a ferocious troll! With 2 infernal dragons in hand, I can't fathom how we could lose. Olaf is being utterly toyed with around the ice pillars. I reckon Peanut is thoroughly frustrated. VG's team fights are simply absurd. Long is like a war god. Commendable. Peanut, seated among the ROX players, seized his anxious legs shaking, a smile vanishing from his face. Just moments ago, he had been separated from Jean by the pillars, never anticipating that he would be mercilessly kite to his demise. In the end, his futile attempts to wield his axe in a fit of rage could not salvage the dire situation. He randomly shifted his perspective, attempting to numb himself with distraction. Then he caught sight of the emerging icon on the wall of the dragon pit, indicating the attributes of the next dragon to spawn. It was yet another fire. The improbability of encountering a third infernal dragon was infuriating to Peanut. In a disadvantaged scenario, you dare to spawn an infernal dragon? Why not summon a Baron while you're at it? VG aimed to regroup and push mid lane, with him swiftly completing 2 key items, his equipment exceedingly luxurious, and the armor penetration attributes yielding terrifying returns in the mid-game. The attack power boost from 2 infernal dragons at level 16 was remarkable, enhancing Jin's prowess significantly. His passive converted attack speed into attack power, and the pure attribute augmentation from the infernal dragons was akin to granting wings to a tiger. Even more astonishing was the Keystone Mastery, Infernal Touch, which perfectly complemented the armor penetration build for Jean. Damage-dealing skills would inflict additional output for a brief period, incorporating a coefficient of 50 extra attack power. Now, bolstered by the 2 infernal dragons and his 2 items, Jin's additional attack power had surpassed the 200-point threshold. At this moment, Infernal Touch rendered Jin's output against squishies exceedingly grotesque. A mere graze from his skills could cause a substantial drop in their health. Jace's enhanced cannon was met by the troll, who shielded the minions as they advanced towards the tower. Gu Xing was unperturbed, for his armor was ample, and the brief shield from Karma's E-Inspire ensured that he would not suffer significant damage from a Jace shot. As his levels increased, the percentage healing effect from his passive also rose, allowing Gu Xing to restore his health with a single wave of minions, incurring virtually no negative impact. Meanwhile, the ROX team, having lost the enhanced cannon, struggled to clear waves effectively, relying solely on Ashe's W, volley, and Olaf's axe. Kuro's rise was being held back by Li Ji-hoon in the top lane, forced to defend mid while relinquishing the second turret. The pressure from VG's minion waves was formidable, and Miller discerned the intricacies of the situation, compelling ROX to defend only one of the 2 lanes in the mid and upper regions. Lord Ho deliberately utilized a strategy of consuming ranged minions first, followed by executing melee minions, effectively stalling the position of the minions for an extended period. Consequently, when the next wave of minions arrived for the exchange, a substantial accumulation would surge towards the Tiger Team's second tower, simultaneously pushing the mid lane and exerting pressure. Li Jixuan's gameplay, though not as stellar as during his peak, showcased remarkable improvement in awareness, especially in managing the sidelines, where he exhibited unique insights. Furthermore, Hongmi was renowned as a master of sideline operations. The prowess of players like Gu Xing also did not fall short. and their collaborative discussions fostered VG's evolution into one of the premier teams in mid-game operations. The Tiger team opted to relinquish the mid-first tower, retreating to solidify their inner towers for development. Observing VG's momentum, Miller felt a sense of joy and relaxation, anticipating that once the third elemental dragon reset, VG would secure it and then pivot to the Baron, thereby concluding the match. ROX, however, was not inclined to remain passive. Such a stance was contrary to their ethos. They sought opportunities even in adversity, aiming to utilize Kuro's ultimate teleportation to ambush a solitary VG player. Indeed, the Tiger team managed to seize an opportunity. The VG duo in the mid lane was pushing aggressively. After clearing a wave in the upper lane, Kuro infiltrated the upper region and immediately activated his R, Path of the Veil, intending to flank the mid lane with Peanut's Olaf for a decisive strike. The initial phase of the plan unfolded seamlessly, but as ROX emerged from the teleportation zone, a formidable troll sprang forth from behind, erecting ice pillars that obstructed their pursuit. The persistent slow effect hindered Kuro's ability to chase, while Peanut felt isolated. Realizing that advancing without support would lead to a swift return to the fountain at the hands of VG's trio, empowered by the two elemental dragons, Little Gu once again proved his mettle, much to the delight of Wawa, as his mastery of the pillars displayed an almost transcendent finesse. Ever since determining the troll as his trump card, Gu Xing had been practicing diligently with World's Sister in the canyon. This hero posed little difficulty. Both Q and R were guaranteed hits, and W, Frozen Domain, was straightforward. Aside from optimizing his jungle route, the only skill requiring mastery was the ice pillar. Gu Xing had practiced diligently and believed he had grasped a modicum of the mindset techniques espoused by Rock, the star player of the Dota 2 division. Before departing from Shanghai, Gu Xing had shared a meal with the latter, who was disheartened after failing to qualify for TI6. Rock lamented that the soundproof rooms and increasingly formal esports regulations had significantly diminished his prowess. How could one engage in verbal assaults or trash talk during matches? Rock excelled in psychological warfare, earning a reputation as a master of banter from the ancient era. Gu Xing had shared this perspective, yet now he sought a different path. Manipulating the mindset outside of the game proved impractical, but within the game, it was entirely feasible. After placing the pillars, he maintained a close yet elusive proximity to Kuro. In the realm of competitive play, the Tiger team possesses only Ash's magical crystal arrow as a means to initiate long-range engagements, and with a slight degree of vigilance. Gu Xing would find himself in no peril. Kuro's rise, perplexed by Gu Xing's intentions, yearned to return to the top lane for further development. However, as he traversed through the upper jungle of his own territory, poised to return to lane, Gu Xing's pillar cooled down and was promptly unleashed, sending Rise tumbling back. The diminutive Rise struggled to maneuver around the pillar, losing precious time and even missing a few minions in the process. Most importantly, this predicament left Kuro quite vexed. Gu Xing, brandishing the VG dog tag, then swaggered away, vanishing from the Tiger team's sight. Laughter erupted among the spectators, resonating throughout the venue. Even Kuro couldn't suppress a chuckle. During their previous practice matches, he had not witnessed such audacity from Gu Xing. Contemplating for a moment, he finally settled on an apt descriptor. Was he preparing for a transformation? Perhaps sensing the recent somber atmosphere within the team, Smeb chimed in with a jest, cautioning Gu Xing not to provoke him, for he too could pursue Gu Xing with his troll, using the pillar to chase him down. Peanut's gaze was fixed on the cheeky trundle on the screen, harboring the urge to eliminate him just once. Yet, Peanut understood that such sentiments must be quelled in the playoffs, lest they cloud his judgment. I'll attempt to secure the dragon shortly, Peanut declared, shaking his warming pad to dry off the sweat from his hands, advising the others to steer clear of the river. At present, the confrontational prowess of both sides was decidedly mismatched. Engaging in a frontal skirmish would only hasten the resolution of the match. Peanut contemplated a solo attempt to seize the dragon. Success would be splendid, and failure would entail minimal loss. With the third infernal dragon spawning, VG seized complete control of the vision in the lower quadrant, and as they commenced the dragon, they spotted Peanut's position. Miller observed the dragon's health plummet rapidly. calculating in his mind that Peanut would not arrive in time, thereby alleviating his concerns. Peanut activated his ghost to hasten his approach as he neared the dragon pit. Prey's hawk spirit also came off cooldown, promptly deployed to scout ahead for his teammates, just as the drone entered the dragon pit. The third infernal dragon was theirs. Peanut, realizing the futility of his situation, hastily retreated. However, Gu Xing, now aware of Peanut's isolation, was determined not to let him escape unscathed. He too activated his ghost, allowing Xiaoduan to bestow upon him an acceleration boost. Engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Imp, follow me forward. Wait for me to activate my R to secure the kill. He commanded his teammates over voice chat. This jungler was quite taken aback. Did he truly wish to pursue? He felt certain that, regardless of the speed buffs Gu Xing had, it was improbable to catch up to Olaf, as the two were not particularly close. Fear not. Even if Peanut survives, the opposing team will incur significant costs, Gu Xing asserted confidently. Seeing Gu Xing's resolute demeanor, Zhu Chengbin decided to comply. Using W, Deadly Flourish, to assist in detaining the enemy, Peanut deftly dodged, but upon noticing the troll activating his ghost and trailing behind, he suddenly perceived an opportunity. You all head to the barren pit to establish vision. We can set up an ambush there. He urged his teammates to move towards the upper quadrant in the direction of the barren. Currently, there are merely 40 seconds until the great dragon's resurgence. If VG can capitalize on this moment of pursuit and seize the vision, there may be unexpected rewards in store. Can you manage this alone? Prey inquired with concern. Little Peanut was baffled. He began to question whether Gu Xing was merely toying with his mentality. Head to the dragon pit. I will shake off the troll and join you. Little Peanut declared. The four members of ROX no longer hesitated, rallying together to scan and move towards the upper half of the map. Meanwhile, Little Peanut navigated through the lower jungle, preparing to return to his safe zone through the narrow passageway from the high ground. Gu Xing relentlessly pursued, closing the distance considerably. Now merely a few hundred yards away, Peanut sensed Gu Xing's determination. He retorted with the emblem of the ROX rock-solid tiger team. If you have the guts, continue the chase from the high ground. Little Peanut arrived at the brush just outside the narrow passage beside the lower high ground, a mere step away from safety. Cast an ice pillar. The pillar lodged at the edge of the brush, pushing Olaf back. Little Peanut clicked on the narrow passage, attempting to circumvent the ice pillar as he usually did. A mere slow effect was entirely acceptable. However, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Why couldn't he pass through? Little Peanut clicked at the passage, where typically Olaf would automatically traverse the shortest path and bypass the ice pillar. Yet now, Olaf inexplicably halted for an instant, then turned back to take the long route. What did this signify? He was trapped by the ice pillar. Little Peanut was caught off guard. What is happening? Gu Xing's ice pillar was infuriatingly effective. And Miller on the commentary desk laughed heartily, noting how the ice pillar had effectively become a wall, blocking Little Peanut's shortcut back to the high ground. The ice pillar possessed a collision volume, and most champions had one as well. Gu Xing's ice pillar was perfectly positioned in the middle of the narrow passage, leaving insufficient space on either side for Olaf to pass through. For Little Peanut to return to the high ground, he would either have to take the long way around or wait for the ice pillar to dissipate. Regardless of the choice, Gu Xing would catch up to him. Before he could decide, another W ability, Deadly Flourish, shot forth. This time, trapped in the corner of the narrow passage, Little Peanut turned but could not evade, becoming ensnared. The troll activated his R ability, Supremacy, absorbing dual resistances and health, launching his ultimate from a distance. A perfect finale brought Olaf within range, and the precise super bullet combined with Gu Xing's damage eliminated Olaf. Viewers witnessed the entire episode of the troll's ice pillar being utilized as a wall, and the chat channel erupted in chatter. That pillar is truly impressive. How is this even possible? How did it get stuck? Olaf is too bulky to squeeze through, that's the issue. Gu Xing has truly mastered the use of that pillar. How cunning. Little Peanut's bewildered expression had me in stitches. VG eliminated Little Peanut and turned their attention to the dragon pit. Peanut had run for 10 seconds, inadvertently granting VG the opportunity to secure the dragon. Originally, If Peanut had perished while attempting to seize the dragon, he would have resurrected in time to reach Baron Nashor. However, after running for quite some time, he was on the verge of death for nearly 20 minutes, and naturally, VG would not wait for Peanut to revive. Deprived of their jungler, edge of the Baron pit, although Poppy and Troll, as formidable frontliners, absorbed a significant amount of damage. The lamentations of Baron Nashor echoed throughout the canyon. With 3 elemental dragons and the Baron, the outcome was clear. VG systematically dismantled all inner turrets and advanced towards the mid-lane inhibitor. By the time the second Baron appeared at the 29-minute mark, Gu executed a precise smite, utilizing Ice Pillar to create a barrier for the dragon. In a decisive team fight, ROX was obliterated with a staggering exchange of 1 for 5, at precisely 30 minutes. The nexus of the Tiger team lay in ruins. Aside, I am quite late in my writing, primarily due to the challenge of finding a suitable stopping point. As otherwise, the pacing would become excessively slow. I believe it is better to complete a game today. I have just realized that my previous word count statistics were inaccurate. I had undercounted by 10,000 during the tally for June 10th and 11th. I will continue with the current count, which indicates that the actual total is 280,000 instead of 270,000. Consider it a personal challenge to see how much more I can write. 9,500 words, 1226W203. Let us reveal our cards. Congratulations to VG. With a flushed face, they have claimed the first victory in the semifinals. They deployed their trump card, the jungler troll, successfully neutralizing Peanut S. Olaf. Miller, excitedly cheering from the side, noted that Peanut, the strongest offensive spearhead of the Tigers, was rendered utterly ineffective this match. Across the ocean, Chun Guanshan lifted a warm cup of coffee, savoring a sip while gazing at Gu on the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Gu Pan had just finished organizing a set of incorrect problems, reviewing to ensure her understanding was solid before glancing at the match. Upon seeing VG's victory, she quietly murmured her approval. Well done, Gu Qiyu. I'm glad I tuned into the live broadcast. Gu Pan noticed the chat room erupting with excitement. VG is truly divine. While the East falters, could the League of Legends division rise this year? What a fierce 3 elemental dragons. Just 2 skills from Victor. And ROX couldn't withstand it. Gu's dragon control is impeccable. Why was Peanut out of sync? Haha. Winning even one match against ROX. I can only imagine what might unfold next. The venue boasted advanced audio equipment, striving to minimize the impact of the live audience on online viewers. Nevertheless, the cacophony still seeped through the headphones worn by Chun Guanshan. The cheers and roars from Madison Square Garden were incessant, with fans waving VG flags in fervent support. The silver flags fluttered in the air, standing out amidst the sea of red and blue glow sticks. Numerous international students had traveled vast distances to witness this semifinal clash. They were unprepared for VG to unleash their ultimate move right from the start, achieving a remarkable victory against the universally acknowledged championship favorite, ROX. At this moment, the excitement was palpable, with the crowd fervently chanting the names of the VG players. Before Gu Xing exited the stage, he heard the overwhelming cheers from the audience, smiled, and waved in acknowledgement before swiftly joining his teammates to leave the arena. Zhu Chengbin, brimming with enthusiasm, swayed his body, reveling in the wave of accolades. Well played, Gu! Imp exclaimed, vigorously patting Gu Xing on the back, his radiant smile revealing a pair of strikingly white teeth reminiscent of a mouse, glimmering under the spotlight. Your troll truly unsettled the opposition. He was aware that Gu Xing had been diligently honing his skills with troll recently. However, this was the team's secret weapon, never before deployed in external scrimmages. Zhu Qingbin himself was astonished by the outstanding results. Imagining himself in ROX's shoes, he could only surmise that their mental state must have been shattered by the troll's relentless pressure. Of course, just look at who little Gu is, Zhu Xiaolong added, praising the extraordinary skill with which the troll was played. Li Zhixuan and Xiao Duan draped their arms over Gu Xing's shoulders, resembling guardians as they escorted their jungler down the slope to the backstage area. On the other side of the stage, Peanut wore a look of helplessness, absent-mindedly fiddling with his gray hair after removing his headphones. His early performance in the match had been commendable. he assisted Smeb in securing first blood, destroyed the first turret, and even dismantled VG's jungle camp. However, everything changed when Gu Xing caught him in the jungle, leading to a chaotic sequence of events, especially during team fights. Peanut felt he was being relentlessly targeted by Gu Xing. In the final team battle before ROX's base crumbled, Peanut intended to make a desperate stand near the turret. To his surprise, as soon as the skirmish began, before he could even act, Gu Xing unleashed his supremacy upon himself, with a significant reduction in resistance. Peanut forced himself to activate his ultimate and charge into the fray, only to be obliterated within a mere second by Imp's overwhelming damage. At that moment, his mind was in disarray. Now he finally pieced together the logic. Olaf's level 2 R, Ragnarok, passively provided 30 points of dual resistance, plus his other defensive items, totaling approximately 120 points of armor and magic resistance. The troll's ultimate mindlessly absorbed 40, effectively yielding 48 points of dual resistance. Thus, magic resistance. When Peanut activated his own R, he lost the passive 30 points of resistance. This meant that during that final team fight, he charged in with only 42 dual resistance, which was inferior to a squishy backliner. Moreover, Peanut had his health drained by Gu Xing, rendering him unable to withstand the enemy's damage upon diving into the backline. With 3 Infernal Dragons and 24 bonus attack and ability power, VG's double carry easily dispatched him. It's alright, troll indeed counters Olaf, Smeb remarked, picking up a paper cup as he walked towards the stage, putting an arm around Peanut's shoulder. You'll come back stronger next match. Prey also remembered to comfort the young jungler. Don't be disheartened. Look at my performance this game. I was just as miserable, yet I remain optimistic. In the initial game, he merely served as a supporting role. During the early stages, his repeated casting of Eagle Strike consistently locked onto Gu Xing's position, providing immense assistance to the team and creating opportunities for Washing to shine. However, Gu Xing retaliated with ferocity, not only demolishing the defensive towers, but also denying Prey any chance to farm minions. By the time of the second Dragon Team fight, Prey had already become ineffective, struggling to inflict damage on VG's frontline champions. Consequently, he fell victim to Gu Xing's relentless pursuit once again, creating a significant disparity in equipment levels compared to his opponent, Zhu Qingbin. As time progressed, Prey was compelled to play Ashe as a mere support, limited to unleashing Eagle Spirits and Crystal Arrows, merely racking up damage during the standoff before the team fight began. In the final team battle, Prey found himself cornered by Gu Xing, and Hou Ye's Victor, with nearly 900 ability power, swiftly eliminated him. Throughout the match, he and Washing experienced similar levels of frustration. Nevertheless, Prey maintained a positive mindset. As a veteran, he could offer substantial offstage support to his team. For instance, he had previously stated that one should play with enthusiasm during matches. Standing tall, he seemed a giant beside Washing, who appeared almost childlike in comparison. How could they falter after the game? Peanut, feeling the solid strength emanating from Prey's shoulders, steadied his mind and nodded vigorously, determined that they would teach VG a lesson together. From the LCK commentary booth, the exuberant Shouty observed the changing expressions of the ROX players, recognizing their resilience. He spoke with newfound confidence. Although the first game's defeat was unfortunate, it was merely the beginning of a lengthy best-of-5 series. If ROX could adjust promptly, a comeback remained feasible. Beside him, the seasoned commentator Jin Dongjun concurred with this assessment. Indeed, ROX was the #1 seed in the LCK, boasting top-tier global prowess. A single game loss posed little concern for them. Jin Dongjun then shifted the topic, acknowledging VG as a formidable adversary worthy of respect, showcasing an impressive champion selection in this match. With the introduction of Troll potentially altering the jungle food chain in the World Championship meta, Plar chuckled, jesting that the timing of this revelation seemed a bit late, as Troll only appeared in the semifinals, with only a few teams likely to adopt him. Furthermore, upon deeper reflection, while Troll undoubtedly excels in one-on-one encounters, and his Ice Pillar's force displacement and slow control can create ideal output opportunities for the backline. The current meta's poke compositions are exceedingly strong, and Ice Pillar positioning can significantly enhance teammate skill accuracy. However, the drawbacks remain glaringly evident. He elaborated, noting that Troll's early jungle efficiency does not compare favorably with other dominant champions from previous metas. Currently, jungle camp respawn times are only 100 seconds, which heavily tests a jungler's efficiency and directly impacts the hero's development potential. If clearing the jungle slows down, it becomes easy for opponents to gain an economic and level advantage. Flaw articulated his insights. Thus, characters like Trundle, lacking area damage capabilities, must prioritize the construction of Tiamat when positioned in the jungle. In this match, Virtue, in a bid to expedite his acquisition of jungle equipment, lane, striving to seize economic advantage swiftly. He later concluded that Trundle is not a versatile choice for all junglers like Lee Sin or Olaf. The constraints are considerable, and selecting a champion ill-suited to the jungle core style may lead to failure. According to Plar, if Trundle fails to amass sufficient gold early on to secure Tiamat, it essentially equates to a lost cause. In this match, Gu Xing secured first blood but nearly faltered, as the jungle was overwhelmed by Peanut's counter to 3 camps. One can only imagine that without the excess gold to purchase Tiamat, the transition would have been far from smooth. After all, even the mightiest champions cannot surpass the disparities in economy and level. If Olaf were to gain a 2-level lead, he would easily dominate Trundle. It can only be said that Gu Xing executed his strategy exceptionally well, with his jungle-centric approach and early aggression perfectly aligning with Trundle's capabilities, allowing him to compress and swiftly navigate through a disadvantageous period. Unsurprisingly, the MVP of this match was indeed Virtue. The formidable Demon King was well prepared, with his performance on Trundle being nothing short of spectacular, ensuring his presence was felt throughout the match, under the grotesque shadow of Thresh wielding his giant stick. Gu Xing's visage appeared strikingly handsome. The exaggerated statistics of a 406 damage taken to a 667 successful gank rate drew Plar's admiration, declaring Virtue rightfully one of the world's foremost junglers at this World Championship. Jin Dongjun, upon witnessing the replay of Trundle's highlights on screen, found it astonishing, particularly the moment after securing the 3rd Infernal Dragon and pursuing Peanut. Witnessing it again was simply breathtaking. How does one play Trundle with such mastery? The ice pillar, in conjunction with the surrounding walls, effectively trapped Peanut, creating a lamentable barrier between him and the high ground. The Demon King received a notification from the backstage director, adjusted his earpiece, and spoke. As the upcoming second match loomed, VG had chosen the blue side with a relatively advantageous draft. The sound abruptly ceased. In the Tiger team's lounge, Nof tossed the television remote onto the sofa, having just muted the ongoing LCK broadcast. The room fell silent as Nof opened his notebook to discuss the draft strategy for the next game with his teammates. In the next round, we would be on the red side, making the draft more challenging. We must consider banning both Nidalee and Trundle. Meb raised his hand to interject, stating that although Wang Hao could not play Trundle, he could. Peanut, however, had little experience with Thresh. This champion, though touted as simple and straightforward, has a gameplay style distinct from other characters. From early gank strategies to mid and late game team fights, even with Peanut's prodigious talent, it is improbable that he could suddenly master an unpracticed champion while trailing 0-1. Additionally, a jungle Trundle necessitates a complementary team composition. Characters such as Poppy and Trundle, which VG has acquired, are particularly well suited for synergistic collaborations. This pairing is essential to ensure that the Troll's success rate during the landing phase is maximized. Without adequate control in the lane, relying solely on the Troll's ice pillar proves to be an arduous task for yielding benefits. Nof finds it challenging to decipher the underlying logic in a short span of time, thus opting to discard the strategy of a jungle troll. Meb, being an experienced professional player, understands that it is unrealistic for Peanut to immediately adopt this approach, which is why he proactively suggests playing the troll himself, attempting to alleviate the team's pressure during the draft phase. However, Nof promptly rejects this notion, asserting that utilizing a top lane troll in this semifinal is not appropriate. He instructs Smeb to secure a lead in the top lane while coordinating with Peanut to dominate the upper half of the map, subsequently radiating their advantage across the entire battlefield. A top lane troll tends to isolate himself, often relegated to split pushing alone. while he is formidable in direct confrontations. Champions like Gnar and Jace effectively counter him, avoiding stationary trades and utilizing their mobility to kite the troll indefinitely. In Nof's eyes, allowing Smeb to select the troll would be akin to crippling their own chances of victory. After a prolonged contemplation, he turns to his team with a gaze ignited by determination, suggesting that they unveil their hidden strategy. When asked if they should truly proceed with this plan, Gorilla responds with skepticism. Nof, smiling and gesturing lightly, asserts that this tactic was originally crafted to counter VG, making it perfectly suitable for the current context. Just like VG, finals without fully exerting their capabilities undoubtedly possesses hidden strategies. This winning tactic was devised during their scrimmages against VG while both teams were in San Francisco, where their amicable relations facilitated frequent matchups. In those practice matches, the aggressive playstyle of Doim's Zyra exerted immense pressure on ROX's traditionally stable duo. In response to the challenge posed by Doim's Zyra and Gu's precise and lethal gank strategies, the Tigers had a moment of enlightenment, crafting a top-tier strategy that could counteract these threats, ultimately keeping it concealed until the semifinals. Upon hearing his coach's elucidation, Meb contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. He surveyed the room, taking in the presence of all his teammates. They must advance to the finals and triumph over SKT. There is no reason to falter in the top four. Smeb endeavored to inspire everyone, revealing their hidden card, asserting that as long as they can overcome VG, SKT shall pose no obstacle to their championship aspirations. The upper half of the semifinals has yet to commence, and Meb implicitly trusts that SKT will defeat H2K. He believes that his greatest adversary in his professional career cannot be vanquished by H2K. Prey, ever the optimist, noted that VG had a superior record against SKT in the group stage, and should they secure a victory over VG today, it would affirm their superiority over SKT as well. Coach Nof rallied everyone to stand together, his voice low yet imbued with boundless strength. Banned at the end of the year. As all principal players' contracts are expiring, and the club has expressed its intention not to renew them, despite the remarkable achievements of the team, another year or two alongside their close comrades. None of the 5 players commanded high salaries. Even the most expensive among them, Prey, received merely a mid-tier wage in LCK. Now, with the ROX players having secured the runner-up position at the S5 World Championship and the championship title at the S6 LCK Summer Split, their market value has soared. The financial burden of renewing contracts for all 5 players has become prohibitively high for ROX, even if they promise to collectively renew their contracts at a reduced salary. Maintaining the current roster is impossible without a budget of 2 billion Korean won. An expenditure. A few players and coaches learned of this news before participating in the World Championship, and they must also consider their future. 2 billion Korean won is the baseline for the 5 of them, and anything less would clearly be inadequate for their future retirement. Ultimately, after deliberation, after the S6 World Championship, upon arriving in the United States, the ROX team focused on their rigorous training. Instantly turned somber. Wang Hao. Today, I understand the pressure you face. Virtue is indeed formidable, but I believe you are equally capable. Nof gently squeezed Peanut's shoulder, encouraging him. The stage is vast today. You will perform splendidly, won't you? He, much like the Tigers themselves, matters, maintaining a distance from players to establish their dominance. In contrast, relationships within the team. The players of the Tigers share a strong personal rapport with him, which is intertwined with ROX's journey. The roles Nof and his girlfriend, Shurjin, play within the team extend beyond mere coach, manager, and leader. Peanut met Nof's gaze. Having already adjusted his mindset with the help of his teammates before stepping onto the stage, would be the final battle for the 5 of them. It ignited an indomitable fighting spirit within Peanut. As long as they continue to win, ROX will not disband. We will definitely go to Los Angeles, Peanut declared with unwavering determination. The players stacked their hands together, sharing strength and belief. Welcome back to the live broadcast of the semifinals of the 2016 World Championship, where ROX faces VG, with VG currently leading 1-0. The commentator, Recalling VG's initial victory, couldn't help but smile. After years of commentating on LPL matches, overwhelmed by formidable opponents in the World Championship, wildcard teams, finishing his career with a blemish of 4,396. Only VG remains as the sole survivor among the four, and even the highly regarded player, Dade, harbors little hope for them. Who could have anticipated that Gu Xing would commence with a jungle pick of the troll rhythm into disarray? In this game, we occupy the blue side, wielding absolute dominance in the ban pick phase. Miller finds himself lost in thought, contemplating that if they can secure the second match, a 2-0 lead would push ROX to the brink. It is noteworthy that, until now, there has never been a precedent in the World Championship for a comeback from a 0-2 deficit. Under the camera's gaze, the VG players appear relaxed. Gu Xing warms his palms with a heat pack, smiling and chatting with teammates and coaches. Can we expect the opposing team to ban the troll? Zhu Chongbin playfully responds. Of course they will ban it. You nearly caused them hypertension with your last performance. Jean Wenha chimes in, jesting, are we not a troll team? All three of us in top, jungle, and support can play the troll. But honestly, the champions you excel with are rather peculiar. He wears a teasing expression. Others may have teams named after champions like Jace, exuding sophistication, while we are dubbed the troll team, a rather unappealing moniker. Zhu Xiaolong feels exasperated, urging Duan to practice Jace so they can also be seen as elite. Duan Deliang falls silent for a moment, discreetly glancing back at the head coach, only to meet the somewhat grim gaze of Hongmi. The VG team faces internal and external strife in Season 5. They contend with the formidable dominance of teams like LGD and EDG, while issues frequently arise among their top, mid, and ADC players, rendering them difficult to utilize effectively. Although the recently acquired Samsung support is strong, tensions within the bot lane duo have been exacerbated as the team's performance declines, ultimately igniting a tipping point when Death's declaration was made, and Mata chose to play Jace as a one-handed support. The then-coach Hongmi deemed this a disgrace in his coaching career, questioning how he could lead if he couldn't even manage his players. Zhu Xiaolong's suggestion for Duan to practice Jace was clearly a mockery. Gu Xing laughed heartily, prompting Hongmi to give his neck a hearty massage, until the referee notified them to prepare for the match, at which point the VG players straightened their postures and quieted down. After both teams typically banned Syndra and LeBlanc. In the second ban phase, ROX indeed made adjustments. Observing VG's continued ban of the Dragon King, the Tiger team placed Gu's impressive troll on the ban list. However, this was within Hongmi's expectations. Ultimately, he chose to ban Kennen, denying Smeb a powerful champion for team fights. ROX, on the other hand, surprisingly banned Poppy. Was there such apprehension towards the Dragon King? Poppy had received several buffs before the World Championship version, yet her ban rate remained relatively low. This is primarily because, regardless of the team's victory or defeat, she seldom plays a decisive role, and unlike Jace, she does not inherently fit into a team composition. In an era where the ban phase is scarce, Bobby finds himself largely overlooked by coaches, seldom deemed worthy of being banned. Smeb's ability to seize control of the match. Consequently, ROX opted to eliminate their most reliable pressure point, aiming to create broader opportunities for the top lane. Although Zhu Xiaolong was targeted by the Tigers jungle during the last match, resulting in a forced tower dive demise, his subsequent performance was commendable. He successfully avoided being outmaneuvered by Smeb in the side lanes and diligently focused on preventing the enemy's backline from engaging effectively. From this perspective, Miller's conjecture appears quite plausible. VG's swift selection of Janna, the most potent support champion in the current meta, indicates their intention to exert lane pressure right from the outset. As Dawa finished his statement, the broadcast swiftly shifted to the ROX player bench. Peanut couldn't help but chuckle, while the other four exchanged knowing glances, their faces lighting up with amusement, hinting at a conspiratorial success. Even Coach Nof covered his mouth with his notebook, seemingly wishing to suppress his laughter. What could this mean? Miller, perplexed, wondered if the entire ROX team had suddenly recalled something joyous. Amidst light-hearted banter, the Tigers secured Olaf and Rumble, locking in their strongest heroes for both top and jungle roles. Miller momentarily set aside his curiosity to analyze the draft phase. ROX's selection of Rumble was astute. Given VG's acquisition of Janna, their strategy was undoubtedly centered around the bottom lane, leaving little energy to invest in the upper half of the map, allowing Smeb to focus on his lane. Rumble's landing prowess is not to be underestimated, though he is susceptible to ganks due to his lack of mobility. In a one-on-one duel, Bobby's strength is undeniably formidable. The Tigers are well aware that VG aims to exert pressure in the bottom lane during the landing phase, or else Janna's selection would lose its significance. VG's acquisition of Jean and Victor mirrored their previous match's dual carry approach, while ROX countered with the duo of Karma and Ashe, making it evident that the bottom lane would be difficult to navigate. Dawa articulated his understanding that the Tigers intended to replicate their earlier strategy, aiming to create a breach in the top and jungle before expanding their advantage to the bottom lane. Redmi echoed similar sentiments, instructing his teammates to choose Lee Sin and Gnar. The former stands as one of the strongest jungle champions during the landing phase, while the latter is responsible for absorbing pressure in the early game, capable of split-pushing post-itemization and serving as a tank in team fights. Everything appeared impeccably orchestrated. However, the ROX players erupted into laughter simultaneously. Meb and Peanut's laughter radiated warmth and sunshine. Even the audience in the stands began to sense something unusual, engaging in animated discussions among themselves. Pick, pick, Smeb shouted to his teammates, urging them to reveal their meticulously prepared strategies against VG's Janna. Their approach could only be described as flawless. Once Grella locked in his champion, the Madison Square Garden erupted once more in a sea of red and blue. Good fortune favors the bold. A voice, laced with a hint of playful allure, reverberated throughout the venue as the fiery red lips and cascading waves of hair illuminated the ROX champion selection frame. Misfortune. Amidst the astonished gasps of over 20,000 spectators, the young player widened her eyes in disbelief. Was this Karma in the mid lane, with Misfortune as support? Composure. ROX was about to unveil their trump card. In this semifinal, both teams exhausted the strategies they had developed during the group stage and quarterfinals, each offering their unique interpretation of the current patch. At this moment, the chat channels of major global streaming platforms erupted into chaos. Compared to Gu Xing's opening choice of Troll Jungle, this was equally noteworthy. ROX, you've joined the fray? Can Misfortune support actually work? I'm not convinced. I recall that Misfortune support was all the rage in the first half of this year's ranked games, but it fell out of favor. Is this a bronze or silver player? What else with the Misfortune support and Ezreal support? Picking them means you'll have to share farm with ADC. It's broken. Grella complained that Prey played poorly last game and insisted to the coach that he wanted to play ADC. The barrage of comments included plenty of playful jests from the audience. However, the atmosphere at the VG player bench was far from the lightheartedness that preceded the draft phase. Gu Xing furrowed his brow, engaging in discussion with his teammates. Does anyone understand what this Misfortune support pick is all about? Duan Deliang absent-mindedly tugged at his hand warmer, biting his lip as his mind raced. Yet, despite his best efforts, he couldn't decipher the purpose behind ROX's Misfortune pick. Was it merely to quickly trigger Thunderlord's decree with the primary E-skill? Duan Deliang could only speculate. In the current patch, the strength of Thunderlord's decree is remarkably high. The key lies in the simplicity of triggering it. Any 3 instances of damage will suffice. This is akin to Morgana SW, which can trigger Thunderlord's damage by simply hitting an enemy 3 times. Misfortune SE, Make It Rain, operates similarly, with its slowing effect making it difficult for non-mobility champions to escape, enabling them to receive the full 3 instances of damage necessary to unleash Thunderlord's wrath. Duan Deliang considered this notion. Indeed, Misfortune support had gained some popularity earlier this year, but it had yet to manifest on the professional stage. He vaguely recalled the strategy involving the Blade of the Ruined King for gold generation while constantly dealing damage with E. Make It Rain. Hongmi, observing the peculiar double ADC composition of Ashe and Misfortune from the opposing team, found himself equally perplexed by ROX's strategy. He realized he had transitioned into a situation reminiscent of the previous game's Tiger team. Deep in thought, he struggled to grasp the meaning behind the Misfortune and Troll strategy. All he could do was caution his teammates to proceed with caution before removing his headphones to shake hands with Nof. Upon seeing the cunning smile on his opponent's face, he felt a surge of frustration, forcing a stiff smile as a greeting before hastily returning backstage. 10 minutes later. In the rest area, Hongmi finally comprehended the dynamics of the misfortune support play. Prey's Ash launched a magical crystal arrow towards the VG duo. Small Duan felt relatively secure and refrained from using his flash to avoid the ultimate. The instant he succumbed to the stun state, this particular configuration of items renders misfortune's damage extraordinarily high. Duan Deliang's Janna is but a fragile being. Utterly overwhelmed by the control and damage inflicted by the ROX duo, Hongmi could hear the faint hissing sound from within the VG team's voice chat. My mistake. I didn't use flash. Duan Deliang didn't anticipate that his hesitation would lead to calamity. From such a distance, ROX was able to eliminate me in an instant. Gu Xing found himself in a difficult position, retreating to the back line after losing his support. Thanks to Misfortune's AD build, the ROX duo's tower destruction speed was astonishing, swiftly reducing VG's defensive towers to a critical state. Hongmi sensed trouble brewing. The composition he had selected for VG was designed to enable Gu Xing to continuously assist the bottom lane in establishing dominance. Yet, before Gu could even make his move, the bottom lane faced a minor collapse. How could they proceed from here? The situation was unfolding precisely as he feared, deteriorating towards the worst possible outcome. Prey's Hawk Spirit remained unfailingly accurate, revealing Gu Xing's position and rendering him incapable of finding an opportunity to engage in the bottom lane. His magical crystal arrow posed a formidable threat against the immobile champions of VG, consistently forcing out flashes. Without a flash, colliding with the magical crystal arrow was tantamount to a death sentence. When Misfortune activated her ultimate, she brandished her dual pistols, her maniacal laughter echoing throughout the canyon. As the match reached the 13th minute, VG's next tower fell first. Thus, Hongmi's pre-match strategy to push the bottom lane was declared a failure. As ROX entered the transition phase with a staggering 22k gold lead, the situation grew increasingly dire. The strength of the Tigers was not inferior to that of VG. When they executed their strategies effectively, VG found it exceedingly difficult to retaliate after failing to implement their original lane strategy. Peanut demonstrated his ferocity, wreaking havoc in VG's jungle and stripping Gu Xing of all his resources. Left with no other option, Gu Xing, unable to assist his duo, redirected his focus towards Smeb. To speak frankly, his spinning kick was incomparably swifter than that of the jungler, leaving Smeb caught off guard. Gu Xing would not grant him the chance to evade the Monk's sonic wave, executing a seamless combination of vision control, R-flash, into Q. Although Gu Xing managed to create an opening against Smeb, Hongmi's expression showed no sign of relief. Things were going awry. Jin Wenha murmured, Peanut is out of control. After Kuro acquired the mid lane karma, he naturally seized control of the lane. He fully embraced the role of a support, remaining by Peanut's side as a bodyguard, facilitating Peanut's unrestrained incursions into the jungle. Olaf lacked mobility, while Karma compensated for this deficiency perfectly. Kuro's supportive gameplay exerted significant pressure on VG, with the jungle in disarray. The vision was dominated by the Tigers, and subsequent frost arrows relentlessly penetrated VG's defenses. Each magical crystal arrow soared towards VG's formation amid the deafening cheers of the audience. The unflashed Duan once again faced dire consequences. Misfortune, from the sidelines, resumed her maniacal laughter, unleashing a barrage of fire, leaving Janna unable to move until she perished. The imp, who sought to provide assistance, also found himself severely wounded. Xiao Duan scratched his head in helplessness and frustration. In this match, he had chosen his signature champion, Zyra, yet failed to achieve the desired results, even becoming the team's Achilles heel. Naturally, he was filled with anger and sorrow. After ROX eliminated him, they decisively moved towards the barren pit to secure the Nashor. Do not rush, my lord, spoke the calm voice of the noble, devoid of any tumult, instilling a sense of tranquility in the hearts of those who listened. Xiao Gu, can you attempt to steal the Baron? With a mindset of tentative optimism, Gu Xing made his way toward the pit. Unfortunately, being on the blue side in this match limited his movement. To enter the Baron pit, he would have to traverse the river. This maneuver was detected by ROX, and 2 or 3 players emerged to pursue and intercept him. effectively blocking his access to the barren pit. Before Gu Xing could find a gap to slip through, he realized that ROX had already slain the Baron. With the Nashor buff in their possession, the Tigers advanced with remarkable speed. In the lounge, Hongmi recognized that the situation was dire. Devoid of any hope for a comeback. At 32 minutes and 43 seconds, the VG base was obliterated. The score was tied at 1-1. Team in the corridor. There's no need to panic. The enemy's choice of misfortune in this match was indeed unexpected. And our draft was countered. He took the blame upon himself to alleviate the pressure on his teammates. Xiao Duan plopped down in frustration, lamenting. That passive ability of misfortune is truly ruthless. My plants simply cannot survive. In the current version, Zyra's W ability not only allows for seed placement, but also increases the health of her plants as her skill levels up. In the early to mid-game, vests only in level 1 of W, raising the plant health cap from 4 to 44. Moreover, ranged champions can only inflict 2 points of damage with each basic attack. Ordinarily, it would take the bottom lane duo 3 attacks to destroy a single plant, during which they would suffer considerable health loss. However, Misfortune is different. Her passive ability, Lucky Strike, provides additional damage to her basic attacks. This means she can deal more than 2 points of damage to the plants. Consequently, each basic attack from Misfortune can eliminate Zyra's plants with minimal repercussions. In lane, upon reaching level 6, her ultimate can synergize with Misfortune to eliminate opponents. Coupled with Xiao Duan's prior speculation on Misfortune's playstyle, her E ability, Make It Rain, can independently trigger the Thunderlord's decree, posing a significant threat to the short-range Zyra. All these factors render Misfortune the most effective counter to Zyra in the current version. ROX has some tricks up their sleeve, Gu Xing acknowledged with admiration. How did they devise such a cunning strategy? Let us focus on how we can improve for the next match. Hongmi redirected the conversation, returning to the red side. We must deal with Misfortune. He explained to his teammates that banning both Nidalee and Aurelian Soul was insufficient. If they also banned Misfortune, they would be exhausting all their ban options, leaving no room for counter-strategies. So what shall we do? Gu Xing mused, maintaining a positive attitude. ROX did not torment them, but rather concluded the match swiftly after gaining the advantage. This allowed Gu Xing to adjust his emotions quickly, remaining largely unaffected. How about we gather the team together to quietly discuss our strategy? Suggested Hongmi. In a side note, JD, Com has been quite ruthless today, and Redmi has indeed proven its worth. The narrative unfolds with 9,400 words and 320,000 characters, as the competition intensifies with intricate strategies and layered traps. On the LPL commentary stage, Miller observed the VG players re-entering the arena from the backstage corridor. His tone markedly more solemn than it had been at the conclusion of the first game. The Tigers demonstrated in the second game that they too possess hidden strategies. However, the extent of ROX's unconventional tactics, such as employing Misfortune as a support, remains uncertain, causing Miller to furrow his brow. Since the conclusion of the 2015 World Championship, the LPL has, to some extent, been haunted by a fear of the LCK. The painful defeat in S5 abruptly thrust LPL supporters and professionals from a pinnacle of confidence into a profound valley of despair, casting a heavy shadow over their spirits. This sentiment was particularly palpable during this year's mid-season invitational, where RNG breezed through the group stages only to be decisively dismantled by SKT in the semifinals, exiting the stage with a 1-3 defeat. Such a loss deepened the despair among LPL viewers, with many online commentators asserting that current LCK teams seem insurmountable. From execution to strategy, the two leagues appear to be on entirely different levels. Thus, when VG swept Samsung in the quarterfinals, the audience erupted in euphoria. Reminiscent of the glimmer of hope when OMG achieved a clean sweep against Nugent White Shield during the S4 World Championship, shining a light in an otherwise dark era for the LPL. However, as ROX utilized Misfortune support to equalize the score against VG, that beacon of hope appeared to flicker perilously close to extinguishment. The familiar sensation of being dominated by the LCK returned once more. Despite the score being merely 1-1, global audiences unanimously recognized that the top seed from the LCK, ROX, held the upper hand. After all, The Korean League had substantiated its prowess with numerous championship trophies over the past 3 years. In contrast, VG stands as the comparatively weaker contender, a sentiment even Miller harbored. Though he refrained from voicing it openly, subtly reminding the audience of the gravity of the current situation. With the scores tied, the match effectively became a best-of-3 for both teams. Doimb exhaled a breath of frustration, yet VG's draft strategy proved to be quite challenging. As they needed to address the threats posed by Nidalee, Rise, and Misfortune, their ban slots filled to capacity. At Madison Square Garden, the revelation of Misfortune as a trump card in the previous game undoubtedly served as a morale booster for ROX. On the other hand, the VG players, while maintaining serious expressions, exhibited little trace of the negativity stemming from their recent defeat. At the far end of the team area, Redmi continued to converse with Gu Xing, aided by translator Wang Hao. Upon witnessing this scene, Peanut's expression shifted dramatically, his smile vanishing instantaneously. Global commentators and viewers speculated that Misfortune support was merely a fraction of ROX's hidden arsenal, with other formidable strategies yet to be unveiled. However, Peanut understood that, thus far, Misfortune support was their only card to play. It is essential to recognize that the World Championship features 16 teams tirelessly analyzing a fixed version of the game. Most strategies are deciphered early in the tournament and subsequently employed on the battlefield. As the semifinals approach, the comprehension of the version among all teams tends to converge. By the time we reach the Final Four, each team's training and adaptation to the version will undoubtedly be on par, aware of which compositions and champion pairings are most formidable. Ultimately, the variance lies in their execution on the stage. In such circumstances, identifying a distinctive and effective trump card proves to be a formidable challenge, a rare stroke of fortune. ROX has invested considerable effort to discover Misfortune, an unconventional choice adept at countering Zyra. Beyond this, no further achievements were realized. Peanut anticipated that both sides would engage in genuine combat over the subsequent matches. Yet, it appeared that Redmi was conspiring with Gu Xing to instigate some trouble. Could VG possibly harbor some insidious strategies? His initial exuberance was swiftly overshadowed by a tinge of apprehension. Under normal circumstances, Peanut would exude confidence, unfazed by whatever tactics the opponent might deploy. In the first match, Gu Xing's positioning with the troll was exceedingly ruthless, tormenting him to the point of existential doubt and leaving Peanut with a significant psychological scar. He worried that VG might still possess hidden cards yet to be revealed. VG is not invincible. The mere fact that they can field a troll jungler is already a blessing. Do you expect them to hold nothing but high-value cards? Peanut realized he was succumbing to unfounded fears and quickly displayed an awkward yet courteous smile. He resolved to play with confidence, reassured by Kuro's optimism. With Ji-sun dragging things out, he cannot possibly outpace me. In the first match, he felt considerable pressure from the Lord, but in the second match, after securing karma, he sensed that the restrictions imposed by Li Ji-sun were diminishing. Kuro's roaming proved beneficial, helping the team gain an advantage. He was convinced that as the match progressed, Li Ji-sun's performance would gradually wane. Easyhoon, nearing the age of 24, was an aging professional player. Maintaining focus during landing and team fights is imperative for consistent performance. However, older players often struggle to sustain peak form throughout an entire best-of-5 match, occasionally succumbing to distractions or mental lapses. Kuro felt that if the best-of-5 extended to its limit, with ice water from a paper cup, attempting to invigorate his body, aware that his age might impede him from enduring a top-level best-of-5, Li Ji-sun employed physical methods to keep his mind alert. In his earpiece, Gu Xing continued to communicate with the coach, asking, "Are you certain the strategy will succeed?" He turned to establish eye contact with them. As Hongmi shook his head, he acknowledged the uncertainty of their strategy, which was a forced response on their part as the red team. At best, it merely leveled the playing field of their champion pool. Whether it would prove effective would ultimately depend on their performance in the arena. Just as Smeb had contemplated, VG had exhausted their trump cards. Each team claimed a victory, with both sides demonstrating remarkable momentum after securing early advantages in the first 2 games. Triumphs. Now, having played their ace, Both teams were left to rely on brawling to gradually seize victory. VG's draft had to contend with the formidable Dragon King, compounded by their loss of the priority pick, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. In VG's conventional strategy, Hongmi unearthed a few tactics that might barely secure a win, striving to mitigate their compositional shortcomings. "This match rests on your shoulders to carry us through," he said, gently ruffling the head of his jungler, offering warm encouragement. "You can surely do it, right?" Before Gu Xing could respond, he continued, "It's entirely normal to harbor doubts during a match. I've faced teams and players of that caliber and wondered, can I truly win against them?" With his hands clasped behind his back, Hongmi paced restlessly behind the players' seats. "If you feel that way, perhaps take a glance at the audience. Many are there rooting for you." Gu Xing pursed his lips, lifting his gaze toward the stands where a sea of red and blue glow sticks danced above numerous flags representing both teams. Among them, VG's silver banners were quite prominent. The supporters were fervently rallying for VG in their own unique way. Madison Square Garden was vast, yet compared to the millions across the ocean watching via live stream, it was but a drop in the ocean. Although VG had garnered numerous fans during the Summer and World Championships, it was evident that such support could not have flourished before they achieved significant international success. Most of the audience was cheering for VG simply because they were the last remaining representatives from the LPL region. In the period following the quarterfinals, Gu Xing had spent considerable time browsing esports forums. Indeed, some netizens expressed a desire for VG to falter, hoping for a crushing defeat at the hands of ROX. However, many others maintained a united front in support of their sole LPL representative on the world stage, wishing for VG to advance further. It was the first time Gu Xing felt the weight of such expectations from the audience upon his shoulders. The preparation for the semifinals grew increasingly urgent. Gu Xing temporarily set aside those heartfelt blessings amidst the intensity of their training. It was only when Hongmi mentioned it that he recalled the countless messages he had encountered on the forum, all expressing hope for VG's advancement. Rubbing his fingers over a hand warmer, its gentle heat spread to his fingertips and coursed through his veins to warm his heart. He stubbornly declared, "Hongmi, I assure you I don't share your sentiments, for my skills surpass yours, and I shall never be outshone." After listening to Jean Wonha's translation, Hongmi immediately gave Gu Xing a light smack on the head. The atmosphere within the team, which had grown somewhat heavy due to Hongmi's remarks, instantly brightened. Long Gu teased from the side, insisting that today they must ensure ROX suffers, as they are the culprits behind the LPL's arrogance. Gu Xing smiled, raising the corners of his mouth. "What does that mean?" Easyhoon was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend why Zhu Xiaolong would say such a thing. Imp maintained a serious demeanor. Teams, CJ and GE Tigers. Yishuan. Upon hearing this, Ho Yi recalled the event. IM9 held in Katowice, Poland? That was a match in March 2015. Shortly after SKT's first and second teams had merged and were still in the process of adjusting and integrating, resulting in a rather lackluster regular season performance. Hence they did not receive an invitation. Ho Yi remembered feeling quite disappointed when he received the news of their exclusion. At that time, had he participated, he likely would have played as the primary mid laner for SKT. "Ah, right. Gu Xing chimed in, recalling how delighted he was after watching the matches. The S4 World Championship showcased the terrifying dominance of the Ocean League. With Samsung White sweeping to victory without any suspense, their revolutionary understanding of the game and individual prowess leaving other regions in awe. However, the LPL was affluent. Capitalizing on Riot's regulations that allowed each club to have only one team, they aggressively recruited Korean players, in addition to the Samsung Blue and White squads. The KT Rolsters Cole brothers also sought employment in the LPL. It can be said that a significant number of renowned players were poached as they entered S5. The robust LPL collided for the first time with the struggling and exhausted LCK at IM9. No one had high hopes for We, who ranked at the bottom of their league and had to replace their original dual players, C Ninja and SDYZ, with Shiyi and Mystic at the last minute. We defeated CJ and Aruka showcased an incredible performance on Shaun, shattering the LCK's first-place team, GE Tigers. During the pre-match draft, Hajin, the jungle player for the Tigers, had scoffed at Shaun, only for Aruka to relentlessly pursue him in the jungle with his bulldozer-like presence. When the news of victory reached the domestic audience, a high school sophomore Gu Xing could not help but feel that the dawn of LPL had finally arrived. The fact that the lowest-ranked team in the LPL could triumph over the top two teams in the LCK was a reason for domestic viewers to pop champagne in celebration. Following this IM9 match, the LPL began to swell with confidence. Soon after, EDG battled through 5 rigorous matches to shatter SKT's undefeated international tournament myth. And statements proclaiming LPL as the best in the world dominated various platforms. Consequently, before the S5 World Championship, many domestic viewers who were unfamiliar with the LCK believed that EDG would meet LGD in the finals. The outcome, however, was that the LPL recorded its most dismal performance in World Championship history. At that time, Gao Dui was particularly arrogant, while Zhu Chengbin struggled with his Mandarin. He claimed that Xie could easily defeat CJ and the Tiger team, and that he could also effortlessly secure victories. Gao Dui and Xie were among the trio of mid-laners dominating the secondary league, alongside the reliable Quan, known for his lofty ambitions. God believed he was on par with Xie. During IM9, when Xie rampaged through the competition, he was confident he could also dominate the LCK. The atmosphere was tense, and Gao Dui's arrogance was certainly a contributing factor, as Imp observed with a keen eye. Imp felt the sting of the remark, his face reddening as he attempted to retort, asserting that his Chinese was adequate, but it was Gao Dui who was most inflated in ego. In the prevalent atmosphere of arrogance, Zhu Chengbin was also swept up, albeit to a lesser extent. He trained diligently and performed as the most consistent member of LGD, thus escaping the brunt of public scrutiny. The referee signaled from behind, indicating the players to prepare. Gu Xing tugged at the sleeves of his team jersey. To adapt to the meta were significant factors. Did the Tiger team bear no responsibility? Today, he was determined to teach them a lesson. As soon as he spoke, the custom room transitioned into the ban pick phase. Amidst the cacophony, Wawa was invigorated, eager to see how VG would confront the ROX Tiger team, starting with a ban on Syndra. The familiar exchange of bans commenced. After Redmi banned Nidalee, he awaited Coach Nof to lock out the troll before banning Misfortune. By the third game, both teams had thoroughly dissected each other's strategies. In the era of 3 bans, the limited slots clearly could not satisfy the demands of both teams to dismantle powerful champions and counter enemy strategies. They had exhausted their ban options. Gu Xing heard from Vincent that Riot might introduce a 5-ban mode next year, enriching the dynamics of the ban pick phase. ROX ultimately banned Poppy, wary of Long G's ability to withstand pressure, as Miller noted. However, Redmi held a different perspective. He believed Nof aimed not only to prevent Zhu Xiaolong from utilizing his favored Poppy, but also recognized another crucial advantage of the double-tailed cannon, its capacity to thwart aggressive engagements. Both W, steadfast presence, and R, judgment of the Guardian, could hinder enemy entries, interrupting control chains and output connections. Although there were not many strong initiation champions in the S6 World Championship meta, Redmi noted that ROX seemed particularly fond of aggressive engagement strategies. In the first game, Redmi chose to reserve a ban slot to block the Electric Rat, denying the Tiger team access. In the subsequent game, ROX deployed a strategy centered around Ashe, Misfortune, and Rumble, unleashing their ultimates in rapid succession, while Peanuts Olaf, Speed, and Shields charged into the fray. Now, Redmi had exhausted all 3 of his ban slots. The opposing team could freely select from their aggressive composition. Assembling what ROX deemed the optimal lineup, Redmi's strategy was to fortify his team's defenses, withstand the onslaught, and then seek opportunities to counterattack. ROX first selected Janna, and with Misfortune banned, she currently faces no adversaries, reigning supreme in the bottom lane. The focus of the analyst, Wawa, shifted to VG's champion selection. VG secured Ashe and Karma, and Miller astutely noted that this pick of Karma seems to serve as a counterban. Considering Kuro's impressive performance in the previous game, where he frequently left the mid lane to exert pressure in the jungle, under normal circumstances, with ROX opting for Janna first, VG would not have needed to select a support so early. However, plans often falter in the face of reality. The effectiveness of the second game's Karma in the mid lane for the Tigers was indeed remarkable. Redmi grew concerned that ROX might choose Karma, thus liberating Kuro. This champion excels in the mid lane, proving quite resilient during the landing phase, mindlessly pushing minions while roaming efficiently to establish vision. The downside, however, is that she lacks damage in team fights, primarily relying on her Q, Spirit Bond, for consistent area damage. Nevertheless, the advantage lies in this World Championship version not being short on damage. For instance, the support Janna already chosen by ROX can easily compensate for the missing output with a few well-placed plants. Reluctantly, Redmi decided to secure karma for himself. Simultaneously, he adopted a tactical retreat to advance, laying down a BP trap by selecting Ashe, a seemingly perplexing choice. No furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Neither team had extra slots for marksman in the ban phase. Logically, both Ashe and Jhin were viable, and their power levels were relatively comparable. Why then did Redmi opt for a champion that could clearly be selected later? Perhaps it was a counterban strategy aimed at restricting Prey's strong performance with Ashe in this best-of-5 series. Nof could only surmise this reasoning. He had not anticipated that his intention to employ a strong initiation strategy would be uncovered by Redmi. Nof believed he had buried his plan deeply. The initial ban of Lee Sin was rather conspicuous. After losing the first game, he played into the ruse, given Long's high proficiency with Poppy. Without suspicion, he hurriedly urged his teammates to select their champions. With Lee Sin and Kennen chosen, Miller recognized the shift in plans. ROX intended to force team fights. How would VG respond? Wawa focused more on how his own Region S team would cope, now that Lee Sin was secured. The champion best suited to counter a strong initiation strategy was Nami. However, one could not simply allow Hou Yi to play Karma. Redmi shared this sentiment. In truth, Li Ji-sun had utilized Karma on numerous occasions, even more than his favored Victor, despite his roaming efficiency being consistently mediocre. Just as Hou Yi was also proficient with Lee Sandra, everyone has their favored utility champions, although he struggled with champions like Dragon King and Talia. Karma's mechanics were straightforward and easily grasped. Before Imp arrived, he had also played Karma to support ADCs, but unfortunately, Endless and Xin Xian were not reliable enough. Nonetheless, Li Ji-sun's win rate with Karma remained above the benchmark. Ji-sun, your primary focus in this match is to coordinate with the support. Hongmi emphasized that you should refrain from wandering off and heed the jungler's commands. He felt fortunate to have heeded Gu Xing's advice in the past, as the team had specifically trained in a jungle-centric strategy, transferring the command authority to their jungler. This strategy has finally proven beneficial in the World Championship. Unlike the dominant support style of the summer playoffs, this World Championship features supports that primarily focus on lane harassment, remaining largely in the bottom lane until the lane phase concludes. In such a scenario, it becomes challenging for the support player to allocate additional energy to other areas of the rift, making it difficult to juggle both lane responsibilities and strategic direction, especially for Duan de Leon. If VG were to persist with Xiao Duan's command style in this World Championship, their journey to the quarterfinals might prove arduous, risking the loss of lane dominance, making further progression nearly insurmountable. The transfer of command to Gu Xing not only liberates the bottom lane, allowing Xiao Duan to fully leverage his landing prowess, but it also enriches the team's tactical repertoire. Coincidentally, the S6 World Championship is characterized by a jungle-centric meta. Champions like Lee Sin and Olaf may appear to be rhythm-controlling heroes, but due to the numerous environmental shifts in this World Championship and the rapid refresh rate of jungle camps, the jungler's economic gain accelerates swiftly. Essentially, it embodies a resource-dependent jungle playstyle, where one must secure resources to carry the game. However, unlike traditional jungle-centric styles, most teammates are supports, unable to assist in the jungle. The onus primarily falls on the jungler to establish and amplify their advantage. Thus, Gu Xing, Xiao Huasheng, and Yankos have emerged as formidable forces in this tournament, while players like Ming Kai, who rely on a more passive control style, find themselves devoid of a viable space. VG secured Nami and paused momentarily, unable to contain their excitement upon seeing Qiyana, Xiao Gu's signature champion. Qiyana marks her debut in this World Championship. The combination of the sheep spirit and wolf spirit icons elicited gasps from the crowd at Madison Square Garden. Shun Guanshan, who was sipping coffee to stay alert, found himself choking on his drink upon witnessing this scene, coughing uncontrollably while covering his mouth. Fortunately, there were not many students from Xi present this morning, and the room that the two girls found was quite suitable, relatively spacious, allowing them to converse without disturbing anyone else. Gu Pan crossed her arms on the table, resting her delicate head upon them, her gaze flitting between her friend and the live broadcast screen. What is up? Shen Guanshan finally regained his composure. Noticing that Gu Pan's expression seemed off, he struggled to comprehend what she was trying to convey. Aren't you quite adept at playing Kiana? Gu Pan inquired, casting a glance at him. Shen Guanshan pondered for a moment, catching a glimpse of the BP screen, beginning to understand. Then you should study hard. Gu Pan teased with a smile. Let's see what you can learn from Gu Shen Guanshan, possessing an exceptional memory. Instantly recalled the scene from the summer when Gu Xing taught Kiana at the Happy Time Internet Cafe. She couldn't help but internally grumble that before he let her learn, Gu Xing had already taught it all. She gazed towards Gu Xing, who was framed by the broadcast camera. A recent bout of coughing has given way to a shimmering clarity in her eyes, resembling a tranquil lake that enhances the sparkle of her gaze. Shen Guanshan opened the live chat to observe the audience's reactions, which exceeded her expectations in their fervor. Are we steady, my friends? Xiao Gu's Qianjue is utterly outrageous. I still recall that monster Qianjue with 10 layers of passives, who could kill an opponent in mere seconds while riding atop their visage. As a mathematics major, calculating marks seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? By eliminating Xia washing, ROX essentially loses its momentum. Xiao Gu, do make an impact and educate Peanut. Everyone is lending their strength to VG. We simply must win the pivotal battle. After a brief surge of excitement, Miller began contemplating more pragmatic concerns. In the jungle matchup, Qianjue does not fare well against blind muck, especially after Li Xin reaches level 6, where he can be swiftly dispatched with a single combo. He cradled his chin, voicing his apprehensions about how Xiao Gu would respond. Moreover, VG's reliance on the jungle and marksman in the mid lane with Karma indicated a heavy investment in their performance, banking on the chosen marksman to shine. No found himself unexpectedly caught off guard by VG's unconventional hero selections. He realized he had been outmaneuvered. The opposing combination of Nami, Karma, and Qianjue possessed either counter-control or defensive capabilities, effectively countering ROX's aggressive strategy. VG's sudden pivot left everyone unprepared. Yet, at this juncture, retreat was not an option. Nof had no choice but to press on with his selections. The players were bewildered by VG's tactics, engaged in fervent discussions over voice chat. Stay calm, everyone. He reassured his team. The opposing lineup has its evident shortcomings. He urged them to select Jin and Rise, aiming to construct a cohesive composition. Wang Hao, you focus on engaging the enemy in skirmishes. Nof quickly outlined the general strategy to Xia washing. In early to mid-game small-scale team fights, VG cannot match us. The heroes they had chosen were formidable, each excelling in control, tankiness, and output potential, making them exceptional in minor engagements. I understand, Peanut solemnly affirmed. Having prepared to confront Olaf, he had anticipated that Gu Xing would reveal his trump card, Qianjue, for the crucial third game. Xia Washing recognized his advantage in the jungle matchup, if he could pinpoint Gu Xing's location. His prowess with Blind Monk at level 6 would be sufficient to eliminate Qianjue in an instant. In the end, Hongmi secured Echo for Zhu Xiaolong. Although the top lane Echo primarily built tanky, he would still contribute some AP damage, supplementing the team's lacking magical output. The final compositions were established. Blue side ROX, top lane Kennen, jungle Blind Monk, mid lane Rise, bot lane Jin, and Zyra. Red side VG, top lane Echo, jungle Qianjue, mid lane Karma, bot lane Ashe and Nami. Upon reviewing the lineup, even the doll felt something was amiss. VG's initiation skills were nearly non-existent, relying solely on Ashe's ultimate for opportunities. With a composition largely centered around counterplay, was this not overly passive? Hongmi found himself at a loss as well. In this version, it is exceedingly challenging to balance both countermeasures against aggressive play and one's own assertiveness. In most matchups, one must choose between the two. Moreover, VG is at a natural disadvantage on the red side during this draft phase. Achieving this milestone is already a testament to his utmost efforts. As he prepares to take the stage, Hongmi gently pats each team member on the shoulder, showcasing his finest attributes. He turns to Gu Xing and remarks, I must rely on you this match. The team has selected Karma for the mid lane, indicating a clear intent to protect the jungler. Gu Xing, facing a top-tier team like ROX, must adeptly manage both his commanding role and personal gameplay, while also calculating his marks in the early game. The challenge is indeed formidable. Upon hearing the head coach's words, Gu Xing promptly responds, Rest assured, I can carry this game. He holds a deep confidence in his abilities. Furthermore, having secured one of his signature champions, Qianju, his confidence soars. Hongmi smiles with satisfaction. Just as Gu Xing watches the head coach approach the center stage to shake hands with Nof, he turns back to find Li Zhixuan glancing at him repeatedly. What's the matter? He inquires with curiosity. You haven't misallocated your runes, have you? Of course not, Li Zhixuan retorts, momentarily taken aback, then clarifies. What I mean is, if there's a skirmish in the jungle, I'll be there at the first opportunity. He feels his previous statement might have sounded overly audacious and hesitates before adding, Of course, it would be best if you could notify me in advance, so I can prepare. Gu Xing meets Yizihun's gentle gaze, which dispels any negativity, and beams a bright smile. All right, let us coordinate well this match. The distinct sound signaling entry into the summoner's rift resonates in his ears. He swiftly grips his mouse, purchasing initial equipment and positioning himself. At the onset, neither side appears intent on invading, as Gu Xing maneuvers Qianju, adorned in the accompanying skin, at the river's edge, locking eyes with Peanut across the way. The faint sounds of encouragement from over 20,000 spectators at Madison Square Garden can be faintly heard, enthralled by the grandeur of the event. Gu Xing feels a surge of excitement coursing through him, his fingers trembling slightly from exhilaration, compelling him to take a moment to regain his composure. Once the jungle monsters respawn at 1 minute and 40 seconds, he finally calms himself, adjusting to an optimal state, beginning with the stone beetle in the upper quadrant. He gradually descends through the jungle. In the recent patch prior to the World Championship, Qianju received a reduction in base armor and the healing from Wolf Spirit Frenzy, making it difficult for her to withstand jungle monster attacks. Thus, the need for the heavy-handed gift buff acquired from the stone beetle is paramount. By stacking basic attacks, he can continuously stun the jungle monsters. Utilizing the attack speed and movement speed reduction from Wolf Spirit Frenzy to mitigate damage taken. Imp, at level 2, use your E along this route. I want to see how Peanut approaches, Gu Xing instructs, adhering to the pre-match strategy. Prompting Zhu Songbin to reach level 2 and use the Hawk Spirit to scout ROX's jungle vision. Imp complies without hesitation. Knowing that he and Xiao Duan's Frost Queen Nami duo would undoubtedly be unable to secure level 2, and whatever skills they choose would be stifled in the early game. However, the two elders of Xianying discerned their plan and, upon confirming that they could seize the level 2 advantage first, advanced their heroes forward, forcing the VG duo to retreat beneath their tower. Consequently, Imp's attempt to clear minions and level up would be delayed. Gu Xing swiftly followed the third route downwards. Realizing that his first Wolf Spirit mark would soon refresh at the 2.5-minute mark, yet his bottom lane had yet to uncover the position of Xiao Huaxing. Reluctantly, he had to strategically concede. The first mark for Qianju appeared at either the upper or lower river crab or the opposing Fong Kuei bird camp, unless it fortuitously manifested at the lower river crab not far from Gu Xing. He had no intention of collecting it. At this stage, only Li Zhixuan's mid-lane Karma held lane control, while both side lanes were being suppressed by the Tigers, without clarity on the position of the blind monk. Attempting to secure the mark could lead to an ambush, potentially resulting in Gu Xing and his teammates being caught off guard. As luck would have it, Gu Xing's fortune was rather poor. The first mark appeared at the ROX Fong Kuei bird camp. Observing that Kuro's Rise was on the verge of reaching level 3, he decisively abandoned the mark. The control and burst damage from ROX's jungle and mid lane were formidable, and Gu Xing did not wish to seek unnecessary conflict. At 2 minutes and 44 seconds, as the third wave of cannon minions reached the bottom lane. Fortunately, during this period, although VG's bottom lane was pinned down, Xiao Huaxing had not taken any initiative, likely waiting for the first mark to refresh. The drone followed the route provided by Gu Xing, maximizing its reconnaissance of the tiger's jungle. As anticipated, in the lower red buff area, the silhouette of Xiao Huaxing's blind monk became visible. Meanwhile, the ROX Fong Kuei birds were entirely absent. Gu Xing deduced from the minion count that Xiao Huaxing had also commenced his jungle route from the upper area. It seemed he had cleared the magic swamp frog in blue buff before descending to await the mark, aiming to secure it the moment it appeared at the 2.5 minute mark, denying him any chance to contest. At 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Gu Xing finally observed on the mini-map that the wolf spirit mark in the ROX Fong Kuei bird camp had vanished. According to Qianzhu's mechanics, when the wolf spirit mark is eliminated by the enemy, one can calculate that the monsters would have perished 15 seconds prior. Thus, Gu Xing inferred that the ROX Fong Kuei birds had fallen at 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Lord placed the ward in the upper half, who had just pushed a wave of cannon minions to place a ward at the opposing blue buff swamp frog. The next wave of minions would not arrive at the mid lane until 3 minutes and 8 seconds. With nothing pressing to do, Li Zhixuan, hesitant to pressure Kuro beneath the tower, took the opportunity to utilize his inspiration, force speed, and ventured into the enemy jungle to place a ward. Following protocol for ward placement, Gu Xing also returned to clear their initial jungle camps meticulously, preparing to replenish his jungle knife. Just as he was ready to farm the next round of camps, revealed the presence of the blind monk. Gu Xing was elated. This was precisely the information he sought. 205. Each showcased their prowess as they exchanged blows in the early game. As the match approached the 4-minute mark, Gu Xing meticulously deduced the path taken by Xiao Huaxing's Li Xin through the timing of the disappearance of the wolf spirit mark at the ROX Featherbeak bird camp, the imp's eagle spirit, and the ward placed by Li Zhixuan. The two junglers had previously cleared all the swift crabs in both the upper and lower river lanes. In this version, where the river crab reset time extends to 180 seconds, the wolf spirit mark, with a cooldown of 75 seconds, would inevitably begin to capture monsters again. Your team SF4 spawning first, immediately triggering the passive of Qianzhu. Gu Xing calculated that the demise of the ROX Featherbeak bird occurred at 2 minutes and 35 seconds. Thus, the next F4 spawn would be at 4 minutes and 15 seconds. Gu Xing was aware that Xiao Huaxing was also privy to this information. As a hallmark player of the jungle-centric playstyle, Peanut had ample experience with Qianzhu throughout his career, well-versed in the hero's mechanics and intricacies. What would Peanut do? Empathizing with his opponent, Gu Xing surmised that Xiao Huaxing would certainly time his efforts to secure the second round of the ROX Featherbeak bird at the 4-minute and 15-second mark, thereby denying him the opportunity to successfully acquire the mark. He resolved to take a contrary approach. Meanwhile, the opposing cannon had placed a second ward at the VG Stone Beetle camp, marking the signal for the dragon. Previously, Long Gu and Gu Xing had discussed that the enemy top laner had placed the first ward near the river. At that time, Smeb was pushing the lane. Early 3-man gank was prudent. Gu Xing strategies to track Peanut's movements. Known for early lane pressure, venturing into the VG jungle to place wards was entirely expected. However, this action only served to clarify Gu Xing's subsequent objectives. As he communicated his plan to his teammates, the commentator Miller felt an unusual tension. His back muscles ached slightly from prolonged tension. As the match reached the 4-minute mark, neither side had yet engaged in conflict, a stark contrast to their historically aggressive styles. Not even a skirmish had occurred. All 3 lanes saw players maintaining a steady pace, with heroes pressuring lanes appropriately, while those at a disadvantage remained safely under their towers to farm. Had this been a match between Samsung and SKT, such a cautious approach would have been entirely reasonable. Yet, ROX and VG thrived on mid-game aggression. Stable farming was evidently not their forte, akin to the calm before a storm. In simpler terms, something significant was imminent. After Gu Xing finished farming his stone beetle, he intended to inform the bottom lane about his plan to continue jungling downwards. However, he soon observed Qianzhu departing from the stone beetle camp, taking a wide detour and instead heading towards the top lane. The director then shifted to the VG perspective. revealing that Li Jixuan's earlier ward near the ROX blue area had spotted Xiao Huaxing's Li Xin moving downwards after finishing off the magic frog. Peanut has departed from the upper quadrant. Is Xiao Gu planning to take advantage of this opportunity to strike Smeb? Miller has sensed Gu Xing's intentions. Yet he remains unaware of Xiao Gu's wide detour to locate him. Gu Xing now crouches in the brush where the upper lane meets the river. Smeb has utilized 2 wards in succession, and the yellow trinket will not be ready until nearly the 6-minute mark. This implies that there are considerable blind spots in the vision around the ROX upper lane. Miller then turns his gaze towards the state of the minion waves in the upper lane, furrowing his brow. However, Kennen is not particularly easy to catch. The minions are currently at the midpoint of the upper lane. As a long-range champion, Kennen's position is relatively safe. Just as he finishes speaking, Smeb takes a few cautious steps forward, launching an auto attack towards Echo, who is attempting to secure a last hit. What? Miller is taken aback by Kennen's sudden aggressive playstyle and feels a surge of excitement. Kennen's advance undoubtedly creates an opportunity for VG's jungle and top lane. The LCK commentator. Cry. Jinghao run. Zhu Xiaolong realizes his baiting has succeeded and without hesitation maneuvers Echo forward using his EQ combo. The slow effect from the Q, Time Winder, hampers Kennen's mobility. Emerges from the brush where the upper lane meets the river, launching a bolt towards Smeb. Kennen activates his E for a burst of speed to retreat. He activates his W, Wolf Spirit Frenzy, allowing him to land an auto attack on Smeb. Thanks to the Spell Blade affinity, which extends the duration of his 15 buff. The red buff continues to exert its influence in the final moments. The combination of arrows and wolf spirit bites causes Smeb's health to plummet. At this juncture, Kennen still benefits from the dual resistances conferred by his lightning rush, which provides 10 points of resistance at level 1. Gu Xing is aware of this and refrains from casting other skills, choosing instead to persistently engage Smeb with auto attacks. As the 2 seconds of lightning rush conclude, he finally activates his E, Fearsome Presence. Just as the slow effect from Dragon Brother's Time Winder dissipates, Gu Xing flawlessly transitions into a soft control. Smeb flashes away to create distance, hoping to avoid a 3-ring strike from Echo, yet Kiana's dance of arrows leaps forward, with Smeb's health nearing depletion. The urgency in commentator Kim Dongjun's voice escalates. Beside him, Cloud Templar, with keen eyes, notices that after Kennen executes a final auto attack while retreating, his hand shuriken glimmers with lightning. He becomes invigorated, activating the passive of his electrocute. Smeb still has a chance to escape. For Kennen to flee now, he must utilize Thunderstrike to unleash the skill's 3-layered storm mark to stun the enemy. Earlier, when Smeb activated his E to retreat, the skill only struck Echo, failing to apply the passive storm mark on Gu Xing, who was slightly further back. However, should he activate his W and trigger the electrocute's passive effect, there remains a possibility of stunning Gu Xing. With the passive effect of the electric blade and the Q ability, Oni, Chidori, combined with the W's active detonation, Smeb skillfully accumulates 3 stacks of storm marks. As the foremost player among the official top 20 contenders of this year's World Championship, he undeniably possesses remarkable prowess. Many players, upon encountering a jungler's ambush, succumb to panic, frantically attempting to flee. In contrast, Smeb maintains his composure. During his retreat after activating E, Thunder Armor, he carefully monitored his electric blade stacks. Upon realizing that a single basic attack would trigger his passive, he felt as if he had found a glimmer of hope amidst despair. He unleashed the electric blade and immediately hurled it at the nearby Kiana. Following this, he executed the Q ability, Oni, Chidori, canceling the recoil from his basic attack. Smeb's straightforward AQ combo, if executed flawlessly, would instantly stack 2 storm marks on Kiana. Should Gu Xing pursue him beneath the tower, Smeb could activate the electric blade's effect, stunning him under the turret and potentially turning the tables. However, just as Smeb completed his basic attack and released the Chidori Shuriken, a brilliant golden light illuminated the scene, and Kiana swiftly teleported 400 units to the side, evading the Shuriken while closing in on Smeb. Virtue, the roaring deity, could hardly contain his astonishment. His reflexes were astonishing as he flashed to dodge Smeb's Q. Kiana, nimble and agile, managed to fire another arrow, triggering the previously applied fearsome presence, successfully reducing Smeb to a sliver of health. At that moment, a silvery outline of the time wound appeared behind Smeb. Long Gu, anticipating Gu Xing's gank on the top lane, had promptly cast time warp, positioning it perfectly within the ROX tower. This effectively enveloped Smeb's retreat under the tower's protection, although Echo could not enter the time wound he had laid. Relying solely on the passive and active effects of W and Electric Blade, he could only accumulate 2 storm marks, rendering him incapable of stunning Qiyana. Furthermore, the time wound's radius was considerable. Without any mobility skills, Smeb, with his short legs, stood no chance of escaping. Virtue continued to deal damage under the turret, and with a final arrow, he eliminated Smeb. The sudden eruption of cheers reverberated throughout Madison Square Garden. The ecstatic LPL supporters waved their flags and shouted from the stands. Despite feeling somewhat disappointed, the roaring deity diligently commented on the unfolding situation. Qiyana secured first blood, and Smeb would have to teleport back to the lane upon respawning. Nearby, Cloud Templar felt puzzled as to why Smeb had chosen to engage the opposing Echo. If he had played it safe, he would likely not have fallen victim to the gank. Had Smeb not suddenly entertained the notion of trading blows, he could have merely utilized his flash to evade danger and safely retreated to the tower. It is evident that the perspective of the observer and that of the player on the battlefield often reveal vastly different information. Despite Cloud Templar's extensive experience as a former World Championship runner-up, he remains perplexed by the internal communication within the ROX team. Smeb, glancing at the monochromatic screen and brushing aside the stray strands of hair from his forehead, expresses his frustration. There's a miscommunication, my brothers. His vision placed at the VG's beetle camp revealed Gu Xing moving downward after clearing the jungle. Furthermore, the warning issued by mid laner Kuro indicated that VG's jungler and mid laner were preparing to contest their own Featherbird. Only then did Smeb dare to press forward and attempt to trade blows. He could not afford to let Echo secure a stable development against him in the lane. Currently, Kennen is fully reliant on AP builds. Such dependence on skill damage diminishes his lifesteal and sustained combat capabilities, rendering his split-pushing strength rather mediocre and making it difficult to pose a significant threat to the opposing top laner. Meanwhile, the tanky Echo is notorious for his aggressive engagements. If he fails to establish dominance during the landing phase, once the opponent completes their Mercury Treads, Spirit Visage, and Ice Fist combination around the 16-minute mark, Kennen will find himself at a severe disadvantage. Should the tanky Echo charge in, utilizing Ice Fist and various slow effects to ensnare him, Kennen could easily lose half his health while simultaneously avoiding the stun from Echo's Time Winder. As the transition into the mid-game begins and the health exchanges commence, AP Kennen would inevitably fall into a state of absolute passivity. Given Echo's robust physique, if he were to employ E-phase dive offensively, Kennen would be forced to unleash his ultimate to counter. However, with Echo equipped with Mercury Treads, an evenly developed Kennen would not be able to eliminate him in one fell swoop, allowing Echo to activate his Chrono Break and escape the fray. When AP Kennen and Echo exchange ultimates during the mid-game transition, it is certain that Kennen would suffer a significant loss. After all, the Electric Rats team fights rely heavily on Lightning Prison to forcefully engage and deal damage. Without his ultimate, Kennen possesses no combat efficacy. Smeb would not permit such a predicament to unfold. Thus, upon learning that Gu Xing intended to venture into the lower area to contest the Wolf Spirit mark, he seized the opportunity to exert pressure on the dragon, unaware of the opposing jungler's movements at the outset. Smeb had already engaged in a stable development with Echo for 4 minutes, understanding that if he did not apply pressure soon, he would be the one to suffer when the lane transitioned. However, the moment he initiated his actions, a lurking Qiyana emerged. Now, flash. The lane has evidently fallen into a disadvantageous position. Kuro hurriedly expressed his apologies. The enemy's karma played too cunningly. I was deceived. Easyhoon's karma exhibited remarkable finesse, constantly pushing the lane within the first 3 minutes, displaying no intent to trade blows. Just half a minute prior, Li Jihun suddenly adopted an aggressively offensive stance, frequently advancing and inviting exchanges. This raised Kuro's vigilance. A sensible player facing Rise would typically strive to suppress him at levels 1 and 2, taking advantage of Rise's insufficient power before he unlocks all 3 abilities. Who would wait for Rise to gain strength and then idly engage in trades. Kuro's immediate reaction was to suspect treachery. However, the VG's Karma and Kiana duo lacked control, and the mid lane was too short, making it difficult for them to catch him. The intent behind the health exchange was certainly not to create an opportunity for Gu Xing to gank mid. Kuro pondered for a moment. Sensing that the opponent was preparing to seize the impending spawn of the wolf spirit mark at ROX's Fangbird. After all, the duo of Rise and Lee Sin in the jungle exhibited superior combat capabilities. Should both teams be at full strength, the Tiger team could easily defend this cluster of wolf spirit marks. Li Jihun seized every opportunity to exchange blows, ensuring that the fighting strength of both junglers would be brought to parity. Thus, Kuro deduced that Gu Xing intended to snatch the mark and promptly relayed this information to Smeb. Little did they realize they were falling into a trap. Following the explosive first blood in the top lane, Li Jihun reverted to a cautious state of merely pushing the lane rather than trading hits. Kuro was exasperated. With your talent for theatrics, why not pursue a career as an actor on Zhongwu Road? He exclaimed. Wang Hao, come assist me, catch Karma, he implored Peanut, who was at the ROX Fangbird camp. No problem, Brother Rise, you initiate, and I'll follow suit, Peanut quickly agreed. The series of battles and strategic maneuvers convinced Peanut that the opponent was aware of his movements. Given this, he saw no need for subterfuge and boldly made his way to the mid lane to launch an assault. Kuro observed as Li Jihun unleashed Q, Spirit Flame, swiftly activating his sprint to close the distance between them. The commentator, Wawa, witnessed this scene as Rise immobilized the Lord with E and W, while Lee Sin executed a sidekick with his sonic wave. Peanut struck from the extreme range, following up with a second echo and seamlessly connecting with a ground slam and basic attack. The combination flowed effortlessly. Karma cast E-Inspire upon herself, and with the enhancement of her ultimate, the tether was cast upon Lee Sin, prompting Wawa to glance at Karma's health bar and breathe a sigh of relief. ROX's jungler was determined to engage, though the damage was lacking. Karma might appear fragile, but in the mid lane, she was exceedingly difficult to eliminate. Our mantra endowed her with formidable escape capabilities. Whether through enhancing Q's slow effect, W's healing, or E's shield, it became increasingly arduous for the opponent to secure a kill. However, the ROX junglers were not intent on sending Li Jihun back to base for recuperation. Peanut utilized his shield to support his teammate, pulling Karma's tether to prevent her from regaining health. Peanut then turned to assist his mid laner with the minion wave. Kuro had been under pressure from Li Jihun in the mid lane for the past few minutes, and found the lane quite uncomfortable. Rise's initial wave clear efficiency was lacking. E, Spell Surge, currently provided only single target damage. To achieve a spreading effect, he required a double E, combined with Q, Overload, for area damage against the minions. However, this approach consumed considerable mana, necessitating the use of 3 skills to clear the minions. In contrast, Karma could nearly achieve the same effect with her sole Q, Spirit Flame. If Rise wished to maintain equilibrium in the minion wave against Karma, he would need a substantial amount of mana equipment or means of regeneration. The optimal solution was to secure the blue buff, but it would not be available until after the 7th minute. Kuro had no choice but to return to base early to acquire the Tear of the Goddess. Despite Rise's inability to unleash his skills freely to clear waves before the layers stack up, he can still significantly alleviate the challenges faced in the mid lane. Vincian has been pushing VG's mid tower alongside ROX's jungler, but Karma's advantages in the current version shine through. She is one of the few champions capable of bringing teleport, making it quite fitting for her to use it to supplement her waves at this moment. Notably, Karma's E-Inspire does not heavily rely on her mobility, making it more prudent to take teleport to counter Rise's mid-game split push. Peanut ventures into VG's lower jungle, aiming to invade and claim some jungle resources while Xiaogu is absent from the map. Miller observes the mini-map, and the good news is that he calculates only a single camp has been countered. Early on, To expedite his handling of the first spawn of wolves at 2.5 minutes, Peanut opts for a route from top to bottom. He clears only the magic frog and blue buff in the upper jungle before heading down. During the jungle respawn, he could only finish the frog before moving down, as the 3 wolves had yet to respawn. Now, they have reset and have been successfully cleared by Gu Xing. It's daring detour to confront Smeb in the top lane. He is aware that ROX's upper jungle has a group of 3 wolves available. Lost through counter-jungling. After clearing the shadow wolves, Gu Xing scans the map resources but furrows his brow. F4 camp. However, after such a lengthy duration, the mark has yet to disappear. Lord Ho used to direct Li Jihun. Easyhoon complies without complaint. He chose Karma this game to serve as a support for the jungler, and making the necessary sacrifices is entirely reasonable. Just as Li Jihun teleports back to lane, Kuro's Rise has yet to return to the mid lane. After pushing the minions under the tower, he heads to the Tiger team's F4 to scout for enemies. He understands Peanut's intentions. Since the Wolf Spirit mark has spawned here, Peanut aims to prevent Gu Xing from claiming it. The mark lasts for 180 seconds, meaning that as long as this F4 group remains alive for 3 minutes, the Wolf Spirit mark will not vanish. Until 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Gu Xing will be unable to acquire passive stacks from other jungle monsters. It is well known that obtaining the Sheep's Spirit mark on champions in professional play is quite challenging. From under ROX's vigilant watch. Otherwise, his passive stacks will remain stagnant at 0 for the first 7 minutes. Into a precarious situation. He would rather forego clearing this F4 than allow Gu Xing to gain the mark. Qiyana holds substantial strategic value for VG, and Peanut's economic trade as Lee Sin is an undeniably profitable endeavor. There is something here, Gu Xing muses to himself. He is now hesitant to counter, having already burned his flash to secure first blood against Smeb. To recklessly venture into the wild and face dire consequences is to disrupt the grand rhythm of the game. It can only be said that the Tiger team possesses an air of invincibility. ROX has been engaging in scrimmages with VG since the summer season. Despite the shortage of personnel in their analysis team, they have undoubtedly conducted thorough research on the dominant heroes of the current meta. Coincidentally, Gu Xing had frequently utilized Qianzhu during the summer matches. The Tiger team must have amassed a wealth of information, having previously analyzed and studied these strategies. Now, they are set to employ this knowledge on the grand stage of the World Championship semifinals. Do you need my assistance? Duan Deliang realizes the plight of his jungler and wishes to actively come to the rescue. However, it is futile. Gu Xing declines Xiao Duan's aid. VG's bottom lane is currently under siege. Regardless of whether to return to base for supplies or to offer support, Grella must act swiftly. This group of sharp beaks is undoubtedly a focal point of ROX's defense and will not easily allow others to interfere. In the backstage lounge, Hongmi furrows her brow, leaning against the back of her chair while gazing at the television screen. The VG lineup indeed has its flaws. The early skirmishes lack vigor, rendering the overall composition rather soft and deficient in robust crowd control. Prior to Ice's reaching level 6, the team's strategy leans towards a defensive posture. Yet, this is an unavoidable situation. VG, positioned as the naturally disadvantaged red side, has already exhausted all 3 of their ban slots. If they were to secure a perfect lineup over ROX, the Tiger team might as well rename themselves the Pig-Nose team. The advantage of their composition lies in the fact that ROX must initiate fights to gain the upper hand, while VG boasts a plethora of counterattack skills, unafraid of the opponent's aggressive engagements. However, during this period leading up to the mid-game transition, Gu Xing will find it particularly challenging. Nevertheless, he is not one to sit idly by. After clearing the upper quadrant and returning to base for supplies, Gu Xing continuously switches screens, conceiving a brilliant strategy. With the bottom lane being pushed and lacking control, the support cannot conveniently assist. Yet, there exists a pathway to provide remote support. Dragon Brother. Gu Xing returns to base to purchase boots of attack speed, initiating a call for assistance. As the saying goes, I help you, you help me. It is now your turn to exert effort. Can you come and lend a hand once you hit level 6? Zhu Xiaolong responds promptly, no problem. Everyone's well-being is paramount, I understand. Gu Xing had previously assisted in eliminating Smeb in the top lane, not only forcing a flash, but also pushing the minion wave. Compelling a teleport as well. He can be credited with significant contributions, effectively alleviating Echo's landing pressure. Zhu Xiaolong recognizes that the core of this match lies in the jungler's role and feels obliged to reciprocate, hence his enthusiastic reply. As the match time reaches 6 minutes, Zhu Xiaolong finally announces that he has reached level 6. Without hesitation, Gu Xing dashes into ROX's lower jungle, heading straight for the sharp beak camp. Peanut's defense of F4 is nothing short of impenetrable, always ensuring he can arrive at the battlefield at the first sign of enemy intrusion. Upon spotting Gu Xing intruding through the vision at the river's entrance, he swiftly races towards the sharp beak camp, simultaneously calling for Kuro's assistance. Seeing the hero icons on the mini-map converge, Wawa instantly feels invigorated. As Xiao Gu enters the Tiger team's lower jungle, his first action is to place a vision ward and illuminate the teleport. The broadcast shifts to the top lane, focusing on Zhu Xiaolong. As the audacious scholar Echo radiates a dazzling crimson light, Xiao Gu pulls the top laner, intent on forcibly claiming the wolf spirit mark from the great feathered bird. VG's presence in the lower jungle guarantees a numerical advantage. Xiao Huasheng, observing the teleport activation, discerns Gu Xing's intentions. Lacking in resources, is undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Xiao Huasheng weighs the pros and cons and ultimately resolves, "I'll make a move. Rui Xing, be ready to follow me." After receiving his teammate's assurance, he throws the resonating strike over the wall towards the feathered bird. Just before Zhu Xiaolong's teleport lands, Gu Xing activates F4. In reality, significantly higher damage to the jungle monster than their respective smites. Beyond mere speed, fortune must also play a role. 2 smites descend in quick succession. Which side will claim the creature? Miller's voice sharpens, brimming with excitement. A mere feathered bird. Yet he manages to create an atmosphere as if it were a momentous dragon steel. Xiao Gu, Wawa exclaims dramatically, letting out a signature shout as Qianju successfully secures the first mark. Just over a minute ago, they had watched Gu Xing attempt repeatedly, yet hesitate to seize the feathered bird, leading to considerable frustration. Now, they finally exhale in relief. The venue resonates with VG supporters fervently waving their glow sticks, expressing their exhilaration. Upon seeing Gu Xing claim the mark, Zhu Xiaolong exuberantly shouts. He unleashes both skills, attempting to slow the potential pursuit. Without pause, he casts R, Time Winder, returning to his previous location 4 seconds prior. Echo's mastery of time allows him to return to the safety of the top lane tower, having failed to secure the feathered bird. Xiao Huasheng opts to reposition beside his teammate using the shield, abandoning the notion of pursuit. Although Echo has returned to the top lane, his skills still pose a threat to the lower area. Peanut, cautious, refrains from a direct chase, allowing Gu Xing to escape under the cover of the Lord's protection. The loss of this mark significantly impacts his jungle strategy. In 75 seconds, Gu Xing's next mark will randomly refresh on one of the river crabs. Xiao Huasheng's defensive efforts will undoubtedly be less effective than when protecting his own feathered bird. Gu Xing is poised to secure his second mark, leaving Xiao Huasheng feeling exasperated. His strategy to deny marks was initially successful, leaving Gu Xing with nothing in the jungle for the first few minutes. However, Gu Xing's earlier actions in the top lane foreshadowed a turnaround, salvaging Qian Ju's mark rhythm. Xiao Huasheng clicks his tongue. As he has consistently stated, VG possesses formidable strength. Setting aside hidden cards, ROX faces a challenging battle against their opponents. Even with the impeccable defensive strategies devised by the team, VG invariably presents countermeasures. Little Peanut gritted his teeth. Since defense was futile, he resolved to initiate a vigorous offensive anew, a rhythm that ROX was most accustomed to. At 7 minutes and 25 seconds, Qianju's wolf spirit mark reappeared on the river crab. This time, Imp utilized Eagle Dive to ascertain Little Peanut's presence in the upper quadrant in advance, allowing Gu Xing to effortlessly acquire yet another layer of marks. Peanut assisted the mid laner in securing the blue buff, enabling Rise to finally clear the minion wave with ease. With the blue buff and the Tear of the Goddess, Kuro managed to hold his own against Li Jihun's Karma in terms of pushing the wave. However, Changes were quietly unfolding in the top lane as Zhu Xiaolong deployed his ultimate and teleport to support Gu Xing. Even so, Long Gu did not relinquish his advantage. Kennen was nothing short of divine. Yet, during these few minutes of trading blows with Zhu Xiaolong, he merely maintained equilibrium. Being overly aggressive without a flash made him susceptible to Gu Xing's potential ambush. It was only during Little Peanut's presence in the upper quadrant that Smeb dared to press forward slightly. Just a little longer, murmured Little Peanut. His keen eyes scanning the map for information. He began to strategize, planning to deliver a heavy blow to VG with a ferocious assault. At 7 minutes and 50 seconds, ROX's sharp-beak bird respawned, and Little Peanut wasted no time in dispatching it, while Qianjue was at 2 layers of marks. The wolf spirit continued to capture both river crabs and the F4. He eliminated the F4, and as Gu Xing claimed the second mark, he devoured the lower river crab. Thus, when Qianjue's next wolf spirit mark was ready, the only target left would be the upper river crab. Little Peanut did this intentionally. As time reached 8 minutes and 45 seconds, the wolf spirit mark appeared at the upper river crab. A slight smile crept onto Little Peanut's lips. Now is the time. Brother Jinghao, he shouted in the voice channel to alert his teammates. Smeb responded, I'm good over here. Seeing this, Little Peanut hastily made his way toward the bottom lane. What was Peanut planning? The ever-vigilant Dada immediately noticed Little Peanut's unusual movements. Judging by the route, was he heading to tower dive in the bottom lane? Dada's years of professional commentary had honed his instincts, and he speculated without a doubt. Little Peanut was indeed going for the dive. Previously, he had deliberately eliminated the sharp-beaked bird and controlled the wolf spirit mark towards the upper river crab to lure Gu Xing away, aiming to draw him into the upper quadrant for the third layer of marks. Consequently, VG's entire lower half would become desolate, their defensive strength drastically weakened. As Little Peanut arrived in the brush behind VG's bottom tower, he was already spotted. Duan Deliang had set up the defensive vision impeccably. Escaping proved to be quite challenging. From a distance, Prey unleashed his ultimate. The perfect execution range of Jin's curtain call encompassed the VG duo entirely. Little Duan swiftly turned and activated his ultimate. Nami waved her staff, attempting to disrupt the opponent with her R, tidal wave. As the Peanut took advantage of the moment, the radiant light of the teleportation re-emerged. The camera shifted to Kennen in the fountain. Smeb had just completed his magic penetration boots, and his damage was undoubtedly formidable. Instantly as ROX initiated a 4 versus 2, catching VG off guard. Currently, both Flash and Teleport share the same cooldown of 300 seconds. With the Insight talent, this can be reduced by 15 seconds, resulting in a cooldown of 45 seconds. It only takes 4 minutes and 15 seconds to recover. It's over 4 minutes in, and now, it is already past 8.5 minutes. Both summoner spells have certainly cooled down. Meanwhile, VG has only just seen Lord Hu's teleport come off cooldown, while the top laner, Zhu Xiaolong, still has a significant time left on his cooldown. Gu Xing is still in the upper area collecting marks, leaving Imp and Xiao Duan isolated and defenseless. No one from VG can assist the duo. And Lord Hu seeks a position for teleport support, yet Kuro blocks him effectively. The teleport can be interrupted by confinement. Li Jihun spends a considerable amount of time trying to evade Kuro. However, when he returns to a safe position under the tower, Kennen is almost ready to teleport in. The VG duo is still valiantly battling under the tower. Upon witnessing this, Li Jihun realizes that his descent would serve little purpose. By the time the 45-second teleport concludes, he might only be there to collect the remains of his duo. Thus, he wisely decides to return to his lane and let his bottom lane fend for themselves. Xiao Duan's Nami bubbles effectively suppress the teleport's emergence, but it seems to have little effect. Upon landing, Kennen activates his ultimate, dashing into VG's duo with the acceleration from his magic penetration boots and E ability. In just one encounter, VG's fragile bottom lane duo suffers significant damage. ROX seeks to secure kills, funneling the economy into Kennen, who is crucial for their development. Smeb's teleport is not solely to grant advantages to his teammates. His true intention is to rapidly amplify his own growth. After securing 2 kills, ROX aims to push down the first blood tower in the bottom lane. At 8 minutes and 47 seconds, It coincides perfectly with the arrival of a cannon minion wave at the side lane. Peanut meticulously calculated every detail, executing the plan flawlessly. Utilizing the robust cannon minions, their push accelerates rapidly. Moreover, VG's disadvantaged duo has already lost considerable health in lane. Once the first blood tower is demolished, they reverse the tide and achieve an economic lead. ROX suddenly accelerates, catching VG off guard. Gu Xing scratches his chin. The Tiger team's offensive is fierce and powerful. Just as their name suggests, he uses his teleport to claim the marks and dismantle the opponent's defense. ROX retaliates in kind, launching their own 4 versus 2 with a teleport advantage. VG suffers significant economic losses from this exchange. However, the silver lining is that Gu Xing himself secures the 3rd layer of marks. As the transition phase commences, VG's composition, especially with Qiyana, has successfully navigated the early challenging period. From here on, both teams will engage in a direct confrontation of their offensive and defensive formations. As a side note, in the previous chapter, a reader raised a question regarding the BP, specifically why ROX opted not to select Olaf while banning the troll. Why choose the blind monk over Olaf? And regarding the question of lane control in VG, these first 2 inquiries have been addressed in several previous sections, albeit not cohesively. It has been mentioned that Xia Washing has a preference for the blind monk over Olaf, among other points. I find it perplexing that, despite the extensive explanations, questions still arise. Is it because I did not reiterate previously discussed points during the drafting phase? Having invested in the official content, I urge everyone to read carefully. In my discussion of the matches, I seldom include superfluous details. I strive to weave in relevant information that subtly enhances understanding of the current meta. This approach aims to minimize lengthy discourse during the drafting phase, ensuring a more coherent structure and a more enjoyable reading experience. As for the final query regarding lane control, a reader noted that Karma and the S6 version of Rise shared equal power in the early game. This comparison is fundamentally flawed. Support champions like Karma and Lulu can dominate the mid lane precisely because their ability to control the lane is unparalleled. Few can seize lane control from them in the early stages. Even the current iteration of Rise, equipped with an E that carries a diffusion effect, cannot contend with Karma's lane dominance, let alone the S6 version of Rise, which required 2 E's to spread to minions. With 8, 700 words and 14, 950, 000 views. The narrative unfolds, the struggle for lane control, an indomitable backline. Witnessing his team seize an advantage through a 4-2 engagement, they smoothly secured a wind dragon. Xia Washing beamed with delight, nodding and swaying in his seat, his fingers dancing in rhythm with his body. Just keep playing like this, he urged his teammates, emphasizing the need to overwhelm their opponents. Smeb celebrated a double kill, reaping 600 gold and shared economic benefits from the first blood tower, dispelling the frustrations of earlier targeting and exuberantly exclaiming, "Let VG witness our prowess." The voice chat of the Tigers was filled with the enthusiastic shouts of the players. Kuro was the only ROX player not involved in the 4-2 skirmish, maintaining a steady development in the mid lane. This made him the most composed member of the team. During the lane transition, we must not afford any opportunities. Let us dismantle VG's outer towers first, he continuously emphasized, wary of any reckless mistakes from his teammates. Smeb returned to base to purchase crucial items before eagerly heading to the bottom lane, confident that once his ultimate was ready, he could engage freely. Having amassed significant gold, he regained an advantageous position against his opponent. Facing an Echo whose equipment was gradually solidifying posed little threat to him. We must be cautious of Qiyana, Prey reminded as he and Gragas headed towards the upper lane, playing the role of the elder statesman while stressing that as their only strong point at the moment. Following the conclusion of the 4-2 battle, Imp's equipment began to lag behind. VG's mid laner remained a mere tool, playing Karma. The only player of concern was Qiyana, who had secured first blood and boasted a lavish array of gear. Aware that these 2 to 3 minutes had allowed Gu Xing to develop comfortably, Xia Washing devised a strategy to curb her growth. An idea sparked, and after claiming the Wind Dragon, he ventured to his team's lower jungle, clearing the F4 and the Gromp before returning to base. Upon acquiring the 3rd tier of passive abilities, Qianju's subsequent wolf spirit marks will manifest upon the 4 camps of non-buff neutral monsters belonging to the opponents. Peanut has thoroughly cleared the lower jungle, indicating that the next set of marks will solely appear in the upper quadrant of ROX. Meanwhile, the duo from the Tiger team, having transition lanes, possesses ample energy to assist Peanut in safeguarding the jungle. Gu Xing brandishes the bloodletter jungle knife, observing the additional jungle counts on Peanut. Qianju's marks. It can be said that both Peanut and the Tiger team have implemented astute precautions against Qianju, were it during the landing phase. Such a maneuver would indeed cause Gu Xing considerable discomfort, plunging him into a predicament of being unable to secure marks without assistance. However, we are now in the transition phase. With the towers having collapsed, players have liberated themselves from the constraints of their lanes. The 3 originally isolated lanes have now been interconnected through the roaming of champions, fostering a tighter bond among them. This is precisely why Gu Xing perceives the end of the landing phase as advantageous for himself, as he now has far more options at his disposal. He is aware that Peanut is heavily guarding the upper quadrant, thus he resolutely sets his sights on the lower lane. Commanding the sheep spirit to place the mark on Smeb's cannon, Gu Xing boldly advances downward. Upon witnessing this, Wawa expresses concern. Is it too conspicuous for Gu Xing to directly mark Kinnan? Having been in the league for over a year, everyone understands that this champion thrives on cerebral gameplay and strategy. The tactic of placing the sheep spirit mark in the lower lane while effectively targeting the upper lane has become a standard approach for Qianju players. Gu Xing's overt marking of Kinnan suggests a diminished probability of success in his attempt to catch him unawares. Simultaneously, Peanut's earlier ward in the ROX red zone has revealed Qianju's presence. Realizing he is being targeted, Kinnan hastily retreats, seeking refuge in the secluded brush before the lower second tower. Concurrently, Smeb is rallying his teammates for assistance. He finds himself in the lower lane, where the first tower's health is nearly full, providing a semblance of safety for his 1v1 duels. Yet, every situation possesses a duality. The continued existence of ROX's first tower means that the minion waves will be obstructed by the turret. Remaining in the brush, Kinnan is unable to secure any minions. Gu Xing's threats in the lower quadrant will significantly hinder Smeb's development. He necessitates the support of his teammates. Upon hearing the call for aid, Peanut hastens toward the lower lane. He understands that this is Gu Xing's retaliatory move to control the opponent's marks in the upper quadrant. Obstructing Qianju's rhythm, Smeb, isolated in the lower lane, would struggle to farm effectively. Peanut is compelled to provide protection in the lower lane. Smeb is the unequivocal linchpin of the Tiger team in this match, having just secured 2 kills. If he is denied 2 waves of minions, his economy and levels will undoubtedly fall behind to Zhu Xiaolong. The ramifications are untenable for ROX. Peanut descended, maneuvering through his own F4 camp, his gaze fixated on the blind monk. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. What was Xiao Gu doing? He raised his voice sharply, sealed in the brush directly opposite the ROX red buff camp. The sheep spirit stood there obediently, its fiery hue resembling flames beneath the abyssal flame skin, affectionately swirling around it. Xiao Gu aimed to ambush the little Peanut. The excitement in Wawa's tone suggested that the opponent was unaware. Peanut's early game vision deficiency was once again exploited by Gu Xing. He understood that Xiao Peanut, a player who rarely purchased control wards while playing the blind monk, preferred to invest the economy saved from vision into equipment instead. Previously, Peanut had remained stationary at his F4 for 3 minutes to secure Gu Xing's mark on the Tiger team as Herald, sacrificing much in the process. Without the ability to farm F4, Xiao Peanut could not obtain the true side effect of the Eagle Eye buff, Scan Trinket. Although the scanning range was limited before level 9, it was better than nothing, capable of revealing wards in the obscure jungle. Xiao Peanut successfully evaded VG's vision until the moment he was about to strike. During the 4-man 2, he left behind a ward that allowed Smeb to teleport into the fray. Gu Xing was deeply impressed. The green jungle knife grants 2 wards upon a champion's departure. Since Xiao Peanut had already utilized one during the 4-man 2, he was left with only 1 ward, which rendered him incapable of safeguarding the entire lower jungle area for ROX. Upon returning to base, Xiao Peanut did not advance further down the map, preoccupied with securing the mark that Gu Xing was farming in the upper area, neglecting to replenish the vision gaps. The true cornerstone of vision placement for the Tiger team in the early game was Gorilla. However, before ROX could push down the first tower, Gorilla lacked the economic means to craft a sightstone. By the time he accumulated enough resources, the transition period had arrived, and he followed prey to the top lane. In brief, the vision in the lower half of ROX's territory was severely lacking. Only one ward at the choke point could see Gu Xing sneaking in to ambush Smeb. Once Qianzhu ventured into the lower jungle. Hardly believe it. Qianzhu in the early game. The exceptionally agile Lee Sin held an advantage over Qianzhu before acquiring 2 items. Our Dragon's Rage could directly kick Qianzhu out of the protective range of his ultimate, and the Warrior Jungle Knife's bonus allowed QRQ to inflict extraordinarily exaggerated execution damage on squishy targets. No matter how Miller thought about it, he felt that Gu Xing lurking as the blind monk was a grievous mistake, one that could lead to a disastrous outcome, potentially sacrificing himself in the process. Upon hearing his partner's words, Wawa reacted, noting that the blind monk was drawing closer to Gu Xing's ambush point, and immediately shouted in a state of anxiety. No. Xiao Gu, stay calm. Currently, VG's greatest advantage lay with Gu Xing. If he fell again, Wawa could hardly bear to think about how to handle the aftermath. The blind monk had already entered Qianzhu's striking range. In the thicket, Gu Xing refrained from engaging and instead chose to flee. The blind monk and Qiyana stood opposite each other, separated by the ROX red buff camp, one moving downward, the other upward. This contrasting movement of the two heroes was captured by the broadcast, creating ripples in the sea of red and blue at Madison Square Garden. The commentator speculated that Gu Xing had realized Qiyana was no match for the blind monk in a one-on-one confrontation and intended to escape. However, they soon witnessed Qiyana maneuver around the blind monk and charge directly towards the mid lane. Was Gu Xing's true target Rise? Just as Miller finished his thought, he added that it would be challenging for him and the Lord to eliminate Kuro. The jungle duo lacked stable hard crowd control, and Kuro's health remained quite robust, with both summoner spells available, ensuring he faced no imminent danger as long as he played normally. Yet, Gu Xing's sudden appearance from the side startled Kuro. Hadn't this fellow been troubling Smeb down in the bottom lane? How had he made his way to the mid lane? Peanut, who had just traversed down to the ROX Rock Beetle camp, had not noticed Qiyana's presence. Upon hearing his mid laner's voice, he realized Gu Xing had stealthily circled the jungle to arrive at the mid lane. Were they playing hide and seek? Peanut hurriedly returned to the mid lane, where the battle had already commenced. The Lord applied an acceleration shield to himself and accurately struck Rise with his RQ. Miller spoke rapidly, articulating clearly, showcasing his solid commentary skills, while Gu Xing arrived alongside, inflicting a chilling slow. The fiery wolf spirit savagely tore at Rise's form. Qiyana's arrows struck true, and the additional damage from the Bloodblade jungle item combined with the 3-layer passive percentage output significantly reduced Rise's health. The Lord, attentive to detail, promptly tethered Rise with the spirit chain. The spirit chain created by W, Unyielding, would take 2 seconds to generate a binding effect. Rise SR, Realm Warp, also required 2 seconds of casting time. Had he delayed tethering Rise, Kuro could have activated his ultimate ability and escaped without fear, as the VG jungle duo possessed no means of hard crowd control to interrupt. Now, Rise had to wait for the spirit chain to form before he could use his Realm Warp to flee, unless Kuro used Flash to break free from the chain instantaneously. However, the situation was not urgent. While he could use Flash, it was unnecessary. Kuro maneuvered Rise to unleash a combo of QWQ, triggering 2 layers of runes to generate a shield, allowing him to withstand damage, planning to activate his ultimate to escape once he recovered from the binding state. During this time, Gu Xing had managed to reduce Kuro's health to 40%. Rise's Realm Warp carried him back to the second tower, while the Lord turned to manage the minion wave. The commentator was not surprised by Kuro's survival. Yet, when he observed Qiyana's next move, astonishment colored his tone. Qiyana assisted by using AQ to lower the minion health, seamlessly continuing onward. The commentator, upon seeing the distribution of players on the minimap, suddenly understood. Peanut was still in the bottom jungle and had not yet reached the mid lane. Kuro had already used his ultimate and was low on health. As I gaze across the battlefield, the once heavily fortified upper quadrant of the Tiger team now stands defenseless, with only the two ancient spirits remaining. Gu has fully mobilized ROX, and Hua, brimming with fervor, has carved out a path for himself to invade the enemy's upper jungle. Miller, too, raises his voice in a rallying cry. His primary target is not the mark, as he traverses the Tiger team's blue zone. While Gu stealthily encircles the enemy duo ensconced within the first tower, Gu Xing enters the space between ROX's upper first and second towers, placing a ward with precision. In the next instant, the teleportation light blazes forth. The esteemed lord from mid lane makes his entrance. Hua, who has been vociferous throughout this period, his voice now hoarse, just finished pushing the minion wave with Gu's assistance and now retreats to his tower to teleport for support. At this moment, Gu Xing's elaborate strategy finally unfolds before all eyes. He boldly marks the bottom lane's cannon, exerting pressure on ROX by moving downward, luring Hua Sheng into the lower quadrant. He then rushes to mid lane to engage Kuro, whittling down his health while forcing him to expend his ultimate ability. Finally, he makes his way to the upper lane, initiating a siege against the two ancient spirits with the assistance of the Lord. The cacophony from the stands never ceases, as the surging tide of cheers crashes against the venue's edges, echoing like hammers striking upon the rocks. The VG supporters, their faces aglow with excitement, fervently cheer from their seats. The Tiger team finds themselves utterly incapable of resistance. Miller, immersed in the competitive perspective, speaks with a hint of gritted teeth. Kill, kill, kill. Is that all you can do, for against two? Kuro is without teleportation or his ultimate. He must rely solely on his legs to reach the upper lane, with even sprinting taking a full 10 seconds. Since discerning Gu Xing's intentions, Hua Sheng has relentlessly pursued him. Yet it will still take him an estimated 4 to 5 seconds to arrive at the upper battlefield. The two ancient spirits, isolated and defenseless, tremble beneath their tower. The VG duo previously lacked lane control, having failed to push the minion wave forward. Gu Xing understands the urgency of the situation. If he delays further and allows Hua Sheng to arrive, he will lose the opportunity to dive for the kill. Without hesitation, he resolves to act decisively. To rally his teammates. Setting down the wolf spirit's frenzy, he boldly advances towards the tower, casting fearsome presence, to strike Jin. Grella hastily applies weakness to Gu Xing. Prey turns to unleash a basic attack followed by deadly flourish, in an attempt to ensnare him. Observing Jin's movement, Gu Xing deftly sidesteps with Q, rain of arrows. His grasping roots, ensnares him, yet he resolutely uses flash to create distance. Imp, controlling Ash, unleashes a barrage of arrows. Activates Q, releasing a torrent of arrows. Prey's healing cannot withstand the high damage from the two-pronged assault. Noticing Xiao Duan launching a bubble, he swiftly uses flash to evade. Zhu Qingbin's eyes light up as the magical crystal arrow strikes Prey, rendering him stunned on the spot. As long as we can secure the kill, do not let it slip away. Gu Xing fears losing the opportunity. Xiao Duan delivers a basic attack, eliminating Jin. Grella's Stranglethorns ensnares Gu Xing, sending him soaring into the air. He calculated the timing perfectly, unleashing his ultimate ability a step ahead. Under the protection of the Lamb's spirit, Qianjuan narrowly avoided death from the third cannon blast of the turret. Li Jixuan arrived on the battlefield after a 45-second channeling time, first ensnaring Janna with a spirit chain. Grella found it impossible to escape. Remaining within Qianjua's ultimate, he anticipated the arrival of Peanut's assistance. However, the damage from 4 members of VG swiftly reduced his health to the brink. And as soon as the Lamb's spirit faded, Gu Xing's AQA, in conjunction with his teammates, dealt the final blow to Grella, hastily retreating along the top lane to safety. Peanut arrived fashionably late, adjusting his position to kick out the sound wave. Gu Xing, lacking mobility skills, remained unperturbed after being struck by the sound wave, calmly retreating. Disregarding the blind monk, with Rise trailing behind, Peanut scrutinized the situation and ultimately decided against engaging, with Karma's providing a shield for her allies. He realized that even if he executed his combo flawlessly, he wouldn't secure a kill and would risk losing a flash in the process. Miller beamed with joy. A 0-for-2 exchange, VG emerged victorious. Wawa was positively elated. Little Gu had traversed from the bottom lane to the top. Although he did not secure the fourth passive stack, he disrupted the growth rhythm of the Xianming duo, delivering a heavy counter to ROX. The LPL live stream was inundated with a flurry of comments, dazzling in their multitude. What is this, an enhanced version of feigned attacks? Little Gu is nothing short of a devil, toying with ROX like a puppet. Peanut had me in stitches. Running from the top to the bottom and back again, accomplishing nothing in the end, as if on a leisurely stroll to lose weight. I've never seen an LPL team capable of turning LCK squads into laughingstocks like this before. In a year where the standard of LPL is so low, it's absurd that a top-tier team has emerged. In the ROX team's resting room, Coach Nof wore a frown, his expression exceedingly grave. Where both sides, having discarded their trump cards, clashed in a true test of skill. Nof discovered that the opponent was rapidly advancing. At the beginning of the summer season, VG lacked the ability to retaliate against ROX. As time progressed, both sides drew closer to a state of equilibrium. Now, VG had even managed to gain the upper hand over ROX. Nof witnessed the rise of this team from the ground up. Previously, he had been unaware of how VG communicated internally. Yet, to acknowledge the opponent's strength had momentarily instilled a sense of frustration within the Tiger team members. They had just taken down the enemy's first blood turret, a pivotal moment for their momentum. Instead, they were met with a cold splash of water from VG, severely dampening the team's morale. Steady now, wait for me to organize the minion wave. I can coordinate with Wang Hao. Smeb's voice was calm. Confidence in his teammates. Prey casually remarked that if all else fails, they could rely on team fights, as their assault power was formidable enough to overwhelm the opposing side. Peanut opted to take action against Gu Xing, an ultimate ability. Seizing the opportunity when Gu Xing returned to base with low health after a 4-on-2 engagement, he stealthily infiltrated the VG jungle to establish vision control. His objective was to discern Qian Zhu's jungle route. Despite Gu Xing's meticulous caution, it was impossible for him to evade all the wards within the jungle camps. As he farmed the 3 wolves on his side, his position was detected and locked onto by ROX. After clearing the bottom lane minions, Smeb trailed behind Peanut into the VG lower jungle. The commentator from LCK, known as the Roaring Emperor, widened his eyes in anticipation, recognizing the excellent opportunity. Would they seize it? Countless matches have demonstrated the prowess of ROX's jungle and top lane, and this occasion would prove no different. Peanut struck the Shadow Wolf with a sonic wave through the wall, followed by a resonating strike. The target, Smeb unleashed his ultimate without hesitation. Kim Dongjun's joy was palpable as they secured the kill without a hint of doubt. Ultimately, Smeb claimed the kill, marking it as a finishing blow, bringing Kinnan's tally to 3 kills and 1 death, adorned with splendid equipment. Upon spotting Kinnan, Gu Xing realized he had no chance of escape. Smeb's use of his ultimate was presumably to secure the kill swiftly, for the Shadow Wolf was deep within the enemy territory. Any delay could result in a difficult escape should VG's other players converge. The broadcast camera captured Gu Xing nodding slightly, as if to commend the timing of the Tiger team's strike, exploiting the opening he had left. Nonetheless, his expression remained composed, seemingly unconcerned about the potential impact of this kill on the team. Cloud Templar scanned the jungle, noting that the overall gain from this kill was substantial. Apart from providing Kennen with economic advantages, Peanut could also reclaim 2 camps from the lower half of VG's jungle, stifling Qian Zhu's development pace. Just as he finished his thought, he foresaw the imminent clash. However, VG was not inclined to remain passive. The teleport for the Infernal Dragon had already cooled down. After managing the bottom lane minions, it was time to teleport to the top lane, coordinating with his duo to engage against the Xianming duo. With ROX's jungle and top lane focused on the lower half, Kuro's ultimate was still on cooldown. The Tiger team's duo faced yet another situation of fighting alone. Echo tanked the turret, and Prey had no flash this time. The Roaring Emperor sighed deeply as ROX's duo fell once more, with the crucial imp securing a double kill. The advantages earned from taking down the first blood tower were completely squandered. Prey had fallen twice, missing a significant number of minions. While Peanut's earlier 4-on-2 engagement had failed to yield him a kill, resulting in his opponent Gu Xing surpassing him in economic standing. The previous tower was dismantled by VG. And if this continues, ROX may struggle to gain any significant advantage. Cloud Templar senses the precariousness of the situation, should the match extend into the mid to late game. VG's composition holds a distinct edge in direct confrontations. After all, VG boasts a dual marksman setup, which offers greater potential for growth in the later stages and formidable counterattack capabilities. ROX is acutely aware of this and is eager to establish dominance swiftly. However, VG remains unyielding, consistently finding ways to recover. The exchanges during the lane transition phase are extraordinarily dynamic, with both teams seizing opportunities in various sectors, only to be met with counters from their opponents. At 22 minutes and 35 seconds, with Gu Xing successfully ambushing and eliminating Grella, who was placing vision in the jungle, the kill count stands at 11-11. An average of 1 kill per minute unfolds, rendering this match a brutal spectacle amidst the excessively drawn-out S6 World Championship meta. The 10 players adeptly utilize teleportation and intricate maneuvers to frequently engage in advantageous skirmishes, showcasing a plethora of tower diving and lane ganking techniques with remarkable ease. Nowadays, few spectators relish watching matches characterized by a mere handful of kills over an entire game of pure strategic play. Naturally, with the elevation of viewing standards, a continuous brawl from start to finish may also be derided as coarse and clumsy. The clash between VG and ROX seamlessly melds strategy with confrontation. They are not mindlessly driven by bloodlust, but rather engage in combat, while judiciously managing minion waves to seize as much map resource as possible. As the match progresses, all outer towers across the 3 lanes have been obliterated, with an economic disparity of only 1,500. At the 22-minute mark, this minor economic difference, when distributed among the players, is nearly negligible. The match, strikingly even, keeps spectators on the edge of their seats, their attention unwaveringly focused on the battlefield. Fans of both teams frequently witness their chosen side launching fierce offensives, only to have gains swiftly reclaimed by their adversaries. The tug-of-war continues, with neither side able to assert absolute dominance. Dahl quickly hydrates to soothe his throat, having narrated the exhilarating exchanges throughout the match, inevitably parched. Miller remains optimistic, noting VG's resilience. Although Smeb's Kennen possesses 2.5 items, achieving an astonishing burst damage in a team fight seems implausible. We are unbothered by a prolonged game, he asserts. Little Gu now has 6 stacks, equating his damage to that of a completed blade of the Ruined King. The Tigers are unwilling to prolong the match any further. VG's composition includes sufficient frontline presence, with the tanky Echo providing a stable environment for their backline to output damage. Furthermore, Prey's Jhin is still underwhelming in terms of development. If the game reaches a late-stage team fight, Jhin may struggle against the frontline. It is not uncommon for Echo to remain unscathed after a shot. Ray Xing. Keep the top lane minion wave pushed. Let us start the Baron. Smeb aims to force VG into contesting the river. Compared to the expansive lanes of the river are more conducive to heroes like Kennen. If they come, just focus on taking down Qiyana. Prey reiterates, leave it to me. After this exchange of blows, Peanut feels invigorated and in peak form. Due to the equilibrium, the opposing team, VG, maintained vision near the Baron, quickly noticing the adversary's audacious attempt to secure it. With both Janna and Ryze present, ROX's speed in focusing on Baron was commendable. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xing weighed his options, feeling confident with his Bloodthirster and Hurricane in hand. There was no reason to concede the Baron. Let us engage in the fight. He signaled towards the Baron pit, concurrently advising his teammates, you all should absorb the damage with shields and healing, while I will unleash my ultimate at the end. If they force their way in, save your healing abilities for me and Imp, rest assured. Li Jixuan replied calmly, as long as I am alive, you will surely be safe. The support from VG acted as a utility player, tasked with pulling and counterattacking. Ultimately, the responsibility for the cleanup of the skirmish rested upon the 2 marksmen. With Imp adequately farmed, his equipment was certainly formidable. If they could withstand the onslaught from the Tigers, survival for the duo would herald ROX's triumph. Both teams confronted each other in the upper river. As Kuro activated his ultimate within the barren pit, Rise struck the ground, and a brilliant blue teleportation circle materialized, signaling the commencement of the team fight. The teleportation array was strategically positioned above the barren pit, flanking VG's formation. Prey expertly employed his ultimate from a distance, perfectly slowing the enemies. Upon seeing the sniper rifle's range emerge, Xiao Duan promptly activated his own ultimate, Tidecaller's Blessing. The waves surged forward, aiming to interrupt Jin's ultimate. Prey's mouse clicked incessantly, successfully firing 2 shots before being lifted by Nami's ultimate. All shots struck Zhu Xiaolong's echo, diminishing his health, though not significantly. Kennen accelerated into Rise's teleportation circle as Smeb entered the fray. The atmosphere became charged with intensity. ROX's mid and top appeared from the side. The moment Kennen unleashed his ultimate, he flashed over the wall into VG's formation. With a surge, thunderous strikes descended. However, in the next moment, a weakness debuff ensnared him. Kennen's explosive damage, bolstered by his 2.5 items, was significantly reduced. Nami activated her shield, safeguarding her allies from a wave of damage. The shield provided a collective 15 magic resistance, ensuring that the fragile champions were less susceptible to Kennen's thunderous onslaught. Miller observed VG's still cohesive formation in disbelief. VG showed no inclination to disperse and evade the lightning. Seeing this, Smeb stunned his opponents, allowing them to exhaust their damage before activating his Zonias, thereby avoiding being eliminated under concentrated fire. Simultaneously, he skillfully sidestepped the debilitating period of weakness. As his Zonia's effect neared its conclusion, the weakness dissipated, and the thunderous damage surged once more. At that moment, Lord's Karma cast her ultimate, bestowing shields upon all nearby allies. The mid-lane Karma shield was remarkably robust. Li Zhishuan's CS reached 220, complemented by assist from Gu Xing, placing his gold total among the highest of all players. He had now completed the trifecta of Locket, Athene's Grail, and Laden's Echo. Since the first 2 items were relatively inexpensive, their combined cost was merely 4,600 gold, granting him an advantage of half a major item over others. The Locket had recently been enhanced in this summer's patch. Reaches its utmost thickness on anyone who ventures too close. They first weaken Smeb, and upon seeing his guardian angel activated, they redirect their focus towards Rise, positioned above the dragon pit. At this moment, Zhu Xiaolong sets his sights on ROX's frontline Zyra, charging in without hesitation to unleash a barrage of attacks. Grella disregards Echo, knowing full well that the paramount concern lies with the duo of marksmen in the backline. He flashes forward, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he casts 4 spells. The Strangling Vines, is strategically placed in the midst of the VG formation. Within the narrow river, it resembles a twisted jungle that has descended from the treetops, wildly growing and inflicting substantial damage on all targets it touches. The jungle unfurls completely. As Gu Xing is about to be launched, he decisively presses the R key, invoking the blessing of the spirit of the Lamb to sanctify the ground. All surrounding beings are spared from the grim fate of instant death. Xiao Gu's timing in casting his ultimate is nothing short of exquisite. As he observes the area blessed by the spirit of the Lamb, VG's players are launched skyward, their health reduced to the brink by ROX's assault, yet they remain unfallen, prompting an outburst of astonishment from him, loading the damage and nearly depleting Gu Xing's health. Having been spectating on the sidelines, Peanut finally seizes the opportunity. He swiftly places a ward and flashes in with our Dragon's Tail. The Blind Monk's ultimate can kick Kiana a staggering 800 yards away, far exceeding the safety threshold of her ultimate. It also surpasses the range of various protective spells from VG's support. Get out of my way, he declares as the melody of the heavens is unleashed. Should it hit, Gu Xing would undoubtedly meet his demise. Alas, amidst the shimmering golden light, a delicate figure steps in front of Gu Xing, absorbing the impact of the melody. Nami. Miller clenches his fist tightly, his nails digging into his palm, astonished by the remarkable reflexes displayed. This is not the first time Duan Deliong has used his flash to block a skill for the Blind Monk. He had done so during the group stages. In his prime, Duan Deliang's reaction speed is astonishing. Peanut finds himself unable to match the damage. Kuro flashes in. Intent on eliminating Gu Xing. Duan's W provides enough healing to shield Gu Xing from the initial attack. Imp's healing spell further assists in restoring some health. Kuro and Gu Xing. Simultaneously. 15 healing shield bonus. Forcibly raising Gu Xing's health. What kind of synergy is this from VG? Xiao Gu expresses his astonishment with exclamations, as they employ every possible means, even at the cost of their lives, to create an opportunity for Gu Xing to deal damage. Li Jihun, having intercepted Rise's skill, is ultimately taken down by Smeb's shuriken. As the protected target, Gu Xing is left with the responsibility of reciprocating by inflicting tremendous damage. Smeb attempted to forcibly seize the dance of arrows from Qianjue, evading the shurikens in the hands of Qianbird. Gu Xing maintained an unparalleled focus, and with the enhancement from the incense burner, his arrows rained down like a torrential storm. Each normal attack followed by subtle adjustments in positioning, along with the repeated displacements of the dance of arrows, rendered Qianjue exceedingly agile. Kennen was the first to fall. From the onset of the team fight, without revealing his presence, his 2.5 items of ice output were impeccable. Now, with Imp standing before Gu Xing, strike. Their cooperation was flawless. VG sounded the horn of counterattack, despite all efforts. ROX could not eliminate the dual marksman. The members of the Tiger team felt a chill in their hearts, as if plunged into an icy abyss. After Kennen dealt significant damage to VG before his demise, they found themselves incapable of continuing the battle. ROX issued a retreat command, dispersing in all directions, leaving no one to escape. The disruption capability of the tanky Echo in the top lane was truly unparalleled. Ice Fist and various slowing skills rendered the ROX members immobile, even using Flash to evade Janna's Q. Gu Xing had little health remaining, yet he dared to deal damage. He was aware that even if he fell, his teammates could eliminate all opponents. Prey, exasperated, turned to execute a dance grenade and basic attack, killing Qianjue. But Xiao Gu had already maximized his damage output. The impact of the hurricane in the frontal team fight was evident, combined with Bloodthirster and Qianjue's passive damage. Clinched the match, achieving a double kill, alongside Xiao Gu's triple kill before his demise, annihilating ROX. VG was left with only a duo and Echo, all in low health. Nevertheless, they opted to take the Baron, relying on Nami's healing and Echo's tankiness. Along with the teleport from the resurrected Lord Ho, they successfully secured the Nashor. ROX could no longer eliminate VG's backline. Xiao Gu and Imp approached invincibility. Seizing the opportunity while the Tiger team's carry lacked Flash, VG relentlessly pushed towards the mid-lane inhibitor. The VG fans on site were exhilarated, their cheers resonating continuously. Their attempt, familiar with Kennen's thunderclap, complemented by Janna's plans to knock up. VG formed layer upon layer of immense shields. When the damage became unbearable, Gu Xing finally activated his ultimate. Peanut re-entered the fray. Alas! This time Imp reacted even more swiftly. He knew the Blind Monk was the only hero capable of kicking Gu Xing out of the realm of spirit shepherding. Thus, the magical crystal arrow was shot towards his face. Peanut was stunned, granting Xiao Gu the space to retreat. Just those 2 steps prevented Peanut from closing the distance to Gu Xing. After the spirit shepherding concluded, the Blind Monk became the first hero to fall. The doll shouted with fervor, yet Rox remained unable to eliminate the rearguard, merely watching as Qianjue and Hanbing absorbed the damage and harvested the battlefield. Gu Xing constructed the ominous demon blade, and with 9 layers of marks accumulated, he unleashed a barrage of arrows enhanced by the incense burner, culminating in a spectacular quadruple kill that sealed the match. Off topic. 9, 400 words. 15, 890. 000 views. Do you still believe it? 2-1. Miller, with abandon, strained his vocal cords, his voice contorting as he expressed the excitement swelling within him. With 2 match points in hand, VG forced Rox into a corner. The unfolding of this best-of-5 series was utterly unforeseen. Wawa's tone was equally impassioned as VG's performance. After securing a counter strategy, proved strikingly brilliant, showcasing perfection in mid-game operations and late-game team fights alike. Xiao Gu and Imp completely dominated the scene, while the other three teammates diligently shielded them, allowing for maximum output that cleared the battlefield of foes, as Qianjue delivered the final blow to destroy Rox's base crystal. Shun Guanshan exhaled deeply, her previously tense body relaxing in an instant. Throughout the mid to late stages of the match, VG resembled a ship braving tumultuous waves, while the Tiger team, despite their relentless assault, felt precariously close to capsizing, yet ultimately remained afloat. Gu Pan's expression visibly softened as well. Her understanding of the game was limited, witnessing VG's escalating economic advantage from the mid-game onward, yet still responding defensively, left her perplexed, her heart perpetually suspended in anxiety. Fearing a potential reversal, the live chat was rife with similar sentiments among the audience. The charge from Rox is genuinely fierce. I fear VG may not withstand it. The Tiger team is ruthless. Smeb's entrance was thunderous. Had it not been for VG's fierce counter, that cannon would surely have soared. VG's teamfight prowess is phenomenal. I have yet to see another team execute such a counter strategy besides SKT. Has the era changed? VG could actually secure match points from the Tiger team. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I must be seeing things. VG is truly defying the odds. To find a shark in the LPL fish pond is extraordinary. Seeing the flood of comments obscure the livestream, Shen Guanshan quickly reached out to close the chat. Satisfied, she leaned back on the table, finally content to gaze at her boyfriend on screen. Gu Xing rose to his feet, his lips curving into a smile as he celebrated with his teammates. Well done, brothers. That was excellent. His voice brimmed with boundless joy as he patted Li Jixuan on the shoulder. During this period of team fighting, Easyhoon fulfilled his promise. As long as he remained alive, Gu Xing was assuredly safe. The additional healing from the inspiring aura, coupled with the shield and attack speed boost from the incense burner, significantly enhanced Gu Xing's combat capabilities. Li Jixuan managed a strained smile, his complexion slightly pale, as he rubbed his furrowed brow, striving to relax his emotions. In this match, the mid-lane champion chosen was Karma, which appeared to facilitate team fights effortlessly, requiring only the distribution of shields to the two damage dealers in the backline. However, the reality proved to be far more complex. RX exhibited formidable strength. Even though Vici Gaming maintained a standard vision setup during the evenly matched phases and subsequently gained an advantage, the steadfast ROX players always managed to find unexpected positions, launching ferocious assaults at peculiar moments. Their synergy was remarkable, demonstrating a profound understanding of team combat. They refrained from unleashing damage instantaneously. Due to the lack of crowd control in their composition, Gu Xing's Qiyana consistently found opportunities to deploy her ultimate. ROX strategically conserved certain abilities, waiting for Qiyana to activate her ultimate before allowing Peanut to kick the backline out of the protective range of the Spirit Blossom, resulting in a swift elimination. In such circumstances, Li Jihoon had to provide shields to Gu Xing in the shortest possible time, even resorting to using his own body to absorb enemy skills. Parts. His sole reliance was on his experience. Immense. He could execute the corresponding maneuvers without demanding excessive quickness from himself. This experience-driven gameplay suited older players well, who possessed ample match experience to navigate the intricacies of team dynamics. Yet, even so, the formidable impact of ROX sometimes caught Li Jihoon off guard. Moreover, Easyhoon's method required meticulous consideration of numerous details, unlike mechanically oriented players who relied solely on talent and speed, resulting in lower cognitive fatigue. As for command, both aspects complementing each other. Match. Li Jihoon felt mentally fatigued, as if his mind had turned to mush. Gu Xing, embracing Imp's increasingly rounded shoulders, engaged in light-hearted banter. Alas, you stunned Peanut with your crystal arrow. Spreads primarily to counter Lee Sin's ultimate, although Dragon's Rage is a knock-up or flash in the air. Gu Xing simply needed to activate Mercury when Lee Sin executed his kick, then use Q, Dance of Arrows, to sidestep and maintain distance, thereby avoiding being kicked out of the Spirit Blossom's range. As long as he remained within the protective aura, he would benefit from the healing effect of his ultimate, complemented by the shields from Nami and Karma, leaving ROX utterly perplexed in their attempts to deal with Gu Xing. Imp, in his usual carefree manner, continued to jest. What can we do? Your reactions are just too swift. That Lee Sin can't even get close. He maintained a calm demeanor. Although both Ku Dae-sung-bin and Lee Ji-hoon were seasoned players who began their professional careers in Season 2. He was significantly younger than the veteran, Lord. Born in 1995, Ju Shungbin is now merely 21 years old, comparable to the peak period of the 96 line of SKT. Relative terms do not heavily rely on strategy. What they require are deft maneuvers and relentless attacks, with sufficient agility. After abstaining from alcohol, Ju Shungbin played 3 matches with unflagging vigor, his exhilaration from victory still palpable. Clearly capable of continuing for several more rounds. Duan Deliong was there, adjusting his breathing, acutely aware of his heart racing within his chest. His fingers trembling as he poured ice soda into a paper cup. Zhu Xiaolong, robust in stature, bore an expression of excitement on his gentle, broad face, aching Duan Deliong's neck in celebration. The 350 spectators in Madison Square Garden erupted in cheers for the victors of this round. Many still immersed in the suffocating back and forth of the team battles. As Gu Xing walked towards the backstage, he heard the exuberant shouts from supporters, his face beaming with excitement. Wishing for even more fervent applause, the wave of congratulations surged into the LCK commentary booth. The roaring emperor turned around, positioned at a distance from the main stage. A sense of melancholy was still discernible. After a moment of contemplation, the roaring emperor regained his composure, hoping that ROX could adjust in time, as they found themselves cornered with no avenue for retreat. Veteran commentator Jin Dongjun concurred, asserting that we should maintain faith in ROX, as they are the top seed of our region. However, despite his words, the seasoned Jin Dongjun lacked conviction. Beside him, Cloud Templar pressed his lips together. The dominance of the Korean region is formidable. Yet the top seeds have historically faced a streak of misfortune. The S2 rules were quite absurd. Out of 5 seeded teams, for directly advanced to the top 8. While the remaining 1 entered the group stage, a blatantly unfair system. The Korean seed Ajabu Frost had a mere 20 chance of being drawn into the group stage. And despite a smooth journey, they ultimately succumbed to the Assassins in the finals. Cloud Templar was a member of that team, and after securing second place, he retired to become a commentator, while the mid laner, Quick Star, took on a coaching role at EDG. The S3 Ojian seed was Nejin Blacksword, which was overturned in the semifinals by the rising SKT. The notable S4 top seed was Samsung Blue, who faced an almost humiliating defeat against their sister team, Samsung White. In the semifinals, with the 3 games lasting merely 1 hour and 23 minutes, Korea has participated in 4 World Championships, securing victory in 3 of those years. With only the SKT of 2015 ascending to the pinnacle of the world as the reigning champions, one could say their journey has been fraught with misfortune, often marked by ill luck. Witnessing the disheartening fate of the top seeds, Jin Dongjun could only use these words to console the audience, his own heart heavy with concern. Cloud Templar, wary of revisiting his own memories as Korea's first League of Legends World Championship runner-up, hastily changed the subject. In the previous match, the Tigers employed an aggressive formation, which was their most proficient strategy this year. However, when confronted by VG, they were thwarted by a defensive counterattack. Ultimately, it was Virtue and Imp who executed a decisive sweep in the team fight. He considered the situation to be dire. If conventional strategies proved ineffective, ROX would need to devise alternative means to secure victory. The 3 Korean commentators exchanged ideas, brainstorming potential strategies for ROX. The big screen displayed the MVP of the 3rd game, and the venue buzzed with excitement, surpassing previous energy. The roaring emperor, momentarily distracted, let out a soft hiss upon reviewing the statistics. Is this real? He murmured. Just returned to the team's lounge. Peanut also caught sight of the MVP selection results. The promotional photo featuring Gu Xing and the closely nestled duo of Yang Ling and Wolf Ling appeared quite harmonious, with a damage ratio of 9,211, team output percentage of 355, an economic advantage of 3,235, and a damage conversion rate of 1237. These 4 metrics were impressively lavish for a jungler. Peanut lowered his head. In reality, Since the first major team clash, the balance of victory had already tipped unfavorably in the eyes of professional players. Despite their collective efforts, they failed to eliminate Gu Xing, instead suffering a complete wipeout and even conceding the Baron to their opponents. With the substantial economic gain, Qianzhu was able to swiftly complete her attack speed items and began constructing magic resistance equipment, such as the Blade of the Ruined King. At that moment, the only threat ROX posed to Gu Xing came from Kennen, Rise, who was empowered by the Sheep's Spirit dual E-spread, and the long-range skill and plants from Zyra. Jin struggled to reach Gu Xing due to the harassment from Zhu Xiaolong's echo. Peanut's Lee Sin also found it challenging to deal damage in the later stages. It could be said that as Gu Xing began to build magic resistance items, ROX's capacity to inflict lethal damage on VG's backline diminished progressively. By the final team fight, they found it exceedingly difficult to even touch Qianzhu, let alone secure a kill. Supporters of the Tigers, witnessing their team's relentless assaults, fervently waved their flags. Yet, the ROX players realized that their chances of victory dwindled with each passing moment. The once proud aggressive formation had been dismantled, and VG had seized the match point, naturally leading to the Tigers' despondency. Coach Nof felt anxious, yet he understood that revealing any semblance of despair would lead ROX to collapse entirely. He endeavored to uplift his players, asserting that the issues stemmed from his draft strategy and that everyone had been making efforts. However, his words seemed somewhat feeble. While one could not claim Nof's selection was particularly exceptional, it certainly did not falter. With the dual advantages of ban and first pick on the blue side, it was a fact that the aggressive system was outmaneuvered by the red team. Nonetheless, they ultimately secured a lineup they desired. Reflecting on the moment he was led astray by virtue during the transition phase, Peanut felt overwhelming guilt and regret. He had followed Gu Xing for a minute only to gain nothing, not even a jungle monster. In contrast, VG's four-man assault managed to recover their duo's disadvantage. Had the two venerable elders maintained their dominance, the outcome of the Baron fight could have been significantly different. The utterance of Peanut reignited memories of that nightmarish black minute among the members of the Tigers in the lounge, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. "Do not despair," exclaimed Smeb, eager to uplift the team's spirits. "This best of 5 is far from over. We still have a chance." They had expressed similar sentiments after their initial defeat. The players had developed a sort of immunity, rendering their previous words ineffective. Their signature strategies had been unraveled by VG, and with misfortune unavailable, what other tricks remained? Suddenly, Grella recalled past encounters, and a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he formulated a brilliant plan. "Wang Hao, here's what we should do in the next match," he declared. Peanut, however, wore a skeptical expression. "Is that really feasible?" he questioned. "Isn't that precisely how we succeeded in the summer finals?" Grella elaborated. "Besides, do you possess a superior solution at this moment?" Peanut shook his head. The Tigers had exhausted their aces and were set to play once more from the red side. It seemed an inevitable demise awaited them. Though Grella's approach starkly contrasted with ROX's traditional style, it was indeed the only viable strategy left. There appeared to be considerable feasibility in it, and Prey, regardless of its potential efficacy, aimed to instill a psychological advantage among his teammates. Let us not forget our past triumph. In particular, felt a surge of inspiration. Lee Sin swiftly made his way to the mid lane at level 3, executing an aggressive chase and forcing out the summoner spells of the opposing jungler. The commentators were taken aback by Peanut's rapid advance toward mid lane. Witnessing the opposing mid-jungle duo's fierce tactics as they unleashed their summoner spells with abandon, determined to eliminate Li Jihun, Easyhoon was equally astonished. Throughout the initial 3 matches, Peanut had seldom ventured into the mid lane, with both sides typically engaging in a peaceful farm, quietly leveraging their champions' advantages to secure lane control without any hint of conflict. This aligned with Peanut's strategy of primarily focusing on the top lane while ensuring the bottom lane's safety, largely neglecting mid lane. However, in this match, Peanut was resolutely targeting the mid lane, intent on assisting Kuro in establishing an advantage. Li Jihun sought to play cautiously, yet reality dictated otherwise. Peanut was back again. Amidst Miller's urgent calls, Lee Sin kicked a minion, using the echo kick to reposition and find Li Jihun from behind. delivering a powerful dragon's tail to launch him toward Kuro. The unadorned NSEC-style kick, once deemed extraordinary, had now become a commonplace maneuver practiced by many. Yet, it remained effective. After Li Jihun's demise, he silently gazed at his remaining 7 seconds of summoner spell cooldown, reflecting on his predicament. Gu Xing continued to view the bottom lane as a point of contention, and his synergy with the duo was impeccable, while Peanut frequently occupied mid lane of the opposing bot lane champions, even demolishing the first blood turret ahead of schedule. Nevertheless, Peanut showed no inclination to mitigate the losses in the bottom lane. His focus remained steadfastly on mid-lane aggression. "Are you coming again?" exclaimed the commentator, Peanut. "What on earth are you doing? Is Smeb joining in too?" Little Peanut was aware that Li Jixuan had made a move. He needed no spinning kick. Merely a swift flicker alongside Kuro's Victor to unleash an initial wave of damage. Smeb's Rumble charged into the tower, valiantly roasting with flames to complete the onslaught. As the match reached the 13th minute, Easyhoon, renowned for his mid-lane defenses, faced his third demise. After 2 deaths, Gu Xing could no longer provide assistance. The 2v2 in the jungle was destined to falter. His only recourse was to relieve the pressure by clearing waves as best he could. Unfortunately, ROX's mid-jungle duo was relentless, forcefully securing kills with their output. However, the positioning of the Tigers made escape difficult. After enduring 2 hits from the tower, Smeb was left with little health. And Little Gu rushed in, intent on claiming a kill. Wawa believed Smeb was surely doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, Little Peanut intervened, absorbing the tower's fire. And as he too found himself on the brink of death, another tower shot loomed. Suddenly, Prey appeared mid-lane, using his flash and heal. Little Peanut, thus, evaded death, with Prey blocking yet another shot, ensuring his allies' safe retreat. My goodness, ROX's coordinated tower aggro in such a critical moment was nothing short of perfection. Wawa couldn't help but admire the Tiger's execution. On camera, Li Jixuan, hand on forehead, showed the slightest crack in his usually stoic demeanor. His mind descended into chaos, struggling to focus. A few sips of ice water provided little relief after repeated stimulation. The economic disparity between both teams was nearly non-existent. Little Peanut entered the fray, sacrificing half his health to initiate the battle. VG's adeptness at pulling and exploiting weaknesses remained formidable. However, after relentless damage output, ROX remained with a multitude of scant health bars, yet did not fall. The damage was insufficient. Miller lamented deeply. The consequences of Little Peanut's relentless pursuit of Li Jixuan were glaringly apparent. The team lacked damage. Gu Xing had opted for Olaf, while top laner Long Gu continued to play Echo under pressure. The team's combat relied heavily on the dual carries and the support of Janna. After 3 deaths, notorious for its damage overflow, Janna offered high damage, yet ultimately remained a support. Without economic resources, her equipment fell short. Lacking the damage from the mid laner, ROX relied on Gragas's shield to endure the critical team fight. The team, VG, could have continued to stall, waiting for their opponents to air for a potential comeback. Yet, as a top-tier global team, in the mid-game, after securing the Baron, they pushed forward with precision, striking decisively before Li Jixuan could fully gear up, initiating a bloody team fight. After a 3-for-5 exchange, although Prey and Smeb remained with low health, none could threaten them, allowing them to demolish the base. The LCK commentator, the Roaring Emperor, was elated, proclaiming a tie at 2-2. In this match, ROX exhibited brilliant tactics to repeatedly target the mid lane, seemingly discovering VG's vulnerability, thus dragging the match into a decisive game. Indeed, in the final match, ROX possessed the side selection advantage, and Jin Dongjun was invigorated. They held the initiative. Cloud Templar was filled with excitement, finding the Tigers' new strategy intriguing as they directed their focus towards the seemingly unproblematic Easyhoon, who surprisingly yielded commendable results. Kuro was in high spirits, joyed, seeking out his support. Fanxian, your tactic truly works wonders. Replicate the maneuver. Gao Dongbin, the jungler for KT, was also ROX's opponent in the summer finals. This summer, during the playoffs, Score displayed his most formidable form, bewildering the likes of Xiao Wei and leading his team to a remarkable comeback against SKT. However, in the finals against ROX, at the very last moment when Score was poised to secure the Baron with his smite, Smeb's gangplank executed a miraculous steal, snatching the Baron with mere slivers of health. Near the pit. Score, holding the smite, could have secured the dragon. Partly due to his age. Born in 1992, he had faced both SKT and ROX in quick succession, enduring 2 full best-of-5s, leaving him mentally exhausted by the end. The Tigers, during the summer finals, did not particularly scrutinize the opposing jungler's condition. In retrospect, they realized that Score, by the pivotal 5th game, was utterly spent from the intense competition. Now, as Gorilla found himself in dire straits, this revelation struck him. A crucial point was that Easyhoon was also born in 1992, a seasoned 24-year-old player, mirroring Score's situation. His advice to Peanut was to relentlessly pressure the mid lane, to wear down Lee Ji-hoon until his focus wavered, thereby favoring ROX. Although, one might ponder the ethical implications of targeting an elder in esports. The strategy was not inherently unfair. Newcomers pay their dues, while veterans are outmaneuvered. Such occurrences are not uncommon in the scene. Let us do it again next game. Peanut thought, savoring the taste of victory, stepping off the stage with an air of confidence, convinced that their destiny lay in Los Angeles. His self-assurance swelled immeasurably. His pack faced issues during the group stage against Faker, believing he could endure, only to be worn down in the semifinals by ROX, dragged into the 5th game. The intensity of the series was simply overwhelming. Under normal circumstances, whether in ranked matches or scrims, he could play 10 games without such fatigue. However, facing ROX demanded his utmost concentration. Any lapse could lead to being exploited, as was the case in the 4th game. Now, he felt utterly drained, his head spinning and longing for sleep, yet aside from that, he bore no other issues. Nevertheless, for professional players, the impact was indeed significant. Would he be able to hold on? Gu Xing sat nearby, expressing his concern. It's fine for 1 round. Li Jixuan replied softly. At this point, voicing any issues seemed futile. The team lacked a substitute mid laner, and it was out of the question to have Jackie Love step in for the mid lane. Gu Xing nodded earnestly, stating, as for the finals, it's best if we conclude within the first 4 games. He spoke with utmost seriousness. Li Jixuan felt that even their jungler was beginning to lose his senses and babble nonsense. The semifinals weren't even over. Finals? Xiao Gu, do you possess such confidence? Upon returning from a smoke break, Zhu Xingbin was taken aback by Gu Xing's words. Of course, Gu Xing shot a glance at Li Jixuan, asserting, if I say we can reach the finals, we certainly will. Easyhoon blinked, his gaze flickering as he merely focused on his fingers, choosing not to respond further. Zhu Xingbin found little desire to remain in the training room. Everything seemed beautiful when he won, but in defeat, the room felt stifling. The air conditioning was too warm, and the space felt constricting. Nothing seemed right. Is there still time? He wondered, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. I'll step outside for another. Imp, the seasoned smoker, fully revealed his true colors. He would even sneak out for a couple of smokes during ranked matches, let alone now, when the pressure was high. Gu Xing had witnessed Zhu Xingbin smoking and noted the resemblance to the gestures in Yu Qian's crosstalk, quick and deliberate. Hongmi was still engaged in a private lesson with Zhu Xiaolong, while manager Ding Jun conversed briefly with each team member. Xiao Gu, he said, gently massaging Gu Xing's shoulder, just do your best in everything. What do you think? I'm quite satisfied with this year's results. We can continue to strive for excellence next year. Gu Xing turned to him, his tone calm. Old Ding, I'm telling you, we will win. Ding Jun chuckled at the player's confidence. All right, then I'll cheer for you from below. Gu Xing genuinely believed this. After concluding the 3rd match, he was certain he would make it to Los Angeles. In his eyes, VG was the answer to the current meta, a stable top and mid laner, a fierce jungler, and a competent duo, all revolving around 2 tactical systems that aligned perfectly with the current patch. Their team fights had evolved to an extraordinary level, with all players adept at the meta's strong characters and a solid hero pool. Why shouldn't they triumph? Any so-called old man tactics under the patch's scrutiny were merely subpar. Vincent escorted the heavily smoking Zhu Xingbin back to the lounge, bringing with him a notification. Prepare to go on stage. The time is drawing near. Gu Xing rose and headed outside. Xing Ge, World 6 handed him a glass of ice water. With my skills, I can't contribute much. I'll just sit on the sidelines and cheer. As for guarantees, I can assure you my voice will be loud enough. His strangely high-pitched voice, due to his awkward vocal changes, often led strangers to mistake him for a girl. Seriously. Old Gu, Jack interjected, though I don't know why you're so confident. I can't shake the feeling that we'll reach the finals. Gu Xing chuckled. Li Zhishuan hurriedly removed the ice pack and washed his face in the restroom, returning feeling considerably more alert. Lu Wenjun offered him a piece of potent mint-flavored gum to invigorate him. Izihun unwrapped his snack and popped it into his mouth, then swiftly made his way to the stage. Gu Xing followed closely behind, swaying a paper cup filled with iced water as he re-entered the arena. The brightness of Madison Square Garden's dome enveloped him once more, warming his body. As they approached the fifth game, the question lingered whether VG could rectify the issues exposed in the previous match. Although Wawa felt somewhat pessimistic, he maintained a supportive stance for VG, noting that Xiao Gu had performed exceptionally well in the first 4 rounds. As long as he continued his momentum, victory seemed highly probable. Miller began to discuss patterns, mentioning that it was commonly said that the red side faced a disadvantage in this version. However, in the first 4 rounds of the semifinals, the red side had claimed victory each time. Now, as VG took the red side, there was hope to extend this undefeated record. He was aware that this pattern held little significance. The first 2 rounds saw both teams playing troll jungle and misfortune support from the red side. The third round featured a cleverly designed BP from Redmi, allowing them to seize a countercomposition. By the fourth round, the correlation to the red side had dissipated entirely, as Team Tiger found a breakthrough against Li Zhishuan, demonstrating that they could effectively target the mid lane even when switching to blue. VG's journey from being underestimated at the start of the summer season to reaching the semi-finals of the Global Championships was already quite legendary in my view. Wawa preemptively warned the audience, stating that as the sole representative of LPL, forcing the #1 seed of LCK to the edge of defeat was a significant breakthrough for our region this year. The broadcast shifted focus to the stands. With 4 games completed, including breaks and BP sessions, this semifinal had already exceeded 4 hours. The audience remained as spirited as ever, continuously waving their glow sticks. Some enthusiastic fans initiated a wave, creating a sea of red and blue that surged rhythmically. They could sense the allure of the match as 2 top-tier teams exchanged offense and defense. Now, in this final segment, the loser would return home to fish, while the winner would continue their journey. The reality was harsh, yet it ignited the audience's fervor for the match. The production team timely played Silver Scrapes, its rousing melody resonating through the venue's sound system, stirring an enduring uproar among the spectators. The camera then shifted to the player benches. The screen split in 2, offering close-ups of each competing player. Gu Xing rested his forearm on the table, clutching a hand warmer and shaking it vigorously, his demeanor remaining calm. In contrast, driven player, as long as he felt comfortable and liberated in his gameplay, his competitive prowess would soar to unprecedented heights. Peanut glanced towards the VG player bench across the stage, where he noticed Gu Xing still shaking his hand warmer for warmth, and spotted a striking silver-gray head peeking from behind 5 monitors. He instantly recognized it was Xiao Huaxing. Their eyes met across the distance, and they exchanged confident smiles full of satisfaction. Li Zhishuan chewed gum, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes, hoping for just a moment's respite. Only upon hearing the referee announce that the BP was about to commence did he adjust into a forward-leaning seated posture. As the crisp sound signaling the beginning of the BP phase resonated, he took a deep breath. The outcome hinged on this one pivotal moment, with both sides vying for victory in a single match. He hoped that VG would leave no room for regret, as the LPL region boasted an audience of millions, serving as their most steadfast support. His voice rang out with strength and clarity. Rocks, positioned on the blue side, initiated by banning Syndra. The teams had reached the 5th game, with the initial bans firmly established. Neither coach was the type to stubbornly press on without reconsideration. In the short span of time, it was challenging to decipher the opponent's hidden cards. Since the enemy's previous strategies had proven effective, they deserved a measure of respect. In this crucial match that could determine their future paths, no one wished to jeopardize the game due to a reckless BP gamble. Syndra, Nidalee, Trundle, and Misfortune were successively placed on the ban list. The Tiger team made slight adjustments in their 3rd ban, opting not to block Poppy, as was customary, but instead dedicating the ban to Karma. Hongmi offered a wry smile. Nof had seemingly grasped the situation. He banned Karma, a versatile support character, primarily to prevent Li Zhixuan from utilizing it, lest the fourth game witness an abrupt decline in Ezihun's performance with a less demanding champion. Additionally, this was a strategic move to allow Rox to secure Janna for themselves. Setting aside misfortune, Karma was currently recognized as the only support capable of matching Janna's prowess. Despite still facing a matchup disadvantage, at least it would provide some stability. Although Nami had superior healing capabilities, the early lane control for the bot lane was exceedingly challenging. This champion struggled to assist the ADC in managing the minion waves and was destined to be confined under the tower until the landing phase concluded. Nof's strategy had thoroughly disrupted VG's mid and bot lane, proving to be far more effective than banning Poppy. Furthermore, it was clear that VG's mid laner was in poor form, necessitating that his teammates select champions capable of dealing damage. He believed that Zhu Xiaolong would not opt for Poppy, otherwise they would fall into the same predicament of insufficient damage that VG faced in the previous game. Perhaps it was best to ban the Dragon King. Hongmi pondered for a long while before deciding to maintain the original ban positions, taking their time to ban champions and allowing Li Zhixuan a moment of respite. Within the confines of the rules, he sought every possible means to buy time for Li Zhixuan. After a period of rest, Ezihun would undoubtedly regain some vigor, and every second Hongmi could delay was a victory. At the last moment, the figure of the star-forging Dragon King finally appeared on the ban list. As expected, Nof promptly locked in Janna. "Let's go with Jin and Li Xin," Hongmi said, giving Gu Xing's shoulder a reassuring pat. "You aim to set the pace early." Gu Xing expressed no objections. Playing a jungle-centric champion like Qiyana necessitated a high degree of lane control, particularly in mid lane, which was of utmost importance. Given Li Zhixuan's unstable state, Gu Xing's choice of a jungle core might not guarantee a smooth development. In contrast, Li Xin was a versatile pick that could fit well into most compositions. He could also serve as a form of ban by restricting Peanut's hot performance with Li Xin from the previous match. Li Xin's ganking potential remained remarkably high, especially against champions lacking mobility, embodying the type that would instill fear in opponents whenever his ultimate was available. Should Peanut secure the opportunity to target the mid lane, it is highly likely that complications will arise. Smeb has acquired Jace, and Kuro has skillfully selected Victor. Miller's gaze is fixed on the hero selection frame for VG, all of which are formidable characters in the current version. It remains uncertain how VG's mid and top lanes will respond. Hongmi continues to buy time, engaging in casual conversation with his teammates to alleviate any potential nervousness among the 5 players. Is this the first time they are playing a full 5-game series? Hongmi smiles at the 3 players with relatively limited experience in the jungle, top, and support roles. Duan Deliang appears quite anxious, attempting to relieve his stress by shaking his legs. "It's all right. You will get used to it as the game progresses," Hongmi reassures him with a notably calm demeanor. "Little Duan, your professional career will undoubtedly present many challenges, so it's time to adapt from today onwards. After this World Championship, based on performance, you will be one of the top supports in the LPL, so relax a bit." He even jokes, "Look at how I was unfazed when I was made to lose after leading 2-0. I'm still thriving now." Once Jean Wonha finishes translating, Hongmi instructs the team to lock in their heroes, Rumble and Nami. "Is this Dragon Brothers Rumble?" Dawa expresses surprise, noting that in the first 4 matches he has selected only tanks. Will he be changing his style now? Miller furrows his brow, explaining that Rumble could also be considered Dragon Brothers' signature champion, though facing Smeb's Jace presents quite a challenge. Smeb anticipated that the opposing team would opt for Kinnan, accompanied by Li Xin for an entry. Rumble's selection does catch him slightly off guard, but his surprise quickly dissipates as he adjusts. Smeb, being a skilled Rumble player himself, knows precisely how to counter it. "Just watch how I dismantle the opposition," he asserts, cracking his knuckles. The opposing team intends to employ a triple core strategy, and Nof emphasizes to his teammates, "Wang Hao, your Olaf can only gank 1 lane at most. This is exactly what VG aims for. If they dominate 1 lane, they still have 2 core output points capable of taking charge in team fights." Hongmi's strategy is to avoid the damage inadequacy issue that occurred in the fourth game when Li Jixuan was eliminated. Wang Hao. Do you still think we should pick Olaf? Nof hands over the hero selection for the final game of the semifinals to Little Peanut. Peanut ponders the opposing team's lineup. How about Elise? Indeed, she is his signature champion. In this year's LCK Summer Split, Little Peanut secured 11 games with Elise, achieving victory in 10 of them. Currently, Elise ranks just below Nidalee, Lee Sin, and Olaf among the top-tier junglers, placing her at the forefront of the second echelon of jungle champions in the World Championship. In terms of proficiency, performance, and adaptability to the lineup, Peanut considers Elise to be the optimal choice. Nof readily agrees. With Peanut selecting Elise, their gank efficiency will undoubtedly increase, and his rhythm control far surpasses that of Olaf. He also hopes that his teammates can secure their most proficient roles in what may be their final battle. With Prey acquiring Ashe, the ROX lineup is officially complete. Hongmi observes this and approaches Li Jixuan, inquiring, "Do you think Cassiopeia is viable?" Cassiopeia stands as the most formidable late-game mage in the current version, with her optimal build propelling her ahead of her peers. She is also a champion mastered by Li Jixuan. Jixuan exhales deeply, ready to make his selection. Redmi instructs Xiao Duan to finalize their choice at the last possible moment. "I merely hope we can share a few words like this in the semifinals next year," he quips, encouraging his team as they reflect on the arduous journey that has brought them to this point. Redmi grips Gu Xing's nape, stating, "I will await the outcome backstage. Regardless of victory or defeat, you have already triumphed today." Gu Xing turns to Li Jixuan, his tone grave. "I mentioned in San Francisco that we would reach the finals to face SKT. Do you still believe that?" Jixuan meets Gu Xing's gaze, a slow smile spreading across his face. "I do." With Cassiopeia finally locked in, both teams' compositions are officially confirmed. The blue side, ROX, features Jace in the top lane, Elise in the jungle, Victor mid, and Ashe with Zyra bot. The red side, VG, counters with Rumble top, Lee Sin jungle, Cassiopeia mid, and Jhin with Nami bot. The camera shifts to the center stage, where Redmi and Nof engage in a final pre-match handshake, parting ways in opposite directions. The Summoner's trophy glistens atop its pedestal. Under the intermingling lights of the dome, amidst the thunderous cheers of the audience, the Summoner's rift descends upon Madison Square Garden. Aside, with 10,000 words, 16,890,208, a titanic clash of strategies. The final showdown officially commences. The caster Dewa raises his voice to assert some control over the raucous applause echoing from the audience in Madison Square Garden. After 4 grueling games, both teams return to an equal starting point. The outcome of this match will determine the victor of the semifinals. Meanwhile, Miller, suppressing his inner excitement, calmly analyzes the compositions. ROX boasts a strong early to mid-game attack potential, with Peanut selecting Elise, capable of reaping substantial rewards through ganking. However, as the game progresses into the late stages, VG will gain the upper hand in team fights. The Snake Woman in the hands of Lord Ho possesses immense power, while Long G's Rumble, with his infernal chains, will find ample opportunity to shine against the shorter heroes of Team Tiger. The ROX squad has only Jace and Elise as means of mobility. Should they refrain from engaging closely with their opponents, their abilities will remain untapped. The damage output of the towering Rumble in team fights is certainly formidable. Gu Xing believes ROX will aim to target the Infernal Drake during the landing phase to curb Rumble's development. He plans to start from the lower jungle, intending to secure a rapid level 3 to protect Long Gu. Yet, before commencing his jungle path, Gu Xing has another task at hand. "I will head to the bot lane first," he signals to his teammates. "I'll assist you in planting the seeds. Duan Gu, just follow my lead." Grella selects Zyra, the current version's most potent support, aside from the countering misfortune. Her ability to secure an early level 2 is particularly remarkable. At 1 minute and 15 seconds, Zyra can remain in the bot lane, allowing her passive, rampant growth to scatter seeds freely. As the minion wave arrived after a brief half-minute, she adeptly utilized her skills to strike the enemy minions just as the earliest seed was on the verge of vanishing, thereby triggering an explosion of the plant and summoning allies to assist her. At the onset of the lane, with 2 or 3 plants at her disposal, Janna became nearly unparalleled in her ability to secure the second level. Gu Xing's task was to trample the seeds, preventing Grelia from exerting overwhelming pressure at the start of the lane. He planned to farm his way up the next lane, acknowledging that offering assistance to the bot lane during the initial jungle phase would be quite challenging. Thus, he decided to alleviate the pressure on the bot lane before commencing his jungle route. Grelia anticipated that the opponent might come down to the bot lane to trample the seeds. However, they had no effective means to counter the situation. Without hard crowd control, Peanut's spider could hardly learn E at level 1. In this version where the bot duo did not assist with jungle initiation, Elise found it difficult to clear jungle monsters right from the start. Grelia was compelled to use Q, Deadly Bloom, to prematurely trigger the seeds into plants, thereby reducing the blind monk's health. Gu Xing was hit twice by the thorn shooter, losing a few dozen health points, but overall, it was not a significant concern. As the plants withered after 8 seconds, the early threat posed by Janna significantly diminished. Dragon Brother, be cautious. Although the minion wave state is somewhat chaotic, do not let your health drop too low, Gu Xing advised as he returned to farm jungle monsters. Acknowledging that his speed might be slightly slower than that of the spider, he hurried to the bot lane at the 130 mark, striving to leave no seeds for Grelia. This caused him to return to the jungle a tad late, with monsters refreshing just 3 or 4 seconds earlier. And it was only then that he began to attack them. Consequently, his timing to reach level 3 would be later than Peanut's. If Peanut managed to reach the top lane first to ambush, Zhu Xiaolong could be at risk due to low health. No problem, Dragon Brother promptly affirmed. I can hold my own in a solo lane. Prior to the commencement of the 5th match, Hongmi had repeatedly reminded him in the backstage lounge. He was advised to opt for damage-dealing champions to compensate for any potential deficits in the mid lane. Hongmi understood that there was a noticeable gap in individual skill between Zhu Xiaolong and Smeb. Therefore, he emphasized that missing a few last hits would not be detrimental. As long as he could gain experience from the minions, that alone would suffice. During the landing phase, falling behind by a maximum of 30 last hits could be remedied during the transition phase, allowing him to catch up in terms of items. However, being killed once could spell disaster for the entire match. Zhu Xiaolong waited for the minions to become weakened before advancing to secure them with his electronic harpoon. If the harpoon was on cooldown, he would not stubbornly attempt to walk up and last hit, instead opting to simply soak up experience. As a result, Dragon Brother was not excessively worn down by Smeb's Jace, maintaining a healthy state thanks to the regeneration from his Doran's shield. After Gu Xing finished clearing the magic toad and blue buff, he proceeded towards the red zone. Along the way, he did not spot the eagle spirit soaring through the skies, likely because it was presumed that he was still in the bot lane trampling Janna's seeds at the 1.5 minute mark, indicating that the lower half of the map was being farmed. Thus, Praisash had not reached level 2 to learn E-Hawkshot to scout VG's jungle movements. Opting instead to enhance her pressure with Q, Gu Xing shifted his attention to the mid lane, observing that Ho Ye's performance was increasingly mediocre, with his awareness and teamfight judgment appearing rather muddled. Fortunately, it did not adversely affect his landing. This was a fundamental skill, honed through thousands of matches since his entry into the professional arena, becoming an instinct deeply ingrained in his being. Li Zhixuan continued to exhibit the initial advantage of the Snake Woman against Victor, slightly maintaining the upper hand. However, having been caught numerous times in the previous round, he learned his lesson and moved with utmost caution, positioning himself near the midline. Gu Xingxing reached level 3. Observing that the minion wave in the top lane was approaching the tower, he instinctively intended to assist Zhu Xiaolong. He took a couple of steps before abruptly halting. His instincts informed him that Xia Washing would head to the top lane, utilizing the synergy of the Tiger team's jungle and top lane to collaborate with Smeb in taking down Zhu Xiaolong. Yet, the encounters of the 4th game led him to believe that Peanut would target Li Zhixuan again, seeking to open another breach from the mid lane. There were only 2 choices for ambush, Gu Xingxing murmured to himself. The bottom lane was not worth considering. Spending time to plant seeds would yield some benefit. Currently, the VG duo was in good health, controlling the wave just before the tower, and with 4 summoner spells at their disposal. Peanut's attempt to dive the bottom lane would be tantamount to courting disaster. So, Which lane would Washing choose to ambush? Or would he opt for inaction? Continuing to farm in silence? Time was of the essence, and Gu Xing swiftly made his decision. He concealed himself in the brush connecting the dragon pit and his own topside jungle, remaining motionless. This location was precisely at the midpoint between the mid and top lanes. Allowing him to cover both lanes, regardless of Peanut's target, Gu Xing could rush to the battlefield for a counter-ambush. The drawback being that he would have to travel to achieve level 3. Initiating a gank was exceedingly high. Even if Peanut did not strike, Gu Xing would only waste 10 seconds. The sight of the blind monk lying in wait in the brush was captured by the director, promptly displayed on the large screen at the venue. The audience buzzed with speculation, unable to monitor the jungle from their viewing angle, naturally unaware of Gu Xing's strategy. What is Xiao Gu up to? The commentator was perplexed. The next moment, the director's camera shifted to a nearby vantage point. Peanut descended from the upper side, having reached level 3, and arrived at the mid lane. Aiming to target the Lord again, Miller became anxious. Peanut was astute. He had observed Xing moving downward during their lane matchup, likely to place vision near the river. Thus, after securing the red buff at level 3, he took a long route back to the upper half of the map, launching his ambush from the brush above the mid lane. Li Zhishuan's second trinket ward would not be ready until the 3-minute mark. Peanut was precisely timing his maneuver. During the interval of his detour, Kuro in the mid lane also eliminated the first 3 melee minions of the 238 cannon wave, successfully reaching level 3. However, from a God's eye perspective, the scene appeared somewhat absurd, with Peanut lurking in the brush of the mid lane and Gu Xing positioned further above in the same frame. Victor activated his ghost step, advancing to engage in a trade, as the spider emerged from the brush to initiate a coordinated strike. Only then did the commentator realize Gu Xing's counter-ambush plan. His voice brimmed with excitement. Xiao Gu was lurking behind, witnessing Peanut's intent to ambush mid, and he immediately rushed towards the battlefield. Peanut was unaware that a blind monk was lurking behind him. He transformed into spider form, activating his E ability to soar into the air, landing upon a distant minion of VG, and deftly approached Li Zhishuan. The nobleman activated his ghost, casting Q, Plague Bomb, in front of the spider, attempting to thwart Peanut's pursuit. Li Zhishuan recognized that the spider was the linchpin of the encounter. The level 3 victor posed no real threat to him. However, Peanut displayed remarkable decisiveness. He flashed forward, evading the Plague Bomb to prevent his opponent from gaining a speed boost. His Q, Toxic Bite, savagely latched onto the serpent woman. The red buff's slow effect ensnared the nobleman, while Miller provided a seamless and uninterrupted commentary. Peanut executed a basic attack followed by a reset with W, inflicting damage before reverting to human form. At lower levels, the acceleration from Ghost was not particularly pronounced, yet Peanut remained nearly face-to-face with Li Zhishuan. The nobleman, witnessing the spider's transformation, feared being cocooned and hurriedly used his flash. But Peanut had anticipated this move. After shifting to human form, he merely followed forward without immediately casting Cocoon. Instead, he utilized Q, Neurotoxin, in conjunction with his basic attacks to continuously apply the red buff slow. When Li Zhishuan grew weary of maneuvering, Peanut finally unleashed the Cocoon. Xing attempted to pivot to evade, but his reaction was a fraction too slow, resulting in the Cocoon landing squarely upon him. Kuro, positioned at the rear, deployed a gravity field while the output doll maintained an excited tone as Gu Xing arrived. Amidst the cacophony, Gu Xing flashed in from the side, connecting with the Shield of Faith just in time, striking Peanut with the sonic wave. The second Q pursued, followed by the thunderclap slamming into the ground. Peanut had expended all his abilities and found himself defenseless against the blind monk's aggressive assault. Miller's voice escalated in pitch. Startled by Gu Xing, Peanut deduced from the initial movements that his opponent must be in the upper quadrant. Yet, while lying in wait within the bushes of the mid lane, he had not spotted the blind monk's counter-ambush, mistakenly believing Gu Xing was seeking out Smeb in the upper lane. Little did he know, the threat was right beside him. Peanut could no longer concern himself with the blind monk before him and urged his mid laner, hurry up and eliminate the serpent woman to ensure the success of his ambush. He had deliberately approached in spider form, first unleashing his Q with execution damage. The subsequent Q in human form was based on current health to deal damage. In this exchange, Peanut had significantly reduced the damage from his two primary output skills, coupled with Kuro's Victor, whose early damage was inherently low. Gu Xing's Shield of Faith absorbed part of the incoming damage. Li Zhixuan's Serpent Woman astonishingly survived the initial onslaught. He recovered from the cocoon's control. He hastily cast W, Toxic Mist, beneath Peanut, unleashing his dual venomous fangs to inflict damage. He was left to whittle down the nobleman's health with mere basic attacks. Initially, the doll was quite elated, believing he could survive thanks to the rejuvenating effects of the twin venomous fangs. However, the healing provided by the Serpent Woman at lower levels was disappointingly minimal. After succumbing to the disorientation of the gravitational field, Kuro dispatched the Serpent Woman with a single basic attack. Little Peanut could not escape the fate of demise either. Gu Xing delivered a fierce blow, reducing Peanut to a mere sliver of health. He chose to disregard the poison mist surrounding Peanut, aiming to secure the kill for the Lord. With the burning effect of his red buff, he inflicted persistent damage that ultimately claimed Peanut's life. Gu Xing set his sights on Victor. Kuro, intent on eliminating the Lord, pursued deeply, closing the distance to a mere 200 yards. Unable to land a basic attack, he refused to relent, maintaining his pursuit. Young Gu hoped to wait for his skills to cool down. Yet Kuro's sprint was nearing its end. In the current version, the cooldown for ghostly speed is brief, and the acceleration efficiency significantly increases with level. However, its duration remains unchanged at a mere 10 seconds. Gu Xing monitored Victor's status bar, and the impending conclusion of the sprint solidified his resolve to chase. W Golden Bell Shield has an initial cooldown of 14 seconds, and with a blue buff, having just supported an ally, he could reduce the cooldown by half. It was now ready for use. He moved closer, landing a basic attack on Victor. Kuro decided against using Flash. Instead, he turned to absorb energy, attempting to shield himself from damage, but young Gu's Sonic Wave was ready, hitting at close range and delivering a burst of damage. At that moment, Kuro realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, even after using Flash to create distance, he remained within reach. He was forced to endure the entire output from the blind monk, returning to the tower with only 200 health points left. 1 for 1, Miller appeared relaxed. Having learned from VG's previous mid-lane targeting lesson, yet unwilling to relinquish the top lane, Young Gu strategically positioned himself at the junction of the mid and top jungle. His playstyle emphasizing a relentless "I want it all." The doll echoed this sentiment, acknowledging the critical nature of young Gu's countergank, which had yielded substantial gains for VG. Victor was compelled to return to base. Should he linger too long, Kuro risked being ambushed and slain by the Lord upon his resurrection in the mid lane. But what could he purchase upon returning? This was the very dilemma Kuro had just recognized. Upgrading the Hex deck core requires a one-time payment of 1250 gold. Yet his current gold was insufficient. Despite diligently securing First Blood, he had barely finished 3 waves of minions, and his bag held a mere 777 gold. Failing to upgrade Death Ray on his first return would signify a significant loss of tempo for Victor. Kuro cast a frustrated glance at the blind monk leisurely invading his own raptor camp, his teeth clenched in irritation. The playstyle was truly vexing. Gu Xing, Kuro's mental turmoil, advised the Lord to merely secure a tier of the goddess in the mid lane, reminding him to maneuver cautiously, as the enemy would not return shortly. Little Peanut lacked Flash, having expended both buffs, and his jungle had been countered again. After suffering losses, he found it challenging to pose any threat to the mid lane. "Thank you for the assist, Gu." Li Zhixuan expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Little Peanuts had clearly indicated that he could secure the resources himself, yet he chose to relinquish them. Not only that, he resolutely forced Kuro back to his base, stabilized the mid-lane situation on his behalf. "Do not overthink," Gu Xing reassured him. "During the landing phase, focus solely on last-hitting minions and your own development. There is nothing else you need to concern yourself with." He had never experienced the fatigue that Li Zhixuan felt, yet he could somewhat empathize. It was evident that the challenges confronting such an established mid-laner were not merely related to the lane itself. Thus, Gu Xing advised Li Zhixuan to prioritize his own growth in the early game. Team fights that lay ahead in the mid to late game. with Easyhun agreeing. He felt a sense of relief and turned his attention to the top lane. Dragon Brother, be cautious. Little Peanut will undoubtedly head to the top lane upon respawning. Gu Xing had just cleared the ROX's bottom area vision when he himself had not evaded the sight of the tigers. Upon receiving this information, Little Peanut would inevitably move to the upper half of the map. The minions had pushed out, and the feedback from Zhu Xiaolong was less than ideal. Gu Xing switched screens and noticed Smeb accumulating the third wave of cannon minions, pushing them all the way to VG's turret. The level 2 Rumble's clearing efficiency was abysmal. Zhu Xiaolong, exerting all his efforts, was unable to eliminate all the turret minions before the next wave arrived. The minion exchange position would be situated within VG's turret. To develop, he would have to follow the minion wave forward, stepping away from the safety of the turret. Gu Xing had no choice but to hasten his ascent to assist in clearing the wave. Dragon Brother, wait for me to arrive before making a move. Do not venture out. Zhu Xiaolong signaled his understanding. He knew that his jungler was worried about Little Peanut respawning and immediately launching a relentless gank. He was not in a hurry. There was ample time to wait. After all, losing 2 minions before Gu Xing's arrival was something Rumble could easily accept. That Rumble was not advancing with the minion wave. Dragon Brother is so steady. He couldn't help but exclaim. Peanut returns empty-handed. Little Peanut pursed his lips upon seeing Rumble follow the minion wave. He intended to freeze the lane, but soon realized Gu Xing was crossing the river to assist in clearing the wave. He could only retreat to farm his secondary camp. Striving to develop further, Little Gu helped Dragon Brother push the wave, granting his teammates a chance to return to base first. While he returned to the upper jungle to continue farming, Miller focused on Gu Xing's item build, curious about what he would construct. Would he, as usual, opt for the Tiamat? His economy was indeed sufficient. Gu Xing had 1 assist, plus a successful clear of a group of F4, and with the automatic gold generation system, he had gathered just over 1,200 gold. Ultimately, the blind monk's inventory revealed a green jungle knife and a longsword, selling the reusable potion to purchase boots. This is no longer a strategy focused on rapid jungle farming. Instead, the intention is to follow a conventional path by acquiring the warrior jungle item, supplemented by plate armor or a shield for defense. A brief glance at the team composition reveals an understanding. Peanut Spider will not be clearing too many monsters, and Gu must keep pace with the rhythm of the game. Elise primarily disregards the camps in the jungle. Her mission is to stimulate the tempo during the early to mid-game. Jungle farming relies on chance. As long as it is ensured that the opposing jungler does not invade and steal 1's monsters, the impact on the spider is minimal. He indeed farms faster. However, the issue lies in his inability to synchronize with the spider's tempo. Moreover, it is crucial to secure victories in 1v1 confrontations against Elise in the jungle. Tiamat costs 1,200 gold, offering merely 20 points of attack power. Even when considering its active damage effect, its value in skirmishes is not substantial. Adhering to the principle of maximizing combat effectiveness, Gu opts for a standard equipment build. The advantage is that during the early to mid-game, he does not fall behind in skirmishes against the spider, and the rhythm of the game is fully maintained. The downside is the inefficiency in gold acquisition, leading to concerns about his economic situation in the mid to late game, where team fights may rely solely on a powerful kick. Gu remains indifferent, allowing him to delegate responsibilities to his teammates. Directly heading to the lower jungle, Gu proceeds to farm his secondary camps. While engaging in a flirtation with the frog, he receives a warning from his teammates. It's the route of the hawk spirit on the minimap. There is no evasion for Gu. His hawk spirit is as precise as ever, akin to having wallhack capabilities. Screens to assess his teammate statuses. Top laner is in a precarious position. Zhu Xiaolong is advancing to secure a last hit. He can afford to miss other minions, but cannot let the cannon minion slip away. Its value is simply too high. Just previously, Zhu Xiaolong had returned to base for replenishment with Gu's assistance, while Smeb has not enjoyed such luxury, consistently developing in the top lane. This has resulted in a widening gap in their equipment. Recently, Smeb has ceased to exert excessive pressure, allowing Zhu Xiaolong to relax his vigilance slightly. Until Gu's warning breaks the silence, Zhu Xiaolong halts his advance abruptly and turns to retreat. He understands the critical nature of this match and hangs on Gu's every word. Regrettably, it is still a step too late. Smeb accelerates forward, unleashing his abilities without hesitation. Activating W to increase his attack speed and transforming to strike at Rumble's face. The deceleration effect of Celestial Leap fully envelopes Zhu Xiaolong. And Peanut's spider finally enters the field of vision. Peanut shifts forms, cocooning Dragon and sealing off his escape route back to the tower. To evade the cocoon. Reposition, effectively moving directly into Smeb's embrace. He was compelled to relinquish his flash. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a brilliant golden light flickered. And Jace mirrored the flash. Dragon Lord activated his shattered shield, but his movement speed paled in comparison to Jace's. Miller sensed impending doom. Jace, with the acceleration gate enhancing his speed, employed Celestial Leap to slow down Rumble. The forces of nature converged, as Smeb, wielding his colossal hammer. The supporters of the Tiger team erupted in a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Rumble had exhausted all his mobility skills, awaiting only death. The LCK commentator, known as the Roaring Emperor, raised his arms in exultation, exclaiming, "Splendid!" Noted that Rumble had already used his flash. The coming moments would reveal if Peanut could capitalize once more. In the Korean streaming room, as Rumble's life was claimed by Jace, the chat channel finally buzzed back to life. Wang Hao Spider, I believe in it. ROX, charge forward. Trust in ROX. It is the pride of our Korean people. Peanut, as long as you win today, you can send us off however you wish back to LCK. The Korean netizens experienced a roller coaster of emotions throughout the semifinals. Their sentiments oscillated like a pendulum. After the fourth match, they believed they had identified VG's Achilles heel, anticipating a momentum shift in the fifth game. Little did they know, the decisive match began with Gu Xing ambushing them, and Peanut managed to keep Kuro's rhythm in check. Naturally, the LCK audience felt a surge of anxiety. Witnessing Peanut rekindle the tempo brought them immense joy. Gu Xing quickly regained his composure. He was no stranger to falling victim to ROX's exceptional ability to capitalize on openings. The Tiger team's ascent to the pinnacle of competitive play was no mere coincidence. In their extensive training matches against ROX, Gu Xing and VG had faced considerable challenges. The opposing team had conceded the lower half of the map, allowing him to reach level 6 first. Peanut's approach to this gank was rather unorthodox. Typically, he would have cleared the upper camps and proceeded to develop in the lower lane. Instead, Peanut chose to return to the upper side, opting to force a gank on Zhu Xiaolong. It was this peculiar trajectory that caught Dragon Lord off guard. Gu Xing prudently made the safest choice, counter jungle. Lacking flash, the outcome would likely be suboptimal. He understood that he must reach level 6 ahead of time to leverage his ultimate to dictate the rhythm of the game. Fortunately, wave near Zhu Xiaolong. A confluence of factors enabled Gu Xing to attain level 6 just shy of 6.5 minutes. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the top lane. In the skirmish within the mid lane, Kuro had preserved a flash, making the likelihood of success for Gu Xing's gank rather low. Moreover, he would need to coordinate with Li Ji-hoon, inevitably placing pressure on Easyun. Wisely, Gu Xing set his sights on top laner Smeb. Jace, lacking a flash and any means of escape, is relatively easy to capture. He is aware that ROX has established vision in the nearby brush on the top lane to ensure Smeb's smooth development. Consequently, Gu Xing traverses his own upper jungle area. Upon reaching his own first turret, he decisively instructs Zhu Xiaolong to prepare for a freezing hand. Long Gu has long been eager to reclaim his honor, to seal off the enemy's retreat. As our constant temperature burn activates, Smeb instantly senses something amiss upon witnessing Rumble unleash his ultimate. However, the slowing effect of the rockets is exceedingly pronounced. Without any displacement skills to aid his retreat, he can only watch as Gu Xing appears in the periphery of vision, closing the distance. Smeb seems unprepared for Gu's swift descent to level 6, caught off guard and unready. Typically, in a version where jungle camps refresh rapidly and offer abundant experience. Heavenly Wave. The exalted fist of the blind monk strikes the earth, abruptly unleashing a skill that strikes Jay's body. Without a moment's hesitation, he triggers the second phase of the echo strike. Advancing forward, Smeb remains focused, his fingers poised over the E key. As soon as the blind monk draws near, he can interrupt the displacement with his hammer form E thunderous strike. The potency of Jay's thunderous strike is astonishingly formidable, capable of interrupting skills such as the prince's EQ. If he can prevent the blind monk from closing in, switching forms, and accelerating to escape should not be insurmountable. However, just as the blind monk is about to enter the range of Jay's thunderous strike, an unexpected ward appears nearby, interrupting his echo strike. There remains a slight distance between the two. Smeb presses the E key, yet Jay's is rendered unable to act. I can't unleash it. Time offers no further opportunity for adjustment. With a sweeping tail, the blind monk lifts a foot, propelling Jay's into the uppermost region. Due to the layout of the canyon, being kicked to the top forces Jay's to take a longer route to return to the turret. The spectacular spinning kick leaves Miller uncertain of Smeb's intentions. Yet he observes Jay's somewhat clumsy posture and feels a surge of excitement. Smeb's position is indeed difficult to escape. Zhu Xiaolong's rumble advances, utilizing the flamethrower paired with the electronic harpoon to successfully slay Jay's. Smeb, feeling vexed, scratches his head. He realizes that Gu Xing has seen through his plans. The casting range of the blind monk's ultimate is 375, while Jay's hammer form only reaches 240. While it is unrealistic to expect professional players to memorize every detail, they possess a fundamental understanding of skill ranges. The nearly 150 range difference between the two skills is manageable for professional players. Gu Xing's use of the ward to interrupt the echo strike allowed him to remain outside the reach of Jay's thunderous strike, rendering Smeb unable to strike, while the blind monk's sweeping tail could still connect. Little Gu's successful gank at level 6 has remarkably turned the tide, restoring balance to the previously disadvantaged top lane. As the semifinals conclude tomorrow, the atmosphere is charged with anticipation. With a score of 209 equalized kills, Gu Xing's timely intervention has relieved the pressure on his team, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. If they can maintain equilibrium into the mid to late game, VG's team composition will be poised to unleash its full potential. The only concern is the ferocious onslaught from the Tigers, which could breach VG's defenses and render Gu Xing and his allies powerless. However, the initial 7 minutes of gameplay have proven satisfactory. Well done, little Gu. Zhu Xiaolong is overjoyed, proclaiming him as his brother. As he enters a state of exuberance, Zhu Xiaolong keenly observes the critical duel between Gu Xing and Smeb. Should Jace utilize his E ability, Thundering Strike, to knock the monk away, Gu Xing would be unable to retaliate without his flash. If Smeb remains unscathed, he will continue to exert pressure on Zhu Xiaolong in the top lane. Recently, Long Gu has suffered greatly from Small Peanut's ambush, falling behind in both farm and level. If Smeb maintains this relentless aggression, Zhu Xiaolong fears he may falter. Fortunately, with their jungler's assistance in eliminating Jace, he now feels capable of engaging Smeb in a protracted battle. Gu Xing, too, feels a sense of relief. This maneuver incurred minimal cost, as he merely expended his ultimate to collaborate with Zhu Xiaolong in dispatching the Tiger's pivotal player, Smeb. The monk's prowess on the world stage is undeniably linked to the strength of his ultimate, Dragon Tail, which boasts a mere 90-second cooldown, allowing him to regain formidable combat power shortly. Through his headset, the thunderous cheers from Madison Square Garden resonate, stirring Gu Xing's emotions to the point of wanting to shout in exhilaration. Yet, he suppresses his impulse, choosing to quell his excitement. Now is not the time for celebration. This match is crucial, and Gu Xing is determined not to pop champagne prematurely. Lord Ho, push the mid lane, then come to the enemy's blue zone, he instructs. He synthesizes information from the minimap regarding jungle monsters and vision, deducing that Small Peanut is likely in the lower half of the map, making their blue buff unattainable. As Peanut engages in the top lane, he certainly will not remain idle and is likely to invade VG's lower jungle. Given that Gu Xing has taken a route from bottom to top for his jungle clear, the blue buff will spawn just after the 7-minute mark. He has yet to establish vision in the lower half, and with the bottom duo unable to secure lane control due to champion matchups, the area remains shrouded in darkness. if he brings Li Zhixuan into their lower territory. Gu Xing senses an ambush could await them. It is prudent to exchange resources. He knows that Small Peanut began his route from top to bottom, and there is also a blue buff available in the upper jungle. Li Zhixuan agrees. So far, this game has indeed been stress-free for him. After the mid-lane countergank, Ezihun has heeded Gu Xing's advice, refraining from unnecessary screen cuts or offering suggestions to his teammates. With unwavering focus, he immersed himself in relentless gameplay. As a master of last hitting, his prowess was unmistakably displayed after acquiring Cassiopeia. Within the 4-minute revival period, he flawlessly executed every strike without a single miss. His instinctual line control techniques, ingrained deeply within him, allowed Li Zhixuan to thrive effortlessly. Ultimately, gratitude must be directed towards Gu Xing. That mid-lane ambush, seemingly a mere 1-4-1 exchange, inflicted significant harm on Kuro's development. To this day, Kuro's Victor has yet to upgrade to the Hextech core. Deprived of the rapid wave-clearing ability provided by Death Ray, Victor becomes a mere shadow of his former self. Li Zhixuan, leveraging the mana regeneration effect from the goddesses Tyr and Twin Fong after securing kills, managed to assert control over the mid lane. Xiaohua Sheng had previously suffered setbacks in the mid lane. The strength of ROX's jungle and mid duo paled in comparison to VG's, rendering them hesitant to seek further confrontation for fear of another ambush from Gu Xing. Fortunately, Kuro was unable to select a champion capable of roaming. Otherwise, Li Zhixuan's aggressive play would have disproportionately placed pressure on the rest of the VG team. Perfectly encapsulated by the notion of laughing while watching his teammates fall prey to enemy ambushes. Currently, Victor and Cassiopeia stand as the two immovable entities in the mid lane. Anticipated minimal issues. After clearing the mid lane minions off of the map, momentarily massaging his furrowed brow and sipping ice water to maintain his alertness, Gu Xing offered no response. Noticing that Smeb had not teleported back to the top lane immediately upon revival, he quickly alerted his teammates over voice chat, urging the bot lane to retreat swiftly. Zhu Xiaolong echoed this sentiment, warning that Jace might teleport down to confront them. The VG duo, heads unwavering, retreated into the secluded brush near the second tower. Throughout the ongoing BO5 series, they had witnessed more than once the devastating effect of the Tiger team's top laner utilizing teleportation in conjunction with Xiaohua Sheng to execute a tower dive on the bot lane duo. The root of this effectiveness lay in Smeb's exceptional individual skill. In the final moments of a tightly contested match, top laners would typically use teleport to secure items and return to lane, optimizing their development time. However, Smeb demonstrated the ability to save a teleport through meticulous wave management, health pressure, and jungle presence, allowing him to prioritize support and collaboratively exploit enemy vulnerabilities, tearing through their defenses. Gu Xing and the other VG players speculated that Smeb intended to join Xiaohua Sheng in a repeat of the Fortitude skirmish in the bot lane. Yet, the commentators, with the clarity of an omniscient perspective, observed that upon revival, Jace opted to teleport to the ward placed in VG's blue zone by Xiaohua Sheng, preparing for another aggressive assault on the bot lane. The exuberance in Dada's voice was palpable, as Xiaohua and Imp had already taken precautions and were in the process of retreating. However, a timely realization did not guarantee their safety. In the next instant, Dada's smile vanished, replaced by a look of urgency. Grella flashed forward, unleashing his abilities towards the VG duo. Gelra's Roots of Entanglement commands the vines to lurk just beneath the surface, striking at foes while simultaneously triggering seeds that burgeon into whip-like tendrils. Despite a timely flash to evade the entangling roots, the burgeoning flora, with its inherent slowing effect, ensnares him nonetheless. From the flanks, ROX's jungle appears, and Jace's enhanced artillery fires with alarming swiftness. Miller, in a state of acute anxiety, notes that the VG duo lacks reliable control measures. At just over the 7-minute mark, the bottom lane duo remains significantly short of experience to reach level 6. With 4 adversaries bearing down, VG's Jin and Nami find themselves utterly powerless to resist. Aware that fleeing headlong would spell doom for both, Duan Deliang resolves to sacrifice himself. He bravely absorbs the enhanced artillery fire, only to succumb to the cocoon-induced stun. ultimately falling to Jace's onslaught. Left alone, Imp expends his summoner spells in a desperate bid for survival, while the analyst, witnessing the swift conclusion of this uneven contest, promptly evaluates the outcome. Although it seems ROX's top lane Jace's teleport only secured a solitary kill, they have undeniably reaped substantial benefits in resource acquisition. VG's jungle and mid lane attempt to exchange blue buffs in the Tiger team's jungle has left them exposed, allowing ROX to coalesce and demolish the first turret in the bottom lane while simultaneously capturing an elemental dragon. The analyst now feels like a passenger on a roller coaster, experiencing a tumultuous viewing journey. Just as VG claws back some advantage through a gank on the top lane, ROX stirs up further trouble. The camera captures Peanut's radiant smile as he communicates with Smeb during the turret demolition. His striking silver-gray hair glistens under the spotlight, embodying youthful exuberance. Miller, witnessing this scene, is filled with sorrow. The economic disparity has widened to a staggering 1,000, compounded by the looming threat of an elemental dragon deficit. Gu Xing finds himself at a loss. ROX adeptly consolidates myriad minor advantages across positions, culminating in a decisive strike. Just moments ago, the Tiger team exploited the teleport advantage from the top lane to gain crucial vision information on VG's jungle movements, amalgamating numerous small advantages to discover their point of entry. As a distinguished member of the elite LCK teams, ROX excels in adjusting the rhythm of the game during the early to mid-game phases, establishing and amplifying their lead through frequent skirmishes and jungle incursions. Their ability to seize opportunities is unparalleled. Not only VG, but other teams are equally vulnerable to this tactic. The optimal countermeasure would have been for Gu Xing to retreat after securing the top lane, executing a tactical retreat to position defenses in the bottom lane. However, this would deny Hou Yi the blue buff, resulting in a loss of mid-lane control for the subsequent 2 minutes. Even so, ROX merely lacks the conditions to launch their current offensive. Smeb's teleport advantage and the duo's control of the lane remain immutable facts. Whenever an opportunity arises, the Tiger team will undoubtedly leverage their advantage to breach defenses. Furthermore, the 4-man engagement from the perspective of the victim is exceptionally disheartening. The resources acquired from a single offensive can be substantial, paving the way to push towers and transition lanes, all while nurturing the vital carry within the team. Gu Xing watches enviously. Previously, during the summer season, the strategy of employing Shun in a 4-pack-2 configuration was popularized by VG. However, it ultimately lacked synergy. Surged dramatically. While Long Ji's prowess is undeniably formidable, he found himself at a disadvantage against the world's elite top laners such as Smeb. Following Shun's nerf and the subtle shifts in the top lane ecosystem, Zhu Xiaolong struggled to leverage his individual skill with other champions against his opponents. After all, Gu Xing rarely initiated ganks in the top lane, primarily focusing on damage control. With the top lane inaccessible and the mid lane dominated by the Binding Spirit version, the ability of Hou Yi to roam without Frost Queen was limited. Consequently, VG had to abandon the 4-pack-2 strategy for this world championship. Long Gu, push the wave and head back to prepare for a lane swap, Gu Xing instructed. When your flash is not ready, just linger around the bottom tower and don't venture out. The forced transition phase for Rumble had its advantages. His development remained relatively unaffected. Once the next tower fell, Rumble could simply receive the wave at the second tower. As the opposing team found it challenging to dive under the second tower during the mid-game to eliminate the formidable Rumble. As usual, the pillars of the team's late-game potential. Infernal Drake. Gu Xing meticulously cleared the entire upper jungle of the enemy. Subsequently, he placed all remaining wards, returned to base to purchase items and vision wards, and switched his trinket to a scanner. With everything in order, within the ROX team's voice chat, the 5 players were engaged in fervent discussion. We must not allow the enemy to regain their rhythm, Prey cautioned, reflecting on past lessons. Wang Hao, let's push down the last tower together before anything else. In the third game, Gu Xing's Qiyana executed the Tiger leaves the mountain maneuver, leading Peanut on a wild chase across the map, which resulted in a notable economic deficit and unfortunate demise for the duo. Peanut reassured his teammates, Rest assured, with me around, they won't be able to take you down. He sacrificed considerable time and jungle resources to help his team secure neutral objectives. Currently, Peanut's development was average, and in direct confrontation, he was no longer Gu Xing's equal. And bottom lanes. And Peanut focused his efforts in the upper quadrant, leaving Gu Xing with little recourse. Wang Hao. Caught by the blind monk, Peanut advised his top laner to proceed with caution. Having suffered losses against Gu Xing previously, Smeb was determined not to grant him any opportunities. He abandoned the overly aggressive strategy against Rumble. The last hit ranged minions and allowed the more robust melee minions to block the wave's transition. Thus, he accumulated the minions and pushed them all the way to VG's second tower, seizing the moment while Rumble was busy farming under the tower. Smeb ventured into the VG jungle to scout for Gu Xing's whereabouts. Observing the nearly impenetrable defensive strategy of the Tiger team, Wawa's voice grew somber. As Smeb pushed the wave into the jungle, accompanied by the occasional vision from the Frost Archer, he successfully pinpointed the blind monk's location. With Gu Xing's movements revealed, he could hardly seize the initiative. The stringent defense deployed by ROX in the upper quadrant posed a considerable challenge for Gu Xing. He pondered for 3 minutes. Realizing that the health of his first turret was rapidly dwindling, yet he could not conceive a viable solution to rectify the situation. Consequently, Gu Xing opted for a different approach. Ash dispatched a drone to illuminate the blind monk, who was currently farming VG's feathered serpent. Gu Xing, who had been biding his time for the enemy to seek him out, was precisely anticipating this moment. As the marking of the eagle strike above was nearing its expiration, he delivered a final blow to the F4, ascending thereafter. Signals within the ROX team were incessantly exchanged. He ascended, and Peanut issued a warning. Don't be afraid. It was amiss. Gu Xing had a penchant for employing misdirection. In essence, he utilized various tactics to suggest an offensive direction to the opponent while executing a counteraction, catching the enemy off guard. This was a hard-learned lesson from a previous practice match against VG. In this semifinal, Gu Xing had also employed similar stratagems. Just as VG had discerned through Smeb's delayed teleport to reinforce the lane, they could infer that ROX intended to initiate a 4-man ambush on the lower lane. The more Gu Xing utilized misdirection, the more immune Peanut became. Sensing that Gu Xing was deliberately creating a false pretense by advancing in the presence of the Iceborne Eagle Spirit, Peanut conjectured that the final offensive would likely target the lower half. He promptly altered his statement. Brother Ruashing, it is highly probable that the blind monk will circle around and emerge from our F4. Upon hearing this, Kuro immediately maneuvered Victor with small steps upward. He had just upgraded the Hex deck core, finally granting his E-Death Ray a second damage tier, allowing his wave-clearing speed to match that of the Serpent Woman. From this moment until the Serpent Woman crafted her 3 essential items, it would be Victor's period of dominance. After enduring some pressure, Kuro could finally exhale in relief. Meanwhile, Peanut's voice in the background continued to warn Smeb, urging the developing Jace in the lower lane to be vigilant and avoid being flanked by Gu Xing en route to securing a kill. Now Kuro, who had already been advised by his jungler, moved cautiously. He had purchased a control ward and placed it in the river bush. However, it was evident that relying solely on this vision would not suffice to thwart the agile blind monk, who could easily evade detection from the control ward by utilizing nearby terrain. As Kuro observed both opponents in low health, he prepared to secure last hits with caution. At that moment, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, the Serpent Woman charged forth. Kuro instinctively sensed something was amiss. He swiftly maneuvered his mouse, clicking on the ground behind him, commanding Victor to turn away. This was an instinctual reaction exhibited by nearly every top-tier professional player when confronted with the Serpent Woman's flash. Turning away as quickly as possible could render the opponent's petrifying gaze ineffectual. Just as Kuro had anticipated, the Serpent Woman emitted a shrill, piercing screech, her eyes emitting a petrifying beam, which Victor adeptly evaded. Miller elevated the tempo, yet the Serpent Lady's ultimate did not inflict a stun, although it still managed to apply a 40 slowing effect. Immediately following, the W ability, Toxic Mist, was unleashed at Victor's feet, and as the sprint commenced, The twin venom fangs began to spew forth incessantly. Kuro simultaneously activated his own sprint. The usually steady and cautious Li Zhixuan utilized both summoners and his ability. Likely to secure his safety, anticipating the arrival of teammates, he maneuvered to the upper side, distancing himself from the darkened vicinity of his own avian camp below. Suddenly, the silhouette of the blind monk appeared ominously in Kuro's line of sight from above. This truly startled him. The feedback from his jungler, Peanut, indicated a high probability of Gu Xing launching an offensive from the lower side. Why was he approaching from above instead? Kuro had not been entirely devoid of vision in the upper area. A deceptive ward was placed in the brush above mid lane. However, it is uncommon for professional mid laners to place wards there as the landing phase concludes. The information garnered was minimal, and wards positioned near the river and the enemy jungle entrance would typically yield better results. Yet, Kuro had placed that ward prior to reclaiming lane control. At that time, ROX's top and jungle duo was engaged in a 4 versus 2 skirmish in the bot lane, while VG's jungler was swapping the blue buff in the upper area. For ROX, the upper region was shrouded in darkness, and Kuro, who was last seen farming mid lane, hesitated to place his ward too deeply for fear of being ambushed, ultimately opting for the brush above. Meanwhile, Peanut had dedicated the few remaining wards to the top lane duo, neglecting to provide vision support for mid lane. This oversight allowed Gu Xing to deftly evade the solitary deceptive ward and launch an assault on Kuro from above. Given Victor's earlier positioning, Gu could easily close the distance. Kuro found himself perilously close to the edge of the binding toxic mist. In the current mid-season patch, the Serpent Lady, like the vampire, underwent significant alterations. The new W ability, Toxic Mist, now possesses a binding effect, rendering all displacement skills, including Flash, unusable. Moreover, the mist spans a diameter of 400 units. And Kuro was just shy of escaping its grasp. He cast Gravity Field as a psychological comfort, only to watch helplessly as the blind monk wreaked havoc. Miller could not stifle his laughter, exuberantly exclaiming as Gu Xing effortlessly flashed R, kicking Kuro directly into the face of the Serpent Lady. Gu Xing unleashed the Soundwave. Under normal circumstances, the blind monk's RQQ ability is a guaranteed hit. This instance was no exception. Following the Soundwave, Gu Xing immediately triggered the second Echo Strike, combining forces with Li Zhixuan's twin Venom Fangs, successfully eliminating the fragile Victor. The venue was abuzz with fervor, VG's supporters rejoicing in celebration. Kuro had fallen for the trap. The commentator, Wah, expressed his exhilaration, having anticipated that the blind monk would approach from below, only to be surprised by Gu Xing's gank from the upper side. Within ROX's team communication, Peanut hastily offered his apologies, fully aware that his erroneous assumptions had led to their mid-laner's demise. It's my fault. How could he come from above? Peanut felt ensnared in a clever ruse. This strategic contest resembled a mill fight. Peanut believed Gu Xing resided on the first layer, while he himself was on the second. In truth, Gu Xing is on the third level. Peanut assumed that the opponent would venture into the lower quadrant. Yet Gu Xing resolutely opted for the upper quadrant. As Peanut moved towards the mid lane, he couldn't help but feel a pang of self-reproach. Intending to assist his teammates in wave management and fortify the defense against VG's mid-lane advance towards the first tower, Miller observed from a spectator's perspective, witnessing every unfolding event within the canyon. Upon reaching the mid-lane to guard the waves, Xiao Gu seized the opportunity to lead the Lord up to the upper quadrant to clear vision, simultaneously applying pressure to the ROX duo. The two elders of Xianming had no choice but to retreat to the safety of the second tower's secluded bush. Fearful of being caught in a repeat of the previous 4-2 engagement orchestrated by Gu Xing and Li Zhixuan. Consequently, VG's duo was granted a moment of respite. Zhu Xingbin, having endured a rather unsatisfactory match, finally discovered an opportunity for counterattack. He pushed the minions into the tower, allowing ROX's turret to assist in clearing the wave, inflicting significant losses upon prey. This development considerably diminished the advantage held by the Tiger Team's duo. As Wawa observed, the sole silver lining for ROX was that Smeb could continuously pressure Longu while VG's main force was occupied. Smeb, with his fierce playstyle, unleashed rapid and cunning attacks. And after acquiring the Yomung, his damage soared. Even Zhu Xiaolong's W, broken shield, proved insufficient for defense. After 2 cannon shots, Rumble's health was halved. The towering Boppy possessed no means for recovery, and should Jace's skills come off cooldown, a tower dive for a kill would be imminent. Left with no alternatives, Long Gu resorted to unleashing his ultimate to clear the wave. The scorching rockets of constant temperature engulfed the ground, inflicting continuous damage that swiftly obliterated the minions. Finally deterring Smeb. Although Rumble suffered some losses, overall, Xiao Gu's initiative to seize the mid lane was quite profitable. In critical external combat, Miller steadfastly supported VG's position. As the development of the Tiger Team's double carries was delayed by approximately 1 minute. Most importantly, ROX's push tempo with the duo was halted for a while. Given the Tiger Team's composition, only the 2 elders of Xianming and Smeb's Jace were capable of demolishing towers, finding it challenging to even touch the tower, let alone push it. The duo's significance cannot be overstated. After all, Smeb was forced to swap lanes, placing a Jace in charge of pushing VG's lower second tower, a task of evident difficulty. Should the 2 elders of Xianming be stymied in their tower-pushing rhythm, it could adversely affect the entire team. Observing the situation, Smeb promptly took the initiative to direct the team to establish vision around the lower quadrant and subsequently secure a dragon. The ROX team's initial defeat was not unrelated to VG's smooth acquisition of 3 fire dragons in the early to mid-game. The likelihood of encountering such bizarre events is exceedingly low. Yet, this match indeed bore a semblance of settling debts. Previously, ROX had secured the first Earth Dragon through a 4-2 maneuver. Remarkably, the next one was also an Earth Dragon. Currently, dragons directly enhance damage, epitomizing a straightforward and brutal advantage. Earth Dragons boost the team's damage against epic monsters and defensive towers, with a single dragon providing a 10% increase. Should ROX claim both, the enhancement effect would be nothing short of terrifying. Xiao Huasheng agreed to alter the strategy for dismantling the outer tower at the top lane, focusing first on managing the minion waves in the mid lane before advancing into the lower jungle. With the enemy jungler and mid laner absent, he and Smeb were able to seize control of the river area. Gu Xing, realizing the opponent's intentions, returned to base for supplies, intending to contest vision. However, Smeb, coupled with the plants from Grella, posed a significant threat to VG's overall health. Recognizing the precarious situation, Gu Xing assessed their odds and instructed Pu Pu and Duan Gu to push the outer tower at the top lane while they stalled for time. He resolved to forfeit the Earth Dragon, understanding that forcing a fight would lead to catastrophic losses for VG, especially with both junglers lacking their flash abilities. Gu Xing's ultimate ability had just come off cooldown, while Lord Hozar, Petrifying Gaze, was still on cooldown. With a disadvantage in vision around the river, he would yield no favorable outcomes. VG aimed to trade the outer tower for the Earth Dragon, and Miller's brow furrowed as he considered how to support Imp's development, a decision made out of necessity. In the Tiger's judgment, the value of the Earth Dragon outweighed that of an outer tower. Without hesitation, the 5 players opted to relinquish the outer tower to their opponents. Wawa was understandably anxious. He recognized the worth of securing 2 Earth Dragons, yet stubbornly asserted that this exchange was not a loss for VG, as Imp had caught up with Prey in terms of equipment thanks to the prior assistance in the mid lane and the economic boost from the outer tower, presenting statistics that captured everyone's attention. In this semi-final showdown, both teams had achieved parity in economic curves 17 times after the 15-minute mark, prompting Miller to reflect on the evenly matched nature of the contest, where the outcome remained uncertain until the team fight phase. Professional players engaged in battle from a first-person perspective, unaware of the precise economic discrepancies, especially with their possession of 2 Earth Dragons. Zhong Ringu, head to the top lane and push the outer tower. Then we will shift to the mid lane to contest vision in the upper river, Xiao Huasheng instructed. As he urged Prey and Grella to take the top lane, his excitement grew. He eagerly anticipated the spawning of the Baron at the 20-minute mark, ready to converge and strike. No problem, Smeb replied enthusiastically, relishing his success in pushing the lane at the bottom. Rumble would struggle to gain an advantage over Jace in a one-on-one encounter. They could take down the Baron swiftly. The damage boost from the 2 Earth Dragons posed a severe threat to the Baron. The Tigers could capitalize on this opportunity. as any misstep from VG would see Nasher fall into Rox's hands. This time, Xiao Huasheng's support for Xianming and the others in their push at the top lane faced little resistance. Gu Xing was just returning to base to replenish his team shield. Zhu Shibin had not initially intended to defend his own top lane tower, which was in a rather precarious state. Instead, he opted to allow his opponents to push forward while he led a small wave to the mid lane to seize control of the minion wave. Collaborating with the Lord to chip away at the health of the enemy's mid tower, Imp demonstrated remarkable mastery over the minion waves. Aware that a wave accompanied by a cannon minion was soon to arrive in mid lane, prompting his attempt to engage. Halting the turret, retreating only when its health dwindled to a mere 13. The execution of this wave by VG was rather intriguing, earning praise from Miller. They sacrificed the inevitable loss of the top tower to successfully diminish the health of ROX's mid tower. At present, the top laners were positioned in the bottom lane. The duo occupied the mid lane, while the mid laner had ventured up to the top lane for a confrontation. Approached the 20-minute mark, with both teams maneuvering around the minion waves for advancement and development. Yet no kills were realized. ROX was preparing for the Baron and refrained from engaging in meaningless skirmishes, while VG focused on contesting vision. Gu Xing understood that with two elemental dragons in their possession, ROX would undoubtedly make a move towards the Baron. Their composition, featuring Ashe and Victor, possessed substantial damage. And Janna. With the additional damage from the two elemental dragons, the speed of their Baron rush would be swift. He knew he had to take precautionary measures. Gu Xing drew upon the lessons learned from VG's semifinal match against Samsung, where Core JJ's Janna had cleverly concealed numerous seeds, activating them during the Baron attempt to significantly accelerate their dragon slaying. He was determined not to repeat that mistake. Dragon Pit. Compared to that game, VG had no significant disadvantages in the upper quadrant this time, allowing Gu Xing to easily reach the Baron Pit for reconnaissance. He trampled Janna's seeds, unveiling Grella's scheme, much to Xiaohua's delight. Gu Xing's strategic vision control posed a considerable challenge for ROX. As Baron was about to spawn, the area around the Dragon Pit remained under VG's vision. Peanut had no choice but to persist in the ongoing vision contest. The plan to rush Baron was continually delayed until the 24-minute mark. The director's camera suddenly shifted to the bottom lane's second tower. Jace was relentlessly pursuing Rumble, dealing heavy damage to Smeb. Miller gasped in astonishment, as it seemed he intended to single-handedly demolish the second tower, with the damage boost from the two elemental dragons. Smeb amassed a substantial wave of minions to assault the tower, and seeing that Rumble's health was low, he swiftly concealed himself in the nearby brush. The teleportation animation illuminated. Smeb aimed to teleport to the Baron Pit to join his teammates in rushing for the Baron. 2 minutes of deadlock. Grella relinquished the active effect of his W, rapid growth, using the ability to transform the seeds into plants. Meanwhile, clustering together, showed no intention of concealing their approach to the Baron, boldly engaging even in the presence of Gu Xing's previously placed True Sight ward in the innermost part of the Dragon Pit. As the Dragon's health diminished significantly, Jace activated his W, Hypercharge, consecutively unleashing 4 cannon shots to eliminate the vision. They possessed enough confidence to secure the dragon buff within a short span. Gu Xing understood the urgency. They should engage the enemy and capture at least one of them. He too yearned for a climactic battle with ROX at the Dragon Pit. The confined terrain would undoubtedly amplify VG's team-fighting prowess. Peanut, wielding the Earth Dragon, combined with the spider forms Q and Smite, higher kill threshold against the dragon than himself. Thus, Gu Xing had no intentions of contesting the dragon. As long as they could incapacitate all the members of the Tiger team, ROX would have acquired the dragon in vain. I must arrive a little later. Zhu Xiaolong was still en route to the fountain, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. One could easily deduce why. Recently, Gu Xing had been so preoccupied with securing vision around the dragon that he neglected the bottom lane. Consequently, parity in their strengths, the chosen champion would not prevail in a duel. And both top laners experienced a notable equipment gap in the mid-game. He approached last hitting with trepidation, fearing a surprise attack from Smeb. "It's all right," Li Jixuan asserted. "Just trust me." His voice resonated with calm conviction, albeit his accent bore an unusual intonation reminiscent of Gu Xing. Li Zhixuan had just discreetly disposed of his chewing gum into a tissue. Lu Wenjun claimed it was useful. He disagreed. Yizihun casually removed the lid from a paper cup, pouring ice water into his mouth, while also holding some ice cubes. The frigid sensation continually stimulated his teeth, the coolness in his mouth invigorating his mind. As he communicated with his teammates while holding the ice, it was natural for his accent to be slightly awkward. Nonetheless, Li Zhixuan typically articulated Chinese with precision. Yizihun was determined to avoid regret. It was his final opportunity. Should he miss it, he would lament for many years to come. The chill in his mouth continued to spread. Yet a wave of warmth surged within him, a fervent sensation coursing through his body with each heartbeat, radiating to his extremities. The exhilaration swelling in his fingertips was indescribable. His usual demeanor in matches was to remain unflinching in the face of adversity, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, striving to prevent his emotions from influencing him. After all, choosing instead to embrace it. Yizihun felt that this state was immensely beneficial for him at this moment. Coupled with the half-hour break to recharge, Li Zhixuan steeled himself. Having exerted pressure on his teammates for so long, he simply wished to generate substantial team-fighting value for VG. Yizihun's reconnection invigorated Gu Xing's spirit. Yet, he had no time to celebrate or encourage his teammates. In a moment of strategic brilliance, the assault of the ice-cold Zhu Shengbin boldly initiated a decisive maneuver, proclaiming a flawless finale. While fixated intently on the dwindling health of the Baron Nashor, his voice rising in excitement as the dragon's vitality waned. Gu, ROX, undeterred, seemed intent on placing the outcome of this semi-final match on the shoulders of the great dragon. Wawa undoubtedly wished to prevent the Tiger team from pursuing the dragon any further, aware that in a prolonged engagement, VG would surely outmatch ROX in the late game. However, the Tiger team was equally cognizant of the disparity in late-game strength between their compositions. "I will absorb the damage, fear not," declared Xiao Huaxing, activating the effect of the newly crafted bird shield. A multitude of shields materialized, absorbing the dragon's damage and Jin's lethal bullets. Rumble teleported from the sidelines, while Grillia marked the upper river brush, urgently advising the team. Peanut, gazing at the Baron Nashor's remaining 4,639 health points, spoke with unwavering resolve. "Ignore him. 100 health." As the Elder Spider, Xiao Huaxing had calculated the execution threshold with remarkable precision. Knowing that if his teammates could inflict an additional 3,000 damage, he would claim the dragon. The option to retreat safely was tempting. Yet relinquishing this opportunity would render it exceedingly difficult for ROX to find another favorable moment to secure the dragon as their composition weakened. At this critical juncture, the Tiger team showcased their greatest strength, synergy. This characteristic is often found among elite teams, but ROX stood out remarkably. The players had spent ample time together, fostering deep bonds and a shared purpose, which served as a catalyst for their impeccable teamwork, united as if they were one. Having heeded Xiao Huaxing's call to persist in claiming the dragon, they relentlessly unleashed their abilities upon Baron Nashor. Smeb once again placed a ward above the dragon pit. Observing that Gu Xing's Li Xin was just recovering from the stuns inflicted by the magical crystal arrow, still some distance from the pit. This revelation brought Xiao Huaxing a sense of relief. Maneuvering the Queen of Spiders, he positioned himself between Baron Nashor and Jin to shield against the lethal bullets. The final bullet from Jin possessed devastating execution damage, and Xiao Huaxing was determined not to allow Zhu Xingbin an opportunity to steal the dragon. As the Baron entered execution range, Peanut decisively unleashed his spider form's Q ability, Venomous Bite. Simultaneously, a bolt of lightning struck from the heavens. The cheers erupted from Madison Square Garden, heralding Peanut's triumph in securing the Baron. The LCK commentator, the Roaring Emperor, witnessed the Baron ultimately fall to the Tiger team and could hardly contain his astonishment, eyes wide and voice raised in exhilaration. Now, ROX only needed to retreat. Avoiding any rash engagements with VG, as Jin Dongjun vociferously cautioned, everyone's health is too low. The Tiger team's composition indeed allowed for rapid Baron takes, though it lacked a front line. Even though Peanut activated the bird shield, after finishing off the initial 3 shots from Jin and the Baron output, Their top and jungle duo were left with barely half health, while the support and mid laner hovered around 70%. Only Prey, bolstered by the bloodthirst of the warlord, remained in robust health. In such terrain, engaging VG, even with the Baron buff on their side, proved to be a formidable challenge for the Tigers. Retreat was the wisest course of action. Rox's immediate reaction was indeed to collectively withdraw, hastily seeking a place to recall. However, Gu Xing, undeterred, stealthily ventured over the wall, charging into the Baron pit. With the Baron gone, what was Virtue planning? The Roaring Emperor was taken aback by Gu Xing's seemingly reckless maneuver. From a spectator's perspective, Gu Xing's position was entirely disconnected from the other VG members. Yet, the Tigers did not direct their focus towards him. They understood that Gu Xing intended to hard-press for a kill. Peanut continued to urge his teammates over voice chat to flee promptly. Observing Rox's 5 members retreating without a backward glance toward the jungle, Gu Xing felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Did they think they could just take the Baron and escape? Not a chance. His sonic wave struck Kuro, and he immediately followed up with the resonating strike. Peanut, seeing Gu Xing's relentless pursuit for an explanation, turned back to use his cocoon to restrain him momentarily. Just as he transformed into human form, a flash of golden light caught his eye. Virtues are flashed, sending 2 opponents flying. The Roaring Emperor's heart sank. Nami's ultimate was about to arrive, along with Jin's final shot. Jin Dongjun babbled in Korean. The tidal wave of Namis are surged forth, compelling the Tigers players to swiftly deploy their flash abilities to evade control and damage. Peanut's cocoon stunned the monk, and without looking back, he continued his escape as Rox's 5 members congregated in their upper jungle, aiming to traverse the blue area back to safety. Just as the Roaring Emperor finished speaking, the broadcast suddenly switched scenes. The camera focused on the narrow path between the Tigers' blue buff and mid lane. Easy Hoon, Li Jaekwon. The demon, Jin Dongjun exclaimed. On that winding narrow pathway, the serpentine Cassiopeia was sprinting at high speed. Her sinuous form, at that moment, appeared as terrifying as a viper in the eyes of the LCK audience. The Snake Lady was flanking from behind. The Roaring Emperor was utterly astonished, and more crucially, there was only one ward from Rox in that vicinity, which had yet to detect her. The Tigers had previously invested heavily in wards around the Baron Pit and Upper River. Each player had a clear limit on the number of wards they could place, making it impossible for them to simultaneously monitor their upper jungle. Furthermore, Gu Xing had rarely invaded Rox's jungle during the mid-game, resulting in the Tigers failing to set up any wards in this area. This allowed Li Jiahen to seize the opportunity. The Tigers had yet to realize they were being encircled. It wasn't until Rox retreated into the blue area that Li Jiahen successfully flanked, positioning himself between Rox's 3 wolves and blue buff camp. At that moment, the Tigers' wards finally caught sight of the encroaching Snake Lady. Smeb's eyes widened in horror. Turn around. Turn around. He urgently alerted his teammates. But the sudden turn of events left Rox with no time to react. Beneath a dazzling golden light, the Serpent Woman manifested before the faces of the members of the Tiger team. As the ROX players withdrew, they found themselves facing the Serpent Woman directly. The petrifying gaze took hold. A shrill roar echoed, and the stone-cold stare pierced through the ranks of ROX in an instant. Madison Square Garden erupted into a frenzy, the cacophony resonating endlessly. The LCK commentary booth was filled with anguished cries, with only the top and jungle players managing to react. The remaining 3 members fell entirely into a state of petrification. The toxic mists of Shenmue's enchantment only deepened their despair. The immobilizing effects rendered them utterly motionless. Rockets rained down from the heavens, crashing into the ROX formation with a cacophony. The relentless burn scorched them. Long had just teleported down and now unleashed his ultimate from a precarious position. The Roaring Emperor was engulfed in despair. The Tiger team members, already ensnared by the toxic mist, were further overwhelmed by Rumble's ultimate. They were ensnared in the narrow jungle, unable to escape the Serpent Woman's venomous fangs and Rumble's devastating burn. There was no need to discuss Li Jihoon's development. He had received ample support from Gu Xing and was thriving. Zhu Xiaolong's equipment lagged slightly behind, but Rumble's ultimate was inherently destructive. Coupled with the fact that all 5 members of ROX were fragile, Rumble's relentless burn was cataclysmic. It was over. ROX lacked even a semblance of control skills and was about to be completely harvested by the Serpent Woman and Rumble. Jin Dongjun's vision darkened. The ROX members, with dwindling health, saw their life bars plummet under the onslaught of area damage. Smeb's Jace yearned to challenge the Serpent Woman, yet in his immobilized state. He couldn't even unleash his Q in hammer form. Easyhoon's flanking our flash obliterated the team fight. The Roaring Emperor, leaning on the commentary booth, turned pale as death. After 2 silent games, he dealt a heavy blow to ROX at this moment. The subsequent members of VG arrived, adding to the damage, and one hero after another fell. Ace, the chilling commentary rang out. The Tiger team faced total annihilation. Side note, I attempted to complete this in one go, but it felt forced. Initially, I finished writing, but upon reviewing, I found the quality lacking, so I deleted the latter part and decided to share the earlier section first. I will revise the later part shortly. Apologies for the late update. Click to download our app for a wealth of free reading material. 210. I will use my hands to fulfill your dreams. The noise within Madison Square Garden surged to the heavens. The stands became a sea of red and blue glow sticks, boiling with fervor, while the shouts of VG supporters coalesced into a mighty wave. The shrill voice of the doll strained to a breaking point, and Easyhoon's lethal our flash led to the demise of the entire Tiger team in the blue zone. He expressed his elation through exaggerated gestures, especially when the doll heard the chorus of screams and wails from the adjacent LCK commentary booth. He could not help but transform into a grinning specter. The doll did not understand Korean, but the bizarre sounds resembling pizza that the 3 Korean commentators had shouted earlier brought him great amusement. Miller, brimming with excitement, spoke with a tremor in his voice, exclaiming, "Easyhoon, good heavens, he truly dares in the decisive round." As the battle within the Summoner's Rift approached its climax, the director promptly replayed the team fight. The Serpent Woman's enigmatic maneuver after activating her sprint unfolded once more. The audience, supporting LCK, averted their gazes, unable to bear witness any longer. Yet the chilling roar of Cassiopeia as she unleashed her ultimate ability, petrifying gaze, resonated unimpeded, serving as a stark reminder of the calamity that had befallen ROX just moments prior. In the LPL livestream, a dramatic shift in sentiment transpired. As the barrage of comments transformed from despair over the Tiger team, securing the Baron, to exuberance and jubilation. "Lord, my Superman. I admit I was a bit loud in the 4th match. Easyhoon truly has Kuros measure, reliable in critical moments." The combined ultimates of Serpent Woman and Rumble wreaked havoc in the jungle, and that binding design is truly infuriating. When the Serpent Woman spread her toxic mist down the narrow path, ROX had no chance to retaliate, enduring Rumble's ultimate for 2 or 3 seconds, nearly maxing out the damage. Could such a ridiculous flank be executed by Easyhoon? Isn't he usually quite steady? What if the flank had failed? Would Lord Easyhoon and the Serpent Woman have been flamed into retirement? The director's camera deliberately shifted to the backstage VG lounge, capturing the reactions of the team members during the eruption of the team fight. Jackie Love laughed heartily, his expression mirroring that of the Dragon King's son-in-law. Boss Dingjun, radiating with joy, sought out Jean Wenha and others for congratulatory high-fives. As the heat of the moment compelled Red Rice to toss his suit jacket over the back of his chair, he sprang to his feet, exuberantly shouting as he witnessed the Serpent Woman's ultimate successfully petrify 3 opponents from behind. He could scarcely believe his eyes. As the comments noted, such a maneuver by the Serpent Woman hardly seemed in line with Easyhoon's usual gameplay. After collaborating with Lee Ji-hoon for an entire year, Red Rice was well acquainted with the style of this world-class mid-laner, steadiness. The moniker Human Turret was well-earned. He typically focused on silently dealing damage from the backline. Though not particularly flashy, his damage output was consistently impactful. It was precisely this style that rendered Lee Ji-hoon's traditional mages so formidable. However, the audacious flank by the Serpent Woman completely shattered Red Rice's perception of him. Nonetheless, this did not hinder him from cheering for his teammates' remarkable plays. The television in the lounge still broadcasted the team's voice chat. "Nice." Duan Deliong praised his mid laner. "Lord, your flank was simply phenomenal." Zhu Xiaolong was overjoyed, exclaiming, "That was splendid. Did you see my Rumble's ultimate? I dealt half the damage in that team fight." His recent ultimate, Thermo Scorch, had sealed off the terrain, and alongside the serpent woman's binding, had trapped ROX in the narrow path, relentlessly scorching them. It was the ultimate that every Gundam Bobby had longed for. Long ago, a seasoned Rumble player had never before unleashed such a satisfying ultimate in a professional match. Gu Xing was overjoyed. Having unleashed a series of 4 shots from the rear during the team fight, while his teammates meticulously cleared the battlefield, the thought brought a smile to Imp's face. Exhibited a gaunt face tinged with a flush. To embrace his inner excitement rather than suppress it. In the past, when presented with an opportunity to flank, flames of ambition ignited within him, prompting a bold gamble. Ultimately, the annihilation of the opposing team validated Li Ji-hoon's astute judgment. I told you to trust me. There would be no issues. Ecstatic. He shouted a couple of exuberant phrases before breaking into a fit of coughs. The ice in his mouth was still melting, and he risked choking if he was not careful. Gu Xing, witnessing Ji-hoon return to the pivotal fight like a deity of war, also felt compelled to raise his voice in celebration. Yet, upon noticing the overly exuberant atmosphere, he quickly tempered his initially uplifted expression, reminding his teammates to maintain composure. As the match was not yet concluded, and they still needed to push through the mid lane, only then did the 4 teammates regain their calm. Jestingly remarked on their naive behavior. Better than seasoned veterans. You are certainly composed, Duan Deliang replied with a rare smirk. Given that the earlier team fight bore little connection to him, Gu Xing vocally protested in delight, his voice brimming with joy. Gu Xing and his teammates pressed forward, advancing from the first tower to the enemy's high ground. The death timers for the Tiger team were closely aligned, with only the lower-leveled Gragas reviving first. Posing no significant threat to VG, they could only watch helplessly as the opponents dismantled their high-ground defenses and departed. The atmosphere within the team grew exceedingly tense. Despite ROX securing the Baron, the swift subsequent team wipe yielded economic value surpassing that of the Nashor. Not to mention the successive collapses of their defensive turrets in the mid lane. The subsequent loss of control in the jungle was anticipated by the players. Prior to acquiring the Baron, the Tiger team held a slight advantage, only to find themselves at a considerable disadvantage in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, as time progressed, ROX's late-game composition paled in comparison to VG's. While possessing dual elemental dragons was undeniably powerful, it was ultimately the champions that mattered. The damage bonuses to epic monsters and turrets determined that the elemental dragons were the strongest in a snowballing advantage. In a disadvantaged scenario, where could one find opportunities to push towers or secure dragons? In the decisive 5th game of the best-of-5 series, the Tiger team was cornered into a dire situation. The looming shadow of defeat casting a palpable gloom overhead, inevitably affecting the players' mental state. Some even began contemplating the various possibilities of elimination. Kuro, the Serpent Lady, could only smile wryly and shake his head. Reflecting on the past, they indeed had been overly careless during their retreat, in an excessive familiarity with Ji-hoon's playstyle. Arriving at VG, they participated in numerous scrims. Based on their ingrained perceptions of Li Ji-hoon, they believed he would not exhibit the tendency to flank aggressively. Consequently, engaging with a flash to initiate a team fight and capture opponents' nerves, urging them not to panic, assuring them that they could still hold their ground, and that opportunities might arise from the adversaries. Prey, observing the situation, echoed his sentiments, asserting that VG would struggle to push forward and that he should focus on his development. Once he acquired his 3 core items, he would be able to carry the game. His performance as Ash would only grow more formidable as his equipment improved, theoretically making him ROX's sole core damage dealer with superior late-game scaling compared to VG. Peanut took a deep breath to recalibrate his mindset. He aspired to join his teammates in Los Angeles to face SKT, wishing to conclude his professional career with no regrets. Everything hinged on winning this match. The calmness of the higher brothers continued as they assessed the ongoing match from a spectator's perspective. Currently, the economic disparity stood at 35k. Making it exceedingly challenging for VG to extend their advantage. They themselves exhibited no urgency to conclude the match, primarily due to the excessive summoner spells expended in the previous team fight. Should they recklessly initiate another engagement, their chances of success were not as promising as anticipated. Time was on their side, and Gu Xing remained unhurried, adhering to their prior split-pushing strategy. However, the current situation was drastically different from the previous transition phase. ROX's mid lane had completely faltered, and Smeb, who initially held a significant advantage in the bottom lane, was now hesitant to push too far forward. Fearing VG might capitalize on the middle lane's collapse to ambush him. In the upper lane, Hongmi amassed a considerable number of kills through team fights. Not require boots. He swiftly acquired his third ice staff. Kuro no longer dared to meet Li Jihuan's gaze. The two were now on entirely different levels in a one-on-one confrontation, should they encounter each other in the jungle. The Cassiopeia, armed with the Storm Rider's surge, could relentlessly pursue, and if Kuro were ensnared by the ice staff, he would undoubtedly pay a grievous price. In summary, VG's three lanes were either evenly matched or held a significant advantage. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Xing coordinated with his teammates to invade the jungle, countering Peanut's jungle camps and allowing the double carry to return to their own jungle for sustenance. This strategy ensured that both he and his allies could develop without hindrance. The only one suffering was Peanut. Nonetheless, he was able to accept this predicament, as the Spider entered the mid-game still trailing in matchups. Signified a state of ineffectiveness, rendering him unworthy of significant economic gains. His current role was to serve as a protector across all lanes, ensuring his teammates could safely farm and grow. Since he could not secure jungle camps, it made little difference to Peanut whether VG chose to invade or not. Although there had been no explosive kills recently, he remained content. Ultimately, under the ebb and flow of competition, the economic disparity between the two sides continues to gradually widen. Furthermore, he observed that ROX failed to seize a pivotal opportunity to turn the tide, as they found themselves perpetually engaged in a three-lane farming struggle. In the eyes of the commentator, the operational strategies employed by VG are markedly distinct from those of the other two teams within the same region. The Tigers faced RNG in the group stage and EDG in the quarterfinals, with VG in the semifinals. The Tigers have effectively competed against every participating team in this year's LPL. Coincidentally, the commentator has provided insights into all three of these matchups, enabling him to perceive the existing gap. However, he remains uncertain as to the precise source of the issue. Cloud Templar, seated at the adjacent LCK commentary booth, also took note of this phenomenon. VG's operational advantages are remarkably stable. He initiated a discussion, particularly regarding their understanding of the side lanes, which is on par with the elite teams of the LCK. The Korean League undoubtedly stands as the pinnacle of operational prowess, with an insurmountable gap separating it from other leagues, both in ideology and execution. The crux of this disparity lies in the management of side lanes. A careful observation reveals VG's methodical approach. Though Cloud Templar retired early, at a time when assassins like Zed were just beginning to explore the 4-1 split-push strategy, he possesses extensive connections. Among his former teammates are current head coaches still active in the top leagues, as well as juniors competing in the LCK, which provides him with a wealth of insight into the inner workings of professional leagues. VG consistently prioritizes the mid lane for advancement while utilizing the support's vision stone to establish control in the vicinity, complemented by Jin's traps for vision dominance and wave-pushing capabilities. Cloud Templar elaborated that, based on this foundation, they selectively advance in the side lanes. For instance, currently, Virtue has moved to the lower quadrant to secure the dragon, while he illustrates in detail how Easyhoon in the top lane relinquishes the minion wave to return and farm the Krugs, thereby avoiding a potential ambush by the Tigers, while Long in the bottom lane begins to push, seeking to pressure ROX's next turret. This strategy allows VG to remain safe from ganks in the bottom lane, while the top lane remains elusive, and the mid lane continues to push under the protection of perfect vision, making it nearly impossible for Peanut to find a gank opportunity. Noticing that his two companions were attentively listening, Cloud Templar further expounded, noting that while the concept may seem straightforward, the execution by the team can vary significantly. As the match progressed to the 20-minute mark, every two waves of minions featured a cannon minion, which VG adeptly capitalized on. Easyhoon meticulously timed the previous cannon minion wave to push into ROX's second turret. Through such maneuvers, he artificially created a wave to push back. And with just a short wait, the next wave would also feature a cannon minion. He spoke enthusiastically, seemingly unconcerned about ROX's disadvantage compared to his two counterparts. With a formidable presence on the battlefield, the cannon's robust defense ensures that the minion wave cannot be swiftly advanced. Easyhoon can confidently and boldly farm in the jungle, while Virtue seizes the opportunity to plunder resources from the lower half of the map. Upon returning to the upper lane, he can also provide protection for his teammates, enabling them to secure minions under the tower. Consequently, the entire VG side lane system operates seamlessly, exhibiting no vulnerabilities, while ROX finds itself thoroughly bogged down. Unable to capitalize on any opportunities for ambushes, Cloud Templar, in an enthusiastic flow, attempts to elaborate further, only to be interrupted by the seasoned veteran, the Roaring Emperor. The second Baron has respawned. At 32 minutes and 35 seconds, Nashor reappears in the Baron pit. Jean Donjun instinctively glances at the scoreboard, noting a 55k gold difference between both teams, which remains within acceptable bounds. However, both Jace and Elise are on the decline. Cloud Templar aptly reminds that the overall disparity in combat power is far more exaggerated than the equipment advantage gained from 5,500 gold. For ROX to mount a comeback in team fights, they must showcase their most flawless performance. The Roaring Emperor takes the cue, yet Virtue's Lee Sin proves to be ineffective. In the previous Baron Pit skirmish, he merely played a frontline role, tasked with delaying the members of the Tiger team, allowing his teammates to resolve the situation. As the commentators engage in discussion, VG has successfully pushed out the minion waves in both the mid and top lanes, leveraging their lane control and vision advantage to initiate Baron. Zhu Xiaolong has also returned to base to replenish, acquiring a crucial magic penetration staff. With a nearly perfect build, the spellcasting machine gun, Cassiopeia, enables VG to deplete Nashor's health at an astonishing pace. Within the team voice chat, the 5 members, having calmed their emotions after recent maneuvers, are now composed. They observe the enemy advancing to the river for a team fight. Duan Delion signals to alert his teammates. The entire ROX roster is exposed under the vision previously established in the Tiger team's jungle. Little Gu, you must take care of their Ashe. Her development can keep pace. Li Zhixuan identifies the target. Prey, having utilized various means to farm, currently possesses a 3-item setup, in comparison to the less potent sustained damage of Victor. Ashe's threat is evidently more substantial. Gu Xing agrees. Let's lure them near the Baron pit. They will struggle to engage here. The VG composition can more easily exert its power in the Baron pit, with all ultimates capable of achieving high efficacy. The Tiger team, however, faces a considerable disadvantage. Alternative. Should they allow VG to secure Baron, the already late-game ineffective Tiger team would stand no chance of resurgence. Jing Hao, you first poke twice. We will gradually pull back. Just protect me. Prey directs his teammates. The Tiger team knows full well that this is their last desperate stand. If they falter in this team fight, they will only face the most devastating of outcomes. Smeb arrives at the river's choke point, launching a fortified cannon shot into the depths of the Baron pit. Gu Xing had long anticipated this moment. He first cast the sound wave on Baron Nashor, positioning himself to shield his teammates from the electric surge, and then triggered the second echo strike to continue the assault on the Baron. The members of the Tigers maintained a tight formation, and as they approached the Baron pit, VG had already reduced the Baroness' health to a critical level. With a thunderclap, Gu Xing expertly secured the Baron with his smite. Don't let them escape. Prey aimed to make VG pay for their transgressions. He immediately unleashed a magical crystal arrow. Aside from Gu Xing's blind monk, VG was composed of fragile heroes. If caught in a stun, they were likely to be eliminated instantly. Gu Xing felt it was his duty to intercept Ashe's ultimate. Before succumbing to the stun, he hurled another sound wave towards Jace. Positioned at the flank of ROX, the Tigers had formed a compact line. Evading the sound wave was nearly impossible, as there would always be another player ready to capitalize with a Q. Smeb chose not to evade. Focus fire to eliminate the blind monk. Peanut was prepared to follow up with control to ensure Gu Xing's demise. Once the sole frontliner of VG fell, the remaining members' damage output would be severely curtailed. Just as the thought crossed his mind, the serpent lady guarding Gu Xing unleashed a piercing shriek. Petrifying gaze. Turn around, turn around. ROX's voice chat immediately sounded the alert. All members within the range of the Serpent Lady's ultimate promptly clicked to face away from Cassiopeia. The Roaring Emperor was visibly pleased. The Tigers were in good form. The Serpent Lady's ultimate had not produced any stun effects. He had only spoken half of his thoughts, although ROX had evaded the Serpent Lady's control. The Tigers' plan to eliminate Gu Xing had completely unraveled. Skills like Zyra S and Spider S required facing the target to cast, to avoid the Serpent Lady's ultimate. They had to turn around and temporarily evade. They lacked the skills to maintain control over Gu Xing. Smeb swiftly moved away from his teammates' formation, not wanting the blind monk's second Q to send other ROX players flying with a follow-up kick. Observing this, Gu Xing couldn't help but smirk. Did they think this would deter him? With his mercury treads, he possessed remarkable tenacity, reducing the stun duration of the magical crystal arrow. Once free from control, he sprang into action. A flash of golden light caught everyone's attention. Another false eye was deployed. In tandem, the blind monk's figure swiftly advanced a staggering 1,000 yards in the blink of an eye. Gu Xing found himself at the front line of the clash, right in the midst of a blank space, making him all the more conspicuous as he made an unusual advance into the ROX formation. The stands erupted in a chorus of cheers. Prey, a veteran of many battles, remained composed. He sensed that Gu Xing's speed in executing the flash and eye touch was indeed swifter and smoother than that of other blind monks. However, he was still a short distance away. He remained in front of the blind monk, while Li Xin had already expended all his mobility skills. It was impossible to kick him towards the VG formation. Instead, it would only propel him to a safer position to deal damage. Thus, Prey merely resorted to a brief moment of self-healing, utilizing the acceleration effect to attempt a retreat before preparing to unleash his offensive. In contrast, Xiao Huaxing displayed less composure. Upon witnessing the monk's incursion into the formation, he hastily released his cocoon in an effort to ensnare Gu Xing. However, at the very moment when the Spider Queen, Elise, raised her hand, the monk abruptly veered towards the edge of ROX's backline, targeting Jace. Prey immediately grasped the situation. Gu Xing had cast the sonic wave towards Smeb just before being stunned by the magical crystal arrow, thus enabling him to trigger the second phase of his resonating strike. Yet, with neither a flash nor a W available, what could the monk accomplish by diving into the rear of ROX? This was Prey's initial thought. It soon dawned upon him that something was amiss. Just as he pressed the flash key, his body uncontrollably flew towards the opposite side of the battlefield. What was this maneuver? The casters erupted into excitement, as Xiao Gu, in the midst of his resonating strike, executed a swift kick that sent Prey sprawling far from the formation of the Tigers, severing the connection with the Ice Archer entirely. Miller, watching intently, could no longer suppress his inner turmoil and vocally expressed his bewilderment. How was that kick executed mid-air? Madison Square Garden erupted once more into a thunderous cheer, the roar of 20,000 fans shaking the very foundations. Gu Xing, exhilarated by the success of his kick, let out a triumphant shout. He was acutely aware that this strike would irrevocably open the gates to Los Angeles for VG. The pent-up exhilaration that had been suppressed for so long now poured forth unabated. Gu Xing was now beside Smeb, vociferously commanding his teammates to eliminate the Ice Archer first. Without needing further prompting, Li Zhixuan had already fixed his gaze on Prey. Observing Gu Xing's kick had dislocated Prey from his teammates, he immediately flashed forward to deploy his W, Toxic Mist. The terrifying immobilization effect rendered Prey unable to utilize his flash to escape upon landing. Imp's flash followed by a well-timed grenade resulted in Prey being eliminated in an instant. The casters, now hoarse from their fervor, and Miller, concealing his confusion, rapidly narrated the unfolding situation. Without their core damage dealer, the Tigers stood no chance in team fights, lacking the stable and efficient sustained damage. ROX's audacity to confront VG at the Barren Pit was predicated on the formidable output of the Ice Archer's 3-item power spike. With Prey now eradicated, the economic disadvantage of the Tigers became glaringly evident. The Tigers were on the brink of collapse. The casters raised their arms in exhilaration. As VG's formation spread across the narrow river, ROX had no hope of turning the tide. Smeb continued to deal with Gu Xing, but the monk's resilience was not to be underestimated. Throughout this match, Gu Xing had refrained from purchasing a Tiamat, equipping only a warrior's jungle knife for damage. While the rest of his gear was geared towards tankiness, Smeb would require a significant amount of time to take down Gu Xing. Dragon Brother flashed forward, plunging the drill of his red warm rumble deep into Victor's form. The ferocity of the high-powered rumble coupled with the additional damage from red warm was simply unbearable for the squishy target. After completing his set output, Kuro observed the key player from VG, still brimming with vitality, and realized that the tide of the team fight had turned against them. He hastily used his flash to escape, seeking a secure location to retreat. Little Peanut intended to forcefully eliminate Imp, but was met with a brief moment of weakness, rendering his damage insufficient. Miller continued his commentary without pause, his face flushed from lack of oxygen, while Smeb and Gorilla also succumbed to VG's relentless pursuit, leaving only Victor from ROX standing. The cacophony of the audience reached a new crescendo. "That kick was simply magnificent," exclaimed Zhu Xingbin, exhilarated. Zhu Xiaolong raised his voice, shouting in awe, "You really dared to go in, Gu." As they pushed mid, Gu Xing barely clung to life, signaling frantically for an assault on ROX's base. This was their opportunity. With the Baron buff in hand and the Tiger team's mid-lane turret vulnerable, VG was undoubtedly poised to attempt the destruction of their opponent's nexus. After uttering this, he could no longer contain his excitement, waving his arms vigorously in the air. "The Los Angeles crew is here." Imp let out a strange cry through the team's voice chat. "We made it to the finals." Duan Deliong felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and celebrate right then and there. Li Jihoon clicked his mouse on the enemy structures, allowing the Serpent Lady to attack autonomously. He removed his glasses, closed his eyes tightly, and his body relaxed abruptly. With Kuro as the sole remaining defender, ROX was utterly incapable of withstanding VG's bulldozer-like advance. Smeb's throat bobbed as he gazed vacantly at the black and white screen before him. Silence enveloped the team's voice chat. "Can we hold on a little longer?" Gorilla was unwilling to concede. However, seconds later, the announcement of Kuro's demise echoed through the comms. Kuro clenched his fists in helplessness, devoid of any remedial options. Without prey, he buried his face in his hands, filled with deep remorse, lamenting, "I should have used my flash." His mind was overtaken by the image of Gu Xing's decisive kick. Prey could only concede with admiration. Indeed, it was remarkably swift, and the unpredictable path taken was enough to catch anyone off guard. Smeb could only lift his gaze to the ceiling. The Madison Square Garden dome loomed high above, its lights flashing in a kaleidoscope of colors, accompanying VG's triumphant advance as they breached the enemy's defenses. The cold announcement still echoed in his ears. The mid-lane crystal shattered, and the two front turrets fell. Smeb sighed heavily, realizing it was over. Little Peanut bowed his head, wishing to avoid the camera capturing his dejected expression. Meanwhile, on the other side of the stage, as VG's players dismantled the Nexus, they exuberantly cast aside their headsets and embraced each other in jubilation. As a side note, 7,000 words, 1945 W. 211. A team like ROX will never be seen again. Witnessing the players celebrating unabashedly on camera, Wawa felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, expressing his emotions with a fervent voice. Congratulations to VG. They triumphed over the LCK's top seed, ROX Tigers, with a score of 3-2, advancing to the ultimate showdown. The spotlight converged on the VG player bench. The effect of shattering crystals manifested on the elongated LED screen behind, transforming into a symbol adorned with victorious wings. A roar akin to a tidal wave of applause resonated endlessly, as if to lift the very dome of Madison Square Garden. After a 2-year hiatus, the LPL once again graced the grand final stage. Miller's chest heaved with intensity, as the sole representative from the region, VG, showcased remarkable resilience and formidable strength in this semi-final match. They were undeniably on par with the elite LCK teams, perhaps even surpassing their opponents in might. His voice trembled uncontrollably, distorting beyond recognition. However, in the LPL live broadcast room, no one seemed to care. The screen was flooded with comments cheering for VG. "VG is going wild. That last kick from Xiao Gu was truly impressive." The giant footprint imprinted on Prey's back, sending him crashing through the Ice Mage's robes. "Is VG securing at least second place?" This is simply unbelievable. Wasn't it said that reaching the top 4 was already a success? VG. Why are you deviating from the script? Well played, Gu Xing, with a beaming face and chubby arms, wrapped them around his jungler's neck. Refusing to let go. Nicole is phenomenal. Gu Xing pushed Imp aside, seeking out his companion Easyhoon, his tone light and jubilant. See? For a shake. Thank you, thank you. Easyhoon's brow revealed traces of fatigue, yet he could hardly conceal his excitement. He acknowledged that he had struggled in the early stages of the 5th game, his mind clouded. Had it not been for Gu Xing's level 3 countergank, securing a kill on Peanut and alleviating the pressure, he would have been distracted and forced to split his focus. Li Jixuan sensed that he would surely be targeted by the Tigers as a weak link. Don't say that. Gu Xing draped an arm over Easyhoon's shoulder. Your sneaky flash during the first Baron team fight was fantastic. During the early game were not in vain. Nearby, Duan Deliang embraced his teammates, hands on hips, gazing skyward. His heart a tumult of emotions. 2 years prior, he was contemplating whether to work in a factory or to join a small team in Sichuan. Now, he was about to step onto the highest stage of the League of Legends esports realm. His heart inevitably swirled with mixed feelings. The rest of VG's coaching staff surged from backstage, with Boss Ding Jun leading the charge, waving a silver-white team flag measuring a meter in width. Beautiful. That was an outstanding performance. He exchanged high-fives and hugs with his players, affectionately ruffling Gu Xing's hair. You've truly been a god today. Ding Jun had heard of Peanut's reputation, knowing him to be one of the strongest junglers of the present day. Yet, despite being countered by Peanut throughout the BO5, all dominance was an undeniable fact. Many times, even with a late-game composition, Gu Xing managed to maintain momentum during the early to mid-game, keeping the team balanced. Gu Xing, brimming with confidence, remarked, before the 5th game, you mentioned that one should do their best in all things. Now do you see how formidable my friends truly are? Due to the connection with Ding Ran, the two shared a cordial relationship, often engaging in light-hearted banter. Hongmi, title contenders ROX was indeed a tremendous encouragement for him. While S5 was on the verge of joining LGD at the World Championship, various circumstances forced him to remain at home, naturally leaving Hongmi dissatisfied. This year, he aspired to showcase his prowess with VG to the world. Hurry up and shake hands. Don't dawdle here. The opponents will be waiting until the flowers wither, Vincent teased. The ecstatic VG players finally grasped the situation, promptly leaving the player area to line up and head toward the stage. Hearing the resonant voices of North American commentators still echoing through the venue, Zhu Xiaolong couldn't help but nudge Gu Xing behind him. What are they shouting about? His ears to listen intently. The cacophony from the audience at Madison Square Garden had reached its zenith. However, the sound system was exceptionally powerful, allowing the commentary to overshadow the waves of cheers from the stands. With a smile, he raised his hand to acknowledge the audience while translating loudly for Long Go. Essentially, Zhu Xiaolong's performance in this semifinal proved that the authoritative figures who failed to place him in the top 20 before the match did not truly comprehend the game. Gave him a firm push. Move aside, are you live commentating? Long Go, using his intellect, surmised that such words were beyond the capacity of the English commentators. Laughter erupted among those behind them. Don't be modest. You performed splendidly today. Gu Xing replied with a grin. Few can withstand Smeb in the top lane. Zhu Xiaolong's performance in this semifinal may not have been as dazzling as Smeb's. Yet he executed his responsibilities impeccably. In team fights, whether as a tank absorbing damage or utilizing a formidable poppy to inflict harm, his contributions were notably effective. The allocation of resources within the team was inevitable, and it was impossible to cover every aspect. The composition of VG dictated that Gu Xing could not assist the top lane as frequently as Peanut would. For Zhu Xiaolong, enduring the pressure from ROX's top and jungle was undoubtedly a success. Hearing Gu Xing's praise, a broader smile spread across Long Ji's face. The camera shifted to the ROX players' bench as the 5 members sat in stunned silence, slumped in their chairs. They could not accept this reality. With ambitious aspirations, they had arrived at the World Championship stage, eager to confront SKT in their prime. Instead, they stumbled at the final hurdle leading to the championship stage, and to VG. A team with such close ties, who could withstand this? Smeb could no longer endure the white noise flooding his headphones. Yet, upon removing the noise-canceling headset, the overwhelming applause and cheers surged into his ears from all directions. He realized this had nothing to do with him. The audience was bestowing various blessings and accolades upon the victorious VG. ROX was merely a footnote in this semifinal. Prey remained trapped in the memory of being obliterated by Gu Xing's Lee Sin, unable to even use his flash to escape. In stark contrast to the exuberant atmosphere of Team VG, the mood among the members of the Tigers was profoundly somber. It is evident that the joys and sorrows of individuals do not always resonate with one another. Although the passionate commentator from the LCK expressed deep disappointment regarding the outcome of this match, witnessing the scene before him compelled him to offer support. The ROX team, which had been met with high expectations, fell short at the semifinals. Yet, their performance this year remains commendable. This semifinal encounter undoubtedly deserves recognition as one of the most thrilling best-of-5 series in the Global Championship, with both teams meriting applause. Kim Dong-jun echoed the sentiment that neither team could establish a decisive advantage over the other. Both sides engaged in a back-and-forth struggle, and ROX persevered until the very end. Showcasing remarkable skill, there is no need for them to belittle their efforts. Cloud Templar nodded in agreement, asserting that ROX did not perform poorly. They capitalized on every opportunity presented to them. It must be said, however, that VG outshone them, particularly in the fifth game, where the strategic maneuvers of Cassiopeia and the enigmatic kick from Lee Sin demonstrated an exceptional understanding of team fights. The camera captured the players from both teams shaking hands, revealing a cordial relationship, particularly evident with Gu Xing. He embraced each member of the Tigers, offering words of encouragement, acknowledging their commendable performance, and expressing gratitude for their hard work. In a playful jab, Grell delivered a light punch to Gu Xing's chest, teasingly suggesting that they were not formidable opponents. Gu Xing attempted to lighten the overly somber mood of ROX, encouraging smiles and reminding them that losing to the eventual world champions a week later was nothing to be ashamed of. Prey, with a forced smile, remarked on their confidence, to which Gu Xing humorously replied, "Of course. If ROX can win, why can't we be champions?" His emotionally intelligent remarks brought a glimmer of hope to the hearts of the Tigers members, lifting their spirits from despair to a more optimistic outlook. Peanut, regaining his composure, playfully urged Gu Xing to secure victory in the finals, cautioning that losing to SKT would not bode well for him. The upper bracket semifinal was to take place the following day, with the consensus being that SKT would easily overcome H2K to reach the finals. Peanut had long considered SKT as their hypothetical adversary, yet they had fallen prematurely to VG. Reflecting on this, Peanut realized that losing to Gu Xing was not a matter of devastating sorrow, as both teams had engaged in extensive training matches, and he recognized Gu Xing's superior skills. As long as VG did not succumb to SKT, they would remain good friends. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing adopted a serious demeanor, assuring Peanut that they too had compelling reasons to defeat SKT. Embracing Peanut, he playfully tousled his shorter hair, taking advantage of his height. Smeb, with a beaming smile, extended his arms for a hug with Gu Xing, their similar stature and radiant smiles capturing the warmth of the moment. A nearby cameraman astutely captured this scene, employing clever composition to depict the ID tags of Smeb and Virtue on the back of their jerseys. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hoon was engaged in a lively discussion with Kuro, both appearing quite pleased in their exchange. Gu Xing, unable to comprehend Korean, had no inclination to indulge in idle gossip. He hurriedly urged his teammates towards the center of the stage, bowing deeply in gratitude to the audience. Smeb gazed intently ahead, his focus fixated on Gu Xing's youthful silhouette, radiating exuberance. After a prolonged moment, he withdrew his gaze. "Let us go," he beamed at his four teammates, his pearly whites capable of gracing a toothpaste commercial. The ensuing stage was no longer of concern to them. Smeb gathered his keyboard and mouse. As he donned the jacket draped over his chair, he took a final look back at the S6 World Championship stage, sweeping his eyes across Madison Square Garden, as if to etch every detail into his memory. Upon spotting a cameraman, he offered an awkward smile, seemingly embarrassed by his own demeanor. As they exited, their head coach Nof and team leader Shershin, who had long since arrived at the backstage corridor, embraced their players. "If you wish to cry, Let it out. There is no shame in it. No one here will mock you. With no other staff members around, Prey's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his palm repeatedly brushing at the corners of his eyes. We really can't play together next year, can we? Hua Xing, fully aware of the answer, nonetheless repeated this question he had posed many times before. Nof nodded, his silence speaking volumes. This year, the contracts of the 5 starting members had expired, and no team in the LCK could accommodate them all. Dissolution was the inevitable fate. Peanut leaned against the backstage corridor wall, exhaling a silent sigh. His gaze flitted over each teammate, recalling moments in their old training room in a rundown suburban area, where power outages were frequent, yet laughter prevailed. He remembered a time when salary delays left them unable to afford meals, forcing them to stubbornly insist they weren't hungry. They had no funds for plane tickets, nor any staff to assist. The visa preparations fell solely on the shoulders of their manager, who was overwhelmed and sleepless. In today's highly developed South Korean esports scene, ROX appeared almost impoverished, even more so than wildcard teams. Some experiences, if divulged, would invite derision from the audience. Yet Hua Xing knew these events had unfolded in reality. At the time, those moments felt unbearably arduous, but in retrospect, they now seemed invaluable. He understood that teams like ROX would never again exist. After the match, there would be a group interview. Let us all be cheerful then, Smeb said, pulling Hua Xing closer. I don't want our final image at the World Championship to be one of tears. Meanwhile, Miller at the commentary desk was oblivious to the conversations among ROX players backstage. His eyes were fixed on the VG team at the center of the stage. Gu Xing was still thanking his ardent supporters in the stands, holding up their cheer signs. Miller's emotions were still tumultuous, his voice resonating with strength as he spoke. In this semifinal match, VG displayed formidable competitive prowess, with each player maximizing their individual abilities, and their teamwork rivaled that of the Tigers. The doll was similarly filled with emotions, eagerly anticipating their performance in the finals next week. If they can maintain their current momentum, VG is not without the possibility of clinching the championship. Suddenly, he recalled the earlier question about how Gu executed the final team fight to kick Prey back. The director quickly provided a highlight replay of the decisive match. Fast-forwarding to the second Baron Nashor team fight, Gu was caught in the Icy Ultimate. Prior to that, he had marked Smeb with the Sonic Wave. The Snake Lady's ultimate forced back the ROX team. The doll was now completely engrossed, focusing all attention on the monk. Determined not to miss any detail. Recovering from the stun, Gu flashed in to ward near the ROX formation, and Miller chimed in. When the director slowed down the warding action, he immediately detected the subtlety. What remarkable speed! Even in slow motion, Gu Xing's flashing warding was incredibly smooth, executed without any hitch. Was that a W flash? The doll speculated. Indeed, Miller nodded in agreement, then elaborated, explaining that it involved first pressing the ward button just outside the ward's range, followed by sequentially pressing W and flash. Since the skill's casting range was exceeded, the shield would not activate, allowing him to ward immediately upon entering W range. What appeared on screen was a flash ward, but in reality, it was still a W flash. Back in 2016, the W flash was still considered a challenging and niche maneuver. Miller had not been aware of this until he received a notification from the event production team backstage, clarifying the monk's specific combo. Subsequently, he triggered the second Q, Echo, launching himself towards the side where Jace was. Throughout, the monk traced a perfect 7 in the canyon. As he swept past the Icy champion, he lifted a leg and directly kicked Prey aside. With the answer now at hand, Miller recounted that if the monk uses the second Q during the W, he can change his path and cast skills while the Echo is in motion, allowing him to kick in midair with the dragon tail. The doll exclaimed in delight. Not to mention, Prey was so quick that he couldn't react at all, failing to use his flash before his demise. Most viewers in the LPL live stream echoed the doll's sentiments. That kick was fierce. What a spinning kick. Gu's monk is truly impressive. I'm going to queue up and imitate him. Don't do it. Your teammates will scold you. No worries. Today in the national server, no one can snag the monk. They all turned into Lee Sin enthusiasts. Shun Guanshan observed the torrent of comments and smiled contentedly. Glancing at Gu Pan, who appeared equally relaxed, she provocatively inquired, What do you think of that monk's maneuver? Leaning back, Gu Pan pondered for a moment before replying. To be fair, in isolation, the execution isn't difficult. But pulling off such maneuvers in high-level competitions is undoubtedly quite challenging. Your answer is off, Shen Guanshan teased. Recalling how Gu Xing had executed a rapid kill with the gunner previously, to which she had not reacted similarly. Oh, what do you know? Gu Pan's ears flushed with a hint of crimson as she brushed her long hair to conceal her embarrassment, impatiently retorting, times change, don't they? Besides, how can someone who can't even execute a blind kick dare to criticize me? At this moment, Shen Guanshan fell silent, having been struck at a sensitive point. The next announcement pertained to the MVP of the series. As anticipated, Gu Xing's visage graced the screen. He had played a troll, a Qiyana, and a Lee Sin. Remarkably extravagant statistics. The damage dealt was recorded at 406, 9211, and 3110. In total, he secured 16 kills, 3 deaths, and 27 assists across the 3 victorious games, averaging an economic lead of 2,235 per matchup and a successful ambush rate of 777. The majority of spectators remained in their seats, captivated by such astonishing figures, continuously waving their glow sticks in fervent applause. The European-American host, Shox, gracefully ascended the stage in her high heels. Welcome to today's post-match interview segment. Our guest today is Virtue from Team VG. As her words lingered in the air, the audience erupted into cheers and applause upon seeing Gu Xing's face. A significant number of international students were present, yet the majority comprised local North American fans. They deemed the price of the semifinal tickets a worthy investment, having witnessed a thrilling 5-game series that was nothing short of exhilarating. As Gu Xing basked in the thunderous ovation, his smile radiated even brighter. After introducing himself, he awaited Shox's first question. Formidable challenge. How do you feel at this moment? Gu Xing pondered for a brief 2 seconds. The exhilaration of having just secured a victory was palpable, especially given that it took all 5 games to clinch a spot in the finals. Yet, reflecting further, he realized that he was quite familiar with the players from Team Tiger. Defeating them to advance to the finals felt somewhat peculiar. He never shied away from his fervent desire to win, but upon witnessing the despondent expressions of the ROX members, an inexplicable wave of emotions surged within him. During the 4th game, it seemed that your mid laner, Ezioon. However, in the decisive match, he suddenly regained his peak form. How did the team adjust during that time? Gu Xing answered without hesitation. Due to various factors, as the match progressed, the pressure he faced intensified, naturally leading to some fluctuations in performance. Our task was to help alleviate the pressure. Good steel should be used on the blade. Ezioon's contributions during team fights validated the success of our strategy. He was unperturbed by the notion that revealing their approach to counter Hai's distractions might compromise their tactics. This was hardly a secret and nothing worth concealing. The crux lay in the capability to execute it. In the 5th game, Gu Xing and his teammates successfully supported one another, enabling Li Zhishuan to maintain his composure. Any minor misstep that allowed ROX to exploit the mid lane could have led Li Zhishuan to repeat his earlier mistakes. Shox nodded slightly, her understanding lingering in the air. As we approach the grand finals next week, you will face the victor between SKT and H2K. Who do you believe will emerge as the ultimate adversary? Gu Xing pondered for a moment before responding. To be honest, I am eager to clash with SKT once more on the grand stage. As I have seen some fans assert that SKT is at its strongest in a best-of-5 match, dismissing the group stages as inconsequential. Should we meet in the finals, I wish to demonstrate my prowess. He then shifted his tone, stating, of course, I do not believe SKT is guaranteed a spot in the finals. Upon uttering these words, murmurs of discussion erupted in the audience. As a side note, I have been summoned for an unexpected work assignment, resulting in a shorter update today. A sudden occurrence has arisen, but normal updates will resume tomorrow. The audience was somewhat perplexed by Gu Xing's comments. While H2K is certainly a competent team, many perceive a distinct gap between them and the caliber of SKT. Even among European fans, who hold confidence in H2K, the prevailing sentiment is that securing even a minor victory against SKT would be deemed a success. Gu Xing's assertions left many bewildered. He offered no further clarification, returning the microphone to Shox with a smile and a wave as he exited the stage. On his way back to the backstage lounge, Gu Xing finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Though youthful and vigorous, the intense energy expended during a full best-of-5 match inevitably takes its toll. Following the elation of victory, a throbbing pain began to pulse at his temples, and feelings of exhaustion and emptiness surged within him. However, upon entering the room, the jubilant celebration of his training department rekindled his spirits. "Old Gu," Jackie Love exclaimed, joyfully embracing him. That last kick from Lee Sin was simply phenomenal. The world's sister gazed at him with admiration, her eyes practically sparkling. Gu Xing accepted the ice water offered by a teammate, downing it in one gulp to soothe his dry throat, and with renewed vigor, he boasted, "My Lee Sin is absolutely formidable, far surpassing Ming Kai." Laughter erupted among the members of the training department. Clear Love's performance as Lee Sin last week was nothing short of extraordinary. After returning to China, Ming Kai momentarily shook off the haunting memories of the World Championship, even engaging in self-deprecating humor with familiar friends. During their conversation, Gu Xing achieved the feat of compiling a collection of Clear Love's less-than-stellar plays from the World Championship, and he couldn't help but admire the veteran's remarkable attitude. He quipped lightly, only for the world's sister to interject suddenly. "You can't say that about World 6, she said, revealing her small canines with a playful grin. "Surpassing Ming Kai by how many times? Even that would still be a negative number." She patted Gu Xing's shoulder, adding, "Brother Xing, please don't be too modest." The playful banter left Gu Xing momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond further. Team leader Jin Wenha, standing above, called out loudly, "We'll rest tomorrow afternoon and reconvene for training in the evening before departing for Los Angeles the day after." The team erupted in cheers. Like Gu Xing, everyone felt utterly exhausted after finishing the ROX match and longed for a well-deserved rest. After all, there was still a whole week until the finals on October 29th, which provided ample time. Moreover, even during their break, no teams would be scheduling practice matches with VG. The players could only maintain their skills through ranked games, which were not particularly effective, making a half-day holiday quite reasonable. Tomorrow afternoon, they planned to sleep in a bit longer and then take a stroll around Times Square. Jack was particularly lively, having not participated in the match and merely enjoying the atmosphere as a spectator. "What do you think, Lao Gu?" Gu Xing shook his head, expressing his intention to visit the Statue of Liberty, as Yankos had mentioned that the views there were splendid. The semifinals promotional video had included various landmarks of New York. However, each team could only visit one location, and VG had chosen the Empire State Building, conveniently located near their hotel, thus not straying far. In contrast, H2K was selected to go to Liberty Island, several kilometers from Manhattan. At that time, the VG team felt fortunate that their photo shoot at the Statue of Liberty would take much longer, as it could not compare to the convenience of the Empire State Building right outside the hotel. After taking their pictures, they could return to rest and train. Now that the semifinals were concluded, Gu Xing wanted to take a few photos as keepsakes. He felt that during his week in New York, not visiting the most famous landmark in the United States would be a slight regret, Jack being somewhat lazy. As a result, team-building event. Gu Xing sat on the sofa, listening to Zhu Shengbin loudly exclaiming in broken Mandarin that he wanted to eat a tomahawk steak. In America, meat was inexpensive, and the portion sizes were astonishingly large. This led Zhu Shengbin to indulge excessively over the past month and a half, causing his weight to creep up, threatening to change the initials of Lempi from lowercase to uppercase. It was just a tomahawk steak, after all. Why not flaunt it today? Ding Jun. Just indulge him, Hongmi remarked, glancing at Zhu Shengbin's burgeoning beer belly, unable to suppress a few mumbles. The training department members lingered in the lounge for a while, but had not received the group interview notification from Vincent. Seeing that the team had no immediate plans to relocate, Gu Xing first stowed his peripherals in his bag, and then took out his phone to browse for updates. As usual, various chat tools were inundated with 99 unread messages. He intended to send a mass reply as he typically did. However, when he began to take action, he realized that the number of unread messages was astonishingly excessive. Compared to the top 8, the number of teams in the semifinals had been halved. Yet the attention had surged by several magnitudes. Gu Xing could deeply appreciate this from the sheer volume of unread messages. Many contacts, previously unfamiliar, had sent congratulatory texts. Teams whom he had added before joining VG. Moreover, he was even surprised to receive a message from Su Xiaoluo. What was going on? Gu Xing found himself perplexed, wondering where the issue lay. He had once undergone a trial with IG, only to leave without securing a position and inadvertently taking Jack with him. The root of the matter resided in the fact that the terms presented by the team were woefully inadequate. IG was not even considering purchasing a slot in the secondary league, instead opting to send 2 newcomers to compete in the City Hero Championship. At that time, Gu Xing had just received high praise within the VG training department, and naturally, he was dissatisfied with IG's offer. To be fair, he and Su Xiaoluo did not harbor any significant discord. It was merely a matter of failing to reach an agreement. From IG's perspective, investing over $1 million to acquire a secondary league slot for the sake of 2 rookies seemed rather foolish. However, looking from Gu Xing's viewpoint, he felt overlooked. To find out, he simply offered a lukewarm, polite response before seeking out his girlfriend for a casual conversation. Currently, Su Xiaoluo was feeling quite unwell. He attended a semifinal match today, treating it as an opportunity to appreciate high-level competition. Little did he expect that after securing victory, several comments would flood the screen, expressing gratitude to him from VG, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Regret consumed him, and such feelings had begun to brew ever since VG clinched the summer championship. When he allowed Gu Xing to take Jack away, he had never imagined a newcomer could shine so brightly in just 2 months, even lifting the Silver Dragon Cup. How could one call this a promising future? There was no other player in the entire league with such immediate prowess. At that time, Su Xiaoluo felt a twinge of jealousy, thinking he had misjudged the situation. However, as VG advanced to the finals of the World Championship, the bitterness within him dissipated. The disparity was simply too great. When everyone's performance was roughly equal, it was easy to feel a sense of competition, which is a natural human emotion. Yet, when the circumstances of both parties were worlds apart, he found it impossible to feel envious. Su Xiaoluo's initiative to reach out was not driven by the hope of winning Gu Xing back. Firstly, VG was not naive. They would not release players easily. Furthermore, Gu Xing did not strike him as the type to seek discomfort among players at IG. Su Xiaoluo merely wished to prevent any animosity between the 2 sides. In 2 years, would enjoy immense popularity domestically, especially Gu Xing, as the team's driving force, with exceptional personal skill and a fierce playstyle, along with remarkable physical attributes that stood out in the esports realm. Su Xiaoluo could easily surmise that upon Gu Xing's return, his status and recognition would soar to unprecedented heights. Who was the core player of the last LPL team to secure a place in the World Championship Finals? Uzi, before his debut. He also had a brief connection with IG, but failed to join, subsequently moving to Royal Club. Despite Uzi's less-than-stellar performance in recent years, his popularity remained undiminished. Even as he drifted between teams, the experiences of the 2 legends were no trivial matter. Moreover, Uzi had faced some backlash from a small group of netizens after a series of victories in domestic matches, but faltered in international competitions against Korean teams. Moreover, Uzi himself possesses several blemishes. Nevertheless, his fan base remains remarkably high. In contrast, Gu Xing has been surmounting obstacles and triumphing over LCK teams, showcasing an impeccable performance in international competitions. His high emotional intelligence, coupled with an extroverted personality, clearly marks him as a rising superstar in the LPL region. The tale of missing out on Uzi due to IG's refusal to reimburse flight tickets during the tryout has become a well-known anecdote. Over IG's youth training efforts. Should a similar scenario unfold, and Gu Xing recount his tryout experiences prior to officially joining VG in an interview, one must ponder whether IG's future youth training initiatives would remain viable. It is essential to recognize that many high-ranking players are inspired to embark on their professional journey by the brilliant presence of competitors on stage. Consequently, the repeated encounters of Uzi and Gu Xing may indeed lead to a chilling effect on IG's youth training endeavors. 4 years. He understands the paramount importance of youth training for a club. Investing in expensive esports landscape is merely a losing proposition. The cost-effective youth training program is of utmost significance. not only due to its affordability, but also because it cultivates homegrown talent. Naturally, Su Xiaoluo would not allow IG's youth training to falter. Thus, it seems imperative to proactively mend relations with Gu Xing. However, Gu Xing was not overly concerned. He finally received notification from Vincent and, alongside his teammates, proceeded down the backstage corridor to the post-match interview room. The setup was quite simple, a long table designated for VG's training staff, behind which loomed a dark advertisement board emblazoned with Riot Games and World Championship logos. In front stood several journalists and photographers from various esports media outlets. The first question posed to Virtue was regarding his earlier statement in the main stage post-match interview, where he suggested that SKT might not necessarily reach the finals. The inquiry came from a journalist from the Korean Invent Forum, who was evidently less than courteous, deeply invested in the circumstances of her home region. Gu Xing smiled and began to engage in a verbal dance, clarifying, "Please do not misinterpret my words." Similar to the pre-match sentiments of many spectators who believed we would lose to ROX, the outcome has shown otherwise. What I meant to convey was simply the possibility that SKT could be defeated by H2K. This statement left the Korean media representative visibly displeased. While several domestic esports journalists struggled to suppress their laughter, the journalist pressed on, inquiring if Gu Xing had any remarks for their opponents, the ROX Tigers. Although Gu Xing had initially contemplated his response strategy, he answered earnestly regarding the Tigers, stating, "In my view, they are a worthy adversary, and should the opportunity arise, I would relish the chance to compete against them again on the battlefield." Nonetheless, he was already aware from Peanut that the ROX team would undoubtedly disband after this year. Thus, this semifinal would serve as the Tigers' swan song on the world stage. Gu Xing was well aware of the outcome. Yet he could not overstep his bounds to speak on behalf of the ROX team members. He could only respond in this manner. However, upon entering the post-match press room, he noticed the Tiger team was right next door, leaving him uncertain about what questions would arise regarding ROX. The reporters momentarily spared Gu Xing, rushing off to query Hongmi about the rationale behind selecting the troll for jungle duty in the first match. Hongmi was also adept at playing the art of evasion, artfully circling around the main point without revealing any substantial information. By the time the group interview concluded, it was already 11 o'clock at night in New York. The few open restaurants outside were scarce, and Zhu Xingbin's longed-for-axe steak would have to wait until tomorrow. After returning to his dormitory, Gu Xing first indulged in a soothing bath, washing away the fatigue before comfortably lying in bed. With everything settled, it was finally time for his favorite post-match ritual of browsing forums, eager to see how netizens would praise him. As he had anticipated, the trending posts in the forum were abundant. How do you evaluate Virtue's performance in this semifinal? A god among gods, pummeling N and kicking Xiao Huaxing, the #1 jungler in LPL. This is my father. A grand display of filial piety, everyone. A month ago, I couldn't have dreamed VG would reach the finals. This group is truly incredible. The last comment had numerous replies beneath it. I said it before. VG's lineup is genuinely strong. Both carries have achieved world champion titles. Their potential is undeniably high. The jungler is the strongest rookie in LPL. The top and support may not be well known, but they are not to be underestimated. Their individual skills are commendable. Come on, anyone can play armchair quarterback. What was the evaluation of VG before the summer season? A drunken Bobo paired with a 24-year-old veteran just coasting along, a pure rookie jungler, and 2 mediocre top and support players. Did you think I was oblivious to the forum? The forum is like this. The shift in public opinion changes as rapidly as the Sichuan opera's face changing. Gu Xing perused the forum posts, rolling with excitement. Yu Wenba emerged from the bathroom, towel in hand, only to find his teammate, who had just earned the semi-final MVP, rolling around on the bed like a caterpillar. The two had developed a strong camaraderie throughout the World Championship phase, sharing unique insights on the art of surfing the internet. Gu Xing relished reading posts that praised him, while Yu Wenba typically focused on engaging in posts to gain experience, disregarding everything else. Though their philosophies differed, Jack quickly carved out a new path. He first followed Gu Xing to see how VG was being lauded in the forums, noting which posts captured Gu Xing's interest. He then replicated the strategy, crafting various posts to entice responses and gain experience. Is this really entertaining? Gu Xing questioned, unable to comprehend the effort that yielded little reward. He had seen the posts Yu Wenbo published, which were filled with negativity, and genuinely could not grasp what was amusing about them. What do you even know? Jack shot him a glance. With the intense pressure of training and competition, this is merely a means of stress relief. The only difference between us is that you enjoy reading posts that glorify yourself, while I happen to do the opposite. Gu Xing regarded Yu Wenbo with newfound seriousness. It was evident that he was quite adept at handling pressure, matching Gu Xing in that regard. During the summer competition, Jack temporarily replaced Imp and performed admirably, showing no signs of psychological burden and delivering commendable results. Yu Wenbo was eager to refute this, intent on demonstrating that he was indeed VG's premier pressure handler. However, as his gaze drifted across his phone screen, he suddenly became intrigued. Old Gu, take a look. Gu Xing, engaged in a casual conversation with Shun Guanshan, shifted his attention upon hearing this. The screen displayed the bold text, Transfer Post, ROX Post-Match Group Interview. His curiosity piqued. He promptly clicked to view it. In the video, the 5 members of the Tiger team sat behind a long table, smiles adorning their faces, evidently in good spirits. The original poster of the transfer post was quite diligent, having swiftly added subtitles. Rumors circulated that the S6 World Championship would be the last event for the ROX team. Was there any truth to this? The first question posed by the media was notably sharp. Peanut glanced around, noting no objections from his teammates, before raising the microphone to respond. We still have the Kespa Cup to play this year. He refrained from providing a direct answer. Yet it was evident to astute listeners that after the conclusion of the Kespa Cup, the illustrious ROX Tigers of the 2016 season would dissipate into the ether. What are your thoughts on today's victors, VG? A reporter queried with urgency, anxious not to miss the opportunity. Peanut, restless, fiddled with the microphone and exchanged a knowing glance with Smeb, chuckling softly. I recall being interviewed shortly after the summer season commenced. When a reporter asked which team from the foreign regions was the strongest, I said VG, yet you and the netizens did not believe me. Now you see my foresight. Right? Peanut spoke with an air of pride. Especially regarding virtue, I share a particularly close bond with him. His strength is undoubtedly formidable. In this semifinal, he came well prepared, and losing to VG is certainly not unjust. The reporter posed another question. We have noticed that the overall atmosphere during this post-match interview is quite lively, in stark contrast to the emotions displayed upon leaving the stage. How did you manage such a mental adjustment? Smeb toyed with the microphone. After a brief silence, he finally responded. Naturally, there were many moments during the match that evoked regret, including the final outcome, which was not what we desired. However, let us consider that failure and regret are constants in life, such as life. This is our last dance on the world stage as ROX. So let us leave behind a conclusion that is, at least, relatively perfect. Thus concluded the excerpt of the post-match interview. Gu Xing sighed deeply, resting his hands behind his head as he lay on the bed. Yu Wenbo shot him a glance. What's wrong, old Gu? You don't actually think winning the semifinal is a sin, do you? Not at all. Gu Xing shook his head. I'm just a bit sentimental. How could such a good team simply disband? ROX's downfall lay in the lack of a wealthy benefactor behind them. In the past 2 years, the runner-up position at the S5 World Championship, the championship title in the S6 LCK Summer Split, a top 4 finish in S6, and the runner-up position in the league. Their performance places them among the elite in the global arena. Apart from SKT, no team has consistently been able to surpass them. Logically, a team of this caliber should attract a plethora of sponsors. With all members at their peak, the seamless transition between the older, middle-aged, and younger generations is exceptionally well executed, making it feasible for them to extend their contracts and make a strong push for another year. However, due to financial constraints from their sponsors, they find themselves in a disbanded state. Gu Xing feels a sense of melancholy. His empathetic nature makes him increasingly frustrated. Arc of New York, the Statue of Liberty. Gu Xing sways his phone, engaging in a video call with relatives across the ocean. It is breathtaking, he muses, as he urges his family to take another look at the distant sea. He rotates his phone to display the statue holding the torch and the Declaration of Independence. Soon after, his attention is diverted by something else, a striking shade of silver-gray hair. In a city like New York, predominantly populated by Westerners, such a hair color stands out remarkably. Coupled with a notable height, the individual's identity is easily recognizable. Oh, isn't that little peanut? Gu Xing contemplates approaching for a brief chat, waving goodbye to his family in the video before hastily pursuing him. Alongside Little Peanut is Coach Nof. However, they appear to be following a burly African-American man into a narrow alley, their demeanor rather uneasy. One might mistakenly assume they have been kidnapped. Suddenly, Gu Xing recalls Jin Wenha's previous encounter in Chicago. Could it be? Gu Xing is not one to act recklessly. He turns back to locate his teammates, who are busy capturing photographs of the Statue of Liberty. It seems that Little Peanut and Nof might be in a bit of trouble. Should we check on them? He explains the situation. Today, VG is indeed on a team-building excursion, comprising over 10 members from the training department, along with Vincent and several local riot employees. It's not a kidnapping per se, but rather an extortion for money, likely a case of being scammed, a blonde-haired riot staff member briefly explains. Those who understand get it, while those who don't, well, it's just the local customs. Zhu Xingbin immediately perks up. So they're extorting players now? He has a penchant for intervening in injustices. Previously, he had smashed a pair of glasses worth 8,000 yuan when a Korean insulted the Chinese in a barbecue restaurant, proving that he is far from a passive character. Now, his blood is boiling. He is itching to confront that African-American man. Jin Wenha, too, is eager to join in, exclaiming, "Let us go see what kind of ruckus that person can stir up." He recalls the time he was robbed of $50 in Chicago. $50. Back then, he and Lu Wenjun were powerless to resist. But now, things are different. We have numbers. Even Li Jixuan is eager to rush in and assist his compatriots. Koreans have a strong sense of community abroad, and when trouble arises, fellow countrymen rally together to help, led by several riot staff members. A total of 20 individuals head towards the direction where Little Peanut and Nof departed, reminding each other to talk things out rather than resort to violence. Imp. Given the whole task, Gu Xing shouted, resembling a dog barking at the door. Zhu Xingbin was mumbling something, his Mandarin heavily accented, making it difficult for Gu Xing to discern anything beyond odd words like go and ignore. As the crowd rushed forward, the black man turned to see a throng of East Asian faces behind him and promptly chose to flee. His innate racial prowess afforded him remarkable speed, leaving ordinary individuals in his dust. Gu Xing was compelled to let the adversary escape. "We haven't lost anything, have we?" He turned to inquire of Zia Washing. Peanut was visibly shaken, his voice trembling. "I hadn't even handed over the money yet. I accidentally bumped into him while walking, causing some liquid from his bag to spill. He insisted it was his daughter's life-saving medicine and demanded 1,000 for us to leave. Pure deception. Do you actually believe him?" Zhu Xingbin thought he had lost his mind. Nof stared wide-eyed. Any rational person wouldn't buy that, but we feared he might have a gun. A heavy silence fell over the group. It dawned on everyone that America was not like China or Korea. Sometimes, numerical superiority was not enough. After all, a gun was swift at 7 paces, and even swifter and more accurate within 7 paces. The employees from the boxing club appeared unfazed. "It's nothing. These are low-level tricks." People who engage in such scams are generally cowards, targeting foreign tourists. They are unlikely to have firearms, except in Chicago. There are too many lunatics there. Gu Xing acknowledged the grim reality of Gotham City as one of its prototypes. At least Gotham had Batman. Chicago did not. "Are you all out today, just to unwind?" Gu Xing asked, draping his arm around Zia Washing's shoulders. Peanut, standing around 1.7 meters tall, was comparable in height to Sheng Guanshan, making Gu Xing's embrace feel somewhat awkward, prompting him to quickly withdraw his arm. "Oh yes, yes," Peanut nodded eagerly. "We're heading back home tomorrow, so we plan to explore some nearby attractions. We might not have another chance to return." "Returning tomorrow already?" Zhu Xingbin interjected. "Why not stay a couple more days?" "We have no money, Xingbin." Peanut replied with a sense of helplessness. "We would love to travel." Ding Jun, after listening to Jin Wenha's translation, suddenly interjected. "Do you all want to go to Los Angeles?" Peanut looked utterly confused. "What do you mean? I'm offering to fund your trip to Los Angeles." Ding Jun revealed his plan, but Rocks must accompany us for daily practice matches. The rest of the time, the Tiger team can do as they please. He was calculating. The Tiger team, including substitutes and the coach, numbered only 9. Hiring Rocks for a week wouldn't cost him much. At least not for someone as financially robust as Ding Jun. Furthermore, he was not engaging in charity. VG lacked suitable teams for practice matches in the week leading up to the finals. Merely playing ranked games would only serve to warm up their skills, yielding far less effectiveness than training matches. Ding Jun was willing to spend money generously. The team had already reached the finals, tying with LPL's best historical performance. The remaining BO5 was crucial for them to ascend to greatness. If successful, VG would inscribe its name in the annals of LPL and even the broader history of League of Legends esports. Ding Jun was ready to take a gamble to ensure the players maintained their optimal form, as long as we can secure the championship. The benefits reaped for the club will far surpass the expenditures of a few individuals. Little Peanut never anticipated such good fortune. A free trip without spending a dime. He immediately turned to Nof, seeking his coach's counsel. I must consult with my girlfriend, as well as the other team members. Nof promptly took out his phone to contact the members of Team Tiger. Smeb, still in a slumber, failed to comprehend what was taking place and joked about Nof's fanciful thoughts. However, upon learning the actual circumstances, Smeb instantly perked up, exclaiming, "Let us go. I want to witness how SKT loses in the finals." The thrill of a free ride is something that an ordinary person cannot resist. The entire ROX team agreed with enthusiasm. After all, what is there to do back in Korea? Picking oranges in Jeju Island? The beaches in America are undoubtedly far superior to those in Korea. Moreover, they also wished to travel together to foster their camaraderie. As it would be impossible to fight alongside one another next year, they needed a proper farewell. Once ROX consented, Ding Jun immediately booked the tickets, leaving the accompanying Riot employees feeling quite overwhelmed. This was blatant extravagance. Vincent, is this truly compliant? Upon hearing a colleague's skepticism, Vincent confidently replied, of course. If SKT triumphs over H2K today, they can leverage their personal connections to gain some advantages, allowing H2K to assist in a few practice matches. How does that violate any regulations? Speaking of which, how is the semifinals progressing today? Gu Xing recalled this and checked his phone for the match report, instantly left dumbfounded. No way, is this for real? Side note, tomorrow, we prepare for the finals. 7,500 words, 2076 W213. SKT, what do you have to contend with us? On the phone screen, H2K faced SKT in a 1-1 draw. In the ongoing third game, Jankos once again leveraged a ferociously aggressive early game offensive to help his team gain the upper hand. Even Gu Xing, who had great confidence in H2K, did not anticipate such a turn of events. Beside him, Little Peanut craned his neck, as his height difference required him to tilt his head back to see his friend's phone screen. Seeing SKT in a disadvantageous position, Peanut was overjoyed. Is this for real? Before the semifinals commenced, he had envisioned a scenario where he would clash with SKT in the finals for a peak showdown. Yet now, he found himself unable to reach the finals while SKT was also in a precarious situation. Could it be that they won't make it to the finals either? Haha. That would truly be the biggest upset. Much like the match yesterday in the lower bracket between VG and ROX, most spectators believed that Team Tiger would successfully advance. However, even the most optimistic Korean netizens did not think ROX could sweep VG. After all, the latter had demonstrated impressive strength from the group stage to the quarterfinals, and it was entirely normal for them to engage in a fierce battle against Team Tiger. And what level is H2K? The second seed from Europe, lacking any substantial pedigree. In this narrative, we find Yuoluan, who struggles to make his mark in the LCK, alongside the audacious 21-year-old Jankos, who boldly claims to be the new generation's jungle king, and a player whose hairstyle epitomizes the baldness often found along the Mediterranean shores of Greece. One must wonder, how could this lineup possibly contend with the dual champion SKT? Prior to the match, the audience was largely convinced that the semifinal in the upper bracket held no suspense, destined to see SKT sweep through to the finals. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the two teams engaged in a fierce and evenly matched battle. Why was this the case? Lee Ji-hoon could not fathom the reason. Surely SKT couldn't be this underwhelming? Gu Xing opened the reports from the first two games and finally uncovered the issue. In the first game, SKT fielded blank. How could they possibly allow someone as inexperienced as him to play in such a critical match? Peanut chuckled, finding it quite amusing. He and Blank shared a cordial relationship. Both born in 98, referred to as friends in Korea, and thus, they were not required to use honorifics. At this moment, he unabashedly mocked Blank. Gu Xing shared the same sentiment. From the group stage onward, he had scrutinized SKT's performance. While Blank's skill was decent, it was simply insufficient for the grand stage of the World Championship semifinals. Gu Xing, Peanut, and Yankos were all aggressive, top-tier junglers, known for their ferocity. Although Blank aspired to play as ruthlessly as the other three junglers, the reality was far less accommodating, as he was part of SKT. The team style was characterized by a sluggish approach, waiting for their two carries to acquire their core items, allowing Duke to dominate the lanes through impeccable wave management to gradually secure resources and ultimately achieve victory. In this context, Blank found it impossible to exert the same jungle pressure as the other junglers in the semifinals. Ultimately, SKT's jungler functioned merely as a support tool, tasked with alleviating pressure across the three lanes. Expecting SKT's players to proactively assist in the jungle was, quite frankly, unrealistic. Moreover, Blank's individual prowess paled in comparison to the other three, and the lack of synergy between his playstyle and the team's overall strategy resulted in his performance being far from ideal. Overall, it appeared that Blank was attempting to employ a jungle-centric strategy akin to that of a novice. Both the team and he faced significant challenges, making it difficult for them to harmonize within the current meta. Given this, Gu Xing could not comprehend why Koma was so insistent on fielding Blank. Even if the young player needed development due to his age and future contract considerations, it seemed unwise to utilize such a pivotal match in the semifinals of the S6 World Championship to hone his skills. For instance, Koma might have believed that H2K was an easy opponent and thus decided to let Blank gain some experience. Gu Xing speculated. Coach Nof, however, strongly disagreed, asserting that while gaining experience was important, the pressure from a loss could be tremendously burdensome for the players. With so many SKT fans, it could potentially lead to a backlash. While he might not excel in other areas, Nof was exceptional at maintaining team morale and addressing player psychology. In his view, allowing Blank to play against H2K could provide some improvement for him, but to countless SKT fans, such a victory would be expected, unless Blank delivers an extraordinary performance. The gaze of supporters will not rest upon him. Instead, they will extol the three core players of the 96 line. In a team like SKT, which relies on a map-controlling jungler, it is exceedingly challenging for Xiaowei to overshadow the absolute core, should they falter in a match. Amidst a world championship rife with aggressive jungler strategies, Blank will undoubtedly be scrutinized for his positional disparities. Whether it be a catastrophic performance from the jungler himself or a failure in the lanes that ultimately drags the jungler down. The statistics for the losing side's jungler are seldom favorable, rendering them the target of fans' ire. This is particularly devastating for Xiaowei, who enjoys little support from the audience. Professional players who remain unaffected by public opinion are a rarity. Blank, lacking in resilience, is prone to succumbing to a vicious cycle of diminishing performance. Nof is perplexed by Koma's approach, but regardless of their situation, they decided to enjoy a meal of tomahawk steak after their photo shoot. Gu Xing had long been prepared to face SKT, believing that if H2K could advance to the finals, it would bode well for VG. In their pre-semifinal training, VG maintained a remarkable win rate of approximately 65% against H2K, thereby securing a significant psychological advantage. By the time they returned to Manhattan from Freedom Island, evening had already descended. Ding Jun treated everyone to dinner at a steakhouse, inviting members of the Tiger team to foster camaraderie. Zhu Changbin relished the meal, his mouth hardly pausing as he indulged in beef. Smeb, meanwhile, was engrossed in watching the semi-final live stream on his phone, fervently hoping for SKT's downfall. Witnessing his old adversaries being overwhelmed by H2K's relentless assault, Smeb savored every bite, relishing the meal. With a mouthful of beef, he pointed at Yanko's Olaf and exclaimed in clumsy Chinese, "Yankos, you basket!" Friend the evening's feast, and leaned over to catch Smeb's exuberant remarks. Isn't Yanko's performing quite well? He wondered, recalling how he and Yuluan had recently taken down the foolish chicken together. Just as he spoke, Gu Xing realized that Smeb had also been misled by Zhu Qingbin in Chinese. However, Gu Xing had no time to correct him and deftly shifted the conversation elsewhere. Yanko's evident improvement pleased him immensely. He happily stuffed a piece of smoked meat into his mouth, convinced that this time he could indeed carve a piece of flesh from SKT. The synergy from VG and H2K's recent scrims had fully manifested. Gu Xing had adopted a more aggressive early-game approach, while Yanko's had honed a more refined late-game strategy. The result of their mutual enhancements allowed H2K to effectively exchange blows with SKT, leveraging their early advantages to hold their ground until around the 25-minute mark. In the recently concluded third game, H2K fought valiantly for 45 minutes before succumbing, granting SKT match point. In the ongoing fourth game, Yanko's unleashed an extraordinarily aggressive early-game assault, once again helping his team establish a formidable 5K lead by the 25-minute mark. The members of ROX and VG erupted in applause, chanting H2K, charge forth. Meanwhile, the spectators leisurely indulged in steak, cheering for their allies in Madison Square Garden. However, the tides of battle shifted dramatically. Faker's Oriana made a timely appearance, executing a flawless synergy with Duke's Gnar. Their ultimates intertwined perfectly. As Gnar flashed to slam the enemies against the wall, the shockwave immediately engulfed H2K's formation. SKT's steady operation bore fruit. Regardless of the circumstances, they adeptly maneuvered their minion waves to ensure their carries amassed sufficient gold. With 3 essential items in hand, Lee Sang-hyuk's shockwave inflicted a chilling amount of damage. Despite Odo Amni's valiant efforts, he could only exchange himself for 2 of SKT's key players before succumbing. The opposing team still secured the Baron. Smeb, infuriated, slammed his thigh and gnawed on his steak, wishing he could unleash his frustrations on SKT. H2K. Why can't you be more cautious? SKT successfully claimed the Baron and swiftly leveled the economic disparity. This is it, Xiao Duan grimaced. Are we heading toward a 3-1 conclusion? It was evident to all that there remained a significant gap in operational prowess between the two teams. Even though H2K had gleaned numerous details from VG, they struggled to catch up to the elite operational strength of SKT. In a balanced scenario, H2K simply could not contend with their opponents. SKT, well-versed in the art of the game, equalized the economy and expertly utilized vision control to gradually snowball their advantage, refraining from hasty pushes. Just as Gu Xing concluded that H2K's journey in this World Championship would end here, a twist emerged. At the 37-minute mark, with H2K trailing by 4,000 gold, they initiated a pivotal Elder Dragon fight against SKT despite the slight disadvantage. Yu Luan, controlling Rise, tore through SKT's defenses with the dual shields from the Seraph's Embrace and his passive, creating an opportunity for Yanko's to enter the Dragon Pit. Without hesitation, Yanko's executed a decisive flash smite. They secured it. Gu Xing was elated. The private room in the steakhouse erupted with cheers and applause. Members of both teams. A's remarkable performance. Observe the expressions of the SKT players. Prey was grinning broadly. Serious. The opponent's chance to secure the dragon stemmed primarily from SKT's slight advantage, which prevented them from completely sealing off the dragon pit, exposing vulnerabilities. Another reason lay in Yanko's reckless playstyle, which defied all logic. The bemused chicken was momentarily taken aback, having stepped in for Xiao Wei for 3 consecutive matches. He noted that Yanko's style resembled Gu Xing's during the tiebreakers of the group stage. It was pure aggression, disregarding conventional strategies, often catching himself off guard. For instance, just moments ago, what kind of jungler sacrifices their mid laner and themselves to snatch a dragon in a late-game 5v5 team fight? H2K audaciously embraced the challenge. In their fervent quest to secure the ancient dragon, they paid the price of losing both their mid and jungle players, while the remaining trio retreated to a safe position. SKT sought to hastily conclude the match, yet were deftly thwarted by EU's vibrant use of the ancient dragon buff. H2K's top lane troll disrupted their opponent's advance, preventing them from amassing sufficient minion waves for a decisive finish. Reinventing themselves, H2K surged forth, empowered by the lingering ancient dragon buff, assaulting SKT's high ground. This aided H2K in reversing the tide of battle, achieving a bittersweet 4-for-5 victory. Despite having only one survivor, with a resurrect time of a full minute, H2K boldly pressed on to demolish SKT's base. The excitement was palpable as Yankos erupted in exhilaration, his fervent roars resonating throughout the arena. Yuelin was overjoyed, his chubby cheeks blooming with delight. With the score now at 2-2. Were they destined for a full 5 matches? Jack was left speechless, while Gu Xing reveled in the misfortune of others. They had revealed numerous tactical elements against the Tigers, even unmasking the troll jungle strategy. If SKT were to easily escape from the upper quadrant, wouldn't TVG suffer from this concealed setback? Now, as they faced the decisive match, SKT needed to exhibit a broader array of tactics to ensure stability. Yankos, could you contribute once more and send SKT packing? Smeb awaited with eager anticipation. As the 5th game's draft phase began, Koma's demeanor shifted. He had initially believed victory was assured, eager to provide blank with experience. Goes as a critical weakness led to an unexpected defeat. With the substitution of the clumsy chicken, he believed they could secure a solid win. Little did he anticipate that H2K would manage a miraculous dragon steal, compelling SKT into a dire predicament. It dawned on him that the first game was lost due to SKT's own folly in pursuing the black champion. Full smite contest. Despite their late-game operational superiority, this BO5 should have been a straightforward victory. Yet, they had recklessly maneuvered themselves to the brink of elimination. In this moment, Koma inevitably bore the weight of psychological pressure. The dual championship legacy bestowed upon SKT an unparalleled depth of experience, yet from a certain perspective, it also served as a shackle and burden. After a brief discussion with his team, they resolved to unveil a trump card. Originally intended for VG, designed to counter Gu Xing's unpredictable ganking style. They opted to reveal only a fraction of it. When Lee Sang-hyuk selected the Time Guardian, Madison Square Garden erupted in fervor. Gu Xing was taken aback. Could one truly select a Time Mage in this version? The functionality of the Time Guardian is indeed formidable, capable of acceleration, deceleration, stunning, and revival. Back to the S6 World Championship version. Inevitably, certain shortcomings would be exposed. Late game, damage output was evidently insufficient, as the sole offensive skill was Q, which could not guarantee precise hits. Amidst the plethora of formidable mages, Time indeed stands out as an anomaly. Kuro and Lee Sang-hyuk have faced each other numerous times on the battlefield, and it is now prudent to elucidate that Faker's selection is intended to nurture Bang. They particularly relish this strategy. For SKT, Time serves as an enhanced version of Karma, bolstering the team's overall margin for error through its resurrection mechanism. As long as they can delay until Bang's equipment is fully developed, SKT is assured of victory in the late game. Gu Xing is acutely aware of this. The most potent combination for SKT, aside from the synergy between the top and jungle, is the dual carry of Faker and Bang. If the former is the undeniable core of the team, then the latter is SKT's most steadfast support. In moments of crisis, preserving Bang is invariably the right choice. Years ago, Faker played Lulu to safeguard Bang, enabling him to wreak havoc across the battlefield, and even in the late game, Lucian, who typically struggles to find an output environment, managed to secure a pentakill, which speaks volumes of their prowess. In this current World Championship, the team economic share of less than 23, his average damage output approaches 730, and his damage conversion rate hovers around 170, truly a historic performance. For instance, in this match, SKT's selection of Time and Jin as dual carries indicates that if they can stretch the game to the 30-minute mark, once Bang acquires his 3 essential items. 6 months prior, they encountered Faker's Time in the LCK Spring Finals. At that time, the starting jungler was the young and inexperienced Kayn, alongside Bang's Lucian. The dual marksman, under Lee Sang-hyuk's protection, were practically unstoppable. The audacious Time mid laner left an indelible impression on Kuro. It was that very defeat in the finals that prevented the Tigers from advancing to the mid-season invitational. Gu Xing, engrossed in his soda, remained oblivious to the change in Kuro's demeanor. Yankos, we rely on you. Just 3 minutes into the match, Smeb could no longer contain himself. What is up with Yankos? Smeb, unable to focus on anything but the game, exclaimed, I just want to see their base explode right now. Yankos, living up to his moniker as the Blood King, secured the first blood 5 minutes in, with Faker to take down Yueron. Gu Xing gasped softly, his focus sharpening on the mid lane. Wow, SKT's mid and jungle have such synergy? The director replayed the battle scene. Faker, controlling time, initiated with E times real, slowing down the enemy. The foolish chicken's spider pounced from the side, landing a successful cocoon on the sluggish Yueron. Following this, Lee Sang-hyuk unleashed his QWQ double bombs on Yueron, adding stunning control. Despite time lacking in damage, the dual bombs, coupled with the spider's explosive burst, were sufficient to slay Ryu. There is indeed something surprising. Even Kuro is astonished. In the previous match, SKT had not employed such intricate jungle mid-synergy tactics. By using his E ability, time can slow down the enemy, thereby enhancing the success rate of the spider's cocoon. If the mid laner lacks both flash and mobility, it is nearly a guaranteed kill. Gu Xing's expression grew solemn. The proficiency of Benji with the spider is beyond question. He is truly formidable. Such a vicious, carnivorous jungle champion, in his hands, can transform into a herbivorous map control playstyle, assisting lanes frequently during the early to mid-game. And once the landing phase concludes, he begins to cede jungle resources to the carries, yielding commendable results. However, the majority of mid-lane mages in the current patch lack mobility. Under SKT's relentless siege, they are practically guaranteed to be caught. By the 15-minute mark, Benji, taking advantage of the transition period, once again approached the mid lane to assist his teammates in capturing Ryu. At this point, Gu Xing could finally ascertain that Time's synergy with a control or high-damage jungle champion was a premeditated strategy by SKT. During the landing phase, fully executing ganks. This jungle advantage alleviates pressure for the team, allowing the ADC to come into their own once their core items are completed. Redmi, do you have any solutions? Gu Xing cast a pleading glance at his coach. Each to their own craft, adept at devious strategies, is the ideal candidate to address this conundrum. Redmi had been closely monitoring this semifinal, his brow furrowed as he looked towards Ho Yi. Jixuan, you can utilize time, right? Before coaching Iziun, he had examined the opposing team's champion pool. I have a basic understanding. Li Jixuan, ever humble and low profile, did not boast. I have used it in a professional match just once. That was during the 2014 summer split. At that time, Li Jixuan, part of the SKTS team, employed time in the playoffs against the formidable Kakao and KTA, leading his team to victory. Coincidentally, the AD carry he protected was also Bang. In terms of mastery over time, I cannot compare to him. Li Jixuan clarified in advance. Faker is an expert, while I can only manage a passing performance. Redmi nodded. Once we return, I will devise a plan. You should focus on practicing a few champions this week. Our finals against SKT will likely be a tough battle. But upon hearing this, Yankos hasn't died even once. Why should we believe SKT can win? Prey finished the last piece of steak on his plate, wiped his greasy mouth, and patted Smeb on the shoulder. Stop being stubborn. Do you really think H2K can defeat SKT? As the match progressed into the mid-game, the economic gap had not widened. Time was running out for H2K. Smeb simply couldn't accept the prospect of another team faltering at the brink of defeating SKT. You all must win in the finals next week, he reiterated fervently. Let us go, back to the hotel to train. Gu Xing, feeling well-fed and spirited, prepared for the finals. That very night, Rox engaged in a fierce battle with VG, contesting 7 rounds of training matches. Aware of Ding Jun's generous offer, which allowed the team to stay in the United States for a week of tourism, they exerted themselves with exceptional vigor as a gesture of gratitude. Xiao Duan even began practicing Misfortune as a support under Grella's guidance. In truth, Misfortune is merely a secondary choice to Janna, and if faced with Karma, her effectiveness would be severely diminished. Grella imparted his wisdom, noting the substantial limitations of this champion, suggesting that she is best paired with Ashe to effectively restrain opponents from delving too deeply into operational nuances. Well aware that Duan Deliang was an adept player, anyone could learn to play Misfortune after a few matches. The challenge lay in constructing the corresponding system, which is the very essence of Rox's Misfortune support strategy. Meanwhile, Hongmi listened intently with a recording device in hand, planning to compile notes once the training concluded. Gu Xing, with Xiao Huasheng's assistance, practiced jungle combat and refined certain details of farming. Each of them mastered techniques unknown to the other, and their mutual exchange of knowledge led to remarkable efficiency in their progress. Ding Jun felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The investment proved worthwhile, as it undoubtedly positioned VG for further growth within that week. Upon returning to his room after a night of rigorous training, Gu Xing seized the opportunity to browse through the esports forum's match reports. As anticipated, the victor was SKT. They battled for 35 minutes and 22 seconds. 1,000 to repeatedly maneuver, occasionally rushing in to deliver 2 shots, leaving H2K in a state of despair. SKT methodically crushed H2K's last vestiges of hope for a comeback, advancing to the finals with a score of 3-2. Gu Xing also stumbled upon a poignant image in the forum depicting Yu Luan's departure, best described as a visage of utter desolation. It was evident that nothing could be more brutal than witnessing hope only to have it cruelly extinguished. After the dual assassin showdown with Lee Sang-hyok in S3, Yu Luan ventured to the foreign scene, unwilling to remain in the sorrow of the Korean League. Under normal circumstances, he would not encounter Lee Sang-hyok on the professional stage again before retiring. Yet this newly formed H2K, having triumphed through numerous challenges in under a year, reached the S Championship semifinals to face SKT. Gu Xing empathized with Ryu's sentiments. In a tied series of 2-2, S exceptional skills overwhelmed Yu Luan. Faker did not rely on his renowned peak performance. Instead, he leveraged his awareness, experience, and operational intricacies to secure victory. 3 years later, these two contrasting forms of defeat were undoubtedly a profound anguish for Ryu. In contrast, the other spectators in the forum reveled in jubilation. Indeed, if H2K can push SKT to the brink, one can only imagine what VG is capable of. Could this truly be the year of greatest promise for LPL? Yet I can't shake the feeling that it may not come to fruition, aside from the jungle. VG appears to be outmatched in every position. In a classic showdown of team synergy versus individual prowess, VG seems to fall short even against ROX. Xiaogu, he is indeed the pride of LPL. Be sure to catch the post-match interview. Faker has made some bold statements. The final comment was accompanied by a web link. Post was directed at Lee Sang-hyok. Faker, after a hard-fought victory over H2K, you've reached the World Championship Finals for the 3rd consecutive year. What are your thoughts on this achievement? Lee Sang-hyok, microphone in hand, maintained a serious demeanor, stating, I wouldn't call it particularly challenging. Despite reaching the 5th game, we consistently held the upper hand and denied our opponents any opportunities. As for reaching the finals for the 3rd time, I don't find it to be exceptionally different from the past. I am simply pleased to maintain a high standard for myself and the team. The reporter continued with a follow-up. In the finals, you will face your former teammate Iziun. Merely a regular game. Following that, when asked about his prediction for the finals, Faker confidently asserted, I am uncertain of the exact score, but I can assure you that the ultimate victor will undeniably be SKT. As the undisputed core of SKT, Lee Sang-hyok dominated the interview, addressing the majority of questions. Gu Xing quickly skimmed through the less insightful portions and noted an inquiry regarding the perspective of the player known as Dumb Chicken. Virtue, you say? I must admit, I watched the semifinal yesterday, and I can confidently say he is an exceptionally talented young player. After all, defeating me in the group stage speaks volumes about his skill. However, over the past 2 weeks, I have gleaned much from studying VG's footage, and I hope to engage in a titanic clash of wills with him in the finals. This sentiment resonated with Gu Xing, who was eager to witness the true caliber of SKT in a best-of-5 format. The following afternoon, board a flight to the west coast of Los Angeles. H2K was also set to depart, heading back to Europe. Yanko seemed unable to shift his mindset, appearing rather glum. Don't wear such a long face. Gu Xing playfully punched him on the chest. It's your first world championship. Reaching the semifinals is already quite an accomplishment. Next year, let us strive for even greater heights. Yankos felt a sense of satisfaction with his inaugural world championship performance. Before arriving in the United States, he had never even contemplated the possibility of reaching the semifinals. However, he sighed, I still have no idea if I can make it to next year's World Championship. As a veteran of the league, he had never previously reached the global finals. This time, it was indeed a harmonious convergence of timing, location, and talent. FNC's sudden decline had opened doors for other European teams. Who knows, perhaps the ancient powerhouse FNC will rise again in S7. Certainly, optimism prevailed as Gu Xing encouraged. With your skills, there's no doubt you'll make it to the World Championship. Xiaohu echoed in simple English, affirming, indeed, we must reunite at next year's World Championship. Their words of consolation brought a measure of tranquility to Yankos, who, despite his natural optimism, felt a twinge of insecurity. He enjoyed drinking, but never excessively. His consumption was well below the average in his homeland of Poland. Meanwhile, Odu, hailing from Greece, adhered to local customs and abstained from alcohol, often chastising Yankos for his penchant for drinking. Given Odu's naturally rebellious disposition, the discord between the jungler and ADC in H2K was hardly a secret. With the possibility of team restructuring next year and Yankos' contract nearing its end, uncertainty loomed over him. As he prepared to board, he hurriedly requested contact information, hoping to play together later. Turning to Xiaohu, he queried, "Aren't you returning to Korea?" Peanut puffed up with pride, declaring, "We need to accompany VG for training and explore Los Angeles. We'll return after the finals." Meanwhile, SKT, also at the airport, sensed something amiss. Their flight back to Korea was about to board, yet ROX had not yet departed. Coma, upon overhearing Peanut's words, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. SKT had not engaged in scrimmages for a week, with H2K as their direct opponent before the semifinals and ROX and VG as potential championship contenders. All three teams had been relegated to solo queue, which could not compare to the benefits of scrimmaging against professional teams. Coma had initially hoped that by the time the finals approached, both teams would fail to line up scrimmages, thereby narrowing the gap. However, he had not anticipated VG's cunning, luring ROX into a precarious situation. With these formidable teams diligently studying each other, a week could yield unexpected developments. Coma, observing the sly grins of the ROX members, felt a surge of anxiety. After consulting with the team management, he hastily decided to reach out to H2K, requesting their assistance in scheduling 2 scrimmages. Odu, known for his sharp tongue and fiery temperament, bristled at Coma's suggestion, his head held high, revealing a gleaming forehead. "Who do you think you are? After eliminating us yesterday, you expect us to scrimmage with H2K? I'd rather bask in the Mediterranean sun than waste time with SKT." Odu flatly refused. As for Yueloin, he was even less inclined to cooperate. If anyone had a deep-seated grudge against SKT, it was undoubtedly him. Ryu, forever marked by the shadow of his infamous champion, had endured considerable repercussions throughout his career. During his job search, any boss from outside the region would immediately recall those 2 infamous moments, leading to a dismal first impression that nearly cost him a team. This was akin to robbing someone of their livelihood. Yueloin longed for SKT's downfall. The idea of scrimmaging with them was utterly absurd. The duo categorically rejected the idea, and the other team members shared their reluctance to linger in America, yearning instead to return to Europe for rest and rejuvenation. Coma found himself at an impasse. He is aware that SKT has garnered significant attention in recent years, becoming somewhat irksome within the community. After all, no player desires to exist in the overwhelming shadow of the illustrious faker. Jack, upon witnessing SKT falter against H2K, couldn't help but smile with delight. "Old Gu, isn't it remarkable that 3 out of the 4 semifinal teams are fervently wishing for SKT's defeat?" "Well, how could it not be?" Gu casually retorted, preoccupied with capturing a group photo alongside Peanut and Yankos. As the trio bid farewell, they exchanged friendly fist bumps. "See you next year, whether at MSI or the World Championship. I sense the future belongs to us," Gu expressed with unwavering confidence. "Absolutely," Peanut proclaimed boldly, asserting that the old guard ought to step aside, for they are the future. Yankos, equally exuberant, waved goodbye to his 2 newfound friends from the World Championship before embarking on the journey back to Europe with his coach. Meanwhile, VG boarded a plane in the evening, destined for Los Angeles, the City of Angels. This metropolis, the largest on the west coast of the United States, the renowned Staples Center. Upon arriving in Los Angeles, VG had no time to revel in the local culture, diving immediately into rigorous training. Gu was still strategizing with Redmi, suggesting that they systematically address each point of weakness, seeking tactics to counter their opponents. They identified several disadvantages of time, such as its average early to mid-game push speed and reliance on blue buffs, coupled with a lack of lane control and weak jungle protection. With a pen in hand, Redmi remarked, "We can tackle these aspects." Indeed, time becomes formidable in the late game, significantly enhancing Bang. Thus, ensuring he does not achieve his itemization is crucial. Focused on this objective, the players shared their insights, incessantly discussing potentially successful strategies. They then tasked ROX with selecting an appropriate lineup, engaging in 2 practice matches to assess their effectiveness. Just as Como envisioned, ROX served merely as a practice target, greatly benefiting VG. They swiftly translated their ideas into action, finalized the strategy against time, brimming with confidence for the upcoming BO5. SKT. What do you have to combat me? Aside 8,800 words, 2164 W214. The grand finals commence. As the final countdown began, the online buzz reached its zenith. Rematch between VG and SKT since the group stages, and the showdown between the lone jungle king, Virtue, and the jungle's clumsy chicken, who would ultimately prevail. Can Li Xianghe secure his 3rd Summoner's Cup and lead SKT to establish a triumphant dynasty? The most talked about topic revolves around the mid laners. The 2 members of the S5 championship team, Faker and Easyhoon, are set to face each other on the grand stage of the S6 World Championship Finals. The memories of last year's global finals, where Li Jixuan had a 2-0 lead in the semifinals but was replaced by Faker, remain vivid. Many believe there is mutual disdain between the two, eagerly anticipating a confrontation between the top mid laners in the upcoming year, envisioning a grand revenge saga. However, during the winter transfer period, Easyhoon opted to join VG, leaving the audience disappointed, speculating that Li Jixuan was merely securing a lucrative contract for a comfortable retirement. VG faltered in the spring season, stopping in the 2nd round of the playoffs, seemingly unable to even reach the World Championship. It appeared that their long-standing grievances might fade with the passage of time. Unexpectedly, after VG recruited Gu Xing and Imp, their performance surged dramatically. They not only entered the World Championship as the #1 seed, but also advanced to the ultimate finals. The prospect of revenge once again dominated various forums, captivating the audience's attention. "Did you see that, Your Grace?" Gu Xing, having just concluded the final round of his pre-finals match, reclined in his esports chair. Scrolling on his phone, he mumbled to Li Jixuan beside him, "There are quite a few pure fans in the forum supporting you." Easyhoon, resting his eyes, opened them in confusion at his jungler's words. What did that mean? He rarely browsed forums and paid little attention to external opinions. After all, the memories from S5 were profoundly etched in his mind, following his substitution in the semifinals. Some SKT fans on Korean forums were still cheering for Faker's return to the stage. The sentiment was essentially that no one would enjoy watching Easyhoon farm for 30 minutes in the mid lane before engaging in team fights. From the audience's perspective, this viewpoint is indeed understandable. However, Li Jixuan found it difficult to accept such evaluations from his team's fans. Ultimately, he decided to refrain from reading forum discussions, which inadvertently fostered a calmer and more composed mindset. Nonetheless, Easyhoon became curious, wanting to see how the LPL audience discussed him. Li Jixuan knew little about the Chinese internet environment, only hearing from teammates that interactions among netizens here tend to carry a degree of aggression. The silver lining was that most comments remained online, unlike Korean netizens who often resorted to offline threats, sending dead mice, blades, or blocking doors. Gu Xing directly handed his phone to Li Jixuan, saying, "Your Chinese is quite good. You should be able to understand this. By the way, the first post is from Jack. Just ignore it." With that, he patted his backside and headed to the training room balcony for some fresh air. Carefully reading what was supposedly posted by Jack, is it rational to discuss whether VG is overrated? In the group stage, they faced the renowned Western teams, C9 and G2, and only managed to secure the first place by a narrow margin after an ambush match featuring blank SSKT. They confronted the shame of LCK, the only team in Korean League history to be eliminated in the round of 16, Samsung, a team that faltered spectacularly. Only in the semifinals did they encounter opponents of reasonable caliber, yet they stumbled through to the finals with a precarious 3-2 victory, a triumph that hardly concealed their weaknesses, solidifying their position at an all-time low in terms of prestige. In stark contrast, SKT faced the strongest North American team, TSM, in the quarterfinals, and then the true #1 seed from Europe, H2K, in the semifinals, effortlessly asserting their dominance as a formidable team. He had never encountered such a format of posting before, as if he had opened the door to a new world. The multitude of comments below, numbering in the hundreds, resembled a towering structure. His curiosity piqued. Lee Ji-hoon clicked in to glance at the replies. Oh yes. The value of SKT reaching the finals is indeed remarkable, instantly identified as top-tier trolling. It dawned on me that SKT's upper bracket path was practically a free pass. Astonished at how many people have taken the hook. Feasting, snowfall, and eye protection can easily set the rhythm, not to mention the subtle art of trolling. Jack, adept at fishing in this gathering of the unwitting, skillfully deceived many, showcasing his profound expertise. After gaining a general understanding, Lee Ji-hoon exited the post to continue scrolling. As Gu Xing remarked, many netizens were rallying to boost their spirits. Can Lord Ho manage to outplay Faker in tomorrow's finals? As long as the mid-jungle duo can win, I believe VG has a real shot. Ji-hoon should not merely seek to save face tomorrow. Remember last year's treatment, substituted at 2-0. Had it not been for the discerning eyes of the casual viewers, he might not even have received a championship skin. Lord Ho, fly with confidence. VC will always support you as long as you keep winning. If you lose, don't blame the brothers for changing their tune. You don't get it. As long as we can win tomorrow, Lord Ho can do as he pleases upon returning to LPL. VC is the unified moniker for the supporters of VG's League of Legends division, standing for Vitamin C. The owner, Ding Jun, was initially puzzled by this nickname and could not comprehend its origin. He sent Jin Wonha to infiltrate the fan group to uncover the specifics. VG, short for Vici Gaming, derives its name from Caesar's famous phrase, Veni, Vidi, Vici, rooted in Latin. Many spectators are unfamiliar with this nuance, as it lies outside their realm of study. Much like how few cared whether Ji-hoon and Gu Xing, both students of mathematics, actually studied advanced calculus, it was simply a name that stuck. Vici, pronounced similarly to vitamin C, was conveniently abbreviated to VC, sounding akin to a term from the venture capital sphere. Lee Ji-hoon accepted the situation rather swiftly and has since become accustomed to it. Upon observing the multitude of encouraging threads in the forum, a warm glow inevitably graced his eyes. Gu Xing closed the door and stepped onto the balcony, distancing himself from the enclosed, air-conditioned environment. As he gazed at the resplendent stars dotting the night sky, a sense of comfort enveloped him. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he caught a whiff of the acrid scent of burning tobacco, with a flickering crimson glow emanating from a dark corner. Little Gu, what brings you out here? Zhu Xiaolong hurriedly extinguished his cigarette and stood up, brushing off his trousers. In the team, it was just he and Zhu Chungbin indulging in a smoke. To avoid disturbing their teammates, the two of them had stepped outside for a few puffs, vividly embodying the phrase two heavy smokers. Stretching his body and taking in the fresh air, Gu Xing inadvertently caught a glimpse of Zhu Xiaolong's phone lock screen. It was a photo of him and his girlfriend from back home, their faces pressed together in a display of affection. Gu Xing had observed Zhu Xiaolong engaging in video calls with his partner frequently over the past 6 months at VG and distinctly remembered her as a petite girl with gentle features and a soft voice. How long have you two been together? He casually inquired. In exactly 22 days, it will be 4 years, Zhu Xiaolong replied, his tone noticeably calmer when discussing his girlfriend. We started dating while I was still in Changsha, working as a Tony. Impressive, Gu Xing sincerely praised, leaning on the railing and gazing into the night. It's quite rare to see such stability in a long-distance relationship. Are you not in a similar situation? Zhu Xiaolong countered. Gu Xing smiled sheepishly. At the time, he had thought long-distance relationships weren't worth pursuing. Unfortunately, upon meeting Xingguan Shan, his resolve wavered, and under the onslaught of her direct affection, they mutually agreed to be together. If we win the championship at this world tournament, I'll get married when I return, Zhu Xiaolong declared with conviction. In their hometown, marriages typically occurred at an earlier age, and many of Zhu Xiaolong's peers were already on the brink of parenthood, despite being in a long-distance relationship. With his girlfriend waiting back home, he felt a twinge of unease. Obtaining a marriage certificate would be beneficial for everyone involved. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing instinctively felt as if Zhu Xiaolong was surrounded by flags, and he quickly shifted the topic. Let's discuss long-distance relationships. How do you manage to avoid arguments? I've noticed you two hardly ever fight. Despite Gu Xing's high emotional intelligence, he had never been in a relationship and was as naive as a blank slate. Lacking understanding of many aspects, he and Sheng Guanshan had only solidified their relationship at the end of August, and by early September, she had moved north to report for duty, leaving their subsequent communication reliant solely on their phones, resembling an online romance. Zhu Xiaolong beamed with pride. I believe that long-distance relationships emphasize mutual security. It must be a two-way street. Purely one-sided devotion is akin to being asimp, as they say. Listening to Zhu Xiaolong's insightful reflections, Gu Xing couldn't help but nod in agreement, feeling immensely enlightened and planning to test the waters upon his return home. Just as they wrapped up their discussion on long-distance relationships, Jin Wenhe pushed open the balcony door with a puzzled expression. What are you two doing out here? Gu Xing followed him back into the training room. All members of the VG training department, including their boss, had convened. Even so, the room was only half full, as the league's logistical support provided dedicated training facilities solely for VG and SKD. Fortunately, the computer company provided 10 laptops, perfectly accommodating the starting members of both teams. Hongmi, using his own laptop, was able to manage just fine. At present, the members of the Tiger team were absent from the room, having completed their scheduled match. They ventured to Santa Monica Beach, deliberately vacating the space for the VG training department. Scanning the gathered players, Hongmi began to speak slowly. Tomorrow afternoon's finals, regardless of the outcome, will be our final BO5 of this World Championship. Over the past week, he had already reiterated the necessary strategies. The primary task now was to adjust the players' mental states. Without a prepared outline, he spoke extemporaneously. To be frank, 2 months prior, if anyone had suggested that this VG roster would reach the finals of the World Championship, I myself would have found it hard to believe. A soft murmur of laughter filled the training room. Following the summer finals, they had become the top seed in their region, and expectations for VG had been to secure a top 8 finish and reach the semifinals, which would have been deemed a success. The players themselves had not anticipated that the team would advance to the ultimate finals. Hongmi shifted his tone, continuing, however, after defeating ROX, always been promising. All our members' playstyles and strategies align perfectly with the current meta, and our hero pool is remarkably deep. He gradually instilled confidence in the players. In contrast, SKD seemed to be at odds with the meta. The current meta emphasized jungle invasions and tanky matchups, a stark departure from SKT's style. Xiaobai's capabilities were insufficient, and Benji adhered strictly to a non-aggressive playstyle, which was entirely misaligned with the prevailing meta. Hongmi elaborated that the bot lane duo emphasized absolute lane control and pressure, whereas the wolf and stick combination preferred a stable early game, waiting to unleash their strength in team fights, which also contradicted the meta. Top laner Duke, known for his unyielding style, favored champions like Trundle and Gnar, focusing solely on split pushing, neglecting the meta's emphasis on teamfight-centric champions like Kennen and Rumble. He then directed his focus towards Faker. Lee Sang-hyuk's prowess is undeniably formidable. From individual landing to support awareness and team fighting, he is akin to a hexagonal warrior. However, we are currently in a meta favoring traditional mid-lane mages with no mobility, which is not particularly advantageous for him, as it makes it difficult for Faker to establish a lead, let alone effectively expand that advantage to side lanes and the jungle. The hallmark of traditional mages is their difficulty in achieving solo kills, with lengthy development cycles and a tendency towards sustained damage rather than burst. In a 1v1 mid-lane scenario, quite pronounced. In summary, there is scarcely a position within SKT that aligns perfectly with the current meta of this World Championship. As soon as Hongmi finished speaking, Gu Xing chuckled and interjected. With such remarks, You imply that SKT is lacking in every aspect. How then did they reach the finals? The harmonious unity of individual prowess and team decision-making is a subject of profound investigation for Redmi. Their execution is notably robust, as they strive to diminish the dominance of SKT in the LCK region. However, the Korean League, relying on its storied legacy, can sustain itself for a considerable duration. As the competitions flourish, Riot Games has begun to focus on undermining not only the champion teams, but also the regions they hail from. With LCK and SKT at the forefront of this initiative, Riot's previous efforts to weaken these teams appeared to emphasize enhancing competitive dynamics for greater spectator engagement. In reality, it serves a dual purpose. By introducing more confrontation and unpredictability, they can provide audiences with more exhilarating matches, while simultaneously diminishing the LCK's hegemony. Consider the hypothetical scenario in which the top and bottom lanes employ a lane swap strategy, while the support, equipped with the Oracle's elixir, fervently establishes vision control without engaging in any other activities. How formidable would the Korean League become? Currently, the operational philosophy of the LCK, when compared to other regions, can be characterized as a sheer act of dimensionality reduction. Following SKT's championship victory at this year's mid-season invitational, the officials promptly began to emphasize jungle confrontations. During the summer split, they effectively rendered the clumsy chicken unable to participate, leading to a dramatic comeback by KT. Nevertheless, despite such attempts at weakening legacy and the formidable individual talents of their players, managed to progress steadily to the finals. However, in terms of operational capability, we are not significantly inferior to SKT. Redmi instilled motivation in the players. EG's mid-game strength could indeed subdue their adversaries. This is an undeniable truth. The group stage and subsequent matches have demonstrated VG's exceptional ability to seize opportunities. The synergy between Gu and his teammates often allows them to establish a considerable advantage during the landing phase. Thus, as long as they play their cards right in the finals, I firmly believe VG's chances of victory are exceedingly high. Redmi exchanged glances with his players, seemingly seeking to convey a sense of belief in this manner. Moreover, we possess solutions for the time-based strategies that our opponents have revealed. The players, recalling their prepared trump cards, could not help but smile. The atmosphere within the VG training facility was filled with a delightful joy, therefore, composure and poise. At this moment, Wang Hao paused while translating the final sentence. LPL region. The players felt their breaths quicken with anticipation. The LPL is not lacking in World Championship runner-ups. What has been missing is that final push. The disparity in strength between the finalists of S3 and S4 was substantial, and while the Korean League confidently flaunted their championship skins on the final stage, the opportunity to make a mark was elusive. Now, that opportunity has arrived. If they can lift the first Summoners Cup in LPL history, the enhancement to the players' careers could be astonishing. Most players enter the professional league primarily to earn a living. Yet, in their youth, harbor aspirations of fame and recognition. Should they attain the highest honor in the League of Legends competitions, not only would the prize money be substantial, but the subsequent long-term benefits and heightened visibility could be remarkable. A tenfold increase in their market value is not merely a dream. The breakthrough from 0 to 1 evokes a tempestuous wave in the LPL division. Fueled with enthusiasm, Gu Xing dove into ranked matches, pinnacle of the North American server. Throughout the night, Gu Xing's gameplay was nothing short of exhilarating. It was not until 3 in the morning that Ding Jun insisted he return to his room to wash up and rest. Yet, he was still brimming with excitement, lying in bed while scrolling through his phone. The forums buzzed fervently about the impending finals. Let us be honest, ISNT tomorrow's final the most suspenseful we've seen in nearly 4 years? The finals from 2013 and 2015 were predictable even before they commenced. Come on, I'm counting on Vici Gaming to swiftly defeat SKT. Haha, you're dreaming. SKT's legendary duo is unparalleled. If they can last into the late game, they are invincible. Then how did they get pushed to a deciding game by H2K? From a rational standpoint, both teams are essentially 50-50. After all, the one match VG won in the group stage was due to a fluke. Speaking of which, if VG manages to win this time, doesn't H2K deserve some credit for forcing them into that crucial time comp? Gu Xing chuckled softly. capturing the last comment in a screenshot before translating it into English and sending it to Jankos, who was far away in Poland. The reply came swiftly, adorned with a question mark. Jankos responded, "Don't gross me out." That comment instantly reminded me of the 1000 movement speed Jin. But if you truly clinch the championship, could you share a portion of the prize with me to soothe my wounded spirit? It was Gu Xing's turn to respond with a question mark. Playful banter for a while, and Jankos concluded with a message wishing him good luck. After finishing their conversation, Gu Xing's close friends and family also called to remind him to maintain a calm mindset. When Ding Ran initiated a video call, he made a point to show Gu Xing his roommate. "Brother Xing, once you finish your professional career, you'll become our junior," Ding Ran exclaimed, vigorously shaking his hand. His social skills may not rival those of the Gu siblings, but they were certainly above average. Moreover, he possessed a certain charm. The roommate appeared to have a good rapport with Ding Ran, enthusiastically cheering for Gu Xing as they both followed the league events. A group photo was certainly in order, fine with Ding Ran, and they could all gather to facilitate a good relationship within the dormitory. Had he not taken a break from his studies to pursue a professional career, he would likely be lying in the dormitory with Ding Ran and others, chatting and preparing to watch the spectacular finals between ROX and SKT. Reflecting on this filled him with emotion. Gu Xing, overwhelmed with sentiment, dialed his girlfriend's number. Gu Pan was studying with Shun Guanshan and, without preamble, inquired, "Gu Qi, when did you become the world's #1 jungler?" Beside her, his girlfriend stifled a laugh. He was filled with exhilaration. "Wow, so confident, are we?" After a moment of contemplation, Gu Pan clenched her fists in encouragement for her brother. "Tomorrow, it will be your performance," Shun Guanshan softly echoed. "Hoping that you can maintain your composure and focus as you always do, trusting in your abilities, you will undoubtedly succeed." Gu Xing understood that his girlfriend was not particularly eloquent, yet he could grasp her well wishes intuitively. "Rest assured, in this world championship, SKT will not be able to stop me." Gu Xing gazed into Shun Guanshan's clear eyes, feeling a surge of pride, his confidence reaching its zenith once more. Red and blue sea, illuminated by glowing sticks, surged with waves of excitement as the countdown approached its climax. Sitting in the front row was a young player known as Peanut. His grandmother gray hair combined with a handsome visage attracting many curious glances from those around him. The audience was entirely unaware of ROX's special training with VG and puzzled by Peanut's presence. "Jing Hao, do you truly believe VG can win today?" Peanut asked his teammate with a furrowed brow. Smeb gestured for him to remain calm, assuring him that VG was already a formidable team. And with the assistance they had provided, as long as they performed steadily, victory should be within reach. Prey murmured nearby, expressing his concern that if everyone witnessed SKT claiming their third championship, it would render him a fool. Silence. The ROX players glared at him collectively. "Zhongren," warned, covering his forehead, "I fear your words might come true." Prey retorted, albeit his voice was drowned out by the sudden eruption of cheers from the crowd. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the audience's fervor soared to its peak. The spotlight above shifted to the corner of the rectangular main stage. A symphony orchestra, under the conductor's guidance, began to play the World Championship 2016. Amidst the grand bass tones, a projection of a hex deck loot box materialized at the center of the stage. This was a new feature set to be launched by Riot, conveniently promoted during the finals opening ceremony. The box, emanating a spectrum of colors, ultimately illustrated the Summoner's Rift. The lights shifted, showcasing the heroes who had participated in this World Championship, their iconic skills vividly displayed in the Rift. The Los Angeles audience enthusiastically cheered, rhythmically clapping their glowing sticks as they witnessed the spectacular visual effects unfold. Ultimately, it was Riot's beloved champion, Ezreal, who delivered the grand finale. With a striking pose, the golden-haired champion drew his bow and unleashed a shimmering crescent. The precise barrage shattered the hex deck box, resulting in an explosion of light. As the box vanished, revealing the DJ booth within, the audience erupted in a chorus of cheers, igniting the atmosphere with the theme song Ignite. Compared to the majestic symphony, this year's electronic theme song was undeniably vibrant and energetic. Some North American spectators swayed their heads in rhythm with the melody, while the stage lights continued to dazzle. Transitioning to the S6 theme song music video. The contestants of this tournament have been transformed into cartoon characters, each identifiable by their signature heroes and appearances. As a rising star in the World Championship, VG has not garnered much attention in the MV scenes. Gu Xing's cartoon persona makes a brief appearance. Wielding a crossbow and nimbly leaping about, relentlessly unleashing attacks while fierce wolf spirits lurk nearby. The final scene features a demon king with a cauliflower-shaped head casting numerous overloads. The two golden stars on his chest allow everyone to effortlessly deduce that it is Lee Sang-hyok. The cheers erupt from all corners of the arena. And the absolute core of the Double Crown Champion S team commands an atmosphere that is nothing short of terrifying, as the last syllable of Ignite resonates. The director shifts the view to the large screen on-site, which begins to play the promotional video for the finals. Compared to New York, Los Angeles has far fewer iconic landmarks. VG's share is the Walk of Fame. The 5 starting players stride forward side by side. Whenever the camera shifts to a specific player, it showcases their highlights from the finals, accompanied by the exhilarating English commentary from that time. Easyhun's Cassiopeia lurks behind, aiming to catch ROX off guard with a fierce onslaught. The serpent's piercing shriek is deliberately amplified. 3 players are left dazed. ROX finds itself ensnared in VG's ambush within their own jungle. The terrifying ultimate of the Serpent Queen strikes. In the promotional video, Lee Ji-hoon stands with arms crossed. His typically gentle demeanor now tinged with a hint of menace. Virtue flashes into the crowd of ROX players, exclaiming, "OMG, what just happened?" Prey is swiftly dispatched to an offside position. The ROX members below fall silent. What a disappointment. We come to witness the finals, only to see VG's iconic plays being mercilessly showcased. Fortunately, the moment passes quickly, sparing the Tiger team members from prolonged discomfort. SKT's journey to victory is also showcased on the big screen. It is clear why they are the Double Crown champions. Their prowess in team battles is profound, and their ability to maneuver is nothing short of picturesque. The applause from the stands is unceasing. As the promotional video concludes, the dome lights gradually dim, appears at the center of the stage, with the shimmering Summoner-S Cup displayed on a high platform beside him. After 4 weeks of intense competition among 16 teams, 2 finalists have emerged. The host's booming voice resonates, declaring that today, only one victor shall lift the Summoner's Cup and be crowned king. Let us welcome the teams with applause. With a grand gesture, he first introduces the 2-time global champions, the second seed from LCK, SK Telecom T1. The SKT players gradually emerge via the elevator, igniting a wave of enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Top laner Duke, jungler Benji, and mid laner Faker prompt the host to pause momentarily as the crowd's fervor exceeds all expectations, creating a deafening cacophony. Li Xing was stood with his arms crossed, exuding an air of aloofness, his expression stoic as he gazed directly into the camera. With an unwavering belief in victory, he arrived at the Staples Center. Continued with the introductions. In the bottom lane, Bang and his support. Wolf, alongside the substitute, Blank, and head coach, Koma. Koma waved to the audience, his smile radiating warmth. At last, he recognized that the drawbacks of using the small black champion outweighed the benefits. He positioned Blank beside the water cooler to observe while opting for the most reliable champion. Transition for the team. Taking a deep breath, the host announced, "Now, let us welcome the LPL Summer Split champions, the #1 seed, VG Gaming." On the other side, an elevator brought the VG members into view. Suddenly, Smeb found himself at a loss for words. The 5 starting players of VG struck their signature entrance pose, perfectly synchronized. Each extended an arm towards their respective side, while the opposite arm gracefully curved across their chests. In this year's League of Legends competitive scene, this pose is synonymous with ROX Tigers. They have employed this iconic gesture multiple times during the LCK Summer Finals and the World Championship semifinals, leaving an indelible impression on the audience. The scene now replayed. Towards the Tiger team. Peanut was at a loss for words. And there was no advance notice from Xing. Why keep it hidden? How wonderful, Smeb mused, feeling that the journey was worthwhile. The host's resonant voice echoed throughout the venue. The top laner, Long, jungler, Virtue, mid laner, Easyhoon, AD carry, Imp, and support, Caveman, with substitutes Jakulov and Kochum. Among the seven, Gu Xing received the loudest applause, having captivated a significant number of North American fans with his remarkable and consistent performance at this World Championship. The host elongated his tone, speaking with a rich voice. Will SKT forge a three-time champion dynasty, or will VG's new squad ascend the throne? Let us await the outcome on the battlefield. The rising dry ice mist and dazzling lights unveiled the curtain of the finals. Side note, 7,700 words, 2241W. 215. The world is a desert. And I am the oasis. Good morning to all domestic viewers. Welcome to the Staples Center in Los Angeles. The voice of the host remained as resounding as ever. This final not only featured the seasoned caster, Miller, but also welcomed a new commentator from the Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan regions. 3 years later, stepping foot in this venue again, the host felt a rush of nostalgia. Miller chimed in, recalling, if I remember correctly, the commentary for the last S3 finals was you and Xiaocong, right? The doll nodded in agreement. Indeed, I witnessed firsthand the unchallenged sweep of SKT over Royal Club, culminating in the Team S inaugural triumph in securing the Summoner S Cup. Today, as the tides of time have shifted among the 10 starters from the Season 3 finals, some have ventured to North America, others have retired to transition into streaming, and some have quietly vanished from the public eye. NG have returned to the Staples Center, evoking a sense of nostalgia. I hope this year's finals yield a different outcome than 3 years prior. Strength and compatibility with the current meta is not inferior to SKT. I believe the possibility of them lifting the Summoner S Cup is indeed substantial. During the S3 and S4 seasons, the chasm in skill and strategy between players and coaches was palpable, creating an impression that we were not even playing the same game. From SKT's Jax executing an unanswerable 4-to-1 split push to Samsung White's swift jungle support synergy wreaking havoc, many LPL viewers felt a sense of despair. Peaks were met with subsequent declines, when all spectators anticipated a long, dark night for LPL in S6. VG emerged unexpectedly, hoisting the banner of their region and storming into the finals. In the pre-match predictions hosted online, opinions varied on who would ultimately claim victory. Yet there was a consensus that both teams were evenly matched, making a one-sided rout unlikely. Should VG secure a win today? If indeed they do, then they would have consecutively defeated 3 LCK teams. The broadcast team provided timely previews of both team statistics. VG's average match duration in this World Championship stands at 34 minutes and 40 seconds, a pace considered rapid among the 16 participating teams. Miller astutely remarked that the current meta does indeed feel somewhat sluggish. However, it seems unavoidable. It's likely that Riot did not anticipate the changes made to the bottom lane's first blood turret, which were intended to encourage early skirmishes and enhance viewer engagement. Instead, teams opted for poke-centric soft supports, resulting in a lack of initiation tools in the mid-game, thereby stalling the pace of the matches. Currently, the early game is quite frenetic, with teams eager to dismantle the first blood turret and seize every opportunity to accrue gold. Even champions like Karma, renowned for her strength in the support role, appear relatively unremarkable in the current version, underscoring the terrifying nature of the bottom lane environment. However, as the game transitions into the mid-game, the tempo suddenly decelerates. Often, before the minion waves reach the turret, they are swiftly cleared by powerful champions from the opposing lanes. Teams can only rely on the Baron, which respawns at 7 minutes, to facilitate pushes. Furthermore, a single Nashor is insufficient to secure a clean sweep, and engaging in a decisive team fight after the Ancient Dragon spawns at the 35-minute mark becomes increasingly commonplace. This stands in stark contrast to Riot's emphasis on fostering competition and shortening match durations. Ultimately, the crux of the issue lies in the youthful nature of the design team. They lack prior experience to draw upon and rely heavily on data for their projections, which compromises their grasp of the game dynamics. The chain reaction caused by the intense competition for lane priority in the bottom lane, leading to the disappearance of hard-engaged supports and consequently extending match durations, is a phenomenon that the designers have yet to fully comprehend. The average match duration for SKT has astonishingly reached 43 minutes and 57 seconds, which is truly remarkable. The commentator, Wah Wah, expressed his amazement, noting that he had only witnessed similar statistics in the Iron Turtles matches. It can only be described as extraordinary. In terms of damage ratios and various metrics, SKT holds a slight edge. However, Miller remains unperturbed, as their strategy involves avoiding significant early conflicts and utilizing minion waves to prolong the game, allowing them to dominate team fights in the mid-game, with fewer average deaths. Their damage ratio is bound to be higher, and the extended match duration enables the central carry to amass substantial equipment, potentially resulting in thousands of damage output in a single team fight, thereby inflating damage statistics. The live screen showcased the MVP distribution for VG's previous matches. To date, VG has participated in 15 matches, winning 12 of them, with Gu Xing securing the MVP title in 9 of those games. My goodness. Even though Wawa was somewhat prepared, he was still taken aback by the sheer number. What a monstrous performance from Gu. The audience inside the Staples Center buzzed with excitement, and the overwhelming atmosphere was palpable. The LPL live broadcast room was overflowing, at times causing the stream to lag from every angle. This year appears to be the most promising for the league, naturally drawing countless viewers to the games. Moreover, this is a pivotal year for the domestic development of League of Legends, with even a slight increase in viewership for event streams attracting a significant audience. It ignited the passion for watching. At this moment, millions of internet users are gathering in various streaming rooms to engage in lively discussions. Upon seeing Gu Xing's MVP tally, the chat channels erupted. What does it mean to be a true jungler? Goodness, by the end of the finals, achieving a double MVP count will be a breeze. Gu Xing. The hope of LPL, my hope. The other VG players need to pull their weight. We can't always rely on the jungler. To be fair, the other 4 are not lacking. It's just that Gu Xing is simply outstanding. Miller shares this sentiment. Gu Xing's performance has been undeniably impressive, maintaining a powerful tempo and influence throughout the competition. Moreover, the current version favors junglers considerably, with a high proportion of MVPs awarded to them across various teams. Compared to the previous version where junglers were mere facilitators, this year's significant changes by Riot Games have elevated them to prominence. In a meta where the average player possesses the spirit of the earth, the jungler essentially serves as the sole engine of team rhythm, destined to shine brightly in the early to mid-game. The 3 dominant junglers among the top 4 have left a profound impression on all spectators. With one exception, the clumsy chicken. When Miller observed SKT's MVP distribution, he felt his earlier statement had been thoroughly contradicted. It was memorable when he remarked that Benji has only secured 1 MVP in the matches he has played this year, with the majority claimed by the dual carries. This simple statistic highlights SKT's struggles to adapt to the current meta. Their tactical framework does not revolve around the jungler. They must sacrifice early game tempo and await their resurgence in the mid-game. The clumsy chicken, a jungle champion of the greenleaf variety. One can easily surmise how challenging it would be to seize the MVP title from the dual carry players. The 10 competitors have taken their seats on either side of the stage, while the large screen above plays pre-recorded interviews with the contestants. Zhang Sungbin greets everyone with a broad smile, mentioning that Bang is a commendable junior with formidable skills and a deep champion pool, adept with most characters across various patches. He then shifts his tone, stating regretfully that he has never lost to Bang in a best-of-5 series. After all, today will be no exception, and he will demonstrate the prowess of an esteemed veteran from Ojian. His assertive remarks instantly ignite excitement among the audience. Bang, who shares a good rapport with Imp and understands his character well, remains unfazed. Indeed, Sungbin was formidable in the past and left a significant impact on him. But times have changed, and he has now evolved into a top ADC player. In the finals, he intends to showcase his growth and dispel the painful memories of the past. The clumsy chicken boldly declares that while Virtue is undoubtedly a talented jungler, he, like Yankos, will ultimately fall before him. Next, Gu Xing appears on screen, hesitating and asking the filming director if he can speak freely. After receiving an encouraging response, he turns to the camera. Benji is a jungler whom he holds in high regard. His mastery of lane and jungle management is unparalleled. He echoes Sungbin's sentiments, but his true message lies in the latter part of his statement. However, in today's finals, he aims to remind the clumsy chicken of the true essence of the jungle. The nickname originally served to mock the clumsy chicken for aimlessly wandering the jungle during the S4 season without engaging in ganks. Yet he has since redeemed his reputation. Gu Xing intends to use this best of 5 to unveil the true nature of his opponent. Li Sang-hyuk's visage emerges before all, with a serious demeanor and resolute gaze. He reflects on the 3 years since he earned his first Summoner S Cup here. And now returning to the Staples Center feels destined to lead him to a 3rd championship. No team can thwart SKT's dominion. Finally, the camera focuses on Lee Ji-hoon, who instinctively adjusts his glasses and, after a moment of contemplation, responds earnestly. He has endured myriad hardships to stand on this stage, seeking to prove his strength to SKT. Affirming that he has much to demonstrate. His throat tightens as he pauses, continuing to assert that he has many things to validate. The lenses of his glasses glimmer under the lights, concealing the emotions in his eyes, and to accomplish all this, he must first conquer SKT. Now, he's supremacy, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is determined to perform at his utmost in this decisive battle. Lee Ji-hoon's interview envelopes the Staples Center in a palpable tension as the moment draws near. With a resounding and powerful echo. Lifted. The first round of the draft begins. With VG winning the side selection and securing the blue side for the opening game. All the spectators present at the venue and in the live broadcast room were filled with anticipation. Shen Guanshan, having found a secluded spot with Gu Xing, was fixated on the screen of his tablet. After a year of fierce competition, only 2 top-tier teams remained. This final match would determine the most representative and prestigious champion of the season. In the players' area, Gu Xing appeared remarkably relaxed, while warming his fingers with a hand warmer. He joked with his teammates and coaches. This time, with no words, we shall surely triumph. Jin Wenhe behind him wore a smug smile, thus helping the team establish an early advantage. Noting that throughout the World Championship, he had only lost once in the semifinals. Gu Xing shook his head dismissively. Jin Wenhe, attempting to lighten the mood with a jest, was taken aback by his jungler's swift rejection and promptly inquired, "Why not?" Gu Xing replied succinctly, "There simply isn't enough credit to go around, my friend." H2K forced the opposing team to deal with the time system, contributing significantly as well. So where would the credit come from for you? His tone carried a hint of playful sarcasm. In the team voice chat, Zhu Xiaolong laughed heartily. Upon hearing the instructions from Hongmi, he promptly sent Time to the ban list. Time. Miller was not surprised. SKT had previously exposed this system in the decisive game of the semifinals. Pairing it with Jin for exceptional mobility, it appeared that VG had yet to devise an appropriate countermeasure, opting instead to ban it, which was not a major issue as VG had ample ban slots. Unlike when facing ROX, SKT's pressure on VG in terms of ban options was relatively mild. Partly due to Li Xianghe, his hero pool was remarkably deep, showcasing exceptional skills across various champions. However, there was one caveat. Faker did not play Dragon King. Naturally, this prevented VG from being compelled to allocate ban slots to address it, unlike Kuro's situation. Moreover, when facing the current version of SKT, managing the blue side was considerably manageable. Based on the intelligence available, the chicken would not employ Nidalee. Consequently, the default practice of banning Syndra on the blue side and trading it by banning Nidalee on the red side was rendered ineffective. Granted VG significant autonomy on the blue side. Holding a trump card, Hongmi was in no rush to reveal it. This was primarily because that card would yield better results when played from the red side, rather than the blue. Simultaneously, Hongmi prepared a trap for SKT, leading them to believe they had no means to counter Time, thus maximizing the effect of their strategy. Koma unwittingly took the bait. It was not that he was naive, but rather that Li Xianghe had previously utilized Time in 6 matches, achieving a flawless victory. His opponents included formidable teams such as Samsung White from 2014 and KT and ROX from 2016, who had proposed numerous strategies to thwart SKT's time system. Yet, they still could not prevent Li Xianghe from achieving consecutive victories. Koma now observes that Redmi has banned the timekeeper, initially believing that the opposing coach is merely reluctant to take risks, without delving deeper into the situation. He simply places the Panther Woman in the ban position. VG, in their second pick, opts to block Karma. thereby preventing SKT from selecting a support champion with exceptional kiting capabilities. At this juncture, Miller internally nods in agreement with Redmi's drafting strategy. SKT's team fights are distinctive among all teams due to their remarkable kiting prowess. They employ frequent advances and retreats to bait their opponents, disrupting their formation before seizing the opportunity to strike. Without a doubt, Karma is the most fitting support for this role. With the enhancement of her ultimate, Mantra, she can provide a collective acceleration alongside a substantial shield, greatly augmenting SKT's team fighting potential. SKT then bans Syndra, and VG ultimately decides to eliminate Bang's signature Ezreal. One can't help but exclaim, such dedication. Even the little yellow-haired one is being banned? Keikoma hesitates for a moment, turning to Wolf. Lee, plump and lounging in his chair, squints his eyes into narrow slits. Responding in a deep voice, no problem, just watch me. Keikoma has great faith in his support, choosing to ban the troll. At the LCK commentary desk, Cloud Templar's brow furrows, revealing a hint of anxiety. As I mentioned before the match, SKT's draft on the red side is significantly constrained. They must simultaneously contend with the bans on both Syndra and the Panther Woman, as well as the jungler troll. Trundle effectively in SKT's current system. The herbivorous jungler, known for his utility, primarily focuses on alleviating his team's burdens, allowing the absolute core to farm during the mid-game. Although the troll jungler has its merits, his clearing speed is notoriously sluggish. When Gu performed in the semifinals, he had to acquire Tiamat just to match Peanut's farming pace. The clumsy chicken lacks this condition. Purchasing Tiamat would simply be a waste of resources. After all, he starts sacrificing his economy in the mid-game, leading to minimal monster clear. As the roaring Emperor contemplates the logic, a sudden realization strikes him. What if they allow the troll to be picked? If VG snatches the troll, they can select Janna, which would not be a disadvantage overall. His drafting comprehension is sound. Yet there exists a disparity in information compared to professional teams. Keikoma is well aware that the Tigers have scrimmaged with VG for an entire week, already been imparted to them. Should they release the troll and prioritize Janna, VG might counter with Graves, rendering the plan ineffective. If they ban Graves as their third ban, VG would be free to select Janna without hesitation, maintain a tur position in the blue side. After much contemplation, SKT can only choose to ban the troll, ensuring they still have a counterplay available. Without hesitation, Redmi seizes Janna, the current meta's favored support. As Keikoma curled the corners of his mouth, he recognized that the trap he had set was beginning to take effect. SKT secured Ashe and Ryze without any hesitation, as they were undoubtedly the most exceptional dual carries at present. Today, the presence of Jin Dongjun on the Korean commentary desk was still felt. A veteran from the Ojian era, Jin Dongjun's extensive experience made him an indispensable figure in such moments as the finals. He eloquently analyzed SKT's drafting strategy, noting that Ashe proved remarkably effective against VG, while the Eagle Spirit could scout the jungle conditions, alleviating pressure on the team. Ryze, on the other hand, was one of the few champions capable of translating mid-lane advantages to the side lanes and jungle in the early game. If Li Xianghe could establish dominance in his lane, he would be able to assist his teammates. However, what if mid-lane lacks an advantage? Hongmi patted Li Zhixuan on the shoulder, advising him to choose what he excelled at. As the stage was grand today, Gu Xing responded with a smile, suggesting they simply dominate mid-lane and keep Li Xianghe in check. Li Zhixuan took a deep breath. Slightly, he navigated his mouse to his most familiar champion, locking it in once more. The staple center, filled to capacity, reverberated with the resounding English selection voice. Shurima, your emperor, has returned. Amidst a backdrop of swirling sands, the emperor, wielding a staff, towered over the sand soldiers, like a tide, striking the eardrums of everyone present. The yellow chicken. The exuberance of Wah Wah was palpable. Even before the first round of drafting concluded, he was already shouting in excitement. Most iconic champion of Lord Ho was selected. Beside him, Mealy was even more animated, his face flushed and voice trembling with exhilaration. The mid-lane matchup was revealed early, with Ryze facing off against the yellow chicken, each securing their championship skins from the previous year. However, there was a lingering unease. Could the yellow chicken truly be selected in this version? No player had utilized him at the World Championship until now. The answer was affirmative. The last nerf to the yellow chicken dated back to the Rise rework in version 6.14. Damage gradually increasing to previous levels post-level 11, resulting in an overall minor output decrease. Additionally, the vision range provided by the sand soldiers was reduced. Overall, it was a negligible adjustment. After all, the yellow chicken had not yet reached the point of being utterly dismantled. The casting range of Q, Sandstorm Assault, was still a formidable 875 yards. Unlike the later 720 yards, and the command range for W, Sand Soldiers Emerge, remained at 800 yards, rather than the subsequent 660 yards. It could be said that the yellow chicken's extraordinarily long-range output ensured he would not falter in this World Championship, which emphasized mid-lane farming in the latter stages. One would expect the yellow chicken to have a place. Yet, his selection rate was a dismal 0. The reasoning was straightforward. For many players and teams, there was no necessity to rely on the yellow chicken. Setting aside the almost permanently banned Syndra, both Victor and Cassiopeia, traditional mages, possessed a high overall strength. To truly manage one's resources meticulously, one must elevate their strategy just a notch above the commonplace. However, professional teams often disregard such minutiae. Take Victor and Cassiopeia. Their simplicity belies their potency. With a high floor and consistent performance, champions like these are favored in the competitive arena, making their selection a straightforward decision. In most matchups, why then, must one resort to the less favored champion? Azir, the Emperor of the Sands, has been renowned for his complexity. It is not surprising that he is overlooked in lower-tier games. Even among elite professional players, many struggle to master him. For instance, during a certain period last year, Faker found himself outmatched by Li Jihun, partly due to his inability to effectively wield Azir. For players who prioritize cost-effectiveness, achieving proficiency with Victor after 20 games is akin to the effort required to master Azir over 100 games, rendering it a laborious endeavor with little reward. Furthermore, the varying strengths of champions in the current World Championship naturally contribute to Azir's low pick rate. In this match, Redmi instilled confidence in Ezihun to select Cassiopeia, primarily based on trust in his identity. Not all World Championship skins correlate with a player's strongest champions, yet Li Jihun as Cassiopeia is undoubtedly a signature pick. Moreover, the commonly perceived superiority of Rise over Cassiopeia in this tournament has yielded less than favorable outcomes, with Rise maintaining a 50 win rate across 4 matchups. A stark deviation from previous expectations. Given this context, it would be prudent to allow Li Jihun to play Cassiopeia. Upon witnessing Ezihun's champion selection, Li Sanghyok tilted his head, expressionless. Selecting Cassiopeia in the finals to prove oneself? I am ready for the challenge. VG subsequently secured Lee Sin for Xiao Gu, leaving the formidable jungler options for the less favored champion limited to Olaf. Koma had no choice but to assist in selecting the Berserker for the less favored champion, revealing one more hidden card. Misfortune. The surprise was palpable. SKT seemed to be emulating ROX by employing Misfortune as support to counter Janna. Once Li Jihun selected Cassiopeia, the cacophony within the venue reached a fever pitch. Now, with Misfortune appearing in SKT's champion selection, the audience stirred with excitement. What is happening? Peanut was bewildered. SKT would utilize Misfortune? Gorilla furrowed his brow, acknowledging the unexpectedness but also recognizing that they were not the only team capable of such strategies. SKT could learn. With a week to practice, there was certainly enough time to refine their champions. For added security, SKT also secured Ashe early on, perfectly replicating ROX South bottom lane combination with Misfortune. Redmi paced behind the players' bench, using a steady voice to soothe their nerves. Do not panic. The opposing team picked Misfortune, and I sense their proficiency may not be high. SKT had struggled to train over the past 2 weeks, resorting to ranked matches and customs to practice with Misfortune. Upon hearing this, Gu Xing could not help but chuckle. He was all too familiar with the state of ranked matches in the North American server. Not to mention, compared to Ionia, the quality was likely on par with that of the second tier of the domestic server. Moreover, with the finals approaching, the high-tier player pool in the North American server dwindled, as most professional players with super accounts had already been eliminated, returning home for a vacation. In this scenario, The practiced effectiveness of SKT is unlikely to be particularly high. VG has secured Jin and Echo, completing their lineup. KKMOA has entrusted the final pick to Duke, their top laner. However, in the face of a versatile disruptor like Echo, there exists no champion capable of achieving a perfect counter. Ultimately, he selects Kennen, hoping that Duke can establish an early advantage in the landing phase. With Ryze in play, there is no need for Duke to continuously split push. Kennen can synergize with Ryze to engage in team fights, making this a commendable choice. The compositions of both teams are now finalized. The blue side, VG, features top lane Echo, jungle Lee Sin, mid lane Ryze, and bot lane Jin and Zyra. The red side, SKT, consists of top lane Kennen, jungle Olaf, mid lane Ryze, and bot lane Ashe and Misfortune. Observing the compositions, one can't help but exclaim softly. SKT's lineup exudes a strong emphasis on ultimate abilities, suggesting an incredibly high intensity in team fights. With formidable area damage and crowd control, SKT's roster unmistakably embodies the hallmark of a team adept at team engagements. The silver lining is the questionable proficiency of SKT's champions. Both Duke's Kennen and Wolf's Misfortune have seldom, if ever, been seen in previous matches. It remains to be seen whether VG can exploit any vulnerabilities for a decisive blow. In the player booth, Hongmi, before leaving, cautions his teammates. Do not rush. Like the dragon. If we can extend the game to the late stages. Confidence, Gu Xing assures him, rest easy. I will await the good news in the lounge. After Hongmi departs, Gu Xing turns to Li Zhixuan beside him. On the monitor, Easyhoon is selecting a skin for Ryze. This year, due to various reasons, SKT's Azir skin has been delayed in its release. In the skin's backdrop, the Wandering Mage stands back-to-back with the Emperor of the Sands, supporting each other, embodying the backbone of the entire team. Li Zhixuan has never been a mere shadow. He is the most steadfast support of that remarkable SKT year. Gu Xing's eyes gleam with determination. My lord, I will certainly assist you more in this match. You must carry as well. You shall witness it shortly. Zhu Xingbin, brimming with excitement, rallies the team. Brothers, charge forth and aim to dismantle SKT. Let us go, let us go. Zhu Xiaolong raises his voice to encourage his teammates. His slender fingers gently caress the warm-up device, wiping away the sweat, fully focused and ready to embrace this pivotal final. Below the stage, wave their glow sticks, vocally cheering for VG. We must win, Xing Ge. Xiao Huaxing wishes he could lend his strength to Gu Xing. Kuro concurs. Zhixuan, unleash the skills you taught me back in the day, and show SKT your prowess. He is even willing to tear open his own wounds for this cause. For the ROX members, defeating SKT is of utmost importance. The live director, showcasing a flair for mischief, displayed promotional images of the S5 SKT Championship skin as the camera shifted away from the two coaches at center stage. Gu Xing, engrossed in the loading screen, felt a twinge of regret. His opponent, Lee Senghyok, opted for the default skin for Ryze, lacking the fateful allure compared to his counterpart, the Yellow Chicken. Nevertheless, the champion selection was already sufficient to ignite excitement. Gu Xing listened intently to the raucous cheers from the crowd as adrenaline surged through him, fueling his fervent desire to demonstrate his prowess on the grand stage of the finals. As the summoning rift thundered into existence, Gu Xing swiftly purchased his equipment, commanding his teammates through voice chat. Be cautious while holding defensive positions. Do not allow the opposing team to trap you. If SKT insists on advancing to place wards, cede them the position. He anticipated their moves and prepared accordingly. Li Zhihun's Yellow Chicken, at level 1, possessed only W, Sand Soldier Emergence, complemented by Olaf's Axe and Ryze's Rune Confinement, providing considerable combat strength and control. Gu Xing feared that SKT had devised a strategy for an early-level skirmish, intending to charge into the VG jungle as a unit. Should his teammates be ensnared, even using flash to escape would cost them substantial health and hinder their subsequent landing. Thus, it seemed wiser to relinquish their position. His intuition proved accurate. At 1 minute and 15 seconds, SKT's 5-man team crossed the river into VG's lower jungle. Retreat, retreat. Gu Xing warned, cautiously harassing Duan Deliong, manipulating Janna to hit Olaf with Q, Deadly Bloom. through the wall, while activating plant seeds to generate a thorn spitter that pierced the opponent. This successfully triggered Thunderlord's decree, reducing the chicken's health. However, the effect was negligible. KT had evidently prepared for this, positioning Olaf at the forefront, ensuring that even if he lost some health, it would not be detrimental. Rather, the lower health would enhance his attack speed and improve jungle efficiency. Gu Xing observed closely as the chicken placed a ward in its red buff camp. Moreover, Duke and Li Senghyok returned to their lanes, while the chicken roamed the bottom lane, destroying all the seeds that Duan had strategically planted, thereby ensuring a more comfortable early game for SKT's duo. Within less than 30 seconds, the chicken's peak herbivorous jungle style was unmistakable. As he endeavored to create favorable developmental space for his lanes, even if it delayed his own jungle timing, he quickly relayed information to his teammates. Be cautious at 235, Ho Yi, and Dragon, keep an eye out around 310. Gu Xing, familiar with Olaf's jungle clear times, was well acquainted with the Berserker's early camp efficiency. He did not need to make any deliberate calculations. Several crucial time points sprang to mind instantaneously. Receiving an affirmative response from his teammates, he proceeded to the upper area, preparing for a blue buff opener to achieve a rapid level 3, while continuously farming downwards. In this match, Zhu Xiaolong utilized Echo, and Gu Xing had no obligation to safeguard the top lane. It sufficed to focus on the two core damage dealers of the team. Seizing the opportunity during a lull in skills, he switched screens to observe the three lanes. The mid and top lanes were relatively stable, yet issues arose in the bot lane. The Wolfbang duo, having previously established vision in VGS red zone, immediately began to exert pressure upon realizing Gu Xing was absent from the lower half. The seeds from the small segment were trampled by the clumsy chicken, and Zyra was unable to capitalize on any advantages, as SKT's dual marksman commenced to exploit the slow pull. On the commentary stage, Wawa stood in the spectator perspective, his gaze firmly fixed on the bot lane. It must be said, the initial vision set up by SKT was commendable. Beside him, Miller eloquently discussed how, upon noticing Xiao Gu's movements, they encouraged the bot lane to leverage their lane's strength to apply pressure. Misfortune was indeed a counter to Zyra. The movement speed reduction from her Make It Rain triggered Thunderlord's decree, showcasing formidable harass potential. Furthermore, it was evident that Gu Xing had initiated his jungle path from the top side. Bang's Ash reached level 2 without learning to summon the Hawk Spirit, instead opting for Q, Ranger's Focus, to further enhance lane pressure. Remembering to add context, it was noteworthy how this differed from SKT's previous strategies, where Bang and Wolf would typically focus on steady development before team fights. Now, however, they took an uncharacteristically aggressive approach, relentlessly trading blows during the early landing phase. The Wolfbang duo understood that against VG, they could not afford to be passive. Doing so would be tantamount to succumbing to a slow death on the lane. Their pre-game strategy revolved around engaging in fierce exchanges with VG's bot duo. Were they inferior to VG in the bot lane? The suddenly aggressive SKT duo certainly caught VG off guard. Xiao Duan had no means to recover health and was compelled to consume a health potion within the Staples Center. Many SKT fans rejoiced at this spectacle, creating a lively atmosphere. It's all right. They won't be able to maintain pressure at level 3, Gu Xing reassured his teammates. Ashe will certainly come to check my position. If Ashe sacrificed one of her skill points to scout his jungle movements, the bot lane's pressure would diminish instantly. Duan Delian took a deep breath, calming his frayed nerves, and an idea struck him for a countermeasure. When conditions permitted, he would attempt to execute it. Gu Xing's prior reminders regarding the mid and top lanes had indeed proven somewhat beneficial. Zhu Xiaolong, having finished clearing the minions pushed by Duke's cannon just past the 3-minute mark, left the sanctuary of the turret's protection and promptly placed a ward in the upper tribrush. As anticipated, he discovered Olaf, who had swiftly cleared 6 camps. The clumsy chicken's Q, boulder toss, was effortlessly evaded by Long Gu with his phase dive. Observing this, KT's jungle and top lane opted to retreat. They were still unaware that Gu Xing had also completed his rapid jungle clear and had been in the lower half just half a minute prior. Leaving his current position uncertain, the clumsy chicken was remarkably cautious. Unless the likelihood of success is significantly high, he would never take the initiative to strike. He merely positions himself nearby, exerting pressure on the opponent and causing Zhu Xiaolong to miss two crucial minions. At the 3-minute and 24-second mark, Bang finishes off the first 3 melee minions of the fourth wave, successfully reaching level 3. Without hesitation, he acquires Eagle Strike, sending forth an Eagle Spirit to scout the VG jungle. The drone soars through the air, spotting Gu Xing's figure at the opponent's Fankyo bird camp. Benji opens the scoreboard, instinctively reacting. Coupled with this F4 group, the opponent has cleared 5 sets of jungle monsters along with the river crab. Only the 3 wolves in the upper half remain untouched. This pace is quite reasonable, as Gu Xing opted for a rapid level 3. But upon failing to find a suitable opportunity to ambush, he returned to continue farming. Along the way, he wasted considerable time. He needed to farm upward while clearing the next round of camps. Benji, in the midst of his words, remembers Gu Xing's reckless ambush strategy used in the group stage tiebreakers, quickly altering his statement, suggesting he might also head to the bottom lane, advising one not to push too far forward and to place vision wards in the vicinity. Benji cancels his recall, deciding to first clear the river crab before entering VG's upper jungle buff camp to monitor Gu Xing's next move. Wolf, upon receiving a warning from his jungler, immediately becomes alert. He abandons his pressure and quickly pushes a wave of minions, placing wards sequentially with Bang in the triangular brush of the bottom lane and the center of the river to block the only 2 routes Gu Xing could take to gank the bottom lane. After their defeat in the tiebreaker, SKT had specifically studied Gu Xing's gameplay footage to devise a solution against his reckless ambushes. The outcome was that merely countering his playstyle proved to be ineffective. Benji, as a seasoned veteran, found it challenging to alter his established style significantly. Ultimately, Ka's devised strategy was to establish vision control, regardless of Gu Xing's unpredictable and reckless ganks, as long as they could lay down wards in the VG jungle. They could anticipate his movements and implement preventative measures in advance. From the initial invasion for vision to Bang's Eagle Spirit drone, and now to Benji and Wolf's ward placements, everything strictly adhered to the pre-match tactical arrangements set by their coach. As long as they could avoid casualties in the early game and drag the match to the mid to late game, it would inevitably favor SKT's team fighting composition. However, there was a flaw. The second ward placed by the Wolf-Benji duo in the center of the river was clearly visible to Gu Xing, who had previously cleared the river crab altar. Without hesitation, he chose to change direction, opting not to continue farming the 3 wolves, but instead heading straight for the dragon pit. Positioned on the blue side, Gu Xing stands above the dragon pit, employing the heavenly sound wave paired with a second Q to approach the water dragon, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the neutral monster. KT's defensive measures are indeed stringent. Yet, in the early game, their vision is limited, forcing them to place wards only in critical locations for gank prevention and vision capture. Neutral resources like the dragon cannot be adequately protected with wards. Little Gu is truly audacious, raising a heart in suspense. The match has barely reached 3.5 minutes, and he is already attempting to steal the dragon. In the current version, the dragon appears after 2.5 minutes. However, players generally refrain from securing it too early, primarily due to the current emphasis on jungle development. Engaging the dragon in the early game can significantly disrupt the flow of the match. Players typically wait until reaching level 6 to exploit the vulnerabilities of the opposing bot lane, liberating their own to assist in securing the dragon. Yet, in this instance, Gu Xing diverged from this strategy. It was a delightful surprise to witness SKT's river vision failing to reveal the happenings within the dragon pit. Gu expertly maneuvered the water dragon to the inner edge closest to the pit wall, seemingly poised to snatch it away effortlessly. The anticipation of acquiring the dragon was palpable, as the water dragon would greatly enhance VG's composition, alleviating pressure on both the top and bottom lanes during the landing phase. Whether it be the resilient Echo in the top lane or the duo of Jin and Zyra in the bot lane, both required the rejuvenation offered by the water dragon. This motivation explains Gu Xing's willingness to delay the rhythm of the game to secure the water dragon. Obtaining it would essentially equate to aiding his teammates. KT eventually recognized the unusual circumstances. By the time the clock struck 3 minutes and 40 seconds, The second wave of the swamp frog had already respawned in the upper quadrant of the map. Benji, before returning to base, had noticed Gu Xing's absence in the opposing frog camp. Logically, after clearing the 3 wolves, he should have been en route to the freshly spawned frog. How could the young Gu Xing possibly resist? It would be illogical not to farm, despite being aware that the opponent might be returning to base to replenish their equipment. The inherently cautious Benji remained uneasy. Relying on Olaf's swift jungle clear and well-planned route, he had gained a notable lead, now completing his green jungle knife and control ward, progressing to clear the second wave of swamp frogs in the lower quadrant. At this moment, Benji decided to investigate the dragon pit. However, just as he reached the halfway point, he heard the announcement echoing through the canyon. The water dragon had been claimed by the blind monk, all alone. Benji was taken aback. To his astonishment, in a moment of oversight, Gu Xing had seized the opportunity to snatch the dragon. He hurriedly brandished his axe and dashed towards the dragon pit, intent on intercepting Gu Xing's escape. When the blind monk came into Benji's line of sight, he was left with barely a sliver of health, less than 200 points. In fact, Gu Xing couldn't contain his laughter, proudly displaying VG's emblem. Placing a ward in the dragon pit and evading Olaf's pursuit, Benji had no flash available, rendering him incapable of posing any threat. Nya, Zhu Songbin was invigorated, exclaiming that Gu managed to steal the dragon with finesse. The audience, witnessing the match from a god's eye view, experienced a delay. They were only now realizing Gu Xing had secured the water dragon, which ignited a wave of cheers that surged through the noise and reached Gu Xing's ears. This was a water dragon obtained in under 4 minutes. He reveled in his accomplishment, feeling elated. What a thrill, my friends! The joy of acquiring the dragon was palpable. The attributes of the current dragons were indeed impressive. The water dragon, a true champion of sustainability, required merely 1 dragon to restore 4 lost health and mana points every 5 seconds. VG's benefits from the water dragon could extend from the 4-minute mark until the end of the landing phase. However, it must be noted that Gu Xing's pursuit of the dragon came at the cost of significant time and his own state. In the early stages, the combat capabilities of the water dragon were remarkably strong. Fortunately, the blind monk received 2 rounds of enhancements prior to the World Championship. Otherwise, he might have been easily countered by the water dragon. With limited health, he decided to return to base to replenish his green jungle knife and vision wards. Setting out once more, he continued his route from the top to the bottom. Meanwhile, the clumsy chicken pursed his lips, typically accustomed to the tumultuous nature of the jungle. Few events during the match could stir his inner tranquility. However, this World Championship had nearly driven him to madness, tormented by this new breed of junglers. The shameless tactics of Gu Xing were later mastered by Yankos in the semifinals, and now Gu Xing had begun his audacious solo dragon steal at the 4-minute mark. Why was everyone deviating from the established norms? The clumsy chicken allowed Olaf to automatically engage the jungle monsters, freeing his fingers to massage his temples, forcing himself to regain composure. The blind monk was unlikely to launch an offensive in lane in the immediate future, as he had secured vision on him. Waiting until 5 minutes, when Zhuangji would possess the eagle spirit, they would continue to delay their strategy. Earlier, the clumsy chicken had failed to catch Gu Xing as he slipped over the wall to place a ward, yet he remained active. He hurried to the VG lower jungle and placed 2 wards, striving to restrict the blind monk's movements. Ready to ensnare him the moment, he ventured to the lower part of the map. Gu Xing was also aware that the clumsy chicken would likely invade his jungle to place vision. As he arrived at the VG's bird camp, mid-laner Li Sanghyuk immediately shifted upward, distancing himself from the lower quadrant. This subtle maneuver quickly alerted Izihun, who reported it to Gu Xing. Thus, it was confirmed that SKT undoubtedly had vision in the VG jungle. I punished F4 and cleared the surrounding wards. With a thunderous crash, Gu Xing obtained the Eagle Eye True Vision buff, allowing him to spot a deceptive ward from SKT hidden in the nearby brush. He deliberately opened the information panel to check, discovering its effective duration of 150 seconds. Gu Xing reacted swiftly, before his hero reached level 13. A trinket ward could not possibly last that long. It could only be the green jungle knife of Olaf. After clearing the ward, Gu Xing proceeded downwards. Along the way, he utilized his scanner in the red zone. Before level 9, the scanner could only detect a small, fixed area of vision and did not reveal any enemy wards. Undeterred, he quickly placed his only true ward in the brush opposite the red zone. This time, without fail, he successfully spotted another ward. A satisfied chuckle escaped Gu Xing's lips. Involved placing merely one ward. Typically, 2 wards would be deployed to secure the entire half of the map. This had become the default strategy in the current meta. The clumsy chicken's movements were as predictable as ever, embodying the most classic operational techniques and vision placements. Methodical and precise, even the most stringent coach could find no fault. Yet, Gu Xing could accurately anticipate his actions. Once acclimated, it became clear that the clumsy chicken was the type of jungler who would appear in precisely the right place at the right time. There is nothing unexpected. He can be regarded as a quintessential template player for a herbivorous jungler. The vision granted by the true sight ward placed by Gu Xing lasts for 150 seconds. Evidently, still benefiting from the vision provided by the jungle knife. He meticulously calculated the number of wards. Previously, when they encountered each other in the dragon pit, Gu Xing had already noted the details. After the first return to base, Benji did not replace his trinket ward with a red sweep. Gu Xing could roughly infer the specific reasons behind this. Firstly, before reaching level 9, the sweep is not particularly practical. If he were not tasked with offensive duties, he would often delay switching to a sweep. Secondly, Benji had no intention of initiating an ambush during the landing phase. As the match approached the 5-minute mark, Gu Xing began to comprehend the situation. KT was employing ward placement and various vision detection methods to anticipate their movements, primarily to guard against his unconventional ganking strategies. The green jungle knife combined with the trinket ward significantly restricted Gu Xing's options. However, the wolf and bang duo remained vigilant, playing with remarkable steadiness and offering no opportunities. Not yet. I want the opponent to witness the might of Zyra. Duan Deliang instructed Gu Xing to temporarily disregard the bottom lane. Upon reaching level 4, he smirked and advanced, using his skill to activate W, rapid growth, and summon a plant. The wolf and bang duo acted in perfect synchrony, each delivering a basic attack directly towards the plant. Under normal circumstances, this plant would have been dispatched by 2 ranged basic attacks, at most dealing a single hit. True, yet the plant remained unscathed. The thorn spitter was left with a mere sliver of health. In response to the aggressors, it retaliated fiercely, combining with Zyra's prior output to unleash thunder upon the AD carry. Wolf, what on earth is happening? The confusion was evident on Li Jaewon's chubby face. Why wasn't he the plant eliminated instantly? With a level 2 W, this player had invested his level 4 skill points into W. Bang was exasperated. Typically, Zyra prioritizes Q and E, only considering investment in W, Deadly Bloom, after reaching level 13, by which time the landing phase would have long concluded. At level 1, Deadly Bloom merely provides a 10 health increase for the plant, raising it from 4 to 44. By investing another skill point now, the plant's health would surge to 48. With the additional damage from her passive, even Ash could only inflict 25 damage to the plant, leaving it at a precarious 3 health. This implied that the still-standing Thorn Spitter could withstand yet another hero attack. The sudden turn of events caught the Wolf and Bang duo off guard. After Zyra acquired her level 2 W, and with the continuous healing from the Water Dragon, the duo had lost the initiative in the bottom lane before reaching level 6. Through KT's team voice chat, what to do? Finally, Wolf had opened his eyes to the game. They selected the Frost Archer to restrict Zyra's movements in lane. Once both champions reached level 6, they could employ the magical crystal arrow to opportunistically seek a kill. However, Zyra's plants, now fortified, became resilient, resembling a typical duo where 3 auto attacks were required to eliminate them, though it appeared to be merely 1 auto attack short. This discrepancy proved to be a significant setback for the bottom lane. The KT Frost Archer duo lacked any form of healing, and each attempt to clear the plants resulted in additional damage inflicted by them. Over time, this accumulation led to a substantial disparity in health. The team had previously suffered from a lack of systematic training with the gunner, relying solely on custom games and ranked matches, which unveiled their shortcomings. Did no one advise them on how to handle this predicament? Ka could only reference a single gunner match recorded by the Tiger team. But the tactical framework derived from it was evidently flawed. Let us wait until we reach level 6. We cannot afford to engage now. Bang signaled to Li Jiewan to retreat. The opposing team still had a water dragon, and if they exchanged blows frequently, it was certain they would be at a disadvantage. On landing, they possessed considerable potential for opportunistic plays once they reached level 6. Xing Ge, remember to withdraw to the bottom lane for a withdrawal. The opposing duo is bound to fall at least once after they hit level 6. Li Jiewan bore part of the team's command responsibilities. The clumsy chicken acquiesced, soon realizing that he had not tracked Gu Xing's movements for some time. He was oblivious to whether the opponent would retreat to replenish resources after clearing the second camp or apply pressure in lane until the next wave of jungle monsters spawned. He deployed an eagle spirit, following the line to provide assistance by marking the approximate route on the map. Bang heeded the elder brother's counsel. Without hesitation, he launched it. The drone narrowly skirted the edge, and Easy Chicken relayed this information to Duke, advising caution and vigilance in vision control. He opted against returning to base, fearing that Gu Xing would outpace his development. If the blind monk reached level 6 first, it could lead to dire consequences. Seizing the moment as the jungle monsters were about to respawn, the clumsy chicken rushed to VG's lower jungle to establish vision. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the player bench, Gu Xing exhaled a sigh of relief. In truth, Bang's eagle spirit had nearly veered off course. Upon hearing his teammates' directives regarding the eagle spirit's route, he adjusted his position to avoid detection by the enemy. At last, his desires were fulfilled. To be performing suboptimally. Wawa, realizing something was amiss, questioned why the Frost Archer and Gunner were being pressured under their tower. The commentators, viewing from a godlike perspective, had a vantage point that differed from the first-person perspective of the professional players who could immediately discern anomalies during the landing phase. At least slightly delayed. Now, the trio was quite bewildered. Just a single water dragon should not have been sufficient to create such a significant gap, and Miller failed to identify any signs of trouble. The members of the Tiger team in the audience reacted swiftly. What a stunning performance by Duan. During this time, Grella had engaged in considerable communication with Duan Deliang, and had even learned to address friends in Chinese, albeit with a hint of awkwardness, which made my efforts worthwhile. Her proficiency with the female champion support surpassed that of all other players. Undoubtedly utilized Janna's second ability to enhance the plant's health for counterplay. The landing phase posed no issues. At level 6, success would be theirs. Grella continued to shout encouragement to Duan Deliang, invigorating them, with glow sticks creating waves of excitement. Gu Xing found himself puzzled by the fervent shouts from the crowd. He was nearing the completion of his third jungle camp. Having missed a trio of wolves due to route issues, totaling 13 camps alongside a single low-experience river crab, approaching the 7-minute mark. Gu Xing was just shy of leveling up to 6. During this time, he once again entrusted the smite to F4, utilizing True Sight to eliminate an enemy ward in his lower jungle. Shortly thereafter, he discovered a True Sight ward placed by Olaf. The plan was coming together. Gu Xing felt a surge of excitement. Instead of returning to base, he opted to move toward the bot lane. Upon reaching the triangular brush, he heard Duan's warning. Ash had just used her E ability. Gu Xing allowed the drone to spotlight him for the third time. The KT duo, having fallen behind, was unable to place wards in the triangular brush. The clumsy Olaf was still following a route from bottom to top, conveniently avoiding Gu Xing currently. He was situated in the upper jungle, leaving him little attention for the bot lane. The duo of Wolf and Stick, fearing Gu Xing would capitalize on the opportunity to tower dive, decided to deploy the Hawk Spirit to deter the enemy. From their perspective, the blind monk hesitated for a moment before opting to return to base. Back to base, Li Ziwen reminded his jungler. The clumsy Olaf had just finished his third jungle rotation. Normally, his clearing speed with Olaf would outpace that of the blind monk. However, the clumsy Olaf had wasted considerable time scouting Gu Xing's movements in the VG jungle, resulting in both junglers being nearly on par in progress. Gu Xing's decision to return to base provided the clumsy Olaf with some relief. It was indeed time to head back. Both junglers had completed 2 rotations without returning to replenish, so a return to the fountain to purchase equipment was entirely reasonable. More importantly, the clumsy Olaf was out of wards, entirely insufficient to sustain his presence in the jungle. Failing to return for supplies would lead to a monotonous jungle clear, causing him to lose track of Gu Xing's movements. The clumsy Olaf had to return to purchase a green jungle knife to further restrain Gu Xing. He too pressed the B key, initiating his recall. However, the commentators suddenly lowered their volume. What was little Gu up to? Miller seemed to act covertly, as if fearing detection by the opponents, canceling his recall and moving upward. Was he really going to hold on to 1,300 gold without returning? The doll, observing the numbers on the data panel, felt perplexed, realizing that delaying his combat power upgrade might disrupt the rhythm. It finally dawned on him what Gu Xing's true objective was: Faker. He intended to ambush Faker. The blind monk traversed the mid lane, moving from the protective range of VG's central tower towards the upper river. The omniscient minimap, continuously marked with signals in the mid lane, corroborated his assertion. Gu Xing was orchestrating a grand strategy. KT's early defense could scarcely be deemed lax, yet now, he had discovered their vulnerabilities. Fleeting, but undeniably sufficient. The foolish chicken possessed no additional wards. This was information meticulously calculated by Gu Xing. 2 green jungle knife wards, 1 true sight ward, and 1 trinket ward had previously been entirely invested in VG's lower jungle to ascertain Gu Xing's movements. After clearing the 3rd round of camps, a return to base for replenishing equipment and wards was inevitable. This was also the reason Gu Xing had intentionally exposed himself within Bang's Hawk Spirit range. Foolish chicken that he had no intention of returning to base. This maneuver compelled the foolish chicken to keep pace with the developmental rhythm, striving to synchronize to level 6, forcing him to continue jungling despite his reservations. The earlier attempt to ambush the bottom lane had been thwarted by the Hawk Spirit, leading to a return to base that allowed Benji to relax, giving the opponent the false impression that he too was retreating to replenish equipment. Consequently, the wardless foolish chicken had no choice but to follow suit. Now, KT's jungle was devoid of wards, and the foolish chicken had yet to depart from the high ground. The entirety of the jungle belonged to Gu Xing, and it was advisable to circumvent Li Ji-hoon's timely identification. Gu Xing circled around, stealthily placing a ward from within the barren pit. He too wielded a green jungle knife, but had exchanged his trinket ward for a scanner, having previously eliminated SKT's wards from his jungle. His entire arsenal consisted solely of 2 wards from the green knife. However, unbeknownst to the foolish chicken, Gu Xing had meticulously planned for a mid-lane ambush, intentionally reserving 2 wards. One was now utilized to bypass vision and traverse walls, while the other was preserved for the impending battle. Perfectly executed, Gu Xing stealthily approached SKT's F4 camp, truly remaining undetected by the adversary. The distinctive and animated voice of the commentator resonated, interspersed with excitement, yet he was still at level 5. The broadcast shifted to the mid lane, where the yellow chicken was still dueling against Rise. Both mid laners had returned to base once, and their last hits were now identical. However, the Marquis was leveraging the range advantage of the now higher-level yellow chicken, pushing the minion wave towards SKT's tower. Gu Xing adhered to the innermost side of SKT's feathered camp, maximally extending his reach to absorb the experience from the minions. As the radiant light ascended, the blind monk achieved level 6. Just as Rise raised his hand to use Q overload for last hitting, Lee Sin sprang into action. A flash of golden light erupted. Simultaneously, the last of his wards was placed behind Rise. The blind monk executed a second displacement, utilizing W safeguard to reach the ward. The seamless execution instantly ignited a fervor within the venue. W flash. Miller exuberantly exclaimed, "What incredible speed from Gu Xing!" In but a fleeting moment, the blind monk had arrived behind Rise. Lee Sang-hyuk gasped slightly. This is his subconscious movement while focusing intently on his actions. His fingers rest on the F key, poised to execute a flash. At the peak of his prowess, Faker's reflexes are undeniably swift. However, Gu Xing's peculiar maneuvers are certainly not sluggish. Moreover, seizing the initiative, the blind monk channels all his energy into his right foot, a ferocious tail whip. Just as Li Xianghe presses F, Rise leaps into the air. the flash becomes utterly irrelevant. The trajectory of the tail whip is perfectly directed at Li Zhixuan. His staff commands, soldiers, advance. The voice line for W, Sand Soldiers Arise, resonates throughout the Staples Center. The yellow chicken, with a simple yet effective Wii combo, positions himself behind Rise. R, the wall of the Imperial Guard. The Sand Soldiers faithfully protect the Emperor, propelling Rise into the air once more. Faker is unable to descend. The excitement within the caster, Wah, is palpable. First blood has been drawn. Gu Xing's tidal wave undoubtedly finds its mark, while Li Zhixuan's Q Desert Fury obliterates Rise's final sliver of health. SKT held out for a full 7 minutes. Yet little Gu has discovered a breakthrough. Miller bellows from the commentary booth. The VG supporters in the audience erupt in fervor. The LPL live broadcast chat is ablaze with comments. Little Gu, as expected. What a stunning W flash. Faker couldn't react in time. This is the blind monk of the LPL. Who is this little brat hinting at? Why didn't Faker use his flash? Li Xianghe gulps down a mouthful of ice water. My foolish chicken hastily takes the blame, feeling both regretful and vexed. How did this kid emerge from F4? He never anticipated that Gu Xing would exploit the flaw in vision control with such finesse, employing misdirection to deliver a significant blow to Faker. No worries, Li Xianghe's voice remained steady. I haven't used my flash yet, and I can still develop properly. Using it earlier would have been futile. I would have met the same fate. It's better to save it for later. Endure for less than 3 minutes. During that time, the foolish chicken ventured to the bottom lane. A combination to narrowly secure a kill on Duan Deliang, equalizing the score. As the game approached the 10-minute mark, Gu Xing struck once more. The target remained the mid lane. What is little Gu up to? Miller exclaimed in bewilderment. He stealthily navigated from the mid lane to the lower brush, once again evading SKT's vision. As long as the mid laner retains the ability for independent action, they typically do not place vision in the lower brush of the mid lane after the early game. Vision is usually established in the river brush for greater information, devoid of any false vision. Yet Gu Xing adeptly capitalizes on this oversight. He waits for 13 seconds, and when W, Golden Bell Shield, is ready again, his way to the narrow passage leading from SKT's mid tower to the lower jungle, having exhausted all his green wards, then hides in the narrow passage, silently waiting for the enemy to take the bait. Faker cultivated his strength beneath the tower, oblivious to the lurking presence of the blind monk in the narrow path beside him. The commentator, with a rapid-fire delivery, expressed excitement as he noted that the player was even inching closer to the lower side, presumed that the clumsy chicken had just gained an advantage in the lower region, with Benji countering in the jungle. Gu Xing was inevitably positioned in the upper area. In a bid to guard against another assault from above, he deliberately adjusted his positioning, moving downward. This, however, played right into Gu Xing's hands. Seizing the moment, Gu Xing unleashed his sonic wave from the shadows. The ability pierced through the thick walls. And just as Li Shanghai caught sight of the sonic wave, he had no time to reposition before being marked. What? Faker was taken aback by Gu Xing's sudden appearance. Without a second thought, he hastily retreated, still holding onto his flash. If the opponent dared to approach, Li Shanghai could evade the ambush and possibly use EW to pin the blind monk beneath the tower for a counterattack. Yet in the next instant, he found himself uncontrollably launched into the air, veering diagonally to the opposite side. What was happening? Li Shanghai had not seen the blind monk appear within the tower at any point. No matter how quick his reflexes, evasion was impossible. How on earth did that kick happen? Good heavens! The memory of the exclamation echoed loudly. Gu Xing's kick was utterly outrageous. Faker's operational space was compressed to its limits. Once again, the yellow chicken employed the wall of command to follow up with a series of controls, propelling him into the air. The sand soldier pierced. Rise fell once more, unable to rise. As a side note, the video of the final kick can be found in the epilogue chapter, where the author himself played around, with a total of 9,000 words. The count reaches nearly 250,000 when including previously unrecorded figures. This month, a deficit of 20,000 looms, averaging just over 8,000 words daily. 000 words. 217. The journey is long and twilight approaches. Gu Xing's kick as the blind monk ignited an explosion of sparks, instantly electrifying the already fervent atmosphere within the Staples Center. Cheers and screams surged towards the heavens with unstoppable force. As the match reached the 10-minute mark, Faker succumbed for the second time in this contest. The commentator's tone rose and fell, brimming with vitality. Just take him down. Focus on catching Faker. Miller's voice revealed his inner excitement, roaring with fervor. Why hold on to Flash? You might as well not use it at all. Their headsets offered no sound isolation, allowing them to hear the anguished wails from the adjacent LCK commentary booth. Hayek no longer exhibited the composure he had shown during his first demise. He was merely average. Gu Xing's kick left him utterly bewildered. To this day, Lee Sang-hyuk could not comprehend how the blind monk managed to execute that kick without revealing his position. However, one thing was unmistakable. Having fallen twice in succession, his development was destined to be outpaced by the yellow chicken. He could only watch as the VG jungle relentlessly chipped away at the tower's health on the monochrome screen. The yellow chicken and the blind monk both possess means to enhance their attack speed, relentlessly assaulting SKT's middle turret. Skirmishes. Slowing down the footage for everyone to scrutinize. After the blind monk executed his sonic wave followed by a kick, he immediately triggered the second phase of his resonating strike, moving in a manner that demanded undivided attention. Before even reaching rise, he deftly used his W safeguard to reposition himself to the side, landing on a previously placed true sight ward. Lee Sin traced a graceful arc in the air, within the wall's confines. At the moment the blind monk interrupted his resonating strike to execute a lateral movement with safeguard, he momentarily brushed against Rise, who was precariously close to the wall. In that fleeting instant, Lee Sin lifted a leg and, while airborne, unleashed his dragon's rage. The director switched to SKT's perspective, revealing Lee Sang-hyuk still retreating. Shadows. Faker, having not even glimpsed the monk's silhouette, was sent sprawling sideways. This spectacle ignited a cacophony of excitement within the arena, leaving the audience in disbelief. In 2016, even the W flash of the blind monk was deemed an advanced maneuver. Gazed at the screen above the stage, his eyes sparkling, fervently shaking his teammates' arms. Did you see that, Jongin? Prey's expression darkened as he recalled the imprint of the blind monk's foot upon his back during the semifinals. Was this moment echoing that past? Yet, seeing his teammates' joyful faces, Prey managed a hollow laugh. Suddenly, a more favorable strategy dawned upon him. If Gu Xing could execute a series of iconic maneuvers against SKT's players during this match, would not the public's scrutiny of him dissipate? With this thought, Prey felt invigorated. Waving his glow stick and cheering fervently for Gu Xing. Xiao Gu fighting. Give it your all. His towering figure and booming voice resonated. Kick with all your might. At the commentary desk, Miller exuberantly strained his vocal cords. Drawing parallels between this match and the decisive game where Xiao Gu had kicked Prey away in the face of ROX. Stabilities in the air. However, this time, Xiao Gu's actions were far more clandestine, operating entirely within SKT's vision blind spots. No matter how swiftly Faker reacted, he could never anticipate when the blind monk would unleash his ultimate. The doll clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, having employed similar tactics against ROX and SKT, leaving the opposition utterly defenseless. Xiao Gu's audacity was truly remarkable. And as a former king in the Taiwan server, he now found himself enviously admiring Gu Xing's talent, pondering if all young players possessed such skills. The LPL live broadcast room erupted with thunderous cheers. Netizens were astounded, and the chat screen was inundated with messages. Wow, what a performance! What is it like to kick Rise like a ball? Xiao Gu's 7-word spinning kick is incredibly fierce. Insect's kick was impressive. But Xiao Gu's can be dubbed the virtue's spinning kick. Who agrees? Who disagrees? Faker is frugal with his flashes, having not used one in the first 10 minutes. Hopefully, he can hold on until the end of the match. Shun Guanshan's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at the barrage of 666 messages flooding the screen. She had recently taken the time to catch up on various matches and was aware of who had fallen victim to Gu Xing's relentless onslaught. Currently, Faker, the foremost figure in League of Legends esports, became a casualty, adding an air of legend to Gu Xing's performance. Gu Pan's inherently gentle features appeared even softer. Gu Qihu could indeed excel. She had rarely overtly praised Gu Xing in his presence, as their 18 years of sibling rivalry had been glaringly competitive. However, terms with the reality that their life trajectories would no longer completely align, and their differences would become ever more pronounced, shedding the labels of their youthful student days. With no direct comparisons, the urge to compete for victory naturally began to wane, allowing Gu Pan to view their sibling relationship from a more objective perspective. She no longer hesitated to cheer for her brother on the competitive stage. Through the camera's shifting angles, the two women could also catch glimpses of the reactions in the VG lounge. Redmi was fervently punching the air, his face flushed like a heated rumble. Ding Jun clapped enthusiastically until the pain in his palms forced him to stop. Wow, Jack is bouncing wildly in his esports chair, releasing his exuberant emotions. Old Gu, you're incredible. The room was filled with joyous celebration, and the voices from the VG team were clearly audible on the television. Xiao Gu. The usually calm and composed Li Jixuan could hardly contain his excitement, shouting loudly and even extending his left fist toward the opponent as he returned to base, exclaiming, "Well done." Gu Xing returned to base to replenish his items, freeing a hand to fist bump Easyhoon in celebration. The deafening noise from the audience compelled him to raise his voice. Your previous harass was also fantastic. Before Gu Xing made his move against Li Sanghyok, both mid laners had exchanged blows for 2 minutes. The long-range yellow chicken held a considerable advantage over Ryze. Ryze's sole range damage skill, Q Overload, required synergy with Wei to achieve optimal effectiveness. Otherwise, its singular damage posed little threat to yellow chicken. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the maximum casting range of Wei's dual skills matched that of a basic attack, both at 550 units. In contrast, 175 units. What does this imply? For professional players, Ryze could never hope to rely solely on his movement speed to catch up to and pressure yellow chicken, while they claimed to be trading blows. It was, in reality, Ryze enduring a one-sided beating. Not to mention, Li Jixuan is a master of precision, exhibiting unparalleled control over distance. In contrast, even Faker, despite his formidable prowess, cannot alter the clumsy attributes inherent to Ryze's short stature and limited reach. When Gu Xing executed a 7-character spinning kick, Li Sanghyok found himself reduced to half health. It was precisely for this reason that he dared to unleash such a spinning kick. As long as his teammates followed up with damage, Li Sanghyok had no chance of escape. Indeed, it proved that Easyhoon's damage was more than sufficient. What transpired? Zhu Xiaolong was bewildered by the situation. While his jungler and mid laner coordinated their efforts, he was entangled in a duel with Duke in the top lane. Unable to divert his attention to the mid-lane skirmish, Little Duan attempted to depict the scene, having seen Duan Deliang fall prey to SKT South bottom lane just moments ago. And now, having just respawned, he had witnessed Gu Xing's spinning kick. However, his ability to articulate was lacking. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Stop, stop, stop! Long Gu was left with a throbbing head from Little Duan's chaotic narration. He resolved to review the replay later. Little Duan, flushed with excitement, chuckled a couple of times, but fell silent thereafter. Gu Xing returned to purchase items, casually inquiring if their mid laner had secured Nashor's tooth. Indeed, Li Jixuan replied decisively. With 2 kills to his name, along with a significant amount of gold from minions and system rewards, he was well equipped to acquire Nashor's tooth. Soldiers, the attack speed, ability power, and cooldown reduction were precisely what the master needed. Roll the mid lane and prevent Ryze from roaming, Gu Xing directed. I will assist him next. When he had previously engaged, he had meticulously placed wards to evade SKT's vision in the river. Now, with 2 fake wards and 1 true ward, he had effectively sealed off the lower mid lane. The clumsy Olaf lacked mobility, forced to walk to gank, making it impossible to escape Gu Xing's vision lockdown. Li Jixuan recognized his newfound freedom. Was dispatched, striking the retreating Ryze, applying a slow effect, followed by a swift jab. The 3 instances of damage triggered Thunderlord's decree. The seemingly mundane harassments from the master reduced Ryze's health by nearly 40%. Li Sanghyok's expression soured. When an advantageous long-range champion gains the upper hand, any means of recovery even with the purchase of a catalyst of eons. Converting a mere 15 mana into health was hardly sufficient, especially when it capped at a maximum of 15 points per instance. Under the onslaught from the master, it was insufficient to withstand a single Q, sandstorm assault. Lee Sang-hyok found himself increasingly exasperated. He knew that unless he flashed in for an aggressive play, he could not harass the master effectively. He had to call for reinforcements. The summoned clumsy Olaf was accustomed to such requests. In his usual interactions with Faker, the current dilemma lies in his inability to contain Lee Ji-hoon. Benji and Lee Ji-hoon have collaborated for an extended period, understanding each other's exceedingly steadfast natures. He is well aware that the latter will undoubtedly retain the mobility of flowing sands for unforeseen circumstances. Moreover, during a previous engagement in the bot lane, Benji had already expended his ghost. Now, faced with Huang Ji, he finds himself utterly at a loss. This continues, it is likely that within a minute, their mid laner will be on the brink of collapse, forced to retreat for replenishment. The disparity between the mid laners will only widen. Suddenly, inspiration strikes him. Houching. After you push the lane, teleport to mid. Benji begins rallying his allies, akin to nesting dolls. This time, he seeks the support of his top laner. Initially, Duke is reluctant. Why should I teleport? Didn't you all say I should just focus on split pushing? Now you hand me Kennen and expect me to teleport to assist? Fortunately, Duke swiftly suppresses his negative emotions and agrees to his jungler's request. The commentators remain oblivious to SKT's scheming, still marveling at Huang Ji's substantial damage. Once again, a ferocious strike sends Faker's health plummeting to below 30%. Dahl, visibly elated, realizes he must return to base. Lingering on the lane could lead to being soloed by the Lord. Lee Sang-hyok takes 2 steps back, maneuvering towards SKT's inner turret. Bang, controlling Ashe, fires 2 arrows, revealing the enemy jungler's position near the bot lane's tri-brush. With this knowledge, Benji remains composed within the turret, placing a ward behind him. In the next moment, a crimson teleportation swirl engulfs the area. Kennen's teleport? Dahl is filled with confusion. He had assumed Benji was merely safeguarding from the rear. Returned before springing forth to defend the lane. Little did he know, the script was unfolding differently than he had anticipated. The teleportation channel for Kennen has surpassed its halfway mark. Lee Sang-hyok, now hidden from VG's vision, retreats to the warded teleport location. In that instant, Dahl is momentarily speechless. Miller beside him quickly adds, SKT aims to converge their top, mid, and jungle to ambush the Lord. The conclusion of the teleportation array directly positions itself beneath Lee Ji-hoon's feet. It must be said, Lee Sang-hyok's fundamentals are exceptionally solid. Ryze's level 1 ultimate, Realm Warp, has a teleport range of only 1,500 yards, while the hero's vision extends to 1,350 yards. Teleportation array while ensuring his landing point is directly beneath Lee Ji-hoon, fulfilling the encirclement plan. Achieving both objectives simultaneously, Faker's placement of the Realm Warp is exceedingly meticulous. A slight miscalculation in distance could result in failing to reach Lee Ji-hoon in time, allowing for an easy escape. Approaching closer, he would inevitably have his schemes uncovered by VG. His focus was unwavering, skillfully gauging the distance. As Lee Ji-hoon noticed the teleportation array beneath his feet, an instinctive awareness of danger surged within him. With Faker's remaining health, venturing alone was akin to courting death. The steadiness of his inner resolve prompted Lee Ji-hoon to instinctively retreat. However, having already utilized his Q, Raging Sandstorm, while depleting Li Xiang's health, it remained on cooldown. On shifting sands, to retreat, though the distance covered was significantly reduced. The production team's expertise shone through as they executed a split-screen operation in mere moments, focusing on the starting and ending points of Ryze's teleportation array. Duke and the aircraft were entirely within the Ryze teleportation array. Teleportation array took effect. The director seamlessly merged the perspectives. Kennen unleashed his ultimate, flashing in to close the gap with the yellow chicken. The torrential thunder summoned by the storm prison enveloped the Desert Emperor, relentlessly raining down divine wrath. The previously subdued LCK commentary team, witnessing this spectacle, erupted with fervor, their voices brimming with passion. As Lee Ji-hoon's ultimate had yet to be ready, and to expend his flash, appeared. His teleportation was somewhat tardy. Li Xianghe deliberately concealed the number of individuals within VG's teleportation array, and now his strategy bore fruit. Long had Dragon Brother believed that Easy Hoon was in no peril, thus he refrained from using teleportation. Now, with its usage, there remained a further 45 seconds before landing. SKT's mid-jungle duo was more than capable of eliminating Li Zhixuan. To prevent further complications, Faker decisively activated his flash. Rise's E and W immobilized the yellow chicken in place. Deed a certain demise. Yet, in this moment, he was in prime condition, wielding his signature yellow chicken. In no time, he made the most judicious choice. Instead of fleeing, he commanded his sand soldiers to launch a frenzied assault on Li Xianghe. Faker's shield shattered in an instant, while Cloud Templar's eyes brightened, praising Li Zhixuan's decision. The yellow chicken's counterattack rendered SKT unable to secure a kill, necessitating their swift elimination of the adversary. Li Xianghe's health was already critically low. After being struck by the Marquis a few more times, it approached the brink of depletion. Even Rise, hailed as a spell machine gun, had periods of skill cooldown. Initially, Faker extended the duration of his confinement, using his E ability to keep the yellow chicken at bay. Subsequently, he unleashed his Q ability, Overload, to detonate the two-layered runes and refresh his shield. He expended all his skills in one round. Now he must await the cooldown of his E ability, Spell Surge. Should SKT choose to let a kill happen, it is possible that Faker might be eliminated. Not to mention that there was also the teleportation of Zhu Xiaolong nearby. Duke had no choice but to exhaust all his skills and hastily eliminate Li Jihoon. The bounty for the kill was claimed by Kennen, and the Roar Emperor realized that something was amiss. Faker had suffered a significant loss. He used both his flash and ultimate ability, ultimately securing only a single assist. Furthermore, that assist was shared with the clumsy chicken, resulting in a meager gain of just over 100 gold. Without flash, Kim Dongjun furrowed his brow in the ensuing moments. Would he not be vulnerable to Virtue seizing another opportunity? The Korean commentators were still deliberating the gains and losses of this skirmish. Meanwhile, in the SKT lounge, Koma was contemplating the long-term implications. Given that Lee Sang-hyuk was critically low on health, he must return to base, otherwise. Thus, the mid-lane minion wave needed to be pushed jointly by the top and jungle. Faker would likely fall behind Lee Ji-hoon by 15 minions, in addition to 2 kills. The total economic deficit was rapidly approaching 1,000. The kill that was supposed to be Lee Sang-hyuk's was instead claimed by Duke, leaving him with no room for growth. The composition's balance was bound to face significant issues. Why did Koma opt for the top lane Kennen in this match after Gu Xing selected Lee Sin? And why did ROX decide to ban Lee Sin before opting for the lightning wave? It was due to differing tactical focuses. SKT intended for the top lane Kennen to serve as a secondary core. The primary damage dealers within the team would always be Faker and Bang. That would remain unchanged. An environment for the dual carries to reap the rewards, even if he failed to deliver explosive damage. The damage did not fundamentally rely on Duke. ROX, on the other hand, was different. The core of their team fights revolved around Smeb. While Prey and Kuro were also crucial, the success ultimately depended on the top lane. Thus, their drafting strategy naturally centered around Kennen, ensuring he faced minimal obstacles. This is why Koma continued to secure Kennen for the top lane after Gu Xing's selection of Lee Sin. However, the situation had now shifted. Originally, Duke, serving as the secondary core, had become excessively affluent after claiming the bounty, while the absolute core, Lee Sang-hyuk, was on the verge of being overwhelmed. Could they now rely on Kennen to shoulder the team's burdens and break through the blockade of VG's Yellow Chicken and Lee Sin? Koma recognized that something was amiss. The player's performance in the match diverged significantly from the expectations set during the draft. Seizing the moment while SKT's top and jungle were preoccupied with the Yellow Chicken, Virtue brazenly approached the bottom lane, directly forcing the Wolf Stick duo into retreat. The Roaring Emperor found the situation quite precarious. Previously, in an effort to assist the clumsy chicken in eliminating the VG support, the Wolf Stick duo had expended a significant amount of summoner spells. Now, even though the blind monk lacked his ultimate ability, they dared not advance. Should they be ensnared by any slowing skill, their escape would be exceedingly difficult, while simultaneously calling for the chicken's aid to alleviate the pressure. The SKD team realized that allowing Duke to accumulate excessive gold was not a favorable circumstance, with Faker faltering if the steadfast Bang were to fall behind in his development. The team's mid to late game would become exceedingly challenging. No longer hesitating, the chicken pushed through the mid-lane minions and swiftly made his way towards the bottom lane. At the 12-minute mark, the second dragon had already respawned. It was of the earth element, the premier choice for snowballing. Gu Xing had no reason to forego it. He utilized his echo strike to enter the dragon pit, landing directly to place a ward. Mere seconds later, the resurrected Xing executed a teleport from the fountain to join the fray. VG, having cleared the bottom lane minions, positioned their duo ahead of time. The Roaring Emperor observed the formation of both teams within the canyon. SKT's only immediate reinforcements were from the top and jungle, while both carries and the support remained far afield. Xing Ge had just completed his items and was walking towards the bottom lane without teleport. Still a distance from the dragon pit, the wolf stick was preoccupied with dealing with the minions beneath the tower. Overall, SKT's formation appeared rather scattered. Moreover, Duke's cannon lacked both his ultimate and flash, rendering their team fight devoid of the capacity to forcefully engage and unleash explosive damage. Cloud Templar praised VG's internal command. Recognizing their clarity of thought, they understood that this was SKT's weak moment and seized the opportunity to secure the dragon. The chicken had no other choice. Meet his demise halfway there. Fortunately, he instructed his teammates to return to their lanes to farm, relinquishing the Earth Dragon. Gu Xing's smite fell with precision. Truly, they were a top-tier team capable of defeating ROX. Jin Dongjun could not help but marvel. VG from the LPL had stepped onto the grand final stage through sheer hard power, an astonishing feat indeed. Cloud Templar gazed at the data panel, noting that the economic gap between the two teams was merely a bit over 1,000. Yet SKT's actual combat strength lagged far beyond that, especially considering the mid laner Rise had considerable room for growth. Korea, amidst the prevalence of fandom, he had absorbed some understanding. Thus, he opted for a more diplomatic phrasing. Nevertheless, the LCK live stream was inundated with question marks. SKT fans expressed their dissatisfaction with the commentary that did not wholly favor their team. The camera shifted to the mid lane, where Xing continued to suppress Xing Ge, employing sand soldiers to inflict damage. His attack speed was exceedingly rapid, allowing him to execute basic attacks with remarkable efficiency, enabling him to retreat in an instant. With Faker's health reduced to a mere 60%, he managed to retaliate with a solitary Q overload, yet it barely grazed his opponent. The Roaring Emperor lamented the situation, for Rise's range was woefully inadequate. Reluctantly, Xing Ge had no choice but to remain beneath the turret, diligently last-hitting minions while occasionally suffering from the piercing attacks of the sand soldiers. The foolish chicken aimed to shift towards the mid lane, seeking to alleviate the pressure on his mid laner, Jin Dongjun, who remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the mini-map for the movements of the blind monk. Sensing something amiss, he promptly raised his voice. But Virtue seized the opportunity to venture into the bot lane, attempting to turn the tide. Gu Xing sought to capitalize on the situation, aiming for a decisive end to the landing phase. The team chat was filled with a series of numbers and letters, a flurry of copied and pasted messages. Xiao Duan diligently kept track of the cooldowns of the enemy summoner spells. A glance from Gu Xing revealed that during the earlier skirmish, being ready again, commanding IMP, he swiftly activated his ultimate to secure the enemy, emerging from the brush behind SKT's bottom turret, pursuing the retreating Wolfbang duo. Bang unleashed his ultimate, but the proximity rendered it ineffective, failing to incapacitate the foes for any significant duration. The Roaring Emperor's tone grew urgent as Jin's super bullet struck Wolf, severely impairing his movement speed. The Wolfbang duo continued to apply pressure on Gu Xing, attempting to force him back. Virtue, closing the distance, launched a sonic wave towards Wolf. Bang cast a healing spell, boosting his teammates' health and movement speed, hoping it would enable them to evade incoming skills. Li Jaewon frantically clicked his mouse on the ground. Having just been struck by Jin's super bullet, his movement speed was still lacking. Gu Xing's sonic wave found its mark with precision. It was over. Cold sweat beaded on Li Jaewon's broad forehead as he braced for what was to come. The blind monk activated his second echo and advanced, while SKT's duo lacked the hard crowd control necessary to thwart virtue. A cry of despair escaped Jin Dongjun's lips. A flash of golden light accompanied the roar of the Muay Thai monk as he materialized behind Wolf, delivering a kick that propelled him toward the VG duo. The crowd of VG supporters erupted in cheers. Gu Xing's R-flash, in comparison to his own 7-character spinning kick, seemed unremarkable and unassuming, yet its impact was equally extraordinary. Ultimately, Wolf fell victim to Jin's 4th shot, leaving Bang isolated and unable to defend the turret as he trudged towards the bot lane. The turret's health remained relatively robust, likely able to withstand until his arrival. However, Gu Xing had previously established vision in the river while moving towards the bot lane. Observing the foolish chicken advance, he immediately relayed the information to the mid lane. Received. Li Jihoon's voice, once low and gentle, now brimmed with an unusual vitality. The yellow chicken commanded its minions to charge forward, utilizing their remarkable range to strike once more at Lee Sing-hyok's rise. Now, Faker's health dwindled to around 40%, forcing him to cling to the sanctuary of the turret to farm. The foolish chicken has arrived at the bot lane, Gu Xing promptly reported. Li Jihoon focused intently on the rise still developing beneath the tower, the SKT Faker ID above him glaringly prominent. A rare ferocity flickered in his gaze. Jihoon pushed the minion wave towards the turret and subsequently placed the first sand soldier behind the wall within the SKT's bird camp. Lee Sang-hyok was momentarily stunned. The yellow chicken raised its hand in a clear motion as it summoned the sand soldier. Having observed closely, Jihoon had indeed summoned a sand soldier. Yet, there was no sign of it nearby, without the vision from their F4. The foolish chicken had not ventured into the upper half of the map for some time, and with Gu Xing not appearing in the upper section recently, there was naturally no one to place wards here. For SKT, it was a blind spot. However, Lee Sang-hyok reacted swiftly, immediately surmising that the opponent had placed the sand soldier in the F4 camp. What are you planning? Shortly thereafter, the yellow chicken unleashed Desert Shift, burrowing into the depths of the bird camp. Initially, Lee Sang-hyok thought Jihoon intended to counter a jungle camp. However, he instinctively sensed something amiss. He decisively activated his sprint and moved back to distance himself from his F4. Alas, it was too late. In the next moment, the sand soldier, accompanied by the Emperor of the Sands, emerged within Lee Sang-hyok's line of sight. The yellow chicken executed an EQ7 drift. The roaring Emperor, commentating for 20 years, had now lost his voice as Jihoon aimed to tower dive and launch an assault on Faker. The damage from the sandstorm struck Rise, and simultaneously, Desert Shift collided with the champion, granting the yellow chicken an additional layer of shield. Just as Lee Sang-hyok attempted to cast a skill with Rise, he found himself bereft of opportunity. The stoic pillar that SKT once relied upon, adorned in his championship skin, turned to deliver a heavy blow towards the ruler standing in the spotlight. Our Imperial Wall. A deep and resonant voice echoed throughout the Staples Center. Glory to Shurima. The loyal sand soldiers surged forward, launching Rise into the air. A bolt of lightning struck from the sky, without having constructed the Zonya's hourglass. Rise's health pool was not substantial, and what had once been a 40% health bar plummeted to 0 in the blink of an eye. The second sand soldier stood beside Lee Sang-hyok, its spear piercing through his body. The combination of Nashor's Tooth and the passive attack speed bonus from W rendered the yellow chicken's attack speed extraordinarily rapid. Lee Sang-hyok unconsciously parted his lips slightly. Fully focused on executing a counter, he could secure a kill, as long as he cast E and immobilized the yellow chicken. Q, Overload, would grant him a shield and a speed boost. Jihoon not only risked failing to kill him, but also faced the danger of dying beneath the tower. The surge of magic bound by runes would imprison the yellow chicken within SKT's mid-turret for a duration of 15 seconds. Yet, Q, Overload, had yet to be unleashed. His health bar was swiftly depleted by a single thrust from the sand soldier. Dansha. Jin Dongjuan's expression was one of despair. Slowly illuminated with the VG team emblem, departing from the turret's range with a mere 13 health points intact. Easyhoon executed a solo kill on Faker beneath the turret. The doll's eyes widened in astonishment, releasing a roar of sheer exhilaration. This was a contest between two members of the S5 championship teams. Miller's face flushed red as Easyhoon emerged victorious in this confrontation. The Staples Center erupted in fervor once more. The whispers and murmurs were completely drowned out by the tidal wave of cheers. The VG fans in attendance were in a frenzy, shouting with unrestrained enthusiasm. The reactions from the Tigers team were equally exaggerated. Smeb stood up, vociferously calling out Lee Ji-hoon's name, his voice distorted with excitement. Peanut embraced Prey tightly beside him. Babbling incoherently, Kuro wore a satisfied smile, truly deserving of admiration. The director quickly provided a replay, showcasing the intricate details. Kuro, having played numerous matches with the Yellow Chicken himself, noticed Lee Ji-hoon's maneuvers, a sense of admiration swelling within him. How to put it? Team leader Shurjin was perplexed. As her understanding of the league was rather limited, Kuro raised his voice to its maximum, barely managing to overshadow the surrounding celebratory uproar. He intentionally circled around the F4, well aware that SKT lacked vision there, allowing him to conceal his EQ process. Otherwise, charging directly in front of Rise would have resulted in Faker immobilizing him with EW, followed by a Q to shield himself and possibly turn the tables. Kuro elaborated. As the master of the Yellow Chicken, Lee Ji-hoon accounted for every detail of this turret dive. A flawless strategy. He clenched his fist tightly. Despite his slender arms, an endless strength emanated from him, letting out a triumphant shout for his solo kill. Lee Ji-hoon had waited a full year, not to demonstrate his greatness. Gu Xing was taken aback by the unexpected delight, exclaiming loudly, "Lord, you are simply incredible." Hugh Sungbin laughed heartily. That's the way to go. It's just a bunch of amateurs on the other side. Wherever they arose. Although he often performed similar duties, he had never felt such a taxing burden. Compared to other teams, once VG secured an advantage, their offense was as swift and fierce as a tempest. After gaining the upper hand, they no longer sought singular points of attack, but launched a multi-pronged assault. Just moments ago, VG's mid and bot lanes struck simultaneously, leaving Clumsy Chicken with no choice but to protect one or the other. What he found most intolerable was having assisted Faker in clearing the minion wave, only to witness his mid laner fall to a turret dive. Clumsy Chicken glanced at his teammate. Lee Sang-hyuk appeared momentarily dazed. Can you help me defend the mid turret? I can't get over there. Clumsy Chicken furrowed his brow, realizing the mid turret was on the verge of collapsing. In the current version, matches with a score above 90 typically see the bottom lane's first tower being destroyed first. However, now, it is the mid lane, which everyone believed to be SKT's strongest point, that crumbles first. The effect of the Earth Dragon comes into play, and Easyhoon, empowered by damage bonuses, single-handedly demolishes the mid lane's first tower. Lee Ji-hoon advances boldly, aware that Duke's teleport is still on cooldown and that the foolish chicken remains in the bottom lane. No one from SKT can stop him, with the mid tower down. Lanes. Otherwise, the mid lane disadvantage would be too great, severely undermining their control over the map. During the lane switch, the foolish chicken seizes an opportunity, utilizing Lee Sang-hyuk's ultimate to ambush and eliminate Imp. However, Gu Xing decisively counters, taking down SKT's low-health next tower and the entire lower jungle area. The foolish chicken transitions to the top lane, while the greedy lord, by the 16-minute mark, holds both the Nashor's Tooth and Ice Staff, whereas Faker can only boast Azonia's Hourglass and a Tear of the Goddess. Remember the triumphant laughter. What can SKT do to turn the tide? The matchup between the mid laners and the top lane can only be described as one-sided. Lee Sang-hyuk dares not confront the opposing foolish chicken, fearing that the latter, empowered by the Ice Staff, might engage aggressively. If caught, he could easily be slain. Little Gu provides vision for protection, allowing Easyhoon to single-handedly destroy the top lane's first tower. As the economic gap between the two teams widens, the excitement in the commentators' voices escalates. Now, the bot lane is even for SKT. The top lane holds a slight advantage, but the mid-jungle is entirely overwhelmed by VG. The performance showcased by the mid-jungle duo in the finals' first game is truly terrifying. As the match reaches the 20-minute mark, Gu Xing, relying on the greedy lord's absolute lane control, fills the entire upper river with his vision. As Li Jihun accumulates a substantial wave of minions to enter SKT's second tower, he promptly commands an urgent rush for the Baron. SKT must defend. They cannot allow VG to claim the first Baron at such an early stage. Li Xingheok's rise has a limited range, and positioned on the red side, he attempts to stand above the Baron pit to poke with his skills. However, Gu Xing expertly times his movements, using a flash for a long-distance maneuver to kick Li Xingheok into the Baron pit with his cyclone. Faker reacts swiftly, then turns around to trap the blind monk in place with Rune Prison. The crowd falls silent. My goodness. Hyok remains on the edge of the Baron pit. Izihun stealthily approaches the wall of the pit. He casts sand soldiers upward, using E-shifting sands to leap up, then employs Q, Desert Surge, to reposition himself back into the Baron pit. He seems to be performing a rhythmic dance of movement in and out of the pit. Yet, amidst his movements, he unleashes our Emperor's Divide. The sand soldiers unexpectedly push Rise, who is furiously attacking Gu Xing, down from the edge of the Baron pit. Miller's voice reaches a fever pitch, as VG unleashes all their skills in a frenzy, and Faker is eliminated in an instant. Every SKT supporter present feels a jolt of dread. The mid laner was swiftly eliminated. How could the team engage in the ensuing Baron skirmish? Little Gu executed a remarkable ultimate ability, sending misfortune far from the dragon pit, while he leapt in with the sound wave to assist his teammates in securing the Baron. The clumsy chicken attempted to charge into the dragon pit using both the sprint and his ultimate in a desperate bid to snatch it away. The Staples Center. As a side note, the goals feel less engaging without participation in the group. Initially, the plan was to reward with a 1,000 yuan red envelope if the target of 270,000 words was not achieved by the end of the month. Now, an additional clause has been added, should the goal remain unmet. I will also distribute a 1,000 yuan red envelope at the end of the initial chapter of the following month, primarily as a motivational gesture. The abnormal BP strategy has secured Nashor. The excitement was palpable as SKT's jungler and mid laner fell, enabling VG to seize even more map resources. The clamor within the Staples Center never waned, as the audience erupted in thunderous applause for VG. Distinctly hear the fervor of the crowd, with the chat channel brimming with exhilaration. Yellow Chicken is a good push. Let us go, my lord. Faker is currently 0-4. Surely he won't fall to such depths in the first match, right? Hee. Regroup. By the time they reached the dragon pit, their formation was utterly disarrayed. And Yellow Chicken. Their speed in taking down the Baron exceeded all expectations, leaving SKT unable to respond. VG signaled frantically on the minimap, evidently planning to send Little Gu alone to the dragon pit to claim the fire dragon, while the remaining four advanced from the top lane, where they had previously amassed a wave of minions, aiming to demolish SKT's outer tower. Inside, the tension surged within Wawa, as VG's strategy was clear. They aimed to seize it all. The decision-making was flawless, as Miller articulated firmly, with the chicken down. SKT possessed no means to contest the dragon, and had dispatched their main forces to the lower area, effectively ceding the high ground in the top lane. The combination of the Baron buff and the earlier Earth Dragon enhancement allowed VG's demolition efforts to be nothing short of terrifying. However, SKT was not to be underestimated. Adversaries to claim all the map resources and thus endeavored to resist. The remaining three members of SKT made a wise choice. S mid lane tower in exchange. It must be said, SKT's manipulation of minion waves is undoubtedly at an unparalleled global pinnacle. Their mastery over wave control and momentum had reached a transcendent level. Dismantled, yet SKT continued to manage the mid lane wave with exceptional skill, ensuring it remained near the center. Side lanes. As Duke and the Wolfstick duo observed the fall of the clumsy chicken, they anticipated the inevitable loss of the Baron and preemptively positioned themselves to push the minions lingering at mid lane toward VG's tower. Seizing the initiative, they swiftly demolished the enemy's central tower before immediately retreating to defend, successfully safeguarding their high ground on the upper lane. Should VG insist on advancing towards their upper high ground, the three remaining members of SKT could potentially infiltrate from the side, combining forces with the revived mid lane and jungle duo, perhaps turning the tide to their advantage in a 5 versus 4 engagement, ensnaring their opponents completely. From SKT's perspective, this exchange for the tower seemed to be a sound decision without any loss. Yet, Gu Xing promptly devised a counter-strategy. He resolutely relinquished the dragon, opting to defend the mid lane alone. Was Gu Xing's health a tad too low? The anxiety was palpable as he expressed his concerns, facing 3 formidable SKT champions alone, making it exceedingly difficult to hold the mid tower. Currently, the version of the game did not allow for health recovery upon using Smite. Gu Xing had taken damage from Lee Sang-hyuk, leaving him with only half of his health remaining, without flash or ultimate abilities. Although SKT's trio consisted of only Kennen with his ultimate available, the duo's output capability remained formidable without relying on their abilities. Defend the tower was a certain path to demise. Yet, he defiantly positioned himself beneath the tower, exuding an air of arrogance as if daring them to come forth. Upon witnessing Gu Xing's brazen demeanor, the 3 SKT members immediately prepared to eliminate the opposing jungler and simultaneously dismantle the mid-tier tower. However, in the next instant, Gu Xing planted a true sight ward between himself and the SKT members. A brilliant blue light spiraled upwards. Teleportation. Miller raised his voice. The director reacted swiftly. The advancing Zhu Xiaolong and Li Jihun halted, both illuminated by the same radiant glow. With dual teleportation from the mid and top lanes, VG was resolute in their determination to defend this mid-tier tower. Imagining oneself as a VG player, one could feel a sense of control over the rift, even relishing the moment, declaring that SKT would not easily breach their mid-lane defenses. SKT. Gu Xing, with a well-timed sonic wave, struck the side lane raptor, triggering the second echo to slip away. Now, SKT members lost their target for elimination, as they lacked the means to traverse over walls and were left with no choice but to retreat begrudgingly. Just as the 3 turned away, the blind monk reappeared behind them after placing a ward over the wall. Not only that, but he also bore the VG insignia overhead. I jumped back. And now I've jumped out again. What will you do? Come at me, fools. Wolf's chest heaved with agitation. Are you out of your mind? Is this how you choose to irritate us? Yet, they hesitated to strike, for the teleportation of VG's mid and top champions was imminent. Whether it was the ice staff-equipped Huang Ji or Zhu Xiaolong's Echo, both possessed formidable pursuit capabilities. If they lingered too long near VG's mid-tower, the doll swung his fist in frustration. All the structures in the upper lane, effortlessly claiming the upper second tower with the aid of the Baron buff. Infernal Dragon for themselves. The economy lags at 55k. And Miller's voice rings clear and melodious. With nearly 3 minutes remaining on the Baron buff, VG is poised to further extend their advantage. The duration of the Baron's enhancement effect has been increased to 210 seconds in this year's mid-season update, a change implemented by the designers to ensure that the team securing it has ample time to snowball their lead. Originally, SKT relished this slight modification. For a top-tier operational team like theirs, acquiring the Baron and leveraging lane transitions could yield substantial benefits. Extending the Baron buff duration effectively bolsters a team's capacity to deliver a decisive blow in the mid-game. Yet now, it is VG that has claimed the Nashor's Baron. It is SKT's turn to endure the excruciating torment of being pushed by the Baron buff. The broadcast cuts to the SKT players. Lee Sang-hyuk mutters something under his breath. Yet his expression clearly reveals a sense of despondency. Regardless of their formidable strength, consecutive deaths have left him mentally drained. His performance in the recent Baron team fight was somewhat incoherent. Logically, Arise without mobility should not remain pressed against the wall of the Baron pit after using his flash, to avoid being focused down or controlled by VG. However, at that moment, his sole thought was to eliminate that bothersome Lee Sin. He neglected positioning entirely, directing all his damage forcefully at Gu Xing. The result was being pushed into the Baron pit by Li Jihun's chicken with a move reminiscent of reverse parking. Let us delay a bit, Faker insists, unwilling to concede. Brother Haoqing, I'll create some space for you to output during the team fight. You can engage, and Junjing should be able to handle the rest. He is acutely aware of his record of 0-4, with a meager 170 CS, and his equipment is quite subpar, making it challenging to unleash explosive damage in team fights. His best option is to assist by drawing fire on the flank, allowing the other two damage dealers a more favorable environment for output. Duke purses his lips. It's not that simple. Compared to the steadily considerable, yet non-explosive damage of Ashe, his potential to deal devastating damage as Kennen poses a far greater threat. The enemies Lee Sin and Rise will undoubtedly keep a close watch on him. Yet, he cannot deny that Lee Sang-hyok's suggestion is the only viable plan for the team to achieve a comeback. On the other side of the stage, lively Baboon. With 3 dragons in hand, I can't fathom how we could lose. Zhu Xiaolong's Hunan accented Mandarin is quite standard. Little Duan can hardly contain himself, his leg bouncing with excitement. A radiant smile gracing his face. Gu Xing praises his teammate. Brother Ho, that play against Rise was impressive. Li Jihun recalls the moment he pushed Faker into the barren pit, causing an involuntary smile to creep across his face, still modestly downplaying it. Oh no. It was really you, little Gu, who helped out in the first 2 waves. Gu Xing appreciates the compliments directed at his mid laner. Although his mid-game performance hasn't been particularly remarkable, the advantages he established for his teammates in the early game have allowed him to perfectly fulfill his role as Lee Sin. The noble lord simply needs to push the lines at a steady pace, while Gu Xing emerges from the spring, continuing to direct his teammates. Dragon Brother, you push alongside us in the mid lane, pressing directly to the second turret. Over the past 6 months, he has absorbed a wealth of operational knowledge from Hongmi, inevitably influenced by the opposing team's style. Gu Xing has gradually developed a strategy of quick pushing in 2 lanes while maintaining a slow push in 1, rather than advancing simultaneously in all 3 lanes to strike at the heart of the enemy. If one were to liken this to ocean waves, the orderly progression of fast and slow lanes does not create a tumultuous surge. The pressure exerted on the enemy is not as immense as that of a simultaneous 3-lane push. However, the advantage lies in its stability, making it difficult for opponents to find an opportunity to counterattack. The character dedicated to the slow push can take the opportunity to scavenge the jungle along the way, establishing ample vision and clearing out any rear flanks. The relentless offensive allows for the accumulation of strength, often resulting in 2 cannon minions being amassed during a slow push. After the enemy deals with the 2 lanes of fast push, they frequently find their skills depleted and their position stretched. Li Jixuan inquired. The yellow chicken's passive can effectively clear enemy minions, serving a crucial role in intercepting and eliminating threats. While it may seem somewhat underwhelming at first glance, being usable only on the ruins of defensive towers and with a limited duration, if one's operational skills are sufficiently exceptional, it can yield remarkable results at specific moments. For instance, in this scenario, deploying the solar disk in the mid lane equates to VG gaining the assistance of an additional half-person to contend with Bin Xian for a brief period, particularly significant during the duration of the Baron buff. Receiving an affirmative response from his jungler, Li Jixuan constructs the solar disk atop the ruins of SKT's first turret, then drifts back to the upper jungle, heading towards the northern section. Gu Xing gazes at the disk of the SKT yellow chicken skin, which has transformed into a pedestal resembling a summoner's trophy, adorned with the uniquely golden angelic wings of their team. It is indeed quite beautiful. At this moment, and is firing projectiles to deal with SKT's minions. Is this not a form of conquest? Establishing your city-state upon the ruins? Miller observes VG's meticulously organized minion push and expresses his admiration for their outstanding operational skills. SKT now finds it exceedingly challenging to respond. To be fair, in terms of minion line management, SKT is the strongest team in the world. Neither ROX nor VG can rival them. However, the game is not merely a contest of operational prowess. With a sufficiently aggressive early game, boasting an economic advantage of 6,000 to 7,000 in the mid-game, what do you have to counterattack? While VG's operational skills may not match those of SKT, they undoubtedly rank among the top 3 in the entire league. In the absence of a significant disparity, SKT struggles to withstand the relentless pressure of VG's minion waves, consecutively losing their mid and bottom turrets and retreating to defend their high ground. The minion wave that Li Jixuan has accumulated has finally arrived, showcasing his meticulous technique. Due to the presence of the dragon buff, if heroes advance directly to the lane, minions receive a significant enhancement, making it impossible to hold the wave. Consequently, Li Zhixuan chose to utilize his Q ability, Furious Sandstorm, from an extreme range of 875 units to target the SKT ranged minions. The Baroness hand enhances minions within an area of 800 units around the hero. With a touch of caution, one can avoid granting buffs to their own minions. Masterful execution enabled Li Zhixuan to successfully amass 2.5 waves of minions, surging towards SKT's high ground. The 4 members of VG, aside from Longa, gathered at the top lane, while SKT, delayed in clearing the mid-lane minions, found their high ground turret already half damaged. The dragon buff was officially conferred upon over a dozen minions, their enlarged forms assembling before SKT's high ground turret, creating a spectacular sight. A barrage of concentrated fire left the defensive structure teetering. Particularly noteworthy were the 2 cannon minions, boldly launching projectiles from beyond the range of SKT's high ground turret. This lane should have left the commentary to Wawa, who has narrated numerous SKT matches and possesses a certain understanding of their style. Knowing they are typically conservative and refrain from taking unnecessary risks when victory seems unattainable. As he anticipated, SKT decisively relinquished the upper high ground, seemingly opting for a truce. The players appeared to be preparing for the opponent's retreat, relying on the incoming super minions to bolster the development of their carry in a bid to prolong the game. In their view, VG had already reaped substantial rewards from the dragon buff, securing 3 outer towers and 1 high ground tower, along with 1 elemental dragon. They had struck gold. Was it time to retreat? However, Gu Xing destroyed the SKT upper crystal with a single blow and issued the command to continue pushing. He feared the long night might bring unforeseen troubles. After all, SKT is undeniably one of the top teams in the late game. If they did not capitalize on their overwhelming advantage to suppress them, who knows what complications could arise. With the final half minute of the dragon buff, also influenced by the condition of the turret, minimal threats to both minions and heroes. As VG approached, the commentator immediately shouted, "VG's intentions are crystal clear. SKT, you enjoy sacrificing turrets for development, don't you? Now, I demand your main crystal. Will you yield or not?" The arena erupted with noise. Casual spectators, weary of LCK's drawn-out plays, favored teams like VG and the Tigers, who seized every opportunity to crush their opponents, generating a cacophony of excitement in the stands. Li Zhixuan's yellow chicken briefly struck the front turret, causing its health to plummet dramatically. A multitude of minions continued to assist in bombarding the turret. SKT realized that if they did not engage in a fight soon, they would have to relinquish both front turrets. Faker unleashed his ultimate. Amid Miller's excited commentary, Lee Sang-hyuk's rise struck the ground, summoning the teleportation circle. Kennen, empowered by the home guard effect, activated his E ability, racing into the teleportation circle. Duke observed that VG had already established their arrangements around the teleportation circle of Rise. He even activated his ultimate in advance to avoid being ensnared by a series of controls, which could have led to him being caught off guard. Bang's ice ultimate was intercepted by Xiao Gu, while Wolf maneuvered with misfortune, unleashing a relentless barrage. Amidst a cacophony of raucous laughter, Misfortune's dual pistols unleashed a hail of bullets. Kennen, using the teleportation circle, landed beside VG's formation. Before he could cast his abilities, he was sent soaring into the air by Janna's R Stranglethorns. Imp S2 shots drastically reduced his health to below half. Had it not been for Duke's premature activation of Lightning Prison, he might have been eliminated in an instant. The thunder rolled, inflicting considerable damage, but more importantly, it altered the battlefield dynamics. To evade Kennen's storm and Misfortune's ultimate, VG spread out, leaving a gaping hole in their formation. Faker focused on controlling the front line's echo, preventing him from disrupting their backline's damage output. The clumsy chicken activated his ultimate, unleashing a flurry of strikes. VG was determined to press forward, unwilling to retreat. Upon noticing Gu Xing's movements, the voice of the commentator rose an octave, as Xiao Gu provided his teammates with a shield, the celestial wave striking true against Misfortune, allowing him to dash in with a second Q. Wolf immediately flashed, attempting to pull Gu Xing aside, thwarting his efforts to kick Bang away. However, Gu Xing spotting Li Jihun's flash, abruptly altered his movement trajectory. He did not flash and could not execute any flamboyant maneuvers, opting instead for a straightforward yet powerful kick that sent Bang's ice far from the battlefield, rendering him unable to deal damage for a time. Now, SKT's core damage dealer, Ice, was distanced from the fight, while Kinnan's health dwindled perilously low without a Zonya S, likely facing imminent demise. Meanwhile, Faker's Rise had underperformed this match, struggling to output significant damage. In this unfavorable situation, SKT was certainly on the verge of being overwhelmed. Without hesitation, Bang flashed forward, striving to maximize his damage output. Arrows rained down. Ash's damage was indeed formidable, and coupled with the dragon's magic resistance equipment against Kinnan, it was proving difficult to withstand the harm. Dragon's ultimate was forced out, and Miller took a deep breath, barely recovering when he witnessed a jaw-dropping scene. The Duke charged in. Li Jihun had been manipulating the Sand soldiers from the fringes, maintaining consistent damage output. SKT's upper and jungle were nearly obliterated by his assault. He had been waiting for Bang to use his flash. At this moment, SKT's controls had been nearly exhausted, leaving them unable to contain him. Shifting sands. The yellow chicken surged forward alongside the Sand soldiers. Sandstorm assault. The Sand soldiers charged diagonally, bringing the Emperor right before SKT's backline. The Imperial Guard's wall. SKT's duo had no flashes left, rendered helpless as they watched themselves ascend into the air. My heavens! I've lost count of how many times I've uttered this catchphrase today. Emotions running high. Bang was about to be eliminated. Ju Sungbin was poised with his fourth shot. With a swift flash, he ascended, executing a masterful grenade throw followed by a basic attack, decisively eliminating the Frost Archer. The outcome of the team battle was already determined. The Lord skillfully maneuvered, utilizing the chilling staff of the Sand soldiers to slow down his adversaries, leaving them all behind. The exuberant cries of the commentator echoed, while only Faker's Rise managed to escape with a combination of ghost and flash. Just as he finished speaking, the SKT Skin's yellow chicken commanded the loyal Sand soldiers, charging into the fountain of SKT. Amidst the thunderous cheers, Lee Sang-hyok's last sliver of health was obliterated by a spear. Ace, the long-standing rivalry of light and shadow seemed to reach its conclusion at this moment. Under the camera's gaze, Li Jihun shouted in an unusual fit of rage, displaying extraordinary excitement. The surviving VG players, invigorated, pushed to demolish the SKT's main base. 1-0. The commentator beamed with joy as VG took the lead in this grand final. VG's accelerated tactics proved exceedingly effective, swiftly securing victory amidst SKT's lack of output. Miller finally exhaled, calming his overly racing heart. The VG supporters fervently waved their glow sticks, and amidst the deep rumble, applause resounded endlessly. The members of the Tiger team wore smiles as radiant as those of the VG players. Well done. Kuro's innocent face was now filled with satisfaction. Give me a good kill. Gu Xing reached out to shake hands firmly with Li Jihun. How about my yellow chicken? Easyhoon, rarely seeking praise, cheekily asked for credit. Absolutely incredible. The champion skin truly has its charm, Gu Xing sincerely complimented. My Li Sin isn't too shabby, right? Before Li Jihun could respond, Ku Sungbin rushed in, embracing the two with a beaming smile, exclaiming, strong. All strong. He had strategically bypassed the match due to Wolf's choice of misfortune, merely providing protection for minion farming without much assistance. Imp played a conventional game, indeed, rather lethargically. The 5 players removed their headsets and briskly walked towards the backstage, while Gu Xing still found joy in the thunderous atmosphere created by the audience. He had previously observed the Tiger team's seating and waved at the ROX players in the sea of fans. Peanut's striking silver hair was truly eye-catching. The young Peanut cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting enthusiastically, Xing Ge, fighting. Go, go. They had known each other for some time. Peanut had picked up a bit of Chinese, and his pronunciation was quite standard now. However, despite ROX securing front-row seats, they were still a considerable distance from the exit corridor. The surrounding noise was overwhelmingly loud, making it difficult for Gu Xing to discern his words, relying instead on lip-reading for a simple understanding. After gathering the gist, Gu Xing's smile grew even brighter as he followed his teammates into the backstage corridor. Redmi could hardly contain his excitement, rushing into the hallway to welcome the players as the SKT crystal exploded. You played exceptionally well. He embraced each player in celebration. The Lord typically would not so aggressively engage in frequent incursions with his drifting ultimate ability, yet in this first match, he did so multiple times, which was indeed quite unusual. Easyhoon, still basking in the exhilaration of overcoming SKT, felt his ears flush with excitement. With renewed determination, he knew there were 2 more matches to conquer. After this round, he brimmed with confidence for victory. Old Gu's kick was truly impressive. Yuanba embraced Gu Xing. Backstage. Today, we must meticulously prepare for Benji. Gu Xing, brimming with confidence, clearly elucidated his strategy. Upon returning to the lounge, surrounded by members of the training department, the players were greeted by the damage output panel. Li Jihoon boasted an astounding 777 points of damage, standing tall like a middle finger before the crowd. In stark contrast, his counterpart, Lee Sang-hyuk, managed a mere 140 damage, more than a 2-fold difference. In terms of damage ratio, Faker's performance was dismal: 0 kills, 5 deaths, and 2 assists, barely distinguishable from a ghost. As we prepared for the next match on the red side, it was clear that Redmi understood the need for restraint and quickly took out his notebook to explain the composition strategy for the next game. Gu originally wanted to witness the awe surrounding his jungler's spectacular kick, but he recognized the importance of focus and attentively listened. Gu Xing, too, diverted his gaze from the television screen, unaware that the LPL live stream had erupted in a frenzy of comments. What does it mean to be an S5 champion mid laner? Faker is truly laughable. Huang Ji versus Rise. There's a noticeable gap, even for a champion mid laner. Isn't that because Gu ganked mid twice? So being solo killed and pushed down the dragon pit isn't an excuse for your demise? Enraptured by Gu Xing's astonishing flying kick and Huang Ji's agile maneuvers that crafted memorable moments. The brief intermission concluded, and both teams ascended the stage once more. Uncertainty loomed over how SKT would respond in this match from the blue side. As they were still strategizing, it was clear their ban phase would be more comfortable, at least free from the worry of banning both Nidalee and Syndra. Miller interjected, highlighting the crucial need for Faker to recalibrate his performance. If he failed to do so, Gu Xing would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capitalize on any misstep. The sharp metallic clang resonated throughout the Staples Center. The ban phase for the next game commenced, and SKT initiated by banning Syndra. Even the commentators sensed something amiss. Did SKT not ban Nidalee? Traditionally, the red side bears the responsibility of banning the only T0 jungler, while the blue side focuses on Syndra. However, for SKT, this was an anomaly, as all indicators suggested Benji would not utilize Nidalee. Thus, from the blue side, they typically block Nidalee, compelling their red side opponents to ban Lee Sang-hyuk's more formidable and intimidating signature champion, Syndra. Yet this time, the positions had reversed. What did this mean? Was SKT truly willing to shoulder the burden of 2 bans from the blue side? Miller jested, isn't this interchangeable with the red side? Even Redmi was left perplexed. He certainly cannot disable the Panther Woman, instead directing his team to seal off Bang Zezreal. For the second ban, SKT opts to eliminate Janna, thereby disrupting the supportive ecosystem of Karma, Janna, and Misfortune. Redmi furrows his brow, restricting Karma. To this moment, he remains unaware of what SKT is truly plotting. Could it be that SKT intends to unleash the Panther Woman for Gu? He can hardly believe it. Wouldn't that be courting disaster? Koma swiftly makes his decision, placing the well-performing Lee Sin from the previous match onto the ban list. Indeed, the doll is taken aback. SKT is bold enough to let her through. Redmi shakes his head. Ultimately, he chooses to adhere to his pre-match strategy, allowing time to be available while attempting to counter it, and instead bans the top laner, Nar. SKT's first pick is the Panther Woman. Side note today, these 6 teams truly have endurance. 7K words, 170K.